the most electrifying event you could possibly play at.
For some reason, every year it's that Anaheim event just seems to be the best one.
Most hyped up Call of Duty event every year.
The Anaheim crowd, it's literally electric. You walk in the venue and you feel that crowd.
It's just that one event per year that you don't want to miss.
Over top. Krim! It's Krim 6! Down to a 2v2. Oh my God! Enigma 6 shocked the world with a continent on their backs!
Complexity, something that no one thought could be done. Optic Gaming just let it go. EG, Anaheim champion. Optic Gaming are your 2016 Anaheim Open champions.
I think it's going to be the craziest Anaheim we've ever seen this year.
Welcome back to day number 2 of CWL Anaheim, and today we're kicking things off with our All-Star game. And you can already see on stage, I am here conveniently with the 2 tallest people in the All-Star game, me being the shortest of all of us on camera, but with Octane and Bance. Bance, how does it feel, you know, All-Star game, you're the only European player in it?
It feels good. It feels even better because Trey didn't get picked. Me and him always have competition and who's better, so it feels better to get picked over him.
So you don't even care about, you know, your rest of your teammates or the rest of your region. As long as you're here, you're okay with it. Then Octane, you lose this guy, the playoffs. You want to get any redemption here today?
It's not quite 50 grand, but I'll take an all-star match win.
It's pretty comparable, Yeah. But no, these guys are not the only all-stars we had during stage 1. Let's bring out the other 6 representatives for the All-Star game, and we'll talk a little bit about how this is going to work. So we're going to go through a snake draft. These guys are going to pick their teams. Bance, you will get first pick, being as, you know, you won the event, and then Octane, you will get the next 2, and then we'll go back to Bance for 2 more. You can see finally everybody joining me on stage. A little bit slow to come out, but you got Nameless from EG, Apathy, Clayster, Scump, General, and Arcides from E United. So let's jump right into it, and it'll be Bance. You get that first pick. Who are you going to take?
I'll take Nameless.
Ooh, so you're going to go with Nameless. First pick in the All-Star game. We got Nameless of EG. What's the mindset behind taking Nameless number 1?
Hopefully he comes into it wheeling, so that's what I'm banking on.
Yeah, as long as Nameless is wheeling, you're in pretty good shape. So now, Octane, you're going to get 2 picks here. Which 2 players do you want to take?
I'm going to take Clay and App.
Okay, 2 very solid picks. So you see Clay and Apathy off the board here. So now we'll go back to Bance. You get 2 more picks here, Bance, and that'll round out your roster.
I'll take Arcides in General.
All right, so we got Arcides in General off the board, and that would leave us with 1 player. It'll be Scump. He'll go over to Octane's team. We may have rigged that before we started, but guys, you can go set up on your stations. Good luck to both of the teams. We'll go to Jack and Maven in the back to bring you the match.
Oh man, that was too good, Matt. Thank you, buddy. You know, we heard they're gonna have some fun with Seth, and that was remarkable.
Oh, that was fantastic. I love how you could just kind of see his face go, okay, after the 3rd and 4th pick came around, but either way, so much talent on that stage. Octane's team going up against Bance's team. Either way, though, welcome everybody. It's day 2 of the CWL Anaheim Open, and I'm happy we're starting with this nice and lighthearted before a grueling day of matches.
We'll have some fun. I don't know what my favorite moment was from that was. Scump's face after the double pick, or seeing Matt stand between Octane and Bance. Like, seriously.
Yeah. I really shouldn't point fun because I'm actually standing on a box right now to match your height, and I'm still shorter. I have 3 inches of box underneath me. Either way, Matt needed one of them on stage. It should be a lot of fun. I heard from some of League Ops, some of the people backstage, that there are a little bit of rule shifts for this game, but either way, it should be one that we'll have a lot of fun with. Welcome everybody that's in the crowd here in Anaheim. It's an early start to day 2. Thank you all for being here. We're gonna have some laughs during this match, Maven. I'm gonna openly just ask you, who will be the worst player we see in the All-Star game today?
The worst player from all of these teams? Oh, this is hard, man. It's the All-Stars. Oh, I gotta think about this.
It's gonna be Octane.
You think it's gonna be Octane?
Yeah,
he was a beast, so he was number 2 overall S&D KD.
Yes, he has, but guess what? Octane's had 1 good event since like 2016.
I'm going with Nameless, just because he can probably hear me right now. he's gonna choke big time.
He has no idea what you're saying, but he's smiling and waving to it. Either way, though, hey, we're all having fun. a lot of these guys had some tough games yesterday. We could talk a little bit about how Friday kicked us off. Already some surprises. You were looking at some stats, so I'm just going to feed you and kind of begin to handle it.
It's funny, you know, I think everyone knows KD is important, but there's always a debate amongst pros, among people on Reddit, like how important is KD? Guess what? It's super important. We had 2 teams start out 3-0 with Optic Gaming and Bittersweet. 6 players from those teams, 3 from Optic, 3 from Bittersweet, all in the top 10 overall KD. Turns out if you're slaying, man, you're putting up numbers. Scump right there fell in the top 10. I think he had a 1.33, maybe the most absurd stat I saw. And I know this is just pool play so far, but Formal, what, a 3.86 overall S&D. It's like 2 above the next person. A 1.7 overall. Now, do I expect him to keep that going through the entire weekend? No, I do not. But if he did, it'd be one of the most absurd stat line in the history of Call of Duty.
Oh, and to put in perspective for everybody at home, Formal with that 3.86 S&D KD to this point this weekend, that man on your screen is actually 2nd overall. Octane with a 1.75.
Yeah.
So a 2.0 overall KD higher.
And
ridiculous.
Okay, it's like 3 searches.
Yes.
It's not that big of a deal, but it's so crazy just to see how big it is right now, the lead. But here we go. These are the 3 maps we're playing. It's Search and Destroy. Pro Mod. We've got some interesting rules for this. It's going to be Retaliation, Breakout, and then Throwback. And I'll be honest, I know Pro Mod, last year, how did we do it? It's 1 light machine gun, 1 sub, sniper, 1 AR, correct?
Yeah, we should have probably asked someone. I think.
I just realized I have no idea what the rules are.
Yeah, we'll see what the players are using. Either way, though, there's going to be a sniper in the hands of someone on the map. We'll have to see who winds up going big. I mean, last year's All-Star game, everyone knows the crazy snipes I was hitting. I was putting up some big numbers on the main stage. I think I got 2 kills.
The only big thing up there was you, Jack. There were no shots coming in. It was horrendous to watch you play.
It was. I was absolutely abysmal. I wanted some revenge. There's a look at Bance's team, though. What could these guys' team names be? Because I don't want to call them just red versus blue or Bance and Octane's team. We got to come up with something. Don't get yourself fired here, though.
Trying to think.
Yeah, please don't say anything too inappropriate. I know when your mind starts racing.
I'll probably default to Bance and Octane until I think of something. Look at that, though. You have that's actually a crazy North American lineup.
That's actually a very good team.
From Optic, Envy, LG, and FaZe all representing the team.
Yeah.
Which side are you picking? I think I'm going to go with Octane's team for now. That's who I'm.
You're going to go with Octane's team? Then guess what? I'm going with Bance's team. We'll split this up here. If I could coach Bance's team right now, if I could talk to them, I'd say, boys, you guys have an advantage. You have 2 continents versus 1. Bance representing the rest of the world, as well as Europe. He's gonna carry this series. Just watch.
Hey, while we're filling a little bit of time as the guys get set up here to play, we can talk a little bit about maybe some of the surprises yesterday. So obviously Bittersweet was a big one.
Yeah.
But the other that kind of stands out for me, I mean, are you so shocked to see kind of Epsilon leading that group? Which the big thing with that is we may actually see, if it comes down to it, we could have an Optic LG round 1 matchup. And we all know if you're going to beat Optic Gaming, where it typically will happen is in that winner's round 1.
Yeah.
You're facing up possibly against the team that just beat you in the Stage 1 playoffs.
I think what's also crazy to bring up, too, is that a lot of these teams that are already doing well statistically to this point this weekend, they face an open bracket team. Now, there's a lot of talent in the open bracket. Is there a reason their team may be in the open bracket instead of in pools automatically? Yeah, it probably comes down to a certain difference of skill.
I actually kind of feel this is the first event where I feel confident. All of these top teams, I think they're going to rail the open bracket teams. I think it's going to be very, very difficult for them just because this is usually we have 14 pools. You have 5 here, so a lot of those guys are kind of that bubble, top 12, top 16 are already into pools. If you're coming out right now of the open bracket, I think you're in for a world of hurt, especially with how tough these actual pools have been. Thank you for your patience, guys. Guys, just getting their loadout set up. We should be starting here shortly.
I'm gonna actually pull the crowd right now. Crowd, just scream it. Tell me which team is gonna win, Bance's team or Octane's team. Go ahead, yell it. Okay, yeah, that made no sense to me. I didn't actually understand anything, but I'm sure there was a lot for either side. That's what the competition is all about. There is Bance and Arcities getting set up. So who do you think is gonna be the one sniping for either of these squads? If you had to put it in the hands of somebody, I mean,
Arcities should be sniping.
Okay.
And on the other side, God, you don't really... Clay, yeah, Clay. Should be Arcities in the Clay show, if I had to guess.
Okay.
I mean, that would make the most sense.
Yeah.
But this is for fun, too. So you might see somebody mix it up. I'd like to see Scump snipe. See him pull it out. I think I've seen it like once, ever.
And all Optic Gaming fans are like, please don't give him any ideas. Please don't. We're doing well so far. Don't let Scump do well here with a sniper. And change how we play in S&D.
Retaliation hardpoint opens up and Scump pulls out a sniper.
There's 3 of them on the side of Optic now because Crim feels like he needs to as well. No, either way, it's all laps. You can see there. on stage with those guys. It's a great way to start the day because, you know, last night it was late. Now, though, they get their energy back into themselves. They got a good night's sleep, maybe get some breakfast, and they can show up big time on the main stage. They've got some big shoes to fill, though, because last year, obviously, you had me up there. Some of the French players were involved.
Oh, I forgot about your team comms during that. The listening.
It was, yeah. My team last year was myself, JCap, Marky B.
Was it Maxi that was there?
And I actually don't remember the fourth, but he was French. Vortex. That's okay.
Vortex. Okay.
I didn't want to say Vortex, but it was Vortex. But yeah,
I was just gonna say French players' names until I got it right.
Our listening was abysmal. I mean, our team communication, we didn't have any. It was just JCap laughing, Marky B trying to not sound Scottish, and a French guy.
Hey, Marky B can be difficult to understand. Speaking of Marky B,
yeah,
buddy, you're watching. Your team has got to turn it around today.
I can coach.
They struggled, obviously, in the Stage 2 qualifier. Things didn't go their way. I believe they already got knocked in the losers bracket early.
You can just say struggle anywhere.
Yeah.
They struggled in Stage 1. They struggled now at the qualifier, and now they've struggled so far this weekend in the open bracket. They will be playing from the losers bracket side of things. Again, we'll try to provide updates throughout the day on the insane
I like seeing us on the big
open
screen.
bracket. It's great because not only are we on this big screen, but then you can see there's like movie theater screens like over there, all the way out there. You don't realize how much screen there is to watch. There's so many seats here. And I FaceTimed my dad. I said, Pops, look at this. Look at how many people are going to be here Sunday. I had to walk for 35 seconds. You know, for me, I don't do a lot of walking. I'm not someone that likes to move around. I like to sit and play Call of Duty. So that was a good exercise for me back on day one.
Well, on screen right now, RCDs. We'll see if he's going to be able to turn it up. Let's quickly. What did you think about United yesterday? I mean, I saw Swirly overall. I think the bottom three KDs through the first day was Buzzo, Tommy, and Swirly, all around like kind of a .75. I know we talked about how the trio should be able to carry them pretty far. And they did fine. They started out 6-0, but not going to beat Optic Gaming, I think, with the current lineup.
They got a wake-up call, and I think they were their own biggest critics after that one. You saw Pristini and RC kind of going out on Twitter, having some words about themselves and their own gameplay. They were, honestly, I think the word that they even used was kind of embarrassed by how they played. They know they're much better than that. Don't sleep on a United still. They have that core three. Swarley, he's in a tough spot. He's having to play a role he's not necessarily used to by running a sub in basically every single map, and now having to come into this weekend with a new lineup around him. All this pressure on United to see how they do, but right now, there's much less pressure, or maybe even more, in something like an all-star game. You never really know. It's retaliation, search and destroy. Bance's team versus Octane's team. Maven, you're on the side of Octane's team, right? And
yes, I am. I think they're going to dominate. All right. Well, I'm curious, though. I think we're going to see some unique payloads coming into play.
Okay.
What's going to be fun is that I don't even know what some of them look like.
Can we just quickly swap through and see exactly what's being used by some of these players? So Arcides has the howitzer.
Somebody's getting cut up.
He's getting teabagged.
Reaper dogs coming out.
The OSA is back, apparently. Flashbacks to Vegas. Octane is running a Volk with a thermal sight. The sniper from Clayway did so. Who just had the sub on the side of? Was that Apathy? I think Apathy is just, he's rocking the FHR. He's taking it real serious. Oh, he's got the dog. And just so everyone knows, I don't think the players even know, we have double score payload for the payload. So payloads will be earned much, much quicker. Smoke's already coming in. There's a bubble on the ground. Apathy gets challenged. General with the OSA is going to shred this entire map with this weapon.
So, General trying to go up against Clayster. He's by himself. He has Sniper to work with. I don't know what scope I'm looking at. So sneaky.
Oh, Clayster.
Sneaky.
Oh my God. Ooh, hello. Second one. Run away, Clay.
That's him.
They're killing each other, Clayster.
With the snipe. Hasn't been able to hit the shot yet. There it is. Finally connects. Looking for the 1v3. Go for the no scope, but not able to do it.
He hasn't been watching enough ill camps. He should have gone for the no scope, dude. Why is he trying to quick scope at the end there? Look at this very great play. Nameless. He's wheeling for a reason. The guy flies on in, all the confidence in the world, because guess what? He's facing the sniper player in Pro Mod. Clay was aimed in, and I thought he was going to take 15 different shots, and he didn't. He was very patient, nearly got it. Unfortunately, not able to clutch up.
I want to see like 8 bubble shields on the map.
Oh, please do. Please have more. And yeah, let's bring up the loadouts too for everybody at home as well, if we can, so they can exactly see what some of these classes are. Arcides with first blood. We thought he was going to snipe, and he does just that.
We've got the M1 trying to look for a kills over the top. General has already lost Namus. Bant's gonna drop as well. It's Arcides looking for the snipe. They're trying to peek. Play with a counter strike now. General in the 1v3. It's all tied up, buddy.
I don't even know. I think Seth's wondering what even just happened in that round. This looks like a pub search in a story right now from what I'm used to. As again, there, Apathy with the Karma 45 cleans it on up. Remember when this game first came out, we thought that was all the Karma was actually going to use in competitive? Hasn't been the case, though. The E-Rad's pretty good.
Oh, it's not. I think the gun I used the most at pubs at the beginning, I think was the FHR, actually, that I really, really liked. Okay, into round 3 we go. Bant's team captain yet to find a kill. I want to see this M1 connect on something.
Yeah.
General actually
it shreds. It trusts me, it shreds. Bye.
Gone.
Bye-bye, Apathy. The downside, though, he's got to shoot those bullets because he can't reload.
The bubble shield in window.
Well, think of how good that strat is. You drop the bubble shield down, and you can wind up looking towards the middle side of the map on Lower Street. Either way, General with the cleanup, the M1 grand fight goes in favor of General and crew. I love how every round it ends with them laughing.
No, that's what this is fun, man. It's a high stress weekend, a lot of pressure, a lot of money on the line. Early Saturday morning, these guys get to have a little fun, you know, warm up their thumbs a little bit for the matches that are.
Oh, trust me, they need to warm up their thumbs. A lot of these guys do.
Nothing worse than a stiff thumb. It's a very difficult game.
That's what I always say. Never said that in my life. Either way, though, Apathy. This time it's the RPR Evo. I love how serious his classes are. Like, Apathy is running the exact things you would want to have in this, and he still dies to Bant's with that DCM8, is that called? Oh my gosh, there's some of these weapons I've only seen like once or twice.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I've never used the DCM8. Bant's, though, connecting and pushing forward. 3 versus 2 advantage for the red team. Now Clay by himself again. This would be another 1v3. If he could do it.
He's got the Sentry as well as his payload. Oh, I thought he had it. General comes soaring, and every time it cuts to players, they're just cracking up. You know what would have been great payload ability? We should have made our own, like, ability to call in, like, you go play for a round. Like, you go on the stage. I mean, you'd help.
It'd be like, what? Who wants to be a millionaire? Like, to ask a friend, call a friend? Or
call a friend. It would be you or Mr. X. Who do you think they would want?
Me, dude. I'm dominant.
Yeah. Don't worry, Matt would go out there and start shot calling and trash talking.
There's like cobwebs on my hands. I'm so old.
Well, yes. That's what happens when you're 57. So, back to Arcides now. Arcides Robot Dog is his name because he calls it.
I just noticed that.
Payload ability, as Clayster gets first blooded, just like normal S&Ds.
Actually, what's funny to see, well, Bant started 0-2, but Octane, the other captain, just found his first kill. There you go.
Look, they drop the shield down to go for the plant, and Scum slides him with a shotgun and drops the bags right there. Not going to work. And again, General, every time he shoots, he's got to shoot the rest of the clip to reload. That's why he's spamming it on the map. Scum just got a
what?
He's got the howitzer backup. Scum's going, get off me. That's my site. Oh my gosh. That was actually a beast play right there. Oh no, he used the shield charge. That's what Scum got the kill with. The payload.
Oh, I didn't even notice he charged in there to find it. He actually killed him with that? I thought he sprayed him down once he got in.
No, he killed the first, and then he shield bashed General for the next kill. Yeah, look, see his payload's gone. Geez, this is actually more challenging to cast than like a grand final.
Absolutely. But I'm having a blast with you, Jack. Clay about to take some faces. Unfortunately, shot just a bit off. Misses the second as well. And RC's on the other side.
It's micro turret.
I want to see the micro turret. Just pull it out. Perfect time. Hit marker. Just drop it mid-street, buddy.
There we go.
I just have the Karma in
hand.
He
can do this. Okay, the hip fire definitely not what you want to have there. 4-2 as General and crew. That M1 grand. It's shredding.
Your team's rolling, man. I picked the wrong side.
I told you, they're the team to watch, bro.
I tried to go with the talented team.
I'll be... So what you're saying is half of our all-stars who were not only voted on by us, half the reason these guys are here is because you voted for these players.
I have no idea how half these guys got in here.
Fine, who would you have picked to be up here?
8 formals.
Oh, God. You really just let me down. You really just let me down. As somehow that joke still has not gotten old. Clay.
Oh, it has.
Oh, here he goes! Cut him out! Cut him up! Oh, God, he didn't even kill anybody.
Oh, that was...
Clayster falls off the map. Oh, God.
Shocking. Shocking.
Vance in the 1-on-2.
Did you just bark?
I did. Let's pretend that didn't happen, though, please. Did you hear how serious? I think I blacked out for a second. That's Vance now.
We've had too many dogs at our house lately.
We really have. He's looking for any information he can get. Spots one. Gonna go ahead and drop his tea and crumpets on him. Doesn't get the kill. He phase shifts away. What a bait and switch. he literally left this realm.
I don't know. All right, I want phase shifting competitive now.
Right now. Bring it in.
That was insane. For a second, I thought he popped camo, but I'm like, I don't think anyone was running camo.
Oh, no. Camo stays in this universe. Phase shift literally just brought him to a different place in time and space.
Like
wow.
Doctor Who.
Talk about the ultimate bait and switch right there. Scump, what a game he's having. 7-5 on his way to earning a second payload. As now it's 4-3. We've got ourselves a close one. Again, I think that while this is a best of 3, I think we're playing all 3 maps out. So, you know, even when my team that I'm rooting for does win, General and Crew, go up 2-0, we're still going to play the
Yeah, too bad the comeback's on with that first blood. Clay just popped his micro. Line him up, baby.
Plant him up. Plant the bomb. Yahtzee!
Oh, and then he gets 2-tapped there.
Bance is tied to the micro turret. I've seen it all.
2 versus 2. Arcides. General going up against Scump and Octane now. My team's winning this round. You can't get off Octane.
Octane. When Octane's team needs to come back, he just pulls out a K-bar and takes it super serious.
Yeah, I was here. Octane, that's basically cheating.
Yeah. Here comes Scump now with the Reaver. 7 hits apparently it took to get this final kill.
Well, Octane's probably sick of second place.
That is true. He's gotten that a lot in his career.
Oh, look at that beautiful smile on that ginger demon.
What if Formal's listening right now?
Sorry, buddy.
Oh, here we go.
You'll always have my heart.
Now we're really getting to the crazy classes. Bance realizes this game is too close. It's time to bring out the Mauler. 120 bullets in the clip, and here we go. Scump's off to the races. He's charging on through. And he found nobody. He's just flanking. He's flanking, and he actually, even with that, is flanking later than his teammates.
The Mauler tries to turn and snap, not getting it done. 2 left on each side. The shotgun at that range going to be difficult.
You know, even with your lack of game knowledge, you're able to tell that.
Yes, you know, I really break it down for the viewer at home. Shotgun's good at close range.
Yes.
Shotgun's bad at long range.
Here we go. Can we get a trademark on that for Maven? It's now, I think that's the first bomb plant of the game. It's a 2-on-2. General and Nameless up against Scump and Apathy. Apathy closing in on that payload.
Come on, Scump. Come on, App. Do it for Grandpa Maeve.
Oh, God, that is the weirdest thing I've heard all day.
Nameless is coming from behind. But Scump gonna drop. It's just gonna be on Apathy now.
Nameless is in like a fantastic position. I love this. They're still using all their best positioning and everything. Yeah, now dead. It's General and Crew. Back up 5-4. My team's looking so darn good, Maven.
Whatever.
I don't know
man.
why
Look at it's General. He's got the M1 Garand. He's playing so try hard. Oh, nice shot though from Nameless. Okay. So
if only he could really.
I want game 1 to go to around 11. So Apathy, you can't hear me because those giant things on your ears, but you're gonna step it up right now. I don't believe in Octane to do it this round. I have a little bit of faith in Clay. It needs to be Apathy. He's real close to his payload too. Oh, he's gonna get it. Woof, woof.
Round 11 brings out the woof woof.
That should have been the official call in the game for it. Yes.
Is someone here from Infinity Ward? I would like 10% if that's actually used in game because I like that a lot. Apathy going for the plant to earn the. Oh no, he won't actually earn the woof woof anymore. I forgot.
Oh, Apathy's dead. No, he was my savior.
Octane. Oh, he rewinds. We haven't seen rewind in months. Falls back, stays alive. The re-challenge shows Scump is there. 3 versus 2.
I thought it was another phase shift. You're right. It's the rewind that comes in. Scump finds the kill. It's now on General. Mr. Tryhard, 13-5. The global icon. He changed his last name to General, and now he's trying to clutch in this 1v2.
The smokes.
Through the smoke, he's able to spot him. Can't win the gunfight. We're going to round 11.
Scump's turning like, I need content for YouTube. Can I actually get this, please? Uploads it with the thumbnail. Destroying Clayster in-game.
That would be the thumbnail.
100 million views.
I love it. That's like Crim's titles, too.
I did what against pros?
Destroying Luminosity and Scrims. All caps.
100%. Here we go. Round 11. What payloads do we... Oh, my gosh. We have to watch Nameless, please. Nameless, you have to clutch up right now.
Just eat some people.
He's got to be so happy. He finally doesn't have to worry about getting first blooded in round 11 on his team.
You're like an adamantium werewolf. Oh, no! Oh, no!
Oh, no!
He couldn't get out, but he can do front flips. Oh, Daddy's hungry! Oh, my God! Finally takes him out. But it's dog-on-dog warfare!
No! Oh, my God!
That was the most intense round of S&D that I've ever casted in my damn life.
We need to speak to someone in League Ops. We need that payload ability to be in game. Wow.
Hey, dude, imagine if it like came down to
how disappointed Seth is.
I don't know, just the last pick had that much sense.
And ironically enough, that is the first map that Scump has lost here this weekend at the CWL Anaheim.
True. It's true.
Oh, it's rough.
Man, I wish he would have picked up a couple kills there, and it ends up coming down to like a 1v1 with the dog up.
Wow.
We broke some sort of allowance of barks per broadcast. Yeah. We should stop.
I didn't know we had an allowance for barks for broadcast. Either way, though.
There's a rule somewhere.
I'm sweating profusely casting this game. Not sure if it's the intense action.
Fun. This is great.
This is always great. As I went for the hand hug there. Either way, though, folks in the crowd, you guys liking what you're seeing in map 1 of the All-Star game?
I'm liking what I'm
already
casting.
so loud here. I'm at this point, I'm dripping sweat, but it does not matter.
I'm actually not that warm right now. Last night, I was just
very hot.
Profusely. These lights, man, they start to cook you. But hello, everyone. We're having a fantastic time. Hoping you're enjoying it as well. We've got a couple more maps to go. It's fun to see, obviously for our competitive rules, there are definitely some bans that come into play. So it's fun to see some of the extra stuff used here that we don't see the players typically use unless they're playing kind of pubs with their friends. And God, you got to see just some of the weapons that we don't see a lot of. It's awesome.
Now here's the big things to talk about now. When we refocus the meta here towards Search and Destroy on Breakout, that micro turret is going to be huge. I played a lot of S&D pubs. That micro turret, watching that outer wall run, also the Robo Dog near that mid spiral, key engagements you need to have for your team. The shield bash too. You wind up popping that when pushing towards that lower middle street.
I hate
it. Can do a lot of damage. This is called being an analyst, maybe. You're not used to it. But I'll be sure to pick this up for the broadcast here today. Clayster trying to strategize what they can do now for this next game as Red Team does strike first.
Okay, come on. Apathy, buddy. Clayster, my friend. Scump, my hero. And who's the fourth player? Octane. You're gonna get this victory. We're gonna push to a map 3 that actually matters. Look at that, look at the trash cans on the other side. You got General, Vance, he got his first win ever just a couple weeks ago. Step it up.
They need Coach Maven right now.
They do.
Well,
that means I bring them Papa John's.
If you were a coach, no, you bring the Papa John's for yourself.
Oh.
No, you bring the Papa John's and eat half of it because they're actually having to play.
That garlic sauce is to die for.
Great.
And the jalapenos that are in there. Ooh.
You just call jalapenos jalapenos?
I sure as hell did.
That's fantastic. There you go. So that's the extent of Maven's breakdown of pizza. Now, how about you break down some Breakout Search and Destroy?
Oh, listen. I don't think it's going to come down to the micro turret. It's going to come down to the shotgun play.
Yeah?
At the spiral.
Scump with that DCM was putting on a show last.
Shred.
Now he's got the Reaver.
The Reaver's going to be popping off.
Okay. I can't believe that we almost had a look at Clayster's clan tag. Mr. X less than. I couldn't agree more right there.
He really is the worst.
I love it. Let's go ahead and get game 2 started. We're following Scump off the break. I talked about this outer wall run. He's got the Reaver. And
they call him the Bull!
No, they don't. He's already dead, actually.
Sorry.
Look at that. Nameless kills Scump. Clay kills Nameless right after. He goes, oh, oops, sorry about that. My bad.
All right, well, let's keep it going. Octane around the outside. He's pulled out the M1 now. He's
a spider.
Spider Nade's going to connect. Not able to do it, but the 2-shot. God, that gun is absolute filth.
Yes.
Vance is deleted from the map. Oh, I wondered why. I was like, why does it look weird at the top right? One of the obs got into the game. I was very confused. So, Clay, we sort of see. Not able to snap, though. And connect.
He tried to hit him with the knife. Not going to happen that time around. As we'll see it again, this time from Apathy's perspective, who literally could not have an overall better class on with the Karma. Rocky rush down as well as he's dashing around. Once again, haven't seen that in ages. So we'll go ahead and get things into round number 2. Watching Nameless off the break. He's got that RPR Evo. And I think it's his turn to push this outer wall run, try to see if he can do a little bit better than Scump did last round.
All right, on with Nameless as he's hitting the outer wall run. You see there's several blue highlights coming. One's going to be on the wall run in behind. That's going to be Apathy picking up the first kill. Vance with the 2-tap to answer right back. 3 versus 3 early. All right, there we go. We got our Observer out of the game. Looks a little bit normal at the top. And General now try to clutch the 1v2.
Did he just pop a stim? Look at Octane's face. Can we gift that, please?
Bright green running around.
When Slack gets first blooded. Go for it.
Dude, I saw actually a couple weird gifs of Octane's facial expressions yesterday for matches.
Yeah, no.
He should be an actor.
You think so? What type of movies would he star in?
Probably vampire ones.
He does. Is it the pale complexion that every gamer has? I think every.
Tell me he doesn't look a little bit like Edward Cullen.
I don't know who that is.
Oh God, from one of the greatest series of all time, Jack, Twilight.
Wait, did Nameless just accidentally stomp General? And then he salutes him. Oh, 4 people pushing. Arcitys gets one.
Robo-Dog, you just saw a snipe to the right. You're a little bit scared, backing down to catch.
Oh, he's got the P-Law. Launch a missile. Launch it back at him. Turn on him with a missile. Or the sniper. Either one works.
Oh! Scum! Sorry,
bye-bye, Scumpy. Upload that one to YouTube.
Now a 2 versus 2. Bubble shield action to get up spiral. Dude, the new meta we're seeing develop here. Just try and snipe me. Octane, put it away, buddy. Yeah. Eventually, he's just being toyed with.
Oh, no.
1v1.
Oh, he got stumped. He got stumped. Look at Bance has trolled that entire round, and I love it. I love it. Let's see it again.
So cheeky.
Look at this. I think I should be the official sound.
The stomp, very powerful.
Good.
Since the update a couple months back. You see how dominant it can be there.
Think of how good that was. You could like shoulder peek out, start getting shot, and just drop yourself down to the ground and stay alive. Vance already with that payload. Because of the double score we're playing with, he's only got 3 kills, but has his payload ability.
I think we should change the official rules of the CWL.
I'm in. I'm in.
We haven't seen nearly enough dogs or bull charges. Come on, Vance, just come. I want him to go to that door and just charge out.
Here he goes.
Please.
Oh, there's someone close though. Spots one of the.
Charge him.
Is it time? Is it time?
Oh, I thought he almost tagged him with that.
Fighting it.
Oh! He got him with the spider mine and Scump face again melted off.
Oh, that's not right.
The tomahawk kill? Apathy finds one.
Did Clayster's get a kill with a C4?
he may have.
I didn't even know. I didn't even know they were in this game. Apathy with the. I love how every time Apathy's actually running a class. He's got to make sure his team wins because we all know Envy's not doing too much of that so far.
Oh God.
What was that? Did I say that or did you?
Envy's been great. 3-1 advantage for the blue team. We're trying to try this up. My squad going in. Scump's struggling. 1-4 right now. The king looking more like the prince. Look at this bubble shield play. I don't think there's anybody over here, though. No, they're all mid-map. Oh, my God, a team kill with the bull charge.
He just bull charged his team.
So what, General's been team killed, Arcitys has been team killed. Did Bance do both of them?
I think so.
Bance, you jerk. I heard he's the meanest one on Splice.
Who'd you hear that from?
Myself.
Okay, so you just made that up. That's great.
Yes, I did.
As Bance does get a second kill around, and actually sends a message to Octane right after, but guess what? Clayster kills his teammate! Scump gets Biospike! Clayster with the Biospike 2-piece. Didn't think that was possible.
Anything is possible if you just believe, Jack.
That is true. That's why you're.
I'm on air talent.
And you are
Somebody was
terrible human being.
Clearly drunk when they hired me.
The kill cam again from Nameless. Does clean that one on up. Has Clayster's Biospike 2-piece. Scump's having a rough game. Scump's he's got shotgunned, gets killed by his teammate there.
Do you think Clay's eyebrows are bigger than both of our eyebrows combined?
Next question.
It's possible.
All right. As Maven looks at his eyebrows, we'll focus back to this game as Nameless.
I used to like clean them up with a razor in high school. I'd make my eyebrows look nice. They were fancy. What is this? Get him! Get him! What? Oh, Nameless, that was horrendous, but it was very, very fun to watch. Arcitys now by his lonesome with the sniper rifle.
That was a good play. He actually forced Clay off.
Come into my bubbles! Oh, did he get a hit marker there?
I don't know. Like, and that bull charge forced Clayster off the map in a panic. Oh. They both fell off.
That's Clay's realm.
What just happened? Wait, did he just? So did he get? I don't even know what I think he tried to biospike. It hurt himself, and then he got killed in one bullet. Okay, this is me trying to break down what's even happening right now. I'm loving this.
Oh, we've got I hear that we are gonna have a little bit of team comms come up right now with your squad. Let's hear the red team.
And then up there.
Okay. He's on the green choke. Dude, I am 1 gram.
Loading.
I pull charge. Oh, baby. They're flanking. Oh.
No, you just kill me!
You can't see through
He's
smoke,
loading,
dude.
he's loading. How did you just kill me?
You can't see their names through smoke. I thought he was flanking you.
Yeah, man, if this gun's this OP in the next game, this
I just shot Seth's body. He's so mad. He's so, and then I looked at him and smirked, and he went.
I'm in pain.
100.
All right, boys, let's go. This is a swing round, right?
I've got a feeling that team kills in the actual matches probably won't go down as fun that way, but that was great to see. Art's like, I can't see it through the smoke. I thought you were getting flanked. Oh, what is it? Are there a boxing match in Spawn?
What is happening right now?
Is your team's throwing?
Why? They really are. God, I need to go talk to them right now.
Yes, I like this, because then they're going to choke game 3. They've gotten overconfident. Bance wins it against General. Bance gets a 2-piece with his fisticuffs.
Bance is actually the best at team killing. Put that someone on a stat line.
He's got a lot of them. He's a team captain. He can do whatever he wants.
That is true. That is actually true. Octane with the team kill of his own. Nearly gets
what in the hell?
The Rockets. The 2-piece there. Wait, clean up. No. Some missed shots looking like me on the sticks.
1 round away from getting to the all-important game 3. There's pride on the line. The winner will take a cool $5,000 from Jack's checking account.
Actually, I wish I had that.
All right, let's get into the next one. Scump looks locked in now. He was like sitting back laughing before.
Oh, yeah.
He's like on his knees, hunched over.
All he had to do was take out the arc.
Oh, God.
Oh, no. The Steel Dragon comes out. Octane.
Why is it the 2 captains that are doing this?
I don't know.
You pick these people. They're your friends.
Are they friends?
Well.
Dude, General is just always with that M1 Grand ready to go.
Yeah, it's super good.
If they plant this bomb and they have the micro turret ready, I mean, that's a great spot to be in.
Oh,
you love the Rockets. Hey, name.
Catch.
My name.
Oh, he's able to live.
Flash shield.
Oh, the hip fire of the Mauler just absolutely.
Oh! Did he win that? What just happened? I don't even know what happened.
I don't know. I got so confused.
What was that?
I think he got
look at this perspective.
Charge. Oh, he did lose it. He did lose. He died right at the last second.
Oh.
I thought he got the final kill.
Wow, that was a great perspective to see. Did you? Wow, we really need some of these things to be competitive.
Yeah, that was the clip of the weekend. The bull charge. I seriously though, now my team's trying to throw.
Don't worry.
I'm gonna, if we go down 0-2, I'm gonna just take the headset off. You can cast it with Matt.
See something.
I wouldn't do that to him.
Buddy, that's now Apathy. Oh, he's baiting the smoke. He's baiting the smoke. Apathy says, ha.
Now he's reverse baiting the
smoke. Okay, who knows what the hell Apathy's doing? Oh, this is great. See, this is a new meta that's been developing. It's the double scarab, micro turret, sniper push towards it. All right, let's go ahead and move on from that round.
Just happened there. I don't think he actually dropped the turret, so we'll still have it for our key round. We've had 2 round 11s, which may have been influenced a little bit by the team kills, but I like it.
This is making me a very, very happy boy. As we get to round 11 again. Last time it was 2 robo-dogs going at it. This time, not sure if we'll see the same. Clayster does still have the micro turret. Clay, please drop the micro turret on the outer wall run. Please.
Is he just gonna drop it?
Or maybe to have it watch the mid-spiral. You never really know.
That's true, that's true.
And he does have the 2 C4s as well. Okay, it's watching the flank. This is great. And oh, General, it's his time. He thought there was gonna be someone inside A. That's not the case.
Come on, do your flips. Ninja, karate.
Here he goes.
Oh, he's been spotted. Everyone's probably gonna back up. He's gonna run out of time. You're gonna run out of time. I'm coming. Daddy's hungry. All it did was get him there, and then he misses every single shot. That was
actually the worst thing I've ever watched out of Call of Duty.
I don't know if we're allowed to have Maven's mishaps from this particular matchup, but please put that in there because that was awful.
1v2 Arcades.
Yes! Blue team!
Let's go!
Suck it!
1-1. We got ourselves a map 3. Octane, 2 bullets of the M1
God
to get the kill. When you put that weapon in the hands of like a player like Octane, I don't care if it's only got an 8-bullet clip. That is the most ridiculous.
To be fair, that's part of the reason that we have restrictions and rules for the CWL, because their weapons, when you put them in the hands of a 15-year-old named Charlie that sits in his basement and plays the game, he may not 2-bullet everyone with the M1 Garand like someone like Octane will. You see how powerful that is. But
very, very, very true.
Sorry, Charlie.
We'll have a map 3 coming up. Yeah, everyone out there named Charlie is now crying to themselves. That is at Maven on Twitter. You can yell at for the emotional abuse you've now felt. But either way, game 3 coming on up, 1-1. Our predictions look good so far. It's been round 11 both times. Hope we keep that the same way. I believe map 3 will be throwback, which already,
well, this should be
that worries me.
Compared to the last 2 maps, where I know they've been playing very fast-paced, obviously, the All-Star game, but they're bigger maps. This is going to be confrontational very quick. Oh yeah, there's going to be soaring at each other, using everything. It should be a heck of a lot of fun.
Either way, though, we know a lot of pride being played for here. These guys still have a long day. Yeah, no, I have no idea. I'm just saying stuff. These guys have a long day of Call of Duty ahead, though. Many of them will be facing that open bracket team that we'll see come into play. If you're wondering more updates on that, obviously stay tuned at MLG on Twitter, at COD World League. But we'll also have updates from the studio here soon. But I know we're taking this very seriously, this All-Star game. And to make sure we keep that same theme going, we're going to go ahead and throw it to the telestrator with Momo.
Straight away, we've got Scumpy and Nameless having a 1v1, and we all know what's going to go down there. It's the full charge. Nameless, deleted. Okay, just moving on from there. Just make sure he's gone. He's gone, okay? Further than that, we've got Clayster usually doing something irrelevant around the bus, setting up his micro turret. However, not good enough for Ozzies with the phase shift. He's going to come behind him, find himself in a very nice spot, and this is where it comes down to the last play. And we've all seen what the Reaper can do. General, okay, that's gone behind General. Let's put him, okay, that's kind of messed up. Bansy's also going to be rocking Reaper, and this is where it gets a little bit messy, because Bansy's taking down Octane, Ozzies is taking down. That's going to be it from you, Telestrator, down here, and yeah. Yeah, back to you guys.
That was like me on the telestrator.
Was he speaking European?
I didn't understand the latter half of that.
I don't know what I just heard.
Momo, you killed it.
Yeah, that was great stuff. I didn't actually know we even had the micro turret Reaper pictures available, ready to go, which was impressive to say the least. I like the showing of phase shift from Arcides to get the flank going. That was that actually, if that was a real thing, that would be the true meta. You phase shift through middle map behind the opposing team. You leave the realm.
Something like some Nightcrawler stuff. Hey guys, we're tied up. 1-1. Red team, blue team. Octane versus Bance.
Oh gosh!
Make some noise. It's game 3. Who's gonna take it? I'm ready.
I love this already. Are those thundersticks I see in the crowd?
I believe that might be.
Oh, this is gonna
be. The Vuvuzelas. What was that thing in the World Cup?
Vuvuzelas?
Vuvuzelas?
Oh, Jesus. You actually have no idea what happens in the rest of the world other than in your little bubble.
No, I mean, I'm good for like California and New York.
So for you, is that the world?
Yes.
Great. There you go to 98% of people watching out there. Again, you can be offended at Maven on Twitter to send them your nasty thoughts. It's game 3. It's 1-1 between the red and blue team. Octane versus Bance. Scump was last picked, so you think he's still probably trying to get over that?
That was incredible.
That was fantastic.
You know, Bance, he has a sense of humor, so does Octane, so I'm glad they came up with that. It definitely wasn't Matt's idea.
Oh, God, no.
That was great to see. But game 3, we've got the Spartan out.
Oh gosh, apathy. The Spartan SA3, known for just how deadly it can be on throwback.
Yeah, it's incredibly accurate for a rocket.
Mm-hmm.
Pinpoint precision.
How many times have you used it actually?
Up to 1 meter.
Up to 1 meter, that's it?
Yes.
I like how you use meter though for all European viewers because it's still early in the day. The Spartan to watch the cuts. General with first blood. Oh gosh! We're bringing out the gravity grenades too.
I like it. Gravity grenades out. Clay, a 1v3 to start off game 1. A 1v3 here. Clay, just tag him.
Do it.
Oh, there was a split second there where I thought it was like a 3-piece collateral. He gets a hit marker with the Spartan. Get him! Ah, couldn't get the shot off.
If Clayster got a one-shot, 3-player kill right there,
that ends Pamash's career, right?
Yeah. It truly does. I think he just has to sign over the YouTube channel at that point.
And his clothing line, and
yeah,
his height, and his beautiful brown eyes.
His Canadian personality.
I like everything about him.
I'll be honest, I wish I was him. But either way, we're back in the game with General bringing out the Hornet dual wield with the laser sight to make sure that hip fire is just a little bit better.
I love that he doesn't like push top middle. He pushes like the wide open courtyard with those.
They get some spots. Ooh, the Mac tab with the silencer. Sight, it's the Dark Gold Grenade gonna back up Scump. What a play. That's called zoning. Arcades, he's been playing a lot of pubs.
Changing the game, but as he drops, it's Clay. Clay, you've been in so many 1v3s.
He's baiting his teammates. This is what Attach is used to, man. Attach is used to getting baited. And what's that? What was his reticle? Was it a hand?
It looked like a bunch of little nails.
Okay, all right, changing the game even more.
Oh, my team's throwing.
I don't know why my voice is this high pitched, but either way. Here's the final kill with the Hornets. This doesn't get much easier than that. And I love the gesture with dual wield. He's gonna put a gun away, then pull his hand back out. Doesn't seem like a good thing to do in battle.
Clay, I love it. Like he just looks so serious that like he's making call-outs.
Are you kidding me? It's last map right now. Clay is in serious mode.
Well, my team's in let's not get any kills mode.
Doing a good job of that. So now Scump.
Oh, Scump's ready to get raw.
Clayster trying to watch
the name of his gun, Jack.
I know, I saw that. Clayster 4 versus 3. He's got the EBR, the sniper in hand. Not gonna get the shots down. Scump though with 2 kills at the raw. Potentially a third. Oh gosh, that does so much damage. General's already 1 shot.
He can shoot from now until the end of the round.
Yeah.
General gets him though. It's now 1v1. Lord knows where Octane
Saw
is.
the shadow. Oh my God.
Ooh, the 1v2
what's he gonna
for
say?
General.
Bye-bye.
Cheers, mate. Is that what he said?
He's not the British one.
Ah, well. He looks the part.
Do you not even know who here is from which country?
No idea.
Oh, God. At this point, you got to kind of wonder, when's the expiration date for Maven? It's got to be coming soon.
If I live past 35, I'll feel like I achieved something.
No one should ever have to say that. But for you, that's actually true.
Life expectancy for the world's going down, Jack.
Also not true. I just took a class and learned that it's rapidly shot up to the point where it's actually becoming a problem. But either way, General, with these Hornets again, 1 more kill, earns that reactive armor, but more importantly, 1 more kill. Is that... I don't even actually know what streak that is.
That's called the spaceship, Jack.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
All right, I'll trust you. You did make the game.
I did create it. Apathy now in window, gonna be cut down as General soaring in with the Akimbos yet again. He's got toys to work with. General went like 13-5 game 1. He's 6-1 here. And he's a phenom. Look at those things are just melted. I know he didn't get the kill.
Wait, they had a UAV. That's why they won that easily. They had a UAV. They knew exactly where everyone was.
That's interesting.
I've earned one of those once.
The final shot. Nice shot, Arson. My team's getting blown out.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently at Banson.
Look at the white flag. Yeah, it is done. This is done. I mean, Banson crew, they know. They're making their Papa Jack
Hey,
proud.
General, if you can hear me, I'll give you $10 and a $20 coupon to Papa John's if you start killing your teammates.
He carries those around with him.
Yes, I do. It's the garlic sauce, buddy.
The second time you've mentioned that now. As General,
I could drink it.
We'll move forward. Don't do that. Definitely don't do that. As look at the new meta developing by the bomb. It's 3 players. Oh, God. Scump didn't even see him. How is Arcades even alive? The flank still. It's done. Every player gets a kill.
My team is awful.
They are. They are.
You have
the white
Scump,
flags.
top 3 player in the game. Octane, one of the top ARs in the game. Apathy, you've been a little up and down this year, but you're a god. Clayster, one of the best players of all time. You guys suck right now. You're down 0-4. Pick it up.
They need to.
They can't hear me. If I could coach them right now, they'd be winning, man.
You should run up to the stage. You really should. 5-0.
How long is this cable? I'm going to try and get there.
How long is the cable? No. All right, you're actually walking. Oh, my God, you're actually walking away.
You think I can get behind this thing?
Maven's trying to actually enter the stage. The cable's done. You're done.
Is it already at the end?
Come back. We got to cast.
Hey, George, if you can hear me.
He's not.
For these scenarios that pop up, I need a much longer cable. Nah, maybe like 150.
Hey, Octane got your first blood. General pops a reactive armor for the ever important Hornet.
No, General.
Armor
Kill him! Kill him! Oh, God, those are so good. Oh, finally, he's going to drop. It's only Arcades, but Arcades, puppy time! He's eaten one. He wants a second. He's trying to get away, not able to do it.
But he got streaks.
You have so many streaks. Your whole team has full streaks.
Apathy has the micro turret.
And Mud Dog rigged this.
And this is key there, too. Octane now 2 kills away from earning that ever-important UAV. What if someone tuned into this for the first time thinking that this is what competitive was? This is the All-Star game, folks. We're playing with crazy rules.
Well, they would probably...
Pro mod. We probably haven't mentioned that enough.
They'd probably think we were jackass.
Yes, that is true.
One of the first thoughts that I think would come in.
More than normal. More than normal for sure.
Actually, yeah, this is pretty much exactly how I cast regular matches.
Yeah.
All right,
All right, I
blue
believe we
team.
have a care package being called in.
Come on, it's the old 1v5 flipperoo.
Here's the phase shift push from Apathy. Does get the flank. As now we've got 4 streaks from our cities, one being a UAV. Help try to bring his team back into this round. 3 versus 3 as Glacier's now dead.
Was he planting the bomb with just nobody near him?
Yeah, that's...
Oh my God!
Dude! The bull charge is insane!
Captain Bance!
Give it up for Bance and crew as they take the All-Star game at a 2-1 map record. The 2-piece bull charge to end the game. What's the equivalent of that in football, in soccer, football?
A 2-piece bull charge to end the game?
Yeah.
I have no idea. Maybe that Marshawn Lynch TD run he had a couple years ago. He threw like 3 people over and ran into the end zone. That's all that comes to mind.
Okay.
Yeah, that was fun. I mean, that's cool for the players. Just you see them laughing, cracking up. It's a high-stress weekend. A chance for them to
let's give them high fives.
Alleviate some of that stress.
Go ahead, guys. Give me high fives. Look at all the love right there. So much friendship. Meanwhile, they're gonna want to rip each other's heads off in game later on today when they face each other.
If there were any players that did not like General, they hate him more right now.
The M1 Grand, the M1 Grand, obviously the Hornets, the Akimbo Hornets. I mean, that was...
He was destroying.
That was something.
Destroying. But, I mean, that's going to do it for the All-Star match. But now we get into it. So we have all our open bracket teams now going to be filing in to full play, the 4 that come out. We're going to see all those matches. Then we have 2 winner match round 1s tonight. But that was fun.
That was a fun time, buddy. I guess we're handshaking off camera. There are some of the highlights, though, from what was a crazy All-Star game. Some fun all around. The snipe from our cities. We hope you guys enjoyed that one. It happens once a year for a reason, though, because now it's time to get serious yet again. $200,000 still on the line this weekend here at the CWL Anaheim Open. The real action kicks off right after this quick break for day 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty World League MLG Anaheim Open. I'm excited. Day 2 underway, and we just had a fantastic All-Star game as well. I do want to touch on, obviously, all of us have All-Star experience. Well, kind of All-Star experience. I know you two played All-Stars. We played in a caster match, so I guess we're qualified to talk a little bit about it. But Proof, Team, you guys have played in All-Star matches in the past. What's the experience like, Team?
Well, especially in high-stress situations like a tournament like this, a huge $200,000 open tournament, it's nice to just have a stressful leaving match like that where you can play with some of the things you don't usually use, play with all your friends. All these guys have known each other for years and years, so the fact that you can team up, make your own team, and just kind of goof around for a bit's nice. And I guess it's a bit of a warm-up.
True.
Maybe not with rocket launchers and stuff.
If you're practicing your bull charges, then it could be a bit of
just a little bit, I guess.
But it was good fun.
For a moment, you're able to relax, just chill, and have fun with your friends and play the game that you enjoy playing without the high stress levels like TP said. You have a long tournament. There's going to be multiple ups and downs.
Right.
You could just sit back, play an all-star game, enjoy the fan base, have fun with it, use the things that people don't get to use often. It's very relaxing.
It was interesting, though, because we were watching it in the back chance, and we were saying it's very rare you see the players all smiling at once. They're in tournament mode, right? They're concentrated, but it was very refreshing to see.
Yeah, it's really cool. I mean, normally you see them all just, dead serious, and the one team that's actually winning everything is smiling, but everybody, the entire time, having a great time using phase shift, bull charge, explosive drones, everything you could possibly think of got pulled out of the bag, and there were some good moments from it.
I'd be sabotaging controllers up there. I do
really
what I gotta do to make them think I'm their friends.
Oh, wow.
And I sabotage
them. Proofy in full-blown savage mode to start off day 2. I respect it. I respect it.
A tournament for myself.
Wow. Okay. You're really going to be that much of a savage?
No, I wouldn't. I'd have fun with my
You're too nice of a person. You'd be out there.
Know me too well.
You'd be dancing on the stage.
Oh, my bluff.
You'd be having fun, that's for sure. But of course, with the All-Star game over, it's basically back down to the seriousness now here at the CWL Anaheim Open. Yesterday, open bracket concluded, so we actually now know our teams that will be falling into pool play. So we can take a look at exactly who made it into pool play. Millennium, they actually went down to losers round 6, so they will not be in pool play. Supremacy, they're in losers. Vitality also in losers, as are MRN Esports. Black Tainted Minds, they drop into loser. Basically, every single... Who did this graphic? They should be fired. Every single notable team is in loser.
I know all these teams.
And none of them made it to pool.
Who made it to pool then? Because I know all the teams right here.
Whoever was in charge of it, I think it was probably Maven. I'm not going to lie.
Let's blame it on him.
Let's just blame it on Clint. It was all Maven's fault. He picked the notable teams, and not a single one made it into pool play. So, good job on that one.
Good job, man.
We'll actually find out now exactly who did make it into pool play. Though we'll start with a quick look. A quick look at Pool A. We'll also see our updated results of exactly who is where. Enigma 6, of course, 2-1. Splice, 2-1. Rise Nation find themselves 2-1. It was Lethal Gaming that managed to make their way through Open. Cloud9, of course, still looking for that first win there. 0-3. Yeah. I mean, we'll start with the main storyline. E6, 2-1. The team changed TP. Has it worked?
It really seems to be working. Royalty, obviously a very good player, had some success early here in Infinite Warfare when he was on Allegiance. Now, Enigma 6 in this group isn't really the surprise to me. It's Splice and Rise, to be honest. Splice obviously just won the Stage 1 playoffs, looking like one of the best teams here. I think they should have cruised through this pool fairly easily, but now they're all stuck in that 2-1 situation. The biggest surprise, though, is Rise. The fact they're able to bounce back, and I feel like once they got that reverse sweep versus Cloud9, really gave them that momentum, that sort of team mojo that they needed, some sort of confidence after that pretty horrendous choke at the groups.
They pretty much swapped. Like, Rise ended up taking that momentum full swing, and then C9 just crumbled into pieces.
Yeah.
But I think that's the death pool now, in my opinion. You have Splice, you have Splice, Rise, and E6. After watching the games that they played against each other, they were like, that series was neck and neck. Every series in that pool was just neck and neck. The other series, you've seen a bunch of 3-0s happening. I feel like you can really see like who was the best team in that pool. You can't really tell who was the best team in that pool.
Very true. Obviously, we didn't really get to see Rise compete in Stage 1 chance, but they seem to be playing very, very well here. Is that surprising to you?
To an extent, yes, and to an extent, no. It's one of those things, their search and destroy is still on point. There's something like 4-1 in the number of Game 5s they've had. That's where their success has come from. Still in the respawns, though, a little bit of struggle are they having. I think they actually have negative records in map count for both Hardpoint and Uplink. So really their search and destroy has carried them. And again, you talk about Spice, they're 2-1, that's disappointing. At the same time, though, if they just don't drop that first Hardpoint to Rise, which again, Rise hasn't won too many of those, they would have been fine and closed that game out in a 3-1. But Rise, again, if they're coming up clutch, that's pretty good.
I feel like we should as well talk about, at least for a little bit, Cloud9. Obviously 0-3, the struggles seem to continue. I mean, I'm still thinking about that Hardpoint map. It was, what, 250 to 249. They just needed one extra point and they couldn't get it. What seems to be the issue in Cloud9 Proof?
I think they just couldn't recover from that horrible loss to start the tournament. Like, when that happens, it ruins the chemistry with the team, and they're a brand new team. You know what I mean? They made 2 roster changes. You come here and you choke a series like that, you're thinking like, did we make the right move? And then you see Layfield over here like, yeah, maybe, with Bittersweet just dominating. So it's like, man, you're sitting over there looking across at Lays doing his thing, and you're like, I think bad moves were made.
Mistakes were potentially made, but for Cloud9, of course, their chances of making it to championship bracket are now completely eradicated. They will definitely be going into losers, but we could potentially see a big, impressive run. Not holding my breath, gonna be honest, but you never know. You never know. It is Anaheim after all. We'll move forward though. We'll take a look now at Pool B, find out exactly who made it in from the open bracket. It was actually gonna be Rogue, but more importantly, Epsilon 2-1, Luminosity 2-1, Envy are 1-2, Red Reserve are 1-2 as well. I think one of the big storylines really from day one, TP, was just how good Epsilon were at hardpoint yesterday.
Oh, most definitely, and the fact that you can take respawns against these top-tier teams, LG and Envy, so consistently, the fact that you have an 8-5 map count tying LG, I don't think any of us really expected that. LG, though, coming off of that amazing, to say the least, performance at the Stage 1 playoffs, they're looking, I don't know, weak isn't really the best word, I think. But early on, you saw those glimpses of weakness in those search and destroys that we've seen from this team in the past, which kind of scare me. So if they can go back to that confident sort of style that we saw when they played against Envious, I think they're going to do strong here.
And if I'm Rogue, honestly, I still think this is the pool of death, without a doubt. Again, Envious is probably going to be the worst team so far in that pool. They have that 3-8 map count. So they've been playing very, very poorly, but they're still a very good team. Like, that's not going to be an easy match for Rogue at all. And then you got Red Reserve to deal with, who looks like they've had massive improvements with the new roster change coming in. And then you have Epsilon and LG hanging out at the top. Like, how do you think you can even beat those guys? That is an insanely difficult road on this Saturday for them.
Of course, that group, though, is still pretty open, to be fair. I mean, you got, what, 2 teams 2-1 and 2 teams 1-2. Open bracket team could come in, potentially steal it. Then you could also see some tiebreaker scenarios come out of that one as well. But the big shock to me is Team Envious. 1-2 proof. It doesn't seem like they can get things going.
You know, the way they started pulling off the reverse sweep against Red Reserve, I thought we were going to see an amazing pool play start out at Envious, and that was not the case. I really don't know what's going on with them. I'm sure they talked about what they need to work on last night, and hopefully come out today with a different chip on their shoulders and just do work. Apathy looked like he was having a lot of fun up there on the All-Star game. Watching him play yesterday, he looked extremely comfortable. He wasn't second-guessing his plays. It was first instinct, first reaction. He was getting it done, so I'd like to see what Envious is going to do today.
One thing we need to touch on, too, in my opinion, is the fact that Envious, the sort of 3rd through 6th NA teams, the sort of elite that we're used to seeing here in Infinite Warfare, I feel like in this tournament, it's been a while. All these guys are looking weak. You're talking about your E-United, your FaZe, your Envious. LG's still looking somewhat strong, but in this sort of bubble region, it seems like everything's been blown open, and I feel like one of these up-and-coming teams, this is the perfect time to really come into these groups and maybe make a run. One of these open teams can definitely catch these guys off guard. When you're playing one of these elite teams, this is probably the weakest that we've seen all of them throughout these group stages. They can make some noise here.
Very true. We'll move forward now. We'll take a look at Pool C, find out which team made it through from open bracket. And our current standings, of course, Bittersweet, the big storyline, 3-0, 9-1 on map count. Not very many people would have seen that one coming. EG 2-1 as well, so potentially that trade worked out in their favor. FaZe Clan 1-2, Elevate 0-3. It's bad news for them, and of course it's Era Gaming that make it through from the open bracket. But again, that big storyline chance at Bittersweet 3-0. Where did that come from?
Easily the most impressive team so far this entire tournament. And if you look at, again, I know stats can only tell you so much, but they are absolutely insane. Lamagod has not had a single bad game this entire tournament, and the entire team above a 1.0. Space Lead's probably the worst in slaying, and he's hanging out at like a 1.06. And again, yes, stats aren't everything, but this is a very slay-heavy game we're at. Whether or not they can kind of keep up that pace, I have no idea, but they have looked fantastic so far.
I think they're just playing extremely comfortable. I know they qualified for Stage 2, and I think they're just playing more relaxed this weekend than every other team here. Watching them play, Mike's having so much fun. I talked to him last night. He said, I haven't had more fun playing with a group of guys.
And that has to be a good thing, right? Proof, like, when you're having fun. Yeah, exactly. When you're having fun, when your teammates become like your best friends almost, I feel like it's very, very different vibes, if that makes sense.
And like he said, the one thing he can use to describe his team was drive.
That's
describes them. They're fires.
I mean, you saw it when he was playing against FaZe on that side station. Space League.
I was ready to get the boxing gloves. I was ready to go buy boxing gloves and set up a match in my room for them two guys, man.
Very true. Of course, Evil Geniuses, they make a team change as well. TP, obviously, Parasite for study. Has Parasite kind of impressed you, I guess?
He seems to be doing well. It seems like a lot of time he is playing that slower sort of style that we're used to seeing from Parasite over the years. But whatever sort of change they did with their team chemistry, it seems to be working. They have the confidence with Parasite. They're able to get a huge win over FaZe to get this second spot so far in the group. So they're looking very strong. However, going into the playoff bracket, if they do make it there, it's looking like they will.
Right.
I just don't really know if I've seen enough from them, if I've been impressed enough, if they're going to take a win possibly against whatever 1 seed they're going to face, maybe.
Of course, it isn't over for FaZe in terms of their chances of making it to the championship bracket. Yes, they are 1 and 2, but maybe Evil Geniuses take an L, FaZe take a win potentially via a tiebreaker. They may make it through in second place. That's a big may. I don't know. I haven't seen
That's
the
the team
scenarios
I'm really
yet.
interested in seeing today's FaZe. I want to see if they're going to be a brand new team. I feel like they have to be a brand new team after watching them yesterday.
It was strange. Obviously, we did mention, yes, they're a little bit injury plagued. Obviously, Clay and Sumu with his hand, but can you blame it on that team? Can you really?
At this point, I don't think so. And it seems like with this FaZe team, Proof said he needs to see a new team. Well, it seems like this is a total day-to-day team going back to the Stage 1 playoffs as well. Right. That's the freshest thing in our minds. I legitimately thought after Saturday, they're going to win the tournament. And then they come into Sunday, and they don't have any of that same energy, that same drive. I really don't know what happens with these guys when they go home at the end of the day. It's like they don't come back that next day with the fire, especially going into a championship Sunday. That team was always built to win. And in the past 2 years, they don't seem to have that same confidence going against these top-tier matches. Yes, they finally beat Optic Gaming there, but what happened after? Nothing.
Right. Yeah, it almost felt like that's the final step that they needed, right? They beat Optic Gaming.
that was
like,
it.
oh, okay,
Yeah,
here we go.
that.
They're going to take a championship now, but it just didn't happen. I'm curious to get your thoughts on this topic as well, Chance.
I mean, just throughout the year, that's been like their disappointment. And everybody's been talking about roster changes as well, whether or not they need to switch things up. But up until Stage 1, the only teams they had lost to were Optic and United. Those clear-cut number 1 and number 2 teams. But now they've been losing to seemingly everybody, and it keeps getting worse. And again, the injuries are certainly a factor. That's certainly a storyline. But again, it's Anaheim going into Stage 2. This is where it matters most. Like, they have to step up now.
Very true, very true. Of course, now we'll take a look at our final pool here at the CWL Anaheim Open. It's going to be Pool D. Of course, Optic Gaming leading this one. What a surprise. 3-0 is their record. 9-0 map count. United, they've only taken 1 L, and it was, of course, to Optic Gaming. They're 2-1. Fnatic at 1-2. Mindfreak 0-3. But Optic Gaming, TP, starting off so strong.
Oh, Optic Gaming looking like the Optic of old in the past couple of months. They seem to be playing with that pissed-off attitude that we're used to seeing after they have a loss in a tournament. So they definitely weren't happy with that 4th place at the Stage 1 playoffs. Yesterday, easily the most impressive team for me. When you go in, when we're making our predictions, that was the easiest one of the day for sure. All these other matches go into these weird Game 5 scenarios, but when Optic Gaming gets on the stage, you can just kind of see it on their faces how confident they are overall. And then the interviews that I've seen from these guys as well, they finally are realizing what they're doing wrong. I think they're starting to realize what are we doing wrong when we're not out slaying. Yes, best slaying team in the game. We all know it. We've said it a billion times. But what happens when they don't? It happens, probably 10% of the time for them. But when that 10% happens, they all need to play that team game. They seem to be on the same page now. I'm looking for them to make the final pretty easily if they keep playing like that.
The only thing out of Pool D that I want to see is Mindfreak win a map. I don't want to see my friends get ridiculed for not winning a map at a tournament. So Mindfreak, all I'm thinking about is you guys today, man. Get a map win. There you go.
Obviously, I hate to beat the dead horse, so to speak, but yesterday we talked about it. Buzzo underperforming in respawns. I mean, for Mindfreak, how do they improve though? How will they win that first map?
You throw all strategy out the window. Just play. Just play. Don't think about your stats. Don't think about anything other than just playing the game at this point.
As you said, currently sitting at 0-3 in their pool. It's definitely not the best performance from Mindfreak, but they still do have a chance of potentially taking that series against the open bracket squad, which was, of course, Fury. Obviously, for E United, no gunless this event. Chance, have they still impressed you enough, though, with Swarley?
To a degree, yes, and then to a degree, no. I definitely think Swarley is a bit of an anchor for the moment for the team. It's kind of like a Buzzo situation where, again, I know I'm going back to stats, but he's all the way at the bottom. I mean, he's not cutting it, cannot keep them up in slang. And again, this is a game where that matters most. And the drop from gunless to swirly at like a 0.75 or something like that, that is huge to try and make up for the difference. Even if you're over 3, that's a lot of slack that you're going to have to pick up. And yes, they did start out great. They started out with that 6-0 map count, but then they go to those top tier teams and they just get mollywopped. And I think that's going to be the story for them the rest of the event. They're a great team, but they're not going to be good enough to get to the top.
So I guess whereabouts are they then in terms of tiers? Obviously, we talked about tier 1 squads. They were always in that conversation. They've already won a championship on the game. Where are they right now, in your opinion?
They went from a top 2 squad, without a doubt, all the way to a top 8 squad that they're going to have to fight for.
That's exactly what I thought when he asked where you think they're at. It's like top 8 to top 12.
It's tough. It definitely is when you lose an impactful player like Gunless. One team that we didn't really talk about from Pool D was going to be Fnatic. And Fnatic are in an interesting spot, right? Because we saw a couple of their games that, you know, when they're winning, they look comfortable. When they're losing, it's almost as if they're getting blown out a little bit. But how do they improve, team? Because they're 1 and 2. It's not been a poor performance by any means.
Really, I think the only play that Fnatic can really make in this group from now on is get a confident win versus that open team and make sure you secure that 3rd place spot. If you can get those couple of places moved up in the loser's bracket, that's more games that you have to rest, right? Go and warm up, maybe get a scrim versus a better team as you try and prepare for that loser bracket run. It's definitely possible. These guys can really go on a tear, and they're very good at extending series. And when you're able to do that and rely on a search and destroy that we've seen from them for so long, I feel like their search is a little bit weaker than we're used to seeing on average from them. But a good search overall. That's the recipe for success in a loser bracket.
Definitely is. Excited to see the open bracket teams competing. Of course, that will be the next couple of games that we'll see on our main stage, open versus pool teams. And as we said, it was surprising to see the teams that did make it from open, and of course, not a single team from our notable graphic. So we're going to have to get a little bit better at that, that's for sure. But congratulations, as I said, to all those open bracket teams. It does lead to an interesting topic. Obviously, Proof 2013 MLG Dallas, you fought through open bracket. Teep, I know you've never played in an open bracket throughout your entire career when there's been pool play involved, which is crazy to think. That's a nice little stat.
I love top seeds.
Little gem right there for the team. But Proof, what is it like kind of mentally when you playing against those groups?
It's definitely a 180 because going from the pro scene and playing people every single day, you're used to their play styles. You know what to expect from players. You know what tendencies they tend to have. You're also playing best of 3s when you're going through open. It's not best of 5, so you can't really afford to make any mistakes at all. You're not in the pool play. You don't have recovery series. It's that, and you're done at that point. I think the hardest thing is figuring out what teams are going to bring to you in the open bracket. You don't know how they're going to play. They know who you are. They already have the motivation to beat you, and you really don't know who you're playing. You have to find that like championship push against people in open bracket that you're already kind of going into it thinking that you should be beating.
I guess yesterday as well, we talked about the squads that had already played through their relegation tournament and how kind of warmed up they were. They're already in like championship mode team. Is that similar for the pool play teams? Of course, they've already played today. Can they use that as an advantage?
I think the amount of maps you play on LAN overall is such a team building experience for you and your squads. The amount of practice that you get throughout open can be super big. But the biggest difference is the level of competition. You might have a somewhat easier bracket throughout the open. It happens sometimes where you sort of make your way in, but they had to beat very solid squads to make it in the groups in general. So I think that last match, that win you get, really gives your team a big boost of momentum, especially going into today. But you have to make sure, and as the open team, I've seen it so many times throughout tournaments, you have to put up a good showing in the first series of the group. I feel like a lot of these teams come out against some of these elite squads, get 3-0'd, and the rest of the group just kind of gets wiped out for them because they lose that confidence. So you need to start out strong.
And kind of building on that point, Chance, do you see maybe any of these open bracket teams really causing a ruckus in pool play, or is this going to be a simple one?
It's been done before, but I think it's going to be a little bit more simple now than it has been in the past. I think the level of competition we've seen in Infinite Warfare is insane. Even towards the top, there's so many teams that are just kind of on that bubble and can cause upsets and can potentially even win tournaments. Again, Spice, they just got the #1 victory, and how many people really saw that coming? So towards the top, the competition is ridiculous. I think Bittersweet is the perfect example. That is the most talent you're going to get out of kind of those open bracket teams. And they're pulled from, I think, 3 different team sources just to find those 4 players. And they look fantastic, but I think that's the only talent that there is to offer.
Well, tournament matches moments away from getting back underway. We should, of course, just recap what is on the line here at MLG Anaheim, the CWL Anaheim Open. Of course, $200,000 of prize pool. First place walks away with $80,000. Second, of course, $48,000. And third place, $32,000. So a serious amount of money on the line. But TP, there's just so much money on the line for the rest of the year, it seems, as well.
Oh, most definitely. This is really going to be sort of a testing ground for a lot of these teams. If they can place well here, especially going to give them some momentum going into stage 2. Just so much money on the line. $700K there, 1.5 for the champs. So you got to figure out these rosters too. A lot of these teams, there's a lot of rumors of roster changes going down. We haven't seen too much yet besides some of these new teams popping into these groups. So it's going to be interesting to see what that confidence level is with a lot of these rosters. Our team's going to try to make moves. We saw what tried to happen with Gunless. Now he's sitting on the bench. So hopefully we don't see anything more like that.
I guess just to kind of build on that point, Proof, are you expecting a roster mania after this event?
I think so. I think this is the last chance teams have to make roster changes, to be honest. So if you're going to get it done, it has to be after this event.
So give me your boldest roster prediction.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Oh, here we go.
We're going down this road.
Yeah, we're going down this rabbit hole real quick.
I can't say, because that's somebody's job and livelihood that I'm talking about right now.
Yo, Mr. Nice Guy. Chance, you're a savage.
I think, okay, I won't say which, I won't say which players might get dropped, but I'll say which team
I'll accept
I expect to make roster changes.
All of them.
I think all of them, no. FaZe for sure, I think, is one team that's going to make a roster change. I'll just say them only.
Okay. Teep, any kind of wild expectation or prediction in terms of rosters?
It's really tough to say, and this is without any sort of intel, but for me, this Envious squad seems to have lost that mojo, that confidence that we saw from them last year. They don't look like the same team at all, especially going into this group. Why is Envy 1 and 2 in that group, the amount of talent that they have on that team? It's not a talent issue. I think it's a personality, a chemistry issue. Obviously, with those 4 players on a team, the fact that they aren't consistently making finals, getting top 3s, something's wrong. Something's wrong, and they need to fix it.
Obviously, we had FaZe and Team Envious. Chance, any others?
I'm going to go a little bit farther down the totem pole. I think Elevate, honestly, is a team that's going to need to make a change, because we saw what happened. They made the most recent change when Rated left their team, and they seem to be vastly underperforming even from that standard. And keep in mind, that's a GPL team that back in Stage 1, they went 1-5, only beat Red Reserve, and here they have not looked very good, and that's to put it kind of nicely. So again, GPL squads, they're
the polite way to
be the best, so they're going to need to do something, I would say.
Well, as I said, the first game on main stage is moments away, and it's going to be Epsilon versus Rogue. Of course, Rogue coming through from the open bracket. Excited to see exactly what they can do. And on the flip side, we talked about Epsilon, of course, European Titan. Their hard point, again, to kind of just reiterate, Proof, has been so good. It's impressed all of us here on the desk.
Dave.
Just Dave.
And then Hawk goes on a 9-kill streak and Surge to get full streaks. I think Rogue has their work cut out for him, but I did team with Nelson early on in this game.
Okay.
And I would say my man is a hard point beast.
He's a hard point beast?
I don't know how he does it. He literally challenges everything in hill and still stays alive while getting the time. So I'm excited to see their hard point match off.
Thinking big picture here as well, Teep, let's just assume or kind of hypothesize that Epsilon do win this, right? How far can they actually go in that bracket?
I think they have shown a lot of the most potential in terms of hardpoint, and the fact that they can play so aggressive consistently on a lot of these maps, that's how you really beat a lot of these top teams. I think if they go up against the likes of like Optic Gaming, for example, Optic's shown that they're really good at slowing down the pace, especially throughout yesterday. So I think if Epsilon can get a sort of favorable bracket and sort of face up against them later, I think they can sort of cruise through winners.
Well, we'll take a look now at our maps for the series, and then I can obviously ask for a little bit more precise predictions from all of you. Although I have a feeling it's going to be the same answer from everyone. It's going to be a retail hardpoint, Crusher Search and Destroy, Throwback Uplink, Breakout hardpoint, and a Retaliation Search and Destroy if it goes the distance. Chance, I'm going to start with you here. Is this a simple one for Epsilon, or will Rogue cause an upset?
I think it's got to be a 3-0 or 3-1. The Search and Destroy is always going to be a big question mark for me. I have no idea how the open bracket teams play it. There could be a lot of different strategies coming in, and then of course you have that North American EU kind of matchup as well. So that one's difficult to call, but the Respawns, Epsilon, they've looked like a top 4 team, I would say, so far this weekend, especially so in the Respawn, so I think they're going to be cooking.
I'm going 3-1 Epsilon, but for the first time, I'm giving that one map to the uplink for Rogue, not the Search and Destroy.
Really? Why?
Just from playing with Nelson. He makes great plays with the ball. Like I talked about yesterday, I want to see more teams use the ball to make the plays and have openings happen for them. So Nelson did a great job for us with that at Vegas, so I think he'll do it again against Epsilon.
I'm going to go ahead and say Epsilon 3-1. I think I've seen this a lot of times where this open team can come out with a lot of momentum. Map number 1, especially first match of the day for these guys. Still the warm-up going to be going down, so I might give Rogue that first hard point. Epsilon going to start to catch up, take the rest.
Potentially. Obviously, with all of you saying Epsilon, you're all kind of on the same page, it seems like. But I guess the big question from the Rogue fans' point of view is, what's Epsilon's weakness? What can Rogue do here to exploit Epsilon and try and take this series?
Oh, God, that's kind of tough to call their weakness, right? So the only weakness we've seen so far this tournament was they got beat by Red Reserve, I believe it was, right? And that's a team that they're going to know that play style very, very well. there's no way an open bracket team from North America is going to be well acquainted with the play style of Epsilon, of all teams. So I do not think there's a very good chance at all of this team pulling off the upset.
See, I think Rogue had chances to watch Epsilon play as well. I don't think Epsilon had chances to watch Rogue play. I think they come out and pretty much...
They probably had the chance. They just didn't bother. The open bracket's right there.
Definitely, I don't think they did watch them because they didn't know who they would be playing exactly.
Right, of course.
But Rogue needs to catch them off guard. Just hit him with that fire first map so Epsilon could be like, okay, all right, this team has that fire. We need to step up map 2 and get back into this.
Well, game number 1 about to get underway. Epsilon versus Rogue. I believe we can send it down to our fantastic casters for this series. It's Momo and Mr. X.
Thank you very much, Ben, and the boys on the desk, of course. Great stuff to start day 2 here. CWL Anaheim. And yeah, we've got our open bracket teams making it into pool play now. And this, a lot of people will kind of write off and just give it to that pool play team. But Rogue, they're coming up, a bit of a sneaky team and got some familiar names in as well.
Yeah, it's always kind of hard for these teams to come out of that open bracket, right? It's such a long grind. You have so many games to play. And then to come in, you get up against a good Epsilon team who, right now, is sitting up top in their group, have the chance to kind of, take that #1 seed.
Well, of course, Epsilon right now are in the first seed position. They win this, they pretty much solidify it to my knowledge. However, I'm sure some things can always change. Epsilon looking really strong, though. Yesterday, they played against LG. They took those down. And going back and forth, they seem to find it easier against the North Americans and struggling against their fellow Europeans, of course, being in red reserve. However, Epsilon versus Rogue. Map 1 will be hardpoint retaliation. And this is where I do expect, of course, I know a little bit more about Epsilon being that European team.
Do you?
This is where I expect them to be in a comfortable position.
Yeah, and Dave, I believe, leading all Slayers in terms of kills per game. Not KD. I believe that's formal at this moment in time. Not a surprise there. I mean, pretty straightforward tournament from that point POV. But I know Dave, very good at just picking up tons of kills. Very aggressive. NV4 in his hands on this map. You expect him to dominate in a game like this.
I just want to put odds on Dave winking at the camera during this series. I think we're 50-50 on that one, but I'm
probably pretty good.
Yeah, maybe.
Not as good as like memeing for the camera like Octane. Octane seems to have it down pretty well. Every time we cut to him, like he's got some kind of facial expression or some kind of hand gesture. Dave's right there with him though.
Absolutely. Retail, of course, being on hardpoint straight away. This is where you're going to see that aggressive kind of start, but you're also going to see a bit of versatility from Epsilon in particular. You're going to see those kind of long-range gunfights, those MV4s coming out. But Josh joining this squad, if you guys didn't know, of course, ex-Splice member, he obviously wanted to leave at the very start, and he saw a lot of potential in these young guns. However, from the likes of Johnny, Nelson and co, they'll be trying to take one for the team, and I don't think Epsilon will be expecting much from Rogue, and I think they may underestimate them.
Yeah, I mean, Epsilon is a team that could come in and definitely kind of overlook a team like Rogue. And the dangerous thing with some of these teams coming from the open bracket, especially with some experienced players like Nelson and Johnny, is that these guys are warmed up. They played a ton of games coming into this match.
So much Call of Duty action. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think Panda actually filled in for LG.
Yes, in Paris, yeah.
Yeah, in Paris. That was obviously a big experience for him. It made a bit of a name for himself. But Josh is going to kick it off with a double there, and they're going to take control of the hardpoint, being on the bridge. Vortex adding to the tally as well. But all 4 members down. Not a great start for Rogue.
Nope, not ideal. Everybody dies at the beginning of the game. You don't have any kills on the board here early. It is just Epsilon dominating Rogue, 19 points and counting. See the players on Rogue, they're spawning very far away, but they're getting a little bit of a split spawn. Oh God, RX actually destroys Josh there. Some bad shots coming out of Josh, but lucky for him, he's got Dave on his team doing work on the bridge. They will hold on to the hard point.
Yeah, that's an MV4 up close for you. And that's one thing, talking about saying he does very, very well. However, so far so good for Epsilon. 31-3 and counting. Will be rotating down to that lower street, but it doesn't look like Rogue are giving these last 10 seconds up too easy. They will have those last 5, but the rotation coming in, it's actually Nelson first there.
He's some big kills if Nelson can pick him up, because the rest of his teammates are coming from that top side of the minimap over by the bridge, but Epsilon not putting a lot of pressure on him. It's quite weird from Epsilon. You figure, maybe they come down and try and collapse on Nelson. There's only one player there. Just a little bit slow, and now Rogue is going to get this time.
Yep, and strong stuff from Rogue. Epsilon starting to go in a bit one by one and not working out for them. However, stringing a few kills together is Dave and Josh. Panda and Johnny answering back with the double himself. And now these next couple of gun engagements could determine the last 30 seconds. Of course, you've got to be thinking about those next rotations to Cathedral. They're so important, and we're going to see Epsilon take control, and for 25 seconds, it looks like Rogue are backing down.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. You see on the minimap, everybody for Rogue on that left-hand side setting up for Cathedral. But to give up 20 seconds, that's a lot of time here at the beginning of this game. Epsilon just needs one good string of kills, and they'll break this next hard point, and they'd be in a very good spot to take this map 1.
I'm really not sure about that last push. Nelson just kind of going to that lower street. I think he will get an alright spawn, though, because his teammates are set up. However, pushing through, we do have Josh and Dave. They're going to be combining at this top market here. But maybe a pinch coming in. A good setup for Rogue right now, but a Scarab is in use. Can it help them? Johnny's going to get the first kill.
He's got 2 players attacking from the market. He's able to get another one and keep his life just for a short amount of time before Hockey takes him out, but Nelson able to take Hockey out of play as it's going to be Rogue taking the lead now. They got off to a very slow start, but starting to mount a very good hardpoint game here against Epsilon.
Yeah, this is showing why they've fought their way through open bracket. They've taken down everyone in the back. You can't shoot through the window, and fortunately for Josh, he gets away with his life for now. However, Dave and Hawkey do fall, and Josh maybe is the next one. Yes, he is, and we're going to see Rogue. Great hold there.
To be fair, I would have assumed you could have shoot through that window as well.
I did.
Yeah,
Well, of course.
like, okay, he's going to kill this guy. Maybe not. It's impenetrable glass there. So you see Goddard still picks up the kill, but it's going to be Epsilon down by plenty here as we go over to the broken building, but they do have a setup here. So we'll see if Rogue can break this, because Epsilon can just make all that time they lost to Cathedral up right here.
On the back foot, it is Vortex. He's going to pick up the first, and that's got RX going down. And just looking at Rogue, the positioning will be spawning at that back bridge, and one thing I don't want him to do is just start running in one by one. They really need to work together and not just feed Epsilon, not only the score, but also those payloads will be coming in later on. 76 points and counting. Epsilon, they stay strong. Hawkey is going to go down. Big plays there from GodRx.
And Hawkey probably doesn't even need to challenge that, right? I mean, he can let those players from Rogue get inside of the hard point where he has a K-bar versus the players with the NV4. Better chance to win that gunfight at close quarters.
And a lot of these guys, of course, Epsilon first game of the day, as well as Rogue here. They're coming in Saturday, maybe a little bit cold. We'll see who comes in hot, though. And so far, Rogue, they may be the first to break 100. 13 seconds will be rotating to that middle hallway. And it looks like Epsilon have secured those last 10.
And this is a group where the teams are very close. You know, Epsilon, Luminosity, and I believe, Red Reserve and Envy, all very close in terms of overall record.
Yes.
This is a group where Rogue can come in. If they take a game or two, they could potentially, find themselves in a race for first or second place.
Absolutely. They pick up one and they're on terms, on the same level as the likes of Envy. Who'd have thought it? Hawkey. That's a back grenade going onto Vortex here and fighting back and forth here. This is going to be a bit scrappy, but Nelson takes it by the scruff of the neck and takes down 2. Another team kill coming in this time. It's on the face of Rogue. 104 to 104, 30 seconds left. And Rogue are in control. And you see God here, the one thing that he is doing is pushing out, he's getting control, and he's really putting Epsilon under pressure.
I believe Vortex on the side of Epsilon did earn score streaks during that last hard point. So we'll have to go on board, check with him, and see if he actually did earn those. I believe we were cycling through one of the players on Epsilon. They did earn score streaks. So you'll have those for Cathedral, potentially on Bridge if we get towards the end of the game. Pay attention to those score streaks.
Yeah, he does have the Bombardment and Trinity Rocket, however, on a 3-kill streak. In fact, both is Johnny and GodRx. So pushing round, can they extend on this? Both their teammates are going to go down. Johnny taking off that 3-kill streak. But maybe a Trinity Rocket is on the cards for Rogue. Going high, trying to take down Vortex. That's going to take some damage himself. The check coming in as well. We're going to see the Scarab pulled into action. But talking about this bridge, Epsilon dominated it the first time. Will it repeat itself?
So it looks like early it's going to be GodRx flying in, still on this 4 streak. He's going to earn himself a Scarab and just going to kind of drop down in such a difficult position, right? Because he's trying to play for those streaks, play a little bit more passive. But when his teammates aren't picking up the kills, he's like, well, now I have to go in and challenge this hard point. He's not able to earn any of those streaks we talk about on Retaliation. One of the maps where you can put streaks to really good use.
Yeah, and of course, if you are a little bit unfamiliar with the European squad, of course, a couple of the members placing 4th at COD XP. However, they've got one thing on their mind, it's that stage 2, the playoffs, the COD champs around the corner. And at the moment, they're trailing by 7. We're trying to get into it. It's Dave, he's going to pick up the double there. It's 14-11 is his score, but a 2-kill streak. He's working towards that Trinity Rocket. He's not using a Scarab. He's using 3 lethal score streaks there.
Oh, and with the way he goes on these runs, you'd expect him to do so. And I have a question for you, Phil. I know you would know better than me. Now, this Epsilon team, the core 3, right? Dave, Hawkey, Vortex, very good last year at COD XP, COD Champs. They end up in the top 4. At the beginning of this game, they were not really a big player in Europe. What happened between COD champs last year and the start of this year?
It really was their own wrongdoing. They started slow, and when pro points were so important, they were slacking. They weren't going into the 2Ks fully focused. They missed a couple of them. They fell behind, and they always were, chasing. And they came into a couple of the MLGs actually being in open bracket because of that. But what they have done is they brought Josh on board. Of course, Desire went to Elevate at this point, and this is a squad now that has really not only found themselves great placements, they've racked up a couple of pro points, and now solid pool play position, and they're taking it to some of North America's finest. So we'll see how they can do and whether they can replicate, of course, the 4th place finish at COD XP. Fantastic stuff. But I think Josh really has, made this team a very well-rounded squad.
And that is actually a huge play you saw there. So the Trinity Rocket comes in. Vortex, I believe, only gets 1 with it. His 2 teammates drop, but Dave picks up 1. Vortex comes out of the Trinity, picks up 1 more. And those 2 players alone break this Cathedral hardpoint.
One good thing we can see at this moment in time, it's not one particular player going off. I say that, Vortex 21 and 14. Great stuff so far. Dave trying to pick up another double. Yes, he will. Camo is available. More than likely going to save that for a later date, though. He's going to slap another magazine in, and there we go. The team push from Epsilon will retake, but with only 15 seconds, have they given Broken all to Rogue? There is one player being a bit sneaky. It's Vortex, but he's all alone.
He's trying to make a play before Broken comes up. You can pick up some of these kills. If you hold this position, you can spawn the players on Rogue pretty far out, but it's going to be Johnny on the bridge, able to pick up 2. You maybe think about investing the active camo if you're Epsilon into this hard point.
Yeah, this is a hard point where you can really take 40, 50 points. However, with only 50 left to go, Rogue are in a very good position, not only to take the lead, but to really give themselves a good lead going into the hallway, and maybe that final one, but got our X finding 2 with their backs turned. And pinched in. Johnny's going to clean that one up. Fantastic play from Rogue. Going to see Vortex try and bite back, but at the moment, the numbers are against them.
But with a lot of time left on this hard point, Phil, you could see Rogue get up to like 248, basically putting this game away if they can hold on to the rest of this hill. Be a huge first map win for Rogue coming out of the open bracket.
And there you go. What we see, Dave not investing the active camo. He opts to save that for a later date. However, you pointed it out, we could be ending this hard point on about 245. And you know what? No one from Epsilon is even close. And you see Johnny pushing out the right thing to do. He's now got his active camo. This should be Rogue's with only 7 points left. You can see Panda. He wants to secure it right now.
Oh, this would be a big choke if Rogue ends up losing this game. Epsilon gets in and controls Hotel Hallway. 3 kills go in favor of Rogue, and that'll be it. It'll be Rogue from the open bracket taking map number 1 here against Epsilon, 250 to 203.
That is seed number 1 currently in this pool. Losing map 1 to an open bracket team. For me, that's what I like to see. I like to see upset straight away. Nelson, a kind of a big name in the community, which sometimes a bit comes across like controversy.
Controversial would be a very nice way to say
he makes
some of the things that Nelson's done.
But all in all, great stuff from Rogue. Anything that stood out for you? Any plays in particular from that?
They were just pretty strong throughout. Like Epsilon really just on the bridge. Like that's where they kind of got a lot of their score, and then you saw Rogue, I believe it was the first Cathedral hardpoint. That's where they really got a good chunk of time and put the game in their favor.
Yeah, and of course, score streaks, we talked about it. I'm actually thinking, did Dave even, get to use that camo? Did he save it a little bit too much?
I didn't see him get a chance to use it. You probably need, well, it's so difficult, right? Because the game is so fast. So you're trying to, get back towards the hard point. You don't really think about doing the math of if you give up all of that time to the opposing team, how much time's actually left in the game. So Dave at that moment was probably like, okay, we'll get another crack at it. We'll be able to go to Hotel Hallway. We'll be able to go to Bridge again. Probably not really kind of thinking like, oh, well, there's another 30 seconds on this. They can get to 248, 247. We're pretty much done if we don't get in.
Well, Game 1 is done. It's done and dusted. 250 to 203. We're going to be moving on to Crusher, Search and Destroy. Now, Rogue, I'll be the first to hold my hands up and say, I don't know Rogue's S&D at all. This is a squad coming into CWL Anaheim, and I know Epsilon, they can be a strong S&D squad, but also they have had their moments where they can throw away 5-0 leads. I've seen them come back from 5-0. They're very inconsistent sometimes, but I hope they've worked on it, because what we saw at the likes of CWL Birmingham, they have what it takes to take down the likes of Splice on Search and Destroy.
Yeah, I almost feel like Epsilon's great play yesterday is like bad for them today. I feel like they're not really great when they play as the favorite in these matchups, because they come in and they take other teams lightly, and they have a lot of misplays and whatnot. And quickly, Epsilon can find find themselves out of this series, right? I mean, Rogue goes up 2-0. They have a very good chance of closing that series out. And then Epsilon, all the great things you did against very tough competition yesterday goes completely out the window. So a very important series for Epsilon to kind of get focused up.
Yeah, and talking of yesterday, I mean, they were kind of on the feature stations a little bit. I saw, you know, Epsilon both against Envy and LG. They both took map 1 against them. You know, they're not used to being 1-0 down, and how these younger players cope with this when they're on the main stage, maybe that's kind of coming into this. We know Josh has been up there 10, 20 times. However, for the likes of Vortex, Hawkeye, it's maybe a little bit newer for those guys, and hopefully they can put it to the side. They can, you know, come into this. Because you could say the same about Rogue.
I mean, we've seen Josh choke some really big games. I mean, at big events in the past, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like that may be kind of the one knock on him as a player. Like, you know, big situations, like sometimes he kind of crumbles mentally. So I think it's really important, you know, him as the leader of this Epsilon team needs to kind of right this ship in the right way. I mean, you know, you got the other 3 players. They were fantastic last year at COD Champs. But they played out of event. I mean, nobody really kind of expected them to do much of anything on the way in. We talked to them, maybe a Dark Horse team, you know, maybe somebody who can upset some teams, but not get to that top 4 level. So they didn't really have that type of pressure that they have on them now.
Okay, well, the one thing that I was saying all day yesterday on the desk was, whichever open bracket team goes into Pool B, good luck, have fun. Because these 4 are 4 fantastic teams, and so far Rogue, I know it's only 1 map in, but they've made a statement. They said they can hang with the best, and see if this will be a drawn-out series. I think this could be going to a Game 5, potentially.
I think so as well. I think this group is very tough, but you have Luminosity, obviously, I think, you know, very strong team. You know, they lose yesterday to Epsilon, but they kind of get those 2 wins right after that. Envious has not looked good this weekend. Red Reserve, I think, has actually been really strong. Red Reserve has looked very good this weekend, so I think they're a very tough team. You have Epsilon, who comes in right now sitting tops of the group, but they're a team that is prone to overlooking some teams. So this is a group where, although very tough squads in it, no, somebody can kind of sneak their way up to potentially that number 2 spot.
Yeah, we could see an absolute... we could see the likes of Envious, for example, which you're used to seeing top in pools. They could be bottom, you know, or just below, or just above, sorry. 5 teams, of course, now in each pool. Envious, they've got a job to do today.
Yeah, I believe Envious and Red Reserve are both 1-2 right now. And I believe Red Reserve has like a 7 and 8 map count, and Envious has 3 and 8. So it just shows, like, Envy, they win that 1 series, and then they didn't able to get any more maps on the board. So Red Reserve has played a lot of teams tough, even coming out of the relegation tournament.
Absolutely. We'll be jumping on board with map number 2, S&D Crusher, very, very soon. Our players just getting back into the lobby and getting into the game. Josh, you know, for a lot of his career, he was kind of, you know, brought up by those veteran players, the likes of Tommy, Swanee, and, you know, now he finds himself that veteran player on the likes of Epsilon, so he's got to fill those shoes, and I think he's very happy doing it. He likes to kind of have that control and to be almost, you know, the master, if you like, and kind of directing his squad.
It's just the changes in European Call of Duty as a whole, right? You know, you have Tommy now playing with the young gun guys on Fnatic. You have Mad Cat, who now finds himself as the veteran on a team like Splice, where, you know, in the past we were looking and it's like Tommy and Swanee kind of, you know, Mad Cat's the young guy. Now, like, the roles have really changed. You see a lot of good up-and-coming talent in Europe. And a lot of these, you know, veterans are kind of getting spread out amongst the teams, you know, trying to kind of cultivate them into really powerhouse squads.
Well, that's what happens when you know, feed Bant and Zero into the European scene. They break it all apart.
People like you stop playing. That's what happens.
Well, yeah.
They get people like you, McGee, out of the way. Find some real talent.
Me and McGee are most certainly out of the way, and going on to S&D Crusher. Again, I've said it before, I don't really know what to expect from Rogue's S&D. From Epsilon, I think maybe fast-paced, standard stuff, and, you know, wolfpacking. That's what they do best, and at the moment, we're going to see a very, very fast-paced push from Rogue. In particular, the first one into the building is Rogue, and, is Got a Rex. Rogue destroyed. Josh answers back with 2. He's now a 2v2. This is fast and action-packed. It's all up to Josh. He needs to pull off the ace. And he's found both of them, tagged them both, but unable to clean up.
And I feel like open bracket teams coming in to play against the pro squads, the game mode where they could have the advantage is search and destroy, right? Because you can change a lot of the game just in terms of pace. You know, a lot of these pro teams used to a lot of action going over towards the B-bomb site, not a lot of action towards A. So Rogue has a lot of tools that they can use in this game to kind of swing things in their favor.
1-0 up in the series, 1-0 up in the map. As we jump on board with Epsilon, see what their attack is like. It looks like Rogue favoring that A-bomb site, but as well Epsilon They're going straight for it. We're going to get them to butt heads in the middle. This time Nelson comes off better. Make it 2. And Rogue are showing their strength here in Search and Destroy. But Hawkeye, he's going to make a double himself. And all like that is over. I know Nelson picked up 3 there. But these rounds, my goodness.
The aggression that is coming out of Rogue right now. Just between Erads and the RPR Evo. Just a lot of action forced in Epsilon's face. Definitely a shock to Epsilon.
How they adapt and change this, you know, I'll be very intrigued. Do Epsilon, you know, just continue to play their game because it's not working right now? Because they know what to expect. They've played the likes of Envy and LG times and times before, but Rogue, they have that element of surprise. And, you know, it's the same as usual. It's Nelson getting up close and personal with the RPR Evo. And again, 2 go down, a 2v4 for Epsilon. Make it a 1v4. It's all up to Josh.
Epsilon knows we've started, right? I mean,
oh my God.
He's not going to be able to kill everybody. I mean, it's going to be a 3-0 lead for Rogue. But man, I mean, Epsilon has just come out in these first 3 rounds, just got wiped off the board. Rogue has looked very strong in Search and Destroy, you know, playing at a very fast pace, in-your-face aggression, and Epsilon has not been able to deal with it thus far.
Nelson's getting hyped. That's what you don't want as Epsilon as well. Him getting hyped on the main stage, he's pumping up his team, he's 5-1 individually, he's working towards that camo, working towards those streaks as well. And a bit of a different game planning round number 4 here.
Well, the one thing when you saw Nelson play on 100 Thieves last year is that he was very good in Search and Destroy. I believe the one game we saw 100 Thieves win, he was very good in their Search and Destroy in that one. But see, it's now going to be a quick 1v1. Josh wins it there, gets it on the board for Epsilon. But I think, you know, Johnny and Nelson, 2 players who can be very good in Search and Destroy.
And that shows a lot. 3 rounds today, and we see them all go to Rogue. This time over at B, we're going to see Epsilon take control. It'd be very shocking to see them continue to go to A, with B being such a, well, to be honest, we see a lot of action going down on B. We've not seen any until that round. Let's see if the boys of Rogue continue at A.
It looks like that's what's going to be the play. As Rogue going to have trying to guard RX, trying to get here through the middle. He's going to get tagged up. Can't slide in right away because he knows he's going to be challenged. So it's going to be a first blood there for Epsilon. Josh in the feed with 1 more kill as well. You see, now Rogue, they're very spread out. This is not like what they were doing these first 3 rounds. They're playing together, they were playing fast. Now they're spreading out a little bit too much, and Epsilon's picking them apart.
I think that's what Epsilon have found. You know, they saw Nelson with that RPR, such a high fire rate. They would, you know, they're going into A again. Let's pin them in. Let's push from the middle. Let's take the long-range gunfights with the K-bars. It works out for them. So starting to read the Rogue playbook, if you like, here. And we do sit here at 3-2 Epsilon. A couple of rounds back-to-back now as they find themselves back in the game on map number 2.
Rogue was up 3 rounds. They've lost 2 straight. Epsilon seems to be kind of finding a groove, gaining some momentum. Looks like they're going to bring this one over towards B, Phil.
Yeah, this isn't a surprise because their A wasn't working. And the likes of Nelson, he was using that RPR and running out into almost mid-range gunfights. They were picking him apart, I think. So now they've found their little niche that they can work with. But this time, they're going full force. They're not even going for the plant, trying to get control. But however, flank is coming in from Nelson. He's only going to take down 1 answer back by the double. And now 2v3. GodRX and Panda scrambling for their lives almost. The bomb could go down. And we're going to see Epsilon. I think Dave has that in his hands, and yes, that will be going down very shortly. And a retake 2v3, very difficult.
But that type of flank is only going to work for this team of Rogue is if the teammates on the other side kind of push through when he's causing that distraction. Nelson gets 1 kill, he gets taken out right away. We jump on with Panda and GodRX, and they're backing up. Like, you got to push forward when Nelson's coming on that flank.
And it really just showed the likes of Nelson with that RPR Evo, fantastic in A. But when you put him anywhere on the map near B, the most he's going to do is pick up 1, and that was shooting someone in the back. I think Epsilon are starting to realize that. That's 3 back-to-back now, and Epsilon's starting to find their feet here in the Search and Destroy. This European squad coming over here with a lot of high hopes. A lot of the eyes were all on Splice, of course, after their victory in the Stage 1 playoffs. It also came to a shock of a lot of people here. Can Epsilon take a second map? Going into this one, again, we're going to see the attacking side of Rogue. This does surprise me because I thought they'd go full force into A again. They're starting to slow things down.
Okay, well, looks like, oh, they are going to bring it over towards A, but they're going to go down through this underpass here. which is a route it was very odd. I mean, they start going over towards B, but that's the staircase goes straight down there. So they don't want to be seen right away when they get in towards A. It's going to catch Epsilon off guard. And you see Epsilon, they rotated everybody towards B. They got tricked here as the bomb now gets planted at A.
And how dangerous is this? You're running in K-Bar versus RPR Evo against the likes of Nelson. You're gonna get shredded. GodderX with the first, Erad in hand. Johnny finds the second, and surely all but over. Hawkey takes one to the grave, makes it 2. He does have overdrive, but 25 seconds, it's doable. But with the wolf packing of Rogue, that is not gonna happen. 4-3. And again, just that change of pace. They just took 10, maybe even 5 seconds just to take a bit of a diverse route there towards A, and it threw Epsilon completely off guard.
I mean, Rogue, it's clear what they want to do, right? They want to get in towards A with those submachine guns, get bombed down, force those close quarter engagements against Epsilon. They're winning the rounds and they're able to get that action started, but when they're not able to force that action on Epsilon, Epsilon is able to pick them apart.
Okay, well, expected play here for Epsilon would have been to go to B. Josh is going to be watching the flank here, but no, actually, joined up with them is going to be an A. We've got 2 players from Rogue pushing through the middle, making 3 coming from behind. This could be dangerous because Nelson, again, that close range run, the RPR, he's going to find one. Oh, is he going to? Yes, he will. Taken down and taken damage. 2 versus 3 right now. Josh and Vortex. He's with a double that took down LG with a 2v4, but not going to be in the same position. Now Vortex a 1v3, make it a 1v2. That's going to be it as we see Rogue 1 round away from making the series 2-0.
Be a huge map win for Rogue. They can go up 2-0 in this series. Because quite frankly, even if they lose it, I mean, you just get those maps, man. Just get those maps on the board with those tie scenarios when it comes down to that map count. Every map matters here in group play.
I mean, they win the series, and straight away they're hopping up the ladder. They're not 5th anymore. They'll be sitting at, what, 3rd place in their pool instantly with a lot more games to play. 9-4, GodderX, he's got reactive armor. Panda has his payload. Nelson's 1 kill away. This should be all over. GodderX uses reactive to stay alive there, and now with a 3v2, this should be Rogue's game in the bag, but Vortex with the beatdown. And GodderX looking a little bit confused.
Yeah, it's actually Vortex who gets behind enemy lines, so they have no idea where these 2 players on Epsilon are. It's going to be Panda, though, taking out Vortex. We have Dave, the last one alive here for Epsilon, trying to keep their hopes alive in this match. It's going to be Panda using the FTL.
Where is he? Dave gets the 1v2. And the FTL, I think he confused himself with that one.
He seemed like he had no idea where he ended up. I mean, he's looking at melee, he's looking to his left, and it's going to be Dave clutching up a big 1v2.
Big 1v2, takes out his FTL, takes out the reactive armor. I know I think Nelson was very close to unlocking it. Yeah, still is. Didn't make a kill, but now Dave with the double, not only is he still in the game, but he's got camo. We should be seeing a 5-5 here if he uses this correctly.
Oh, without a doubt. You see he's going to go in over towards A, pop the active camo. He's going to push the 1 player off the bomb. He's going to be able to take out Panda first. It'll be Hawkey following it up. So it'll be a man advantage here for Epsilon. They have control of the A site.
GodderX, 11 kills to his name. Can he add to the tally in a 2v3? Numbers are against him right now, but with 60 seconds left on the clock. Oh no, Josh gets the better move, the Erad, and we're going to a round 11. This could be a very big choke for Rogue. When it was 5-3,
oh man,
that game should have been over. They had reactive armor, they were sticking together. This is tough if you're a Rogue fan out there.
It's a really tough map for Rogue if they were to drop it here to Epsilon. They had complete control. Now they have every utility you could have wanted going into that round. Nelson so close to active camo.
He needs to almost bait his team out and trade, pick up the camo, use the camo. However, Epsilon, wolfpacking through the middle here. Straight away, first blood goes to none other than Dave. Traded out. And that was Nelson. Nelson is down, no camo.
Why would you do that? I mean, if you're the bomb carrier in that U area, I mean, why are you challenging first, especially when you're so close to active camo? Now Panda's gonna fall. Things are just unraveling here for Rogue. So it'll be Johnny, the last one alive here in a 1v3.
Definitely not over, but you've got to favor Epsilon in this. He's nothing to play with. No payload, he's gonna find one, and actually gets behind cover. For me, Hawkey and Vortex, a long-time duo. They should be able to put him down. Not gonna happen. 6-5 to Epsilon in game number 2. When it was 5-3 and Reactive and FTL were on the side of Rogue, I never thought I'd be saying that, but the series is tied. The European squad They show their experience in some sense against Rogue. How will Rogue cope with that going into uplink? That has got to be demoralizing, Matt.
Yeah, and I mean, Nelson in that final round, he's so close to active camo. He has the bomb. You know, he challenges over at you. You maybe need another player there for the Rogue team to go challenge, and then you could have Nelson pick up 1 kill. I mean, you turn that into a 3v3. You have active camo. You can get the bomb down at A. That is a very winnable round. I just don't think they played that correctly.
Yeah, I think 5-3, yes, you know, we talked about, you know, the choke of the reactive armor and FTL. But also, I think the active camo, good use from Dave as well. Going into 5-5, they close it out. However, after the break, we'll be going to map 3, uplink on throwback. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CWL Anaheim Open here. Epsilon, the European squad, facing off against Rogue, North American open bracket team, finding themselves in pool play. We're tied at 1-on-1. Uplink Throwback is coming up next. Joining me, Matt, Mr. X Morello. This is a good game.
Yeah, and Rogue had a really good chance to go up 2-0 in this series. They've looked very strong coming out of the open bracket. I would be very worried if I'm Epsilon going into the uplink because you've already lost the respawn game mode to this Rogue lineup.
Well, we've already seen one wink. Will it come from Dave? That's the question. I'm going into this one with a little bit more even-minded because I think I underestimated the likes of Rogue coming into this. I thought Epsilon, they took down LG. They were great against the North American squads, the powerhouses. And I'm European. No bias, of course. Yeah. However, Rogue are a team, you know, I've heard of the likes of Nelson, you know, Johnny as well. Not heard much of GodRx myself personally, but a player which has been around for quite a while. But you said coming into this one, you know, familiar faces, not surprised, obviously, they're in the pool play and they can make a real run for it, especially in this pool where there's only a couple of teams with one win under their belt.
Yeah, I mean, Pander, he's gotten some good experience, you know, playing with Luminosity over in ESWC. You know, GodRx, he's been on some teams before. The past. He's never really kind of gotten there, like gotten to this kind of pro level, but he's always been a player in the runnings, you know, somebody in the scene that we've known about for a while. Then Johnny and Nelson, you know, they played for 100 Thieves last year. It doesn't work out really well in stage 2. You know, they bounced around, you know, in some teams at the beginning of Infinite Warfare, but 2 very talented players.
Well, they've seemed to made a strong squad here. They've fought their way through open bracket. And you know what? A lot of teams haven't. You know, the likes of Millennium, they fell short. And, you know, it's difficult. It's difficult in that open bracket. We walk past it in the morning. You see so many teams fighting out, and only 4 make it, you know, into these pools. And this is one of the best.
It's kind of daunting. It's like we only see really the 4 teams that make it out, obviously.
Yeah.
We don't get a chance to watch a lot of the open bracket games, but you see how many people are here in the venue and like how many stations they have to set up just to get through the open bracket. And you got to imagine, I mean, I played in open brackets back in 2006, not as big as this, but that was even like a draining task. I can't imagine teams that start in open now. You have to go through, you know, 140, 160 teams to get all the way just to play against pro teams after that. It's such a difficult road.
Yeah, they've put everything, of course, into yesterday. They fought their way through, and rightly so, and deservedly so. We saw what they could do on map 1 if you missed it. We saw Rogue 250. It was a close one, I think, to around 230-ish. But again, some misplays maybe with the payload abilities. Strong slaying coming in from Rogue. And to be honest, Epsilon, they came in a little bit flat on the towards the later stages of map 1. However, S&D, 3-0 it was to Rogue. Bounce back, Epsilon 3-3. And then from there, Epsilon, you know, lost a couple, but they kept composure, and I think they just started to understand really what Rogue was about.
I do still feel like, even though Rogue loses map 2, they were definitely the team that was in control, definitely the team that kind of gave that one to Epsilon. They had around a 1v2 where they've already burned FTL and reactive armor. They lose it. You know, Dave clutches a 1v2, and in the final round, you give Nelson the bomb with active camo. He tries to challenge by you, not the first person you'd want challenging there, being so close to camo, and he drops. Epsilon able to clutch it up at the end, but still, you felt like Rogue, I want to almost say they were the better team in that S&D.
I agree, and to be honest, we should be going into this 2-0 to Rogue. It should be, however, it isn't. Dave and Epsilon, they clutch up here as we do get into throwback uplink. And, you know, going into this one, a completely different game mode. And Epsilon, you know, sometimes will just, you know, almost slay a little bit too much and not focus on that objective. I hope that's not the case this time. I want to see the likes of Hawkey and Vortex getting a lot more involved with that objective when needed. However, no easy task against this North American squad of Rogue. Let's kick things off with Panda.
And when we were cycling through some of the players on Epsilon, I noticed, you know, a little bit more NV4s than a lot of the teams you would see, you know, on a map like Throwback. Usually this is a map very heavy in E-Rats and K-Bars, so we'll have to pay attention in the kill feed of what weapons the side of Epsilon's going with. You see Dave and Hawkey both picking up kills with the NV4 at the beginning. But I feel like on the offensive end, it's going to be very difficult to be the aggressors with that weapon.
Yeah, and one thing we said all through the CWL last year in particular was Hawkey. A lot of the pro players just said, yeah, he'll put big numbers on the scoreboard, but he's a scoreboard player, and he won't be able to translate that into victories. I hope that isn't the case. I think he's learned from the experience of the likes of Josh, where he needs to start working more as a team, and that's where the success for Epsilon has come. However, the drone back and forth right now in the hands of Rogue, pushing up towards blue, and traded out. That's Vortex and Godorettes. But now on the push, and the aggression is coming in from Rogue.
And you just see the position. I mean, it's kind of it's something that, you know, I think players, you know, some people in the community argued for a while. It's like, well, you see a 1-point throw go in there from Johnny, they get the first points on the board, but oh, it doesn't matter what weapon you have, right? Like it does.
It really
like
does.
To me, it does. Like it just like kind of, you're able to force different things in different areas on the map, and then, like for instance, like you try and make the play that Johnny just made with a K-bar and NV4, you're just not as like fast. You're not able to get in there and pick up those kills as quick. So I think definitely the weapons come into play on a map like this.
Johnny, slither of help there as he does get away. He's going to find another and taken down. Strong communication coming in for Epsilon. However, only 1 point made in the first 90 seconds, as what we will be seeing all 5 minutes until we flip the sides. But as it stands right now, Josh with a bit of a slow start, picking up his first kill, and the drone, it's heading towards this right side. It looks like this is Epsilon's choice of path. That's going to go straight over and in. No interception coming in there from Rogue. We're going to get things tied up with 2 minutes played.
Yeah, no reason for Epsilon to try and force that one in for 2. They tie the score up at 1 apiece. But now Rogue getting aggressive towards the middle of the map. They have drone control. You see Pander, he is pushed up to a very nice spot, but he cannot pick up any kills. And Nelson stuck in a very difficult spot with the drone. He's actually able to stay alive for long enough to throw it down. Johnny coming up, able to pick up 1 kill. Epsilon trades that out. They hold serve on the defensive end.
And again, this drone goes back in the hands of Epsilon. Do they choose that same path, that right-hand side for them towards the barn? It looks like they are heading that way, but heading straight into Panda. Dave, he's just wiggled his way through. A 1-point play maybe on the card, straight over a well-practiced, well-rehearsed play from Epsilon. And you know what? It was pretty uncontested. Josh finds himself a double now, and that drone, it has been reset, and it goes straight into the hands of Nelson. He's making a run for it.
Yeah, he's got one teammate there in support. It's going to be Panda. Nelson going to get a 1-point throw off. And just like Proof was talking about on the desk, man, he was saying the things that Nelson can do with the drone in uplink. You see it right there.
Yeah, straight away impacting his team with 3 minutes played. We get things tied up at 2-2. These teams really are inseparable at the moment. Dave and Vortex picking up a double. Oh, melee comes in from Vortex, last one alive there for a second. We do get the respawn coming in from Rogue. A 1-point play, it looked sloppy, it was just to the right-hand side there. And we'll see Rogue keep on to this tie just for a little bit longer. Again, that drone, though, it seems to be really pushed up towards that top side of the minimap.
Yeah, and Rogue, they pick up 3 quick kills. I mean, they do not want to reset this drone after the miss comes in. They want to put it in for points, and you see the position they're in. Hawkey was out of position at the beginning of this push. Johnny kills him, comes up the middle of the map, able to get 1 on the cuts. It's going to be Panda settling for a 1-point play. It'll be Rogue jumping up 3-2.
And with 3 teammates going down, that's all you could ask for. Great stuff from Panda just to secure that under pressure. He's got 10 kills to his name, but Johnny, 15 and 8, really showing up in game number 3. 3 players do fall down, and maybe this could be the first dunk of the series so far. And yes, it will. Epsilon take the lead with only 60 seconds left on the clock. However, they may be overextended a little bit too much. There is 1 player coming off spawn. Vortex will be having the job of staying alive. But luckily, the slaying power from Epsilon showing now towards the later stages.
I was just going to say, Dave, double negative, but doing a nice job staying in the back of the Rogue base alive long enough. It's only going to be a 1 there. Vortex jumps up, gets killed, but the drone falls into the goal. But Dave did a nice job going on a 2 streak back there, just putting a lot of pressure on Rogue.
Talking of pressure, Johnny's pushing forward past the drone and caught out there. Vortex catches him from behind. And with only 25 seconds, you expect maybe 1 more push. And ironically enough, Epsilon, they've snuck through. There's 1 player got a Rex caught out of position, a 1-point play. It looks good. However, we're not seeing an interception. Again, that is something that you may see from the likes I've seen of LG, Splice. That interception game is just on point. Their defense is strong. Doesn't look the same with Rogue.
Yeah, GodRx was out of position on that play. In the opposing team's top window, was not able to pick up any kills. It'll be Epsilon going up 6-3 going into half number 2.
And funnily enough, there, Hawkey just shaking his head. Not happy with that first half at all. Not sure exactly what that's about, whether it's just the last couple of plays there from him individually. But we've got 5 minutes left on the clock here. Of course, as we flip the sides, we'll see Epsilon attacking from that barn. And straight away, Hawkey does have a Scarab. He's rocking the MB4. He's very close to Overdrive as well. And Overdrive sometimes not even used in Uplink, but this time will be in the hands of Hawkey.
It's not as effective, I feel like, as it was last year.
I agree.
Right? I think last year you were able to use Overdrive and Uplink and really make some incredible plays. This year, I think it's definitely Active Camo, the one that has made a big difference. I feel like a lot of the maps are just really, close quarters, like a lot of close engagement areas that where Overdrive, you start running and then you just run into an ERAD or you run into an NV4 at range. It's a lot harder to kind of wiggle around through the opponents.
Yeah, and we're going to see the payloads coming in very shortly. Hawkey and Vortex do have them. Johnny's just a kill away, I think, from Camo. Nelson and GodRx, though, going down. The drone has reset. It's just back in the middle. We're just seeing a bit of a bloodbath going on over at Lemon. But the Overdrive available for Hawkey. 20 and 13. Not shocked to see that. He's a very slay-heavy player. However, 8 and 14 for Dave. He's not having his best game of the series, so hopefully for him, he'll be wanting to step that up. 25 and 12 for Johnny, but when you're 3 points down, it doesn't even matter. But Nelson is trying to convert 1 point. So close, and I thought, you know what? Proof is a mastermind. He knows how this guy plays. I thought he pulled it off again.
I was going to say, that's a very difficult shot to hit there. I mean, he's the only one alive, has the drone in his hand. He's already weak, coming through a doorway. There's guys body blocking him, and Nelson almost able to hit that. Would have been a fantastic shot if he would have been able to connect.
X doesn't connect enough with Dave as he does get taken down over by Lemon. And it's funny how we saw all the action going down at the top side of the minimap, and this side, we're seeing it go down at Lemon. Again, the drone this time is missed or intercepted for the favor of Epsilon. And now they can start a push of their own with 2 down. I wouldn't be surprised if we started to see maybe an overdrive come into play.
Oh, this should be points for Epsilon. They have Rogue trapped in that top part of the minimap in that back alley. It'll be a 1-point play coming in there for Josh. But now the drone just didn't get moved up fast enough. I feel like if it did, that's definitely a 2-point play.
X once again. We've seen him do this on both sides now, where he goes past the drone, enters this top building and starts to slay. It didn't work the first time. However, this time could be different. Finds himself the one. Josh does answer back. Very, very weak in the hands, though. Johnny trying to get away for this time. Nelson and Panda putting a couple to bed. And now this could be the start of something special for Rogue. They're 4 points down, 2 minutes 30 left on the clock. They need to start pushing this drone forward. And much unlike Epsilon, they're going straight and direct. It's a 1-point play, and again, no interception made. We're going to see 4 points on the board for Rogue.
Yeah, they pass it forward to Panda. He's in a great spot. You know, behind those hay bales, he can just get that throw off from that position, not going to get taken out. So now Rogue down by 3. He had Johnny in the back of the base trying to get some type of control. He falls, and now Epsilon with a chance to put points on the other end.
That's a nice pass there. I think it's a manual one. Dave wiggling through his way through. He will be shot from behind, but no, the dunk comes in. He manages to get through, and you know what? He's staying alive, and that is the key part here. He's dragging these Rogue players back to their base. Nelson's picked up the drone and used overdrive. Bit of a solo play, a hero play, a lot of people would say. Is that a waste, or is that just a chance he needed to take?
I mean, he probably thinks that there's nobody home there for Epsilon. He's gotten out towards mid-map. Maybe he can pick up the drone and go on a fast break, but that is not the case. He gets taken out. The drone goes the opposite direction. And a game where Rogue looked to try and make a comeback, it is Epsilon who has blown it open.
Dave looks like he's passing to himself in the long run there, but no, Josh is actually still lingering around, waiting for that drone to move up. However, now he can start to follow it and make a play with 60 seconds, should I say, left on the clock, and down by 7 points. This is not looking good for Rogue. It wouldn't surprise me with 4 payloads if Epsilon actually put a couple more on the board.
Oh, no. I mean, Epsilon should be able to put more points on the board. They earned some score streaks there. Chance that we were on board with them. It'll be Hockey almost able to take out the second one there, which was Pander. But I mean, I think this is a game. Obviously, Epsilon should be able to take it. You see the Trinity rocket coming in. Josh gets taken out, but he returns the favor onto Nelson by dropping a missile right on top of his head. But 40 seconds left, Phil. This one looks to be Epsilon's for the taking.
Yeah, it really does. I never thought I'd see the site where we've got 4 or 5 payloads still with 30 seconds left to go. But in essence, it doesn't really matter. You know, does Dave need to use the camo? Absolutely not. He's tearing people apart, and he's going to get that drone and maybe use it for himself here. But the overdrive used, and that'll be converting points for Hawkey. Just making his stats even better, because Hawkey, a player which, you know, again, I said maybe was a little bit too slay heavy. He does both this game, 29 and 20, putting objective plays in as well. We've got every single player positive for Epsilon. A strong, strong game for them, and making a bit of a statement in game number 3, especially after losing map 1.
Yeah, 15-4 in favor of Epsilon. I believe Dave, you know, he got off to a slow start, finishes that one 22 and 22 with 8 points to his name. So very good uplink game there from Dave.
Yeah, very hard to kind of lose an uplink when every single player is positive. You got, you know, +8, +4, 5 either side. And Dave, he started to heat up in that second half of the game, and now they're 2-1 up in the series. You know, they're going into another hard point, which, if you missed it, map 1, they lost to Rogue. I think they'll want redemption, and I think they'll be a little bit more hungry and know what to expect. But Rogue definitely has what it takes to push it to map number 5.
Rogue giving away that game number 2. If they would have won game 2, we're looking at a series that you're guaranteed that 5th game. And now you go into this hard point where Epsilon, they've started to heat up a little bit. You know, they came back in the search and destroy in game 2. They thrashed you in game number 3 in the uplink. They look primed to take game number 4.
Yeah, they really do. They're heating up. The likes of Hawkey starting to slay out. For me, looking at Rogue, I want that hype back. I want Nelson to start getting hyped and getting his team pumped up, because you lose 2 back-to-back, but just in the fashion that they have, you can get deflated, you can get demoralized, and you can go into this just almost thinking about those other games, which is not what you want. You want to be going into this next hardpoint very, very confident.
Well, I think you just can't dwell on what happened in game 2. Like, that's easily something Rogue could really just kind of be harping on. Like, now they're not even thinking about what went wrong in the uplink here in game number 3. They're just still kind of hung up on how they gave away game 2. You come in with so much confidence after you win game 1, you're looking good to win game 2, and that all gets taken away. It just makes it even worse.
Well, the next map coming up is going to be Breakout, and we know how much this map can be punishing for some teams. We've seen 100-point leads. We've seen 100-point leads gone and taken away as well. It really is about getting that strong start, the rotation onto cell block. And again, I think what's really crucial on this is score streaks. You know, when you see the likes of Trinity Rockets, Bombardment used at the likes of Grave, that's where we want to see, or that's where you will see, sorry, a lot of the leads kind of gained.
Yeah, this map is really snowballing. What I mean by that is, like, you take cell block, hill number 2. You can hold that one for a very long time. You get inside of it. Not really great routes for the attackers, so to speak, to kind of come back and take that hill back.
Yeah.
You can earn score streaks. You can earn your payload abilities a little bit faster. Then we go over to Graveyard Hill number 3. It's very open. You can use those Trinity Rockets, the Scorchers, Bombardments, whatever you're running. You can clear out the hill there. You can get control of Grave. Then you go over to Commissary, which is very close to that as well. What happens is, you know, a team holds cell block, then they earn some streaks, then they earn Grave, then they earn Commissary. Just snowballs this game out of control in that team's favor.
I'm just thinking as well, Epsilon now, you know, they were back against the walls. They were 5-3 down on the S&D with already losing map 1. What was going through their heads, I can't imagine. But now they're thinking, we're just one map away from topping our pool. They're already in first. And this is the first open bracket game for Rogue, first pool play game for Rogue. And this really is for Epsilon just to say, you know what, we'll win this series. We can go back, look at all the other games, watch all these other teams play, and they're in a very comfortable position going into Championship Sunday.
Yeah, it's something Epsilon, you know, they had the opportunity to do during their Global Pro League week, and they were not able to do so.
Yeah,
so, you know,
absolutely.
they come in with a different mindset here. Hey, we need to put this away. We need to get out of group stages into winner's bracket. We cannot feel that sadness that we had during the Global Pro League where we didn't qualify for playoffs. We were so close. We need to get into the winner bracket here at Anaheim. It puts you in such a great position to go further in the tournament.
Okay, well, we're jumping on board. With map number 4, currently 2-1 in the lead is the European squad of Epsilon. I know a lot of fans back home, even the European players, everyone has a lot of friends within this team. You know, the team with a lot of them, Josh of the likes, has been everywhere. But Vortex, Hawkey as well, that duo that has been around for quite a while now. But Dave seems to be the X factor. I'm looking at Panda, I'm looking at Nelson to go off on this one. I wanted those assault rifles to really flourish. However, we'll have to see whether they have what it takes to replicate map number 1 in map 4 and push it to a game 5. Let's kick things off here on Breakout Hardpoint. And we're jumping on board. It's Vortex. He's using FTL for this one. And he's actually rocking an ERAD. Yeah, which does surprise me a little bit, actually.
Dave and Hawkey, specifically, those two players have come into this series, lights out in the respawn game modes. Vortex is the one who's been struggling, 0.86 KD before this series began. So look to see if they can get him going. You know that Dave and Hawkey are going to bring it with the NV4s. You need this strong ERAD play out of Vortex.
Now, this is how map 1 started, with a very dominated start for Epsilon, but Rogue didn't let him put that down. We've got a split spawn coming in from Rogue, and a pinch maybe on the cards. Josh just take down Nelson, but got RX answering back, and now Trade's going out, a 2v2 in essence, but Nelson last alive there, and he's gonna be in a bit, he's just come off spawn, should I say. And yeah, Epsilon keep control, 19-0.
And it's great for Epsilon because they have flipped sides of the map, so Epsilon now controls the area that you want to control for cell block, hill number 2. You see the third arrow spawning up there, that is Hawkey on this side of the map. That's where you want to control. Now it's going to force Rogue to push all the way through, and they've done that. So that one kill that they got on Hawkey, look at now where Epsilon was spawning up. Arrow number 1 and number 3 that just popped up on your mini-map. Josh and Hawkey spawn so far away here from their teammates. They need to make this trek back to the hard point fast.
Okay, well, Epsilon a very strong start. Let's have a listen to the communications coming in from the European squad.
No, he hasn't come there. Can we front down? I need help. He's getting
I'm asked one down, P4 by the way.
I'm going far right, so you got foot balloon, huh? I'm watching
I'm staying pushed out front. Actually, I better go.
I'm gonna hit the right there still. I'm gonna hit the right and rotate early.
He's at.
I'm rotating. There's 2 mid. One more push up, Spiral. See what we push him. Oh, he's got fucking right. He saw 1 bullet at med. He saw 1 bullet at med. That's guy, but they're gonna get the cave before us. No. They respawn 5. We can push this guy. We can push this guy.
Here we are.
Get out, Spiral fan, call out. Oh, he's so weak. Good. They're gonna beat us. They're gonna beat us. Spiral. I think he's Spiral. See shadow. I think he's in shadow.
I don't see anything.
Nah, nothing. I'm gonna scar up, Billy.
Alright, I'm trying to show down. Getting a med.
What's me? What's that tank, Steve? He's stunned closer, yeah, he's stunned.
I don't see anything.
I'm watching right, head glitch. It's my head glitch.
We can evade.
I'm watching right.
Yeah.
I think he's lying down close. Dead right. Watch out. So weak. He's on the right of it. Nice, Dave. Good shit, bro. That's good. Good, thanks. Steve, I am. We just spawning behind us in a second. We just dialogue you lot.
Well, Phil, they are definitely communicating. Didn't really understand much from what was going on there, but that's like a typical Josh listening, right? So Josh really communicates a lot. I think probably even over-communicates. Now, you've been in the European scene for a while. Has his teammates liked that style of kind of communication, or if that's something that's caused problems?
I mean, actually teaming with Josh, I used to love it because he would always keep up that small talk. We'd never hear silence. We'd always hear probably, the same thing called out 18 times in a row. But at least we get that call out. It's nothing worse than having someone on your team not able to communicate. But the reason you probably not understand, you got a bit of Welsh, bit of Geordie, and even the Birmingham Brummie accent, which probably means nothing to you, Matt. But it's a wild mix.
I don't know where those places are located. Don't know. So I can't really tell you. I have no opinion on that, Bill. But no, in seriousness, I could not go through that as a player. Like if I hear like the same call out 3 times, I'm like, okay, I get it. Like now I'm just angry at you. Like commissary. Okay, I get it. There's a guy at commissary. Like just shut up about it already. Like, I'm trying to focus on the game, but I can understand how keeping up that small talk, keeping up that energy can definitely be good for a squad.
I think that's more it. I think it's the energy and the hype. And at that point you heard it was like 100 to like 12 or something ridiculous for the likes of Epsilon. And I think that's what pumps up the likes of Dave and gives him that confidence. As you could hear, but Vortex picking up a double now, and we do see Rogue actually getting back into this. Godorex on a 6-kill streak, 13 kills to his name. Most in the lobby right now. He's 100 away from bombardment.
And that's huge. I mean, he earns the streaks. Now we talked about how important those are over at Graveyard. If Rogue can hold that cell block, man, you can start using these streaks, break open Grave, they get right back into this hardpoint game.
On the hill, Godorex, he does go down. The bombardment not picked up. Does have the Trinity in his back pocket for a bit of a later usage. Porky finds himself a double, and the triple not going to come in. Again, Godorex finds his 14th, but heading over to the middle, no one able to get control, but with the last 30 seconds looming, we do see Epsilon starting to pan out a little bit better over the top. And I think what is on everyone's mind is that next rotation towards cell blocks, Matt.
Yeah, if Epsilon able to get control of the cell block, that'll actually force Rogue to just maybe even use one of those streaks, break that back spawn area, or just kind of keep pushing through that wall run, pushing through the long routes towards the middle of the map or over towards Grave to try and break it. So it looks like Epsilon will get control of cell block first. I think the story in this one is, can Rogue break it fast? Because if they can, that sets them up for a comeback, potentially.
Well, we're going to see Hawkeye again. I've said it time and time again. 4-kill streak, but another double kill sets himself apart. And this time, Epsilon, they've got the rotation. They do have the lead. It's coming up on 100 points. But I said before this game, we've seen 100 points. Leads just blown away. Anything can happen. And I am looking at the streaks coming into, of course, the next one. But Rogue, they've broken straight into the cell block.
And that is huge for Rogue. 3 kills in the kill feed in their favor. They get right into cell block. Still a ton of time left. 30 seconds left on this hill, Phil. They can get it. Now, they'll be about, 110, so to speak, going into Graveyard if they can hold the rest of this time. Then you have those streaks. You can potentially bring it to, 150, 180. You're right back in. You have a puncher's chance of winning this game.
Yeah, it's almost, you don't need to rotate super early with those streaks in the back pocket. And Epsilon probably doesn't know he has them. Bombardment is available for Godorex, actually. I didn't think he unlocked it, but he did. With 5 seconds left, he's actually rotated towards that, and there is one player trying to cut them off. It is Josh from the side, and he is going to find him and take control of the building there just for a second. Immediate Bay just going down, and now that 100-point lead now only 70.
Yeah, but here comes the streaks. It's going to be GodRx with the Trinity Rocket. He can hover this up, let his teammates get forward. It's going to be a Scarab kill coming in from Vortex on the side of Epsilon. So, oh man, that is something that cannot happen. So you invest a streak into this hill. He gets one with it. The rest of his teammates all fall. Now you have to start thinking about investing this other streak into this hardpoint, which is not good, because then you have nothing later in the game.
Yeah, just the way they avoided that Trinity Rocket was a really, really clever play. They did have the cover of the cave here, and as you can see, with 20 seconds left, that was a very, very quick kill. They took all the points away from it, and they're thinking about the commissary, and we're talking about bombardment. You know, that's still in the play, and it can work well for you on commissary, but again, there's buildings everywhere you can just dip into.
Yeah, it's not great on commissary. I think you may have wanted to use maybe the bombardment for, you know, graveyard and the Trinity Rocket over here at commissary, but that's just nitpicking. I mean, at that point, you know, you're using whatever streak you think you can get in to break that hard point, but it's Epsilon getting control of commissary first. It's going to be a push coming in for, okay, so Rogue, they used the bombardment, but they had all 4 players there. They were picking up all the kills. They probably did not need it at all right there.
Yeah, again, a tough call. You've got to kind of invest. You're looking at Epsilon at 210. You're thinking, I may as well use it if I don't hear. You know, they get a couple more points. We lose our gunfights. Maybe a bit of lack of confidence coming in from Rogue, and rightly so with Epsilon storming ahead here with, again, a 90-point lead now. Johnny trying to make something of this game. 20 seconds left. It's not going to end on the commissary. We are going to see another rotation of hills. But how close can Epsilon get? That is the question. This man, Vortex, has been on fire for the last 2 games. 24 and 15, a 3-kill streak. And the fantastic thing that I love about Epsilon right now, in about 2 seconds, everyone has over a minute on the hill.
And it is huge that Vortex has shown up in this series, because, you know, we talked, you know, Davies had some big moments. He was great in the uplink. But Vortex, man, he has been very strong. You know, Dave leading all players in terms of, you know, kills per respawn coming into this one. Has not performed well here in this game 4. Vortex has shown up in a big way, though.
It really has. Hawkeye as well. Those 2 players really just come into their element. A snapshot coming in there for Vortex, and Dave does clean up. And with 5 seconds left, you look across to the mini-map, and that is going to be it unless we get to see one more break. Not going to happen. With a 120 lead there, 250 to 130. Epsilon closed the series out 3-1. They lost that first map. I'll say it, they should have lost the second, but no, they keep composed and they clean up here, still first in Pool B.
Yeah, map 2 is definitely a huge wake-up call for Epsilon. It's one that Rogue should have been able to put away in their favor. They should have gone up 2 on this series. But when you let these great teams hang around like Epsilon, they take advantage of it and they win the series 3-1.
Okay, for Epsilon, though, that's 3 North Americans taken down. They fell to their European counterpart. It just seems to be the story. We heard it time and time again last year. Their play style feeds, you know, too much energy sometimes for these to handle. If you get used to it, like Red Reserve knew, they knew how to counter that. However, later in the tournament, will they be able to replicate it? The likes of Optic, FaZe, the big names out there, United, if you like it, coming in strong. We'll have to wait and see for that, but so far, so good for Epsilon. However, Rogue fans, it was a good show, and I've got to say, I was impressed with what I saw from Rogue. They clean out that S&D, we could have seen a whole new series.
Yeah, they were very strong in the search and destroy. You expected them to take that more times than not. But guys, we are going to go to a quick commercial break. The action will continue right after with another open bracket squad coming up on the main stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CWL Anaheim Open. Of course, day 2, we kicked off. We had our All-Star game, which was a fantastic one to really start the entire day. But now we're back in tournament mode. We have some games currently going on our feature stations, of course. We can actually go to a live look-in on the Delta station because this game is very, very close to finishing. This one, of course, it was Evil Geniuses versus Era TP. You've been watching this. How's the series broken down thus far?
It's been extremely close thus far, Ben. Going into the first hard point, 250 to 225. EG actually getting outslayed by Era going into the later seconds. Only a couple of kills being outslayed, but still able to win that map is very impressive to say the least. Going into Crusher, you really could argue either team should have won that one. It goes down all the way to round 11. Nameless able to clutch up though, ends up 12-6 on the game. They're able to take that in a very, very close 6-5 victory. Moving on to Frost Link, 6-4. Era's able to pull that out. EG just wasn't really able to break through the lines at all to get consistent scores, which I feel like they really should. They are the better team supposedly in this matchup. They should be performing a little bit better, but Era keeping it really close. We're looking at this hard point though, EG with a comfortable lead.
One of those key moments from that uplink. Nameless had camo in the final 25 seconds, wasn't able to use it, gets taken down by a nade, and that of course was when they were down by 2, and we all know how important camo can be in uplink, almost guaranteed points. But back to this one, 233 to 142. It looks good that EG closed this out.
Yeah, and I think Nameless is even sitting on a Trinity Rocket just in case anything gets kind of weird. You see Era is kind of, you know, they have the full setup on the hill, so worst comes to worst, raining in Trinity Rocket should be a pretty easy break, and of course just 13 seconds left. Should be cruising right along. Although I think it was this map where C9 also kind of blew a ridiculous like 100-point type lead, so it's been done, it's just not very likely.
And there you see it looks as if Era are going to hold on for now. Obviously, as you mentioned, Chance, it's such a big lead. And Proof, as a player's perspective, when you have such a big deficit to overcome, how do you do it?
Well, right now they're mounting the comeback. They have full control of a hill that's extremely hard to break. If you continue to play correctly here, you just tell your team 1 point at a time. Just let the time tick away, keep holding your setup, rotate to the next hill, and try to play. You have to play perfect Call of Duty at this point to make this comeback. You can't make any mistakes.
Yeah, and I think kind of playing just how you would play any other hill, essentially with the time, of course, in the back of your mind. You don't want to get too crazy. You don't want to make any kind of costly mistakes. I think that happened to Rogue a bit on Alpha, where in the uplink they found themselves down by too many points. Then they started trying to make these like crazy, ridiculous plays. Of course, so back into this one, I don't know, Era, they're keeping it alive. They just got 3
more dead,
or down, and Bound's able to pick up 2 as well. So I don't know, things are getting a little bit interesting.
But no one's in the hill.
We've seen chokes, right? I mean, Cloud9's yesterday comes to mind, but this would be up there. It really would. 247, 200 kills surely going back in Evil Genius's favor, it seems. EG just a few seconds away from closing that one out, and I believe they do, in fact, close it out 250.
I think that's the second game where they were literally outslayed and still won the hard point. If I'm correct, that's what you're telling me on the first game, right?
Yeah, definitely happened. They got outslayed by like 3 or 4 kills on that first map.
2 times they were able to get outslayed and win the hard point. So I would just figure out what we're doing as a team. We might not be rotating correctly. We're not worrying about the right kills. Just go back to the drawing board, figure out hard point.
I think one thing I want to note on the side of Era, Stemino on both hard points is able to get over 2 minutes. I think he almost got 2 minutes and 30 seconds on both the hills, and that's a glaring issue for me. Yes, that's a lot of hard point time for one particular player. It's impressive that he's able to get that much, but that screams just issue of rotation to me. You need to get that constant wave of pressure out of the hill, so maybe they just need to switch it up, maybe slot someone else in the hill a little bit, because Stemino is gunning people quite a bit. Maybe you just need to get a little bit more aggression there.
Sure. One thing I do want to point out for Evil Geniuses as well, because they were playing just to the right-hand side of me, Parasite getting very vocal, getting very energetic. It's exactly what I feel that squad really does need. So he's definitely having a good impact on the Evil Geniuses squad. Elsewhere, over on the Charlie Station, Fnatic, they were in action against Fury. And this one shocked me. Fury come out in 3-1 Fnatic. I mean, Fnatic started off well. They win map number 1. You're thinking, okay, business as usual. And then Search and Destroy, they drop that 6-3. You go over to Uplink, they lose that 11-5. And then the final hard point was a 100-point club. Fury just came out and just destroyed Fnatic, which is interesting to because me and you, throughout stage 1, had that conversation saying we feel like Fnatic could be that squad that kind of deserved to be at playoffs, but they're not playing like that this weekend, team.
Yeah, they had a really tough group throughout stage 1. They weren't able to qualify for the playoffs, and it seems like ever since then they lost that confidence they had overall. And what happened to their Search and Destroy? It just has, you know, first half of this year, early on when this team formed, their Search and Destroy was basically unbeatable. Going back to ESWC Paris, that CWL event, they were almost flawless. I think they only only lost one there, but it's been a downhill spiral for them in Search and Destroy specifically. They don't look like the same team.
And it's crazy considering, there was stories of, FaZe asking Fnatic, hey, like, what are you guys doing in Search and Destroy? And they were kind of the go-to team when we were talking about Search, but for now, it's crumbled.
So FaZe pretty much spread their S&D strats, and now they can't win an S&D.
Right. Ironic, right? Very, very ironic. But as we said, there's still so much action going on here at Anaheim. We have our feature stations, but as well as that, we have our open bracket still going on. Of course, losers bracket. We're going to actually send it down to the fabulous Rich for an update.
Rich here on the floor at the open bracket of CWL Anaheim. We already have our 4 teams that are going to progress into pool play, but that does not mean the open bracket is over yet. We still have teams in the lower portion of the bracket. We're waiting for one more round to play out, which is including Ghost, Panda, Allegiance, and Vitality. But we know that Straight Rippin' is going to play against Lethal. We know that Supremacy is going to play against Echo Fox, and TK is going to play against Arrows. Now, all of these teams are in the lower portion of the open bracket, but they still have a chance to win the tournament if they can go on a big run here. So check out the matches if you are here in Anaheim. But if you are here, you can also head over to the Game Battles booth. We're going to be having tournaments all day today, and one of them has a $1,000 prize pool. I hope to see you all there, but I'm going to throw it back up to Benson and the boys at the desk.
Thanks, Rich. $1,000 prize pool in the GB Proving Grounds. I'm just saying, the squad right here.
Let's go.
Let's get it.
Get a little bit downtown.
Give me
Call
a
our
scuff,
team
man.
the desk.
Give me a scuff,
The
I'm back.
booth is right over there. We're back, baby. We're back. Elsewhere, of course, going on the side station proof. You were watching the Bravo station match. It was Splice versus Lethal, and that one just seemed like a walk in the park for Splice.
It just seemed the first map was the only map that was really close, and that has to be because it was the first map of the day.
Right.
Eventually, Zero was starting off hot. Mad Cat and Jared had slow starts, but once they picked it up at the end, I swear, Lethal didn't get another point. They stopped at 186, and Splice was able to just take it 250 to 186 right after that. Search and Destroy, they went up 5-0. Eventually, Lethal gets around, but they closed it out 6-1. Not really a story there. They dominated at game 2. I want to say that Bance and Zero might be the best S&D duo I've seen in Search and Destroy. It's like Bance goes out there, he gets the first blood, and then Zero clutches up if they need to. And then Zero will go out there, he'll get the first blood, and then Bance clutches up if he needs to. Or if they're left alive in like a 2v4 and they just clutch it and do their thing. So excellent S&D performance from Splice. And then game 3 was the Jerd show. They ended up winning 17-9. Jerd had a 30 bomb, doing work.
Wow, Jerd definitely stepping up here in Anaheim, that is for sure. But Splice making it look easy. Of course, on the main stage matchup, we should just touch about that one briefly. Chance, you were watching that one. It was Epsilon versus Rogue. For any that missed it, Epsilon with a 3-1 victory. Any key moments for you?
Yeah, Rogue, I think, was more impressive than I was certainly expecting them to be.
Okay.
The first hard point, yes, it was the first map of the day for Epsilon, but they didn't even really start that slow. I think Rogue just actually beat them. They played it incredibly well. Notably on the Broken Hill, they had the full setup. Johnny with the NV4, he was sitting on top of Bridge, picked up 3-4 kills at a time. He was doing pretty well, and I think they pulled off the 250-202 victory along those lines. And then the S&D got crazy. That was where Rogue looked fantastic and then managed to find a way to collapse. But Nelson pulled out the Ripper, and I think that's actually a really good thing to do on Crusher. When you get in that U area, that's the closest range gunfights you're ever going to have, and the Ripper actually does outshine the ERAD in those close range engagements. It's just the fact of the recoil is more difficult to manage. It's going to be tougher, but still a couple of mistakes. Obviously they collapsed, but they were challenging absolutely everything. I mean, they were just playing like absolute maniacs, and obviously there was a degree of success there, but then you got guys like Nelson with the Ripper challenging crates, going cross map, and he's just getting obliterated by MV4. So there was definitely obvious moments of success and aggression, and then there were some crazy moments as well. The uplink, Epsilon was just the better team. There's no two ways about it. Room for improvement for Rogue would be work on your interceptions for your 1-point shots, kind of those basics, but still they showed some signs of life.
So do you think it was the way that Search ended that kind of affected him for the rest of that series?
Obviously, it's going to be a factor. To lose like that is going to be difficult, especially when you know you're going to be 2 up. It makes the road tougher. I still think you're going to have a lot of motivation going into map number 3. Still, you're only tied. It's not a big deal, but once things start to fall out of your way there, it's just too tough to come back from. And then the second hard point we even saw, it was never really a game.
250 to 130, Epsilon take it, and they take the Series 3 maps to 1. For now, though, let's take a look at our pools and see how our recent results have affected the current standings, because there are some close ones. For Splice, of course, they will finish their pool play campaign at 3-1. They go 11-6 on map count. Enigma 6, of course, still to play a matchup. Rise still have to play. Cloud9 still have to play as well. But the big key thing there is Splyce have basically solidified their spot there as going into the championship bracket.
Yeah, most definitely. Getting that 3-0 is super important. The map count going to be coming into play, so look for Splyce to make some runs here. I really expect this team to make a winter final again, cruising through the winter bracket. I think they are, you know, that number 1 and 2 team we're used to seeing Optic and E-United. I think that's swapped a little bit. E-United has dropped back down. Splyce has taken that number 2 spot.
What's interesting is there is a scenario there where all teams could finish 3-1, or not all teams, but the top 3 teams could all be 3-1. So that's going to be interesting to see who takes that number 1 seed from Pool A. We'll take a look now and recap Pool B, see what has changed at the top. It's Epsilon 3-1. They go 11-6. LG, they're right behind them 2-1. So that next game against Rogue is going to be an important one. But I guess I do want to get your opinions here on Rogue. Out of all those teams there, Chance, is there anyone you think that they can actually beat?
I think they could definitely beat Team Envious. The way they've looked is just not good at all. And I think they could give Red Reserve a bit of a run for their money. I think it's going to kind of go back to that Epsilon matchup where they're just going to be a little bit too good. But yeah, I think Rogue, that's their only hope, trying to beat Team Envy.
Okay, we'll move forward and we'll take a look at Pool C. Just get updated exactly where we stand with that one. Of course, the match is still being played on our side stations and our main stage as well, all throughout the day. Pool play versus open bracket. Bittersweet, of course, they're still sitting pretty at 3-0. For EG, that win puts them at 3-1, 9-6 on map count. And I guess a similar question, Proof, for you. Can Era beat any of these squads in this pool?
Only team I can see them beating is Elevate at this point. Like I said, FaZe has to be a completely different team today. Evil Genius with the addition of Parasite are looking phenomenal, and Bittersweet just has that fire where they're just running off of that steam.
It is worth mentioning that last result actually does mean that FaZe Clan cannot progress through to the winners bracket championship bracket. They can't win enough maps. It's not there for them. At best they finish 2-2. As you can see, EG already 3-1. So for FaZe, it's bad news bears to start off day 2. They are already in the losers bracket, but they will still have a matchup against Era. Moving forward, though, we should take a look at Pool D, the final pool here at the CWL Anaheim Open. Of course, Optic Gaming there, 3-0. Mindfreak 0-3. No one from Pool D yet to play here on day 2. So that, of course, will be changing in the next round of matches. But we were talking a little bit about Era and Evil Geniuses. For EG, that series ended 3-1 in their favor. And I believe that Rich actually caught up with Parasite after that match to talk about a couple of the recent team changes. Let's take a look.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, I'm here with Parasite, and you guys just managed to take down Era. It was a little difficult, though. Did they have more game than you expected?
Well, yeah, honestly, I don't want to discredit them, but they came off hot off their open bracket matches to get to pool play. But either way, they played really well. Like, they gave us a fight in the Search and Destroy second game, and they beat us on the uplink, and they had a close 50-point game, which is pretty good on retail. It's like just one hill, so it was a close game, and they definitely could shake up the pools if they continue to play this way. I could see them, beating any of these teams if they're on their game and the other teams underestimate them.
Now, this is your first time playing with Evil Geniuses at a tournament. How's it going for you? You were talking a little bit about your path to actually getting to this team.
Well, it's going good so far. I think we're guaranteed winners bracket, so that's always a positive. I haven't been able to do that in a while. And also, in general, like, the team vibes are really good. I think our problem is starting off slow versus teams, especially that are like warmed up. I think we need to kind of get in the rhythm a lot quicker. But I think that now that we have a match under our belt for the day, whenever we do play our winners bracket match later on, I think we'll be fine.
Last night we got to talk a little bit. You were saying S&D, you really need to adapt to the team's play style that they've already established. Do you feel like you've been able to do that?
Well, as the tournament's been on, we've progressively gotten better and better at Search because Havoc, Naga, and Nameless have all been really good Search and Destroy players throughout all the games, and also that was probably their best game mode with Study as their last player. So me coming from a whole bunch of open bracket teams this year and not really having a set pro team, I was usually the shot caller. So I was kind of used to having people play around me, but now with Naga being our shot caller in Search and Destroy, I kind of have to adapt to how they want to play, and I've kind of started to get my rhythm in S&D with them.
All right, well, we're going to see this new roster a lot today, but going to throw it back up to you, Benson.
Thank you very much, Rich. Great, of course, to hear from Parasite, such a veteran within the Call of Duty community, a 2013 Call of Duty World Champion at that. Had a pretty rough past couple of years, though, it's fair to say, but this Evil Genius squad now, can they do damage here at Anaheim, Proof?
I think it depends on Nameless. He's the X factor. Like we all talked about during the game, whenever Nameless plays like he played at stage 1, oh my God, that's MVP nameless. No one's stopping their team. And with the addition of Parasite, who seems to be picking up a lot of the slack that they had, you know, with Study, it seems like they're the team that's going to run that pool.
I'm excited to see how far they can make it through the bracket. Of course, we talked a little bit earlier on about the Game Battles Proving Grounds right here in the Anaheim Convention Center. So if you're a spectator, this is exactly what you want to do and where you want to be, because registration for the Anaheim $1,000 4v4 is open right now. You can go and sign up at the Game Battles booth. I'm saying we should, we need to try and make something happen here, because that's $1,000. That's a lot of money right there. We could be winning that tournament, that's for sure. But as I said, if you are here in the venue and you do want to sign up, make your way over to the Game Battles booth for that 4v4 $1,000 tournament. It's great to give the spectators a bit of a chance there, Teef, as well, to win some money.
Oh, it's such a cool idea, the fact that they have this Game Battles booth set up. You can, you know, if you don't have a set team, you can go in there, maybe find someone to group up with, play in that 2v2 tournament, and possibly win some money, get some, you know, LAN experience under your belt. It's one of the most important things to do if you want to make a name for yourself in competitive Call of Duty. It's awesome.
And that's funny that you mentioned that, because yesterday we had that conversation, and you were saying how when you were an up-and-coming player, you went to a lot of the locals out in Cali, and that LAN experience really, really did help your career.
Yeah, definitely, and just getting any sort of confidence. Every time you win or lose, no matter what the situation, it's a good feeling, right? And it gets you that confidence overall that you need if you're going to play in a huge open tournament like this. So get some experience while you can.
Definitely true, and you have a chance of winning $1,000 like we said. But that is going to do it for the studio for now, at least. Of course, day 2 has only just begun, and we still have plenty more games to show here at day 2 of the CWL Anaheim Open. Up next on the main stage, it's Bittersweet versus Era. We'll be back after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Global Pro League Anaheim Open, presented by the PlayStation 4. We've got Momo joining me on the desk, and Merc, of course, for this one. Proofy's still here with me. But up next on main stage, Bittersweet versus Era. I'm excited for this matchup because we did, of course, just see Era versus Evil Geniuses. EG was able to 3-1 them in that one. Momo, Bittersweet, it's almost been the surprise team from the event now, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, this squad, of course, coming out of relegation, that was their main focus. That's all they wanted. And then coming into the pool play, it was one of those where you just didn't expect that much, maybe, win a couple of maps here, maybe win a series, but for them to be top in the pool right now and be in the position that they are.
Comfortably top as well, it's worth mentioning.
And this is obviously, no pun intended, then they're on cloud 9 right now, not literally, but they are having a great time.
I thought you were going to say it's a bittersweet performance. That was what I thought.
I'm not
amateurs, man.
I can't do that to myself. Well, they're having a great time. They've 3-0 in their pool. They're out of relegation. They've qualified for everything that we've talked about. Strong so far, and I think this continues.
Proof to the point you just made, second best map count, second best record, and the only team beating them is Optic Gaming. I mean, that's a fantastic performance for them.
I'm just extremely happy for Spacely. I started this year off with him competing, and I know the struggles that he's had to get to this point. He talked about this is all he's been stressing about for the past month with these guys, is just qualifying for stage 2 and having a good showing at Anaheim. So I just can't say it enough. I'm just relieved for them.
Yeah, and another player on that team who we have to focus on is Lamagod. He's had such a great tournament performance so far. He's like one of the top KDs in every single game mode, just having an absolute monster event.
Of course, a win here for Bittersweet would put them at 4-0, guarantees them going into that championship bracket. I mean, I'm pretty sure they are already guaranteed to go through as either 1 or 2. But it looks so damn good when it's 4-0 on that graphic. It really does. For Era, though, how are they going to beat this Bittersweet squad, Mo?
Honestly, I can't see it happening, but if you're going to kind of target something, you need to target Llama. You can't let him do what he's been doing all weekend long. We asked yesterday at the end of it, who was the MVP-like performance. We talked about Optic, but if there's an individual who I've not seen really have one bad map, Lamagod is that guy, and they need to shut him down. They need to do it very quickly.
And if they do decide to win map 1 Era, they need to not talk crap to Space because then they'll come right back with the 3-0 sweep.
It's so true. I mean, here's a look at our maps. Breakout Hardpoint, Retail Search, a Throwback Uplink, a Scorch Hardpoint, and a Throwback Search and Destroy, but goes the distance. I mean, Merc, I feel like this is a fantastic map set for Bittersweet, no?
I don't know, because you haven't seen him play really Breakout Hardpoint very much, and we talked about it yesterday. This is a team, they're very aggressive. Who is going to be that main AR for them to sort of step it up? You're going to have Mox, but who's going to help him? And that's going to be huge. He's going up against a guy like BZ on that Era team. So that map number 1, if you're sort of looking at a piece to win, it's to come out hot for Era. You've had some matches. Bittersweet, this is their first one of the day. Come out hot, come out strong, go up early, maybe a 2-0 lead.
Excited to see Bittersweet once again in action here at the CWL Anaheim Open. And I believe the match about to get underway, so we can send it down to our casters for the series. It's Bucket and Chance.
Thank you so much, fellas. Now, normally in the past, Saturday mornings were kind of boring. You had your open bracket teams coming out and then getting slaughtered by the big dogs in pool play. Back at Dallas, that wasn't the case. We saw squads like TGC, Evil Geniuses really impressing people. And this weekend, I feel like we're in store for some even more upsets. Already, we know that Fury, they caused an upset over Fnatic. Remy and the boys get the job done. And if you watch this Era squad that we're about to see, they're very close. They could have taken out Evil Geniuses. They fell just short, though, in that previous matchup.
Yeah, and you got to keep in mind, like most of these teams in pool play, or all of them actually, those are your GPL teams. Those are supposed to be your top 16 teams in the game. So they're coming out. If you're getting that win, that's huge. Like, that's a statement. Those guys obviously know they can perform. Of course, though, Era in this matchup, it's going to be a very difficult road. Obviously, they fell to EG. Now they got to go against the top dog in the group. Which is kind of crazy, because Bittersweet, they just got here through the relegation tournament, formerly Supreme. Before Bittersweet, the org picked them up for this event. Lacefield and the boys, they've been putting on a show. As the analyst desk talked about it, Lamagod has taken his game to the next level. We have never seen him playing this well. We've seen great games from him in the past, but he's number 2 overall, just behind Formal, who is having a ridiculous tournament here in Anaheim. Yeah, Lamagod specifically, I haven't seen him play a single bad game. I have no idea if he's even going to be able to keep up that pace. It would be insane if he can. But again, this team has looked the second best so far in the event. The only map that they dropped was a 250 to 249, and it's one that they definitely thought that they should have clutched up. But the entire team really, again, I think I said it before, but Spacely has like the worst KD on the team, and he's sitting at like a 1.06. And there's some of the top teams that is
their best player where they're at.
And this is a beautiful game. We got the pink team, Bittersweet, going up against your yellow team in Era. And we're going to be starting things off with the Llama God. I haven't seen a game in Hardpoint where he's dropped less than 30 kills. Let's see how many he can drop here on Breakout.
Well, it's definitely going to be the guy to watch as well. The most impressive thing to me about Llama so far, not only his consistency, but he's the one that's playing the most aggressive. He's not baiting his teammates. He's the bait. And when your bait is the one that's getting all of that shred power, that's insane. Also worth pointing out, well, Bounce fell off the map. He did pick up a kill, though. Okay, I thought there was a bit of just an early mistake coming out of there, but no big deal. Still up, Llama got in the hill. 2 kills have gone in, and they have a 15-point lead.
Now, you're probably a little bit more familiar with this Bittersweet squad by now, but if you're looking at Era, some of the guys you're going to be looking at, Holler. He's kind of in that role that we saw Parasite playing for Evil Geniuses. He's the anchor. He's got to be rotating first. The opposite of that, though, is going to be a guy like Bounds, who's just going to be let loose on the map. He's your lead slayer, going to be working with a player like Beezy, who we're kind of familiar with after watching him at last year's Call of Duty World League Championship.
Yeah, and I think Merc touched on it a bit. Beezy, he's definitely a guy that could kind of rival Mox in that AR department, and then even kind of tally off. And this is something I'm looking for particular to this Hardpoint. It's something TP touched on. Stamina. The dude had about 2 minutes in the hill, and I think that was for both the Hardpoints, but he was winning gunfights as well. And you can clearly see there, the dude's got some gun skill. So TP's kind of room for improvement was making sure that he can force more gunfights and not being the guy that has to sit back.
Using the grenade perfectly there, hits an opponent in the face, and now he's just 25 points away from unlocking the Scarab. We'll be working towards that Trinity rocket, and of course the bombardment in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. But Era, for now, they have retaken the lead. Bittersweet trying to find a way through. Finally, they'll get in. 20 points remain, and I don't expect to see Era challenging this, so it should be Bittersweet with about a 20-point advantage on the new rotation. Setting up here at the cave, though, this is what can be the difference maker in the game.
Yeah, and right now, this is the spot that Era wants to be in. They are on the preferred side, of course, even going towards that next hill. And you can see there's actually a gigantic flank coming in. That's from Llama God. He literally went around the entire map just to get that kill. And he's going to be on a 3 streak as well, so keep that in the back of your mind. Still, though, Era, they are the guys that are racking up the hill time. Spacely, though, he's going to be able to pick up 2. Llama God was still able to do a bit of damage in the back, and it relieves the pressure, making enough room, and you see Bittersweet able to break the hill.
First time I ever watched Spacely, he was about 16 years old, playing alongside Clayster and Slacked on a team called United. He's still in this scene. He had great success in Black Ops 3. He was part of the Luminosity team that beat Optic Gaming in one of the early stages. Since then, in IW, he hasn't really had an opportunity to shine in Infinite Warfare. This could be his event.
Very well, and it's honestly, again, they're looking fantastic so far. Era, though, trying to give them a run for their money. You see kills getting traded back and forth nonstop. Stamina's going to have one final gunfight before, well, Llama God's going to take him down, but Era, they're going for that scrap time, but you see Bittersweet, they're happy, they're setting up for the next hill at Commissary. But either way, back and forth game. Every single hill there's been a setup. The other team has been able to break both times from both Era and Bittersweet. So, close game so far.
Now, Holler said he plays that anchor role. It's going to be his job to fight for the control of the spawns. He's going to be arrow number 6 on your mini-map throughout this game, so keep your eyes on him. So far, I've seen him fighting in the middle of the map quite a bit, not only running the perimeter like we're used to seeing from some of the anchor players. Up to this point, I think Bittersweet, they've had the better rotations. You see Llama God trying to give his team the spawns, but they're going to be coming up at Showers. 30 points still remain on Commissary. This is where Era needs to make their move.
Well, and you see Holler is going to be there for the trades. You see Era, they were taking their time. They're making sure they're pushing in the back, but unfortunately for them, the gunfights are not consistently going their way unless Holler can do something crazy. And even there, you can see it's just that last-ditch effort. There was no teammates nearby, so that was kind of the story. Yes, Era played well. Bittersweet, though, a little bit too strong in the slaying category so far. And once again, it's off the back of Llama God. He's 12-6. And Lacefield, despite the fact that he had a slow start, he turned it right around. He's on a 5 streak. He's 125 away from Trinity Rockets.
He can just jump into the new hard point and get himself even closer to unlocking all 3 Spacely. Going to be trading out kills, but Beezy starting to heat up. Finds 2, looking for a 3rd. And Beezy will take out Mox, so clearing the way for his team to jump into the hard point. Era starting to score. They know where Bittersweet is going to be attacking from. Holler is going to try and shut down this loading area. Spacely being pre-fired, has to back out. Look at Holler here with the NV4.
Yeah, he's going to be the guy trying to just laser these players down. Gets the kill on Spacely as well, so he's doing his job. The player on air needs to make sure he stays in the hill. You see they're kind of juggling it as much as possible. Stamina just going back and forth. So he's really accomplishing two things here. One, he's looking for kills on anybody trying to push past, and two, he's trying to rack up some hill time. Either way, though, honestly, that might even be a pretty small win right there for Bittersweet. Air didn't get nearly as much time as they could have if they just anchored themselves in the hill. Of course, though, the spawns are going to be there for cell block, but actually, no, Stamina and Bounce, they're going to be across the map, so the gunfights inside the hill are going to be huge.
You got to hit him right now. If you're Bittersweet, you're going to be pinched on if you take your time. Llama God and Lacefield looking for the opening kills. They both scored. Now Mox in the feed. They're looking for the last kill. FTL jump. The player's going on the wall run. Llama God staying up is now going hunting. He's on the high wall run. He's got 2 challengers and finally going to be missing some shots. But the man is 17-9, living up to all the hype. We were talking about this guy coming in. Number 2 overall. He has a ridiculous KD at this point in the game.
Yeah, and then, of course, going back to Spacely as well inside the hill. He's able to win one gunfight, and you see he stays alive long enough for Llama God to come in and get those scrap-up kind of kills. So Bittersweet, very good hill by them, but still relatively close game. This is the same situation we saw the first time around where Era, they're in the hill on the preferred side. And once again, Llama God, he's doing the exact same thing on the flank that he did last time. It worked once. They're going to see if it can work again.
It was a 48-point differential when it went to the cell block, 51-point differential when we came here to the graveyard by Caves. Llama God on the pinch as Bittersweet tries to pull away with this game, but it's Era scoring for now. 2 more players to get by. Lacefield needs help from his teammates. He is just poking them 1 bullet at a time, picks up the kill. The Holler holds strong.
Love what we saw right there from Lacefield as well, just kind of forcing players to walk into their pre-fire. But for the moment, it doesn't matter. That's going to be a clean 4 down. You see Stamina, the guy TV was talking about. He is now leading his team in slang. He's managed to nearly catch up to Llama God as well. And that's a very good hold by from Era. You saw even Parasite in his interview, he talked about a little bit. 50 points is a close game. That's just 1 hill. That's how much Era was just down by. And now they're going to be able to take the lead.
From down 51 to basically being tied up. It's a 1-point game. Beezy's set up, and Era's gonna take the lead here, but no, it's Mox and Lacefield sliding through and picking up the kills. Bounce is gonna answer back, but they know the pressure is still coming. Your reinforcements are so far away, so if you're Holler, you had to play that a little bit slower, try and buy time. This is all Bittersweet's hill. How are those yellow arrows going to break back through?
Well, the strategy right now looks like they might be trying to send 3 through mid-map, 1 guy from the wall run, but that wall run is very difficult to cross. And you see Spacely and Lacefield, the duo, they were holding down that mid lane as well. So that is an entire 4-man push getting completely shut down. Bittersweet, they had all the cuts watched, and you just see how much time they even get to set up in these different positions. Stamina, though, he's trying to make a bit of an opening. He's got players kind of hunting him from the back as well. So again, Bittersweet, that's 2 times on the commissary hill that they have just looked fantastic.
Going back to stage 1, the team that outslays has won 43 maps in a row until finally FaZe flipped that stat. You look at this game, it's been all Bittersweet. You got Llama God +9, Lacefield +7. I mean, Mox, he's not dropping the 30 kills that we've seen from him in the past, but they're simply outgunning their opponents. You need more out of Beezy. Balance has not been a factor yet in this game either.
Either way, though, there's a lot of potential. Again, they did pretty well in the central rooftop hill last time around. They were doing okay just for the start. You see number 5 on your map, Beezy. He's going around for the flank, and he's trying to anchor those spawns for that next cell block hill. So they're thinking in advance, and this is all while they're getting hill time as well. So Bittersweet, they definitely have their work cut out for them. Again, it's been a tight game, and just 1 hill can completely turn this game around for either team.
You talked about Stamina, how he's been the key player up to this point. He earned 2 big kills to keep his team spawning on the right side of the map. That cell block's coming up in 15 seconds. Player number 7, Stam, is going to be setting up to protect the respawns. Bittersweet, those those pink arrows will be hunting for him, and Balance is coming in to reinforce his teammate.
Yeah, it's weird to see how much time has been neglected on that rooftop hill as well. I know a lot of times it's contest heavy. If you sit in a hill, they know exactly where you are, and it's difficult to survive. But so much time has just been wasted. Either way, you see the streaks getting called in. That's Lacefield. So he burned the Trinity Rockets on the cell block hill. The cell block hill, of course, it's very easy to sit inside.
It's got a roof.
One player is going to die. They're going to see if Bittersweet can make it work. They're all pinching the hill from different sides as well, trying to break in. But very contest heavy, and his stamina in the back, he's going to be able to pick up too. He's got a little bit more work to do. Mox is going to shut him down, but Hollard gets the trade. Gunfight's continuing. Lacefield, it looks like the streaks eventually paid off in the end. They are able to break through and keep their lead.
This will at least go to one more hard point, but Bittersweet should have full control of the cell block. You see those yellow arrows not even going to contest. So 12 free points remaining here. And we'll see, can Era bring it back on the cave once again? That's how they cut the 50-point lead down to just 1 second. Can they do it once again? The Scarab is out. It's going to be able to pick up BZ. Stam answers back with a nice melee, and he's going to try and push forward. But now you have Bittersweet crushing in. Blazefield trying to get the long-range pick while Llama God's up close and personal.
Well, Bittersweet definitely has the pressure. That is an unfortunate team kill as well, because Llama God was in a very nice spot. That's actually going to be the opening that Era needed. So there you go. Streaks, they get burned. They are no longer in play for Bittersweet and Era. They're trying to rack up the points. No one right now for Bittersweet is going on the flank. All 4 players going to be pushing in from the same area, all the way from Med Bay. You see the one Scarab get called in. That's going to be a team kill as well. So 2 team kills on the Graveyard Hill. Era, they are taking full advantage.
And Holler just put shots into 3 players. Fantastic work from your anchor. He knows the spawns are going to be coming from across the map. He's going to try and cut them off. First peeking into showers, now double checking the center spots Llama God, but he's going to be called out. And I love this decision just to back up, try and play your life here.
Well, Spacely is going to be able to get that kill. Bittersweet. This is the Commissary Hill. They've seen so much success before, but we have a tied game in Era. They won that rotation battle. They have the spawns for the moment. Bittersweet, they really only have one good opportunity to get this break, and you see the kills are not going in their favor. Llama God's got a tough gunfight. He's the farthest one push up. He's got to wait for his team, but he's got to go. So much for them to think about. Era just 4 more seconds away from ending the game. Lacefield, he is the last man alive. He is not going to be able to get close enough, and Era is going to be able to close it down in game number 1, 250 to I think 227.
Yeah, fantastic finish here from Era. I was counting them out. You said it's anyone's game as we went back to the starting hill, and it was all the difference done in the caves. Back-to-back rotations, rotation number 2 and 3. You are going to see excellent holds from Era as they get themselves back into the action. It was tied going into the final hill. And Bittersweet, they didn't get a single second of hill time. They barely even got in there to contest.
It's similar to what we've seen a couple times where it's their first map of the day, Bittersweet. How much heat can you kind of come out with early on? And of course, Era, they've been playing for quite some time, so you know they're going to have the hot hand. Bittersweet, they're going to be looking to turn around, obviously going into that search and destroy, but even so, I don't even necessarily think it was just that they were cold. Era just outplayed them. The only mistakes that they made on the Commissary Hill, they fixed it at the very end. They held the Graveyard Hill as well, so I think they just played it better.
I'd love to see a final tally of the exact statistics, but I have a strong feeling that Bittersweet still outslayed their opponent. They were the team that threw off all of the stats in the past. They were the squad that threw their lead against FaZe despite outslaying them. I think this is now the 2nd time from the same team in the same tournament. This is kind of crazy stuff here. They got to fix their hard point because clearly they're getting the kills you need to win. You just got to figure out where you lose in the rotation fights.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting as well because this is the first time we've seen them kind of be faced with a little bit of diversity because I know they had the tough 250 to 249 loss against FaZe earlier, but that's as close as you get, right? Like they definitely could have won that, but that was a little bit more damning, right? And they were making some big mistakes. The team kills they had on Grave, it was back-to-back. It was the nade team kill on Llama God coming out from Mox, and then the very next thing they do, they get the team kill with the Scarab. So again, that might be tougher to come back from.
Eric coming from the open bracket and causing problems. This is not the Era team that was in relegation, by the way. The organization has sponsored 2 teams this event, and it's kind of their B team, their JV team coming in and doing damage early on. But you now have to take search and destroy, and one guy that you have to look out for from Bittersweet is going to be Lacefield. He's number 4 on the overall KD list. You saw what he is doing with the NV4 at times throughout that game. As we go into our next map, it's going to be on retaliation. the NV4 can be devastating here.
Yeah, it very well can. Potential sniper play going to be coming out as well. And the strategy, I think, might very well be the most interesting part. A lot of teams in the GPL on offense, especially now that the spawns have been changed a little bit, they play very slow. They always leave a player on the bridge. They kind of hang around the bar area, and one guy watches the flank, and they play for picks. Well, these open bracket teams, there's no telling. I mean, we saw Rogue come out, and they played more aggressive than anybody else we've seen so far this entire tournament. They were pulling out rippers. So, like, who knows what Air might bring to the table.
Rogue, of course, they went up big and then choked their lead, ended up losing their previous match on the main stage. Era, for me, they got to stay consistent. They showed their strength against Evil Geniuses. They went to a round 11 in their previous matchup. And EG, that's one of the best S&D teams in the tournament. We saw EG shining against FaZe Clan in a Game 5 last night. I think that Era, they definitely could open up with a 2-0 lead. That win on Hardpoint, that sets the tone for the rest of this best of 5.
Yeah, and that could just be absolutely massive. And then the questions that get asked, because obviously after day one, we're talking about Bittersweet, one of the best teams we've seen so far. Like, how far in this tournament can they go? But now if they come and get beat by an open bracket team, like, that's just, it's so confusing to look at. And there you can see, though, that Grave Hill, that is quite the disparity, 124 to 16.
You score 250 points to win. You got half of your heal time all at the Grave. Bittersweet, you're going to be playing more on breakout hardpoint in this tournament. So look back at those VODs and figure out what the hell is going wrong on that hill. But let's put the hardpoint behind us now. We're moving forward. It's search and destroy. It's retaliation. This map, it continues to evolve. We've seen so many more plants at the A-bomb site. We've seen so many more snipers being pulled out, or weird strategies with rushes through the center. What is our attacking team going to bring to the table? That is going to be Era on the attack, Bittersweet on the defensive end.
Well, what do you got? 2 NV4s, an ERAD, and something else. It doesn't look like it's going to be a sniper. But either way, again, I talked about it just a touch. A lot of teams play passive on offense. Era very well might switch it up, and Stamina, he's going right for Bike Shop.
Stamina's looking for the early pick. He's got that laser sight to help with the hip fire. Lacefield up top, overlooking from the deck with a SMG of his own. And in Lacefield's position, what's his job here?
Well, to not get first blooded is step number one. Of course, when you have an ERAD on plat, that's the last gunfight you want to take by a player over down by the bomb site. So his job was supposed to just be control the plat area if they push him from bar. That's the gunfights you want. Very quick turnaround, though. You see Mox is able to pick up Holler. Lamagod gets a kill as well. And now everything has just instantaneously collapsed. That is a very nice round to come back and win for Bittersweet.
Mox kind of opened things up with that pick, and then you saw Lamagod with everyone distracted by Mox slipping behind him. Here's Lamagod with an NV4 in hand, hitting the final shots on Stam as well. So 2 picks for Lamagod in your early round. Mox got things started, and of course, Spacely involved in the action, all after getting first blooded. So Bittersweet, they have an opportunity now to pull away with a 2-0 lead, but they gotta get it done on the attack. Your bomb carrier will be Spacely.
And this is definitely closer to more of the standard thing. You see Lacefield with the ERAD. He's the one that's trying to get these players that are going to be right next to him over by plat. Has a guy one shot as well. 2 of his teammates have managed to get into Bike Shop, but you can just see all of those yellow arrows surrounding this plat area. And Holler, well, he's going to be able to get that first blood.
Lacefield's looking for it. He sees some cankles, gunfire coming through the window, and Lacefield is just going to make him walk in front of his crosshairs. Meanwhile, you have Spacely with the bomb, just trying to stay alive. They're down a man, so Bittersweet can't play this as aggressively as they'd like to.
Well, it looks like they're going to be going for the wrap as well. And you can actually see Bounce over by this A-bomb site. He can see if they cross, but he is by himself. But he is in a bit of a sneaky spot. It's all about the recognition from Bittersweet. Bounce, though, it's going to be successful. He's going to get that second kill. It is going to be a 2v3 because he's traded out. But still, Era has all of that information. And you can just see they have the opponent completely trapped in. But frankly, that might work to Bittersweet's advantage if they can kind of single a player out. But they're still running out of time as well. Beezy over in Grave. Mox is going to give him the hands. And that is not good for Era. They split up a little bit too far.
This bomb is planted. Is trying to see which side of the site the bomb was going down. Looks like they're trying to defend it from Grave, but Spacely, he charges in, is targeted by 2 players, and now it's Mox in a 1v2, trying to buy time, but there is simply too much left on the clock. Easy kills in the 2-on-1. Sam with the facepalm, letting them know It's our round. We're tying this one up.
And good round win as well. Once BZ gets picked in Grave, that can be a little bit scary because where that bomb got planted for, if Mox is able to get all the way back in Grave without being spotted with the NV4, it's incredibly difficult to even get that defused because you have to hunt the player down, but you don't know where he is. But you saw both the players that came out of curve, they spotted each player by the tank before Mox was ever able to cross into Grave, so they're able to clean up the kills very quickly. So yes, I thought they split up a little bit too far, but they collapsed in the nick of time.
On board with Stam, he was kind of their star player in that first hard point. Leading the team at 2-1 currently for Era. He's gonna shoot Llama God from across the hall. Meanwhile, the grenades hitting his feet will take him down to about 20% health, but there's no challenger from Bittersweet. Spacely and Mox left in a 2-on-4, and they're able to get the pick on balance. Mox is gonna fall though, so it's only Spacely left alive in a 1 versus 3.
Well, he's gonna be coming up behind 2 players. Well, he's not even gonna be able to spot that player coming out, so that's a very quick round. Now, keep in mind, yes, it's only 2-1 in round count, but that is 3 first bloods in a row going to Era Gaming. And I think first bloods, you know what? If you get that, you win 80% of the rounds or something insane. So you can't clutch these 3v4 situations very often. Frankly, Bittersweet's gonna need to find some new strategies to try and get those first kills.
So at all of stage 1, the team that got first blood won 70% of the time. Pretty insane stat. You have great odds if you get the early pick. And Era has been winning those early engagements. Basically on your screen, getting tagged up and forced back. They are simply pre-firing. Bounce is in the middle of the street here, waiting on the bridge. And he is going to find himself with 3 opponents all next to him. And here comes Spacely flying over, checks the spot, and picks up first blood. So good start for Bittersweet.
Yeah, and what Bounce probably doesn't even know is there was another 2 players that had already crossed the bridge as well. So the information not be to the teammates. Either way, though, when that bomb gets planted, you kind of expect certain spots. Space is going to find a pick as well. You see Holler's on one side of the map, BZ is on the other, and now Holler's even going to get spotted out. So he wins the first gunfight, but the other player is going to come up for the challenge. If Holler can win that, there would be potential, but now BZ's gonna find himself in a 1 versus 3, and that bomb is down.
Spacely's gonna have grenades thrown at him, but BZ, he's called out, is able to pick up Lacefield, but hunted down. Spacely's 2 kills to open things up is really what won the round for Bittersweet. Mox high-fiving the teammates as they get the job done. It's Llama God who's been running every single weapon that we see used by the pro players, from the K-Bar to the E-Rad. Now pulling out the NV4 and having pretty good success on the attack, surprisingly.
But can he snipe? We have 1 more gun left to see, but no, that's fine. You don't have to snipe. Frankly, only a handful of teams like to employ this strategy. And speaking of strategy, Bittersweet, talk about mixing things up. They have left, I believe that's Mox, completely by himself in market. And they got 3 players going on a huge flank, but this is what BZ is waiting for. This is why you always leave a player bridge. BZ doing the smart thing, doesn't even take the shot. Now he's gonna spot 2. Now he can call that out to his teammates, and you see immediately that bomb is getting planted. The players have turned their attention. They know the flank is where the players are at.
Mox has a lot of pressure on his shoulders right now. If he gets the kills, this is gonna force Era to worry about the push from 2 different directions. And after that trade, Era is gonna fall back to the market. The bomb, 29 seconds before detonation.
And Holler just got a pick on Llama God over by Curse. That's nowhere near the bomb. And of course, the bomb is definitely the primary objective. Lacefield's gonna fall as well, though. So it's gonna be Spacely and a 1v3. It seems like all these rounds are pretty easy. As soon as the first bloods fall in, the team just kind of collapse. Spacely, though, trying to make things interesting, but frankly, there's just not enough time, and he's gonna get cleaned up as well. But there's some nice shots in this lobby. We saw BZ earlier mapping people across bridge with the MP4, but Spacely right there, he just annihilated that player on flat.
Spacely showing off his skill, but it's Era getting the round. And there's a look at Stam, the face palmer. Feeling good after that last plant. What will they do here on the defensive end? Bittersweet, they won their last attack. Remember, that all went down after Spacely got first blood near the bridge. And this time around, they will be attacking the lower street. BZ set up on defense is going to be the first into action. And after that, grenade is going to show the blast shield. The callouts will be made.
And you see kind of difference in the ideas between the two teams. Last time, Bittersweet sent 3 players on the flank, and they pushed all the way through. Air does the same thing, but as soon as the pressure gets, they all wrap back, and they're going to be taking these gunfights together. Everybody's going to be lined up in the stairs, and it looks like it's going to be Air that comes out of the top. That was a 4-on-3 that they had. Llama God's going to be by himself. To his credit, he has the bomb down, and it looks like the way he's playing it, well, he's going to get some good information. He's going to chase these players down, but I think he might have been spotted. Number 3 jumping over the top. He's going to be pinched in. And there you go. The information game too strong. Era, they are looking very good here in Search and Destroy.
And you called it out perfectly. You saw that player jumping over the fence, but just barely enough to look over, spots him, then Stam patiently waits for Holler to get in a position before both players push forward. Nice teamwork. You can tell that they've been practicing their S&D game. The communication is on point, and they have a 2-round advantage.
And then again, just goes back to that play call as well. Instead of sending 3 players on the flank, all hit from the stairs at the same time, because it's so much easier to trade when you have 4 people and they just overpowered them. And there's nothing Bittersweet can even do outside of pulling an absurd play. So that is just smart search and destroy for retaliation. You can see Bittersweet, though, they're changing things up once again. Llama God, he spotted at least 2 players right there. They know that Air is centered in on this middle map area. Bounds, though, still manages to get that first blood.
Holler on a bit of a streak, is working on rockets, but he's still 4 kills away. The game might be over before he's able to get that 4th kill. Meanwhile, we take our screen over to Mox, who survives the early gunfights, 1-on-1 versus Bound, and as he runs away, he's going to be shot in the back by Holler, who is hiding to the left.
Lacefield was able to clean up a kill over by Platt, though. Llama God just finds himself in an awkward position with the NV4. Lacefield's going to be able to trade 1. You see the other player isn't going to be quite near enough to get that trade, but hey, Beezy, what he knows, Lacefield is somewhere around these steps. He's going to be looking for him, and Lacefield has a lot less information to work with.
1 player up for each team. Beezy trying to win a 5th round here for Era. On the other end, it's Lacefield, the defender here, who can take his time. Do you check the bomb sites if you're Lacefield?
Well, Lacefield's just going to get the kill as well. The situation Lacefield was playing right there, he knows the bomb is down by B, very, very close. More than likely, he'll be able to spot that player crossing unless he comes out of bike shop. And if he doesn't and the bomb's down, he can fly out real quick and try and get the exact same type of information. Beezy, he had the right idea. He just did not check far enough back. You saw when he was laying down in bedroom, he saw Lacefield go up the stairs. Players do that all the time. Go up the stairs, wrap, go immediately bedroom to go out and check bomb. Lacefield just out-patiented him.
50 points away from the Scarab. It's going to be Lacefield on the attack. As we touched on, he had the number 4 overall S&D kill-death ratio coming in. He is negative at this point, and Holler is going to pop the reactive armor so early. Meanwhile, all the kills are going down on the other side of the map. And just like that, Era is going to wipe all 4. First it was 2, then you saw 2 answered back by Bittersweet. At the end of it all, though, it's Era with the final kills. Holler getting the job done up close.
Yeah, and I don't even know what happened that round. I just saw Holler like panic pop that reactive armor. He had a couple shots into him, didn't want to die, but then he didn't even take any gunfights right away. But then his teammates just got all the kills except the last one for him. So hey, if it works, it works. You can't take much away from the guy. So yeah, Era, they're looking pretty good, man. They might very well go 2-0 in this series. Bittersweet needs to put something together.
I was a little worried here for Bittersweet after losing that first game to choke in the hard point. Now falling behind, 2-0 would be devastating. The early kills are going back and forth, but it's Era down to just 1 man. 3 still up for Bittersweet. This should go to around 10 unless Holler can pull off the miracle. He already has 11 kills. Can he tag on 3 more?
Oh, well, Spacely didn't even spot him. I thought he was going to be aware, but now Holler should have an easy kill. And that's going to be a very nice 1v2. He's got plenty of time to work with that 50 seconds. And you can see what he's doing. He knows his position was given away over by Bar. He's going for that instant wrap. Of course, he has to get that bomb as well. So advantage, of course, Bittersweet, but it's a very doable situation.
Holler checking every corner. And he is going to scoop up that bomb. Now finds the defenders. There's one far away, but the jammer comes in, slows him down. And the second Bittersweet player up in his face will chase down the final kill. 12 kills for Holler at this point in the game, but we go into round 10 with Bittersweet threatening to take this one the distance.
And I definitely think that Air kind of needs to go back to their play style a little bit earlier. That previous round, you saw they had 3 players get aggressive and just kind of flew at their opponent. Lamagod's able to pick up 2. That's that gun skill on gun skill battle, and Lamagod has been on point. But other than that, this game, they've been just outplaying their opponents. They've made better play calls and better individual plays as well. Well, now they're doing the exact same thing. 3 rushing straight down that hallway. Bittersweet, though, they're all grouped up together. It looks like they're going to be planning for that graveyard side, which is completely open right now. Era, they don't have a lot of time now, honestly. This is a tough spot to be in. The bomb's on the wrong side for them.
Some score streaks to work with. You saw the Scarab is up for Stam. Beezy looking for the challenger. Lacefield spots him. Will he challenge again? Hiding behind the statue, throwing some long-range grenades. Stam going to try and push up. Time wearing down on that clock. We got about 15 seconds before you have to hop on the bomb and defuse. Haller's getting tagged up across the map, but he picks off Spacely. This is only Mox left alive. Make it a one-on-one now, and time is ticking down. Haller needs to find him right away. Instead, it's Mox with the 1v2 clutch. We'll see you later. We're going to a round 11.
Yeah, and again, I think time was the important issue there. I think even if Haller gets that kill, there was like 11 seconds on the clock. It would have been very close for him to get to that bomb site. But once Bittersweet plants that bomb and goes to grave, you saw Haller, he had to spend 20 seconds clearing out everything by broken, had to check all the nooks and crannies over by bridge, and it just took a long time for that team to be able to collapse. And that's just the benefit you get if you can get the bomb down for free. Either way, though, round 11, let's see what Air can pull out of the bag.
Centurion's coming down. It's Spacely who throws it on the stairs. There's been so many rounds where Bittersweet gets the opening blood on stairs, but then gets chased and shot down as they try and retreat. Bomb's going to be planted any moment. Looks like Bittersweet going to take their time. The first one to peek is going to be Lacefield. Spacely is trying to bait out anyone who will challenge.
Well, you see a bunch of Scarabs getting called in. I think it's Bittersweet that's using 2 of them. They're probably going to get a kill as well. One normally isn't good enough to get the job done, but there you go. That's their intro kill. They got about 23 seconds before they have to hop on bomb, and they have the camo to work with as well.
Fox with the camo could be the key here. He's going to pop it early. Spots a player down low, chooses to fire. No more camo, but he knows where both players are going to be. Mox finding 2, looking for the 3rd. The last one falls, and the bomb is going to be defused.
And there you go. The important kill there, Bittersweet. You see him pop the camo. He goes up to top flat. He killed the most important person that was over by Bike Shop, excuse me. Where that bomb was planted for, it's incredibly difficult to check it from flat. So Bike Shop is where you have to be, but Era, they just kind of relieved too much pressure. And you saw it was the Scarabs that chased him out. Scarabs chase them out. They're not in that prime position. They got to fight their way back. And then, of course, the camo. There's only so much you can do against it. So Bittersweet making the nice return. That's multiple collapses we've actually seen from the open bracket teams in Search now that I think about it.
Yeah, Rogue just pulled one off, and this is actually back-to-back chokes in Search and Destroy for Era. They just had a round 11 fail against Evil Geniuses. Now they blow a 2-round advantage against Bittersweet on our main stage. This is the battle in the pool. Bittersweet at the top. Era trying to challenge and earn their spot in the winner's bracket here as we head into the big playoffs at the end of Saturday. Don't go anywhere. Game number 3 coming up next on Throwback. The party continues. We are live from the Anaheim Convention Center. It's day number 2 of the CWL Anaheim Open. And already we have seen some fantastic games from the open bracket squads. Era, the Bravo squad from the Era organization coming in, causing problems with a massive comeback in Hardpoint. Now, they find themselves 1-1 after blowing a big lead in Search and Destroy. This has been back and forth.
Yeah, and it's tough. How do you bounce back from a loss like that? Like, you had it in your hands. You're up, I think, 5-3. You had a couple payloads that you didn't even use too effectively. And then, of course, that round 11, you just get kind of run over as well. Very disappointing, but hey, if they can bounce back in the uplink, they're still looking very good for this series. And I think kind of back to the EG map, the only thing they won was the uplink. So maybe looking good here.
And taking a look at our best of 5 series, you can see how Throwback played out for the first Hardpoint. Actually, that was Breakout, but it's 250-227 either way. Retaliation Search, 6-5, very close game. Now we're going into Throwback Uplink, and talking with this Era squad, they said our best game mode by far is Uplink. This is the one game mode that they were able to beat EG in. There's only about 2-point difference in that game, so a relatively close Uplink, but this is what you're most confident in. And I feel like if you can win another respawn, you have a great opportunity of taking this one to a game 5 and closing out strong in Search.
For sure. Again, even going back to that last S&D, they've shown a lot of potential there for it. Of course, though, Uplink, I think it's going to be a tough task. Part of that game 1, yes, it was definitely a team effort. Bittersweet, especially on that Graveyard Hill, did not look good. But Mox also didn't have the best of his games. Started out a little bit slow. I think he was chilling around that like -5 vicinity. But he really turned things around in the Search and Destroy. I think he finished with, what, 12 kills, something to that effect? Yep. And yes, Holler, he was trying to turn up as well. He dropped 14, so the individual performances have been there. But if you got all 4 players for Bittersweet playing as well as they have been, again, you got to imagine the advantage is in their hands.
Bittersweet, when it comes to slaying, they have the advantage, a 1.16 overall team kill-death ratio. Simply shows you that they are winning their gunfights when it comes to the respawn game modes. They have not dropped an uplink yet. They have dropped now 2 hard points, but other than that, they are perfect in Search. They're perfect in game 3s. And we'll see, will that streak continue as we head to Throwback? When you look at this map, talk to me about the strategy. Who is going to have the advantage here? How do you get the scores?
The side that is attacking baseball field, generally speaking, is going to have the advantage. The reason being, the normal push that you can have, go up that statue, that bus side, and you spawn them out over by blue, and it's a little bit easier to contain. If you're attacking that portal that you see on our screen right now, a little bit tougher to manage, and a lot of teams have kind of taken to different strategies. We've seen a lot more field to barn pushes coming out. Some success, some not. Epsilon did it pretty well against Rogue earlier on it. So again, a couple different things going to be coming out to play. And again, I talked about it a bit before. These open bracket teams, these strategies that they have might not be the normal thing that we see the pros kind of hammer in time and time again. So there is potential for some weird things to happen.
Throwback can be a very high-scoring game. We've also seen it stall out to about 4-3 at times. Who is going to have the early advantage? We're going to be starting things off here with Era, who is protecting that more difficult side. Stam, on your screen, is going to be opening up with the E-Red. You're saying Bittersweet should have the advantage here in the first half, right?
Yeah, correct. Bittersweet, they're attacking that baseball field side. That's where you see Era is spawning at. If Era ends up spawning out over by blue instead of where they are right now, that's where it's going to be tough. So look for Era to kind of try to force that in, to put a lot of pressure on the right side, well, the bottom side of the mini-map. Now, either way, though, it is going to be Era that's getting out to that early aggression. Stamina, he's going to fall. He actually had an E-Rad and still loses that gunfight, so good looks there by Lacefield, despite the fact that he got traded out.
And there's 3 straight kills now for Bittersweet. They're pushing up. Llama God with drone in hand is going to be pushing this one forward, but he finds himself the last man standing. All of his teammates falling. Good defense here from Era. The question is, can they convert this into counterpoints?
Well, they're going to be bouncing right back, and this is where the attacking field side comes into play. More than likely, they're just going to reset it. You can see Era, they already had 3 players stacked up by Barn. You're not going to be able to push through that. So the fight in mid-map continues, and that's apparently where Lacefield reigns king. He's able to pick up 2, and you see Era's wasting no time. The drone carrier's last one alive, and Bounce picks up the kill. That's going to be huge, but he falls. Now that drone's going to go, and that's going to result in 2 points. Mox might have been waiting for the pass, but the kills are going to come anyway, but Bittersweet taking that early 2-0 lead.
Yeah, Lacefield says, I'm taking this one myself as he jams it through for the 2-point advantage. Llama God still in Era's base, tagging up 2 players, but no kills. So that's going to allow Era to push out. Only 2 players up for Bittersweet. Space is going to try and slow down this push with his K-bar from the window. Stam makes his way to the drone, though, after that kill, and he is going to have lots of support in the middle of the map. A big cutoff kill on the right side as Stam is going to loop around this farmer's market, try and get at least a 1-point toss off.
And now the question for me right now, Stamino, yes, he has the drone, but he also has the most kills in the lobby. You might want to dish that out to Bounce real quick, but of course, going to go for the 1-point toss. The kills were not there, and they are going to fall, so no interception is even needed. The kills are just going to come in. Bounce, by the way, was trying to go on the flank. He picks up one, but it is way too late, so not the best of team pushes coming out there from Air Gaming.
Yeah, you saw the spawns going where originally Stam was heading. They try to double back, but by then, too many defenders in position for Bittersweet. Bittersweet now on the attack. Mox looking for the opening kill. Finds Stam. 2 more challengers as Mox waits for his health to come back. He re-engages, finds the second, 2 down. Here comes the push, and this could be a dunk.
There you go. That's pretty much going to open it up. Spacely's just got the one last lead blocker. Gets the pass off as well, and that's kind of important to build up to streaks as well. He gets a plus 125 for the assist, but of course, Lamagod was on, I think, a 2 streak going into that, so streak's probably not going to be a factor, but very nice push coming out from Bittersweet. They took their time. They waited for the kills to come in. They didn't rush anything like Air just previously did. We see players kind of dive bombing, hoping to go 1-point shot. They trusted themselves to win the gunfights.
Been impressed by the positioning of these yellow arrows in the middle of the map, but it seems the gunfights, they're going in the favor of Bittersweet. Holler stops the bleeding, slows things down, throws the drone out to teammates who are waiting on the tracks. Bounce is going to be the lead blocker. He's going to look for the early kills, the drone directly behind him. If he gets 2, this could be a dunk.
Well, you see the drone's getting reset for more armor, and he nades his teammate there. That is poor timing, bit of a miscommunication. He's still picking up some kills, but you see Air, they've already been able to rotate back. Lacefield's going to trade out the kills, so the drone is down in a bit of a risky spot, but that might be an opportunity wasted. And of course, Air, they have to touch that drone as well before it resets on its own, and you see that's what Stamina, I believe, was attempting to do. Yep. But again, it's those situations where you kind of have to play like a wild man, and you can't do the appropriate things to push up the map, and it's going to cost them.
A little bit scary there for Bittersweet for a moment. The defense holds strong, and Bittersweet is now going to convert a 5th point. That, the 1-point toss from Spacely. They simply got 2 down. Spacely says, I got a lane. We're going for the toss. That's been the difference for me. Bittersweet, they're acting faster once they have the objective in hand.
Yeah, and even now, Lacefield has put himself in a, well, he put himself in a very nice spot, but he's going to lose the gunfight. Holler trying to continue the wreckage. He's at 9 kills as well, potentially heating up a little bit. Once again, Air, it looks like they're trying to dish that drone over towards that field area and trying to get those quick scores on board, but they've been largely unsuccessful. And now it's back to that mid-map where, again, Lacefield, he's the one showing up in the kill feed. Bittersweet's been too strong, and now Mox is the one setting up the spawn trap as well. He's underneath the portal. Lamagod's picking up kills. That's going to be another 2 points, and the players are spawning out. They're having to rotate back, and you see Spacely, he already has those cuts.
BZ is having the worst game in the lobby, and he was off to a slow start in the hard point before heating up at the very end when they mounted their comeback. For me, he's the X factor on this Era team. He needs to start getting kills because we are seeing way too many dunks coming in from Bittersweet. They simply haven't had the defensive stance that they need to stay competitive. This is becoming a blowout. We still have 5 more minutes to go.
Yeah, they're trying to get this last second score in 4 seconds left. You got to go for the one right here, and he's just getting tagged up by everybody. 3 kills go down, though. Stamina going for the last bucket, and that does not look like it's going to connect. But I kind of want to talk about what happened towards the end there. Mox, he managed to get into the base of his opponent. He stands in the portal, and he was there for a solid 45 seconds, if not longer. And you saw Air was confused. He had 2 players that were trying to rat back, and now they're going into Mox, who's got him pre-aimed. That's not okay. The other 2 players are trying to cut back through tunnel. Well, Spacely had those cutoffs. That's not okay. They split up, and they didn't make the correct decision as a team. And these are mistakes that you cannot afford to make. And again, that just cost them about 5 points in the span of a minute and a half.
We need to do a new video series called That's Not Okay, brought to you by Chance. I would watch every episode. There's the first toss by Lamagod as he just tries to throw the drone for yards. Air's going to back up for it while Spacely tries to gain some ground in the middle of the map. But BZ, who had a really rough first half, he's coming out swinging, picks up 3 straight kills. He's working on the Hellfire missiles, but no Trinity rockets will be unlocked. Instead, it's going to be his teammates trying to flank. Can stand by enough time here for Holler to get into position.
Well, he did just give away his position as well, but looks like Lacefield wasn't even pre-aiming that for the moment. Players trying to hunt him down. He's going to get cleaned up, but Air is still in a pretty decent spot. It's about that 50-50 kind of split, but again, 4 minutes, they are on the side where you can kind of rack the score pretty quick if you're able to get the spawn trap down, but still, it is a very difficult task.
Drone on the ground is going to roll all the way down the bike path before being scooped up here by Lacefield. 4 minutes to go. Bittersweet knows they can take their time, wear down this clock, just keep it out of Era's hands. You have a massive advantage here on Throwback. And Lacefield has so much help from his teammates that he's just not even looked at as he runs the drone up the gut. Llama's going to try and get the 1 point tossed off, and he will be gunned as that one leaves his hand.
Basically still taking more gunfights as well. It looks like he's going to bait out just enough time. Mox is able to come up on the defensive end as well. Looks like he's going to get taken down. That drone is going to get reset. But either way, that entire play just burned a minute off the clock, and you see that Bittersweet still has that drone control. They keep tossing it up for yards. They keep putting it into the base of their opponent, and it just makes Era's road so much more difficult in Lacefield. Look at how sneaky he is trying to be. 3 players pushing upfield. He's going to come up behind them all. He has an ERAT, so it might be tough to win the gunfights. They cut into tunnel. He's going to get at least one here.
Or is he? Holler gives him the business. Lick my gun, son. Spacely, he is going to kill Holler, but the drone still moves forward. Stamino is going to get that one through. Still has an FTL jump to use if he wants. Instead, he'll be gunned down by Spacely in the base. Bittersweet will clear, and now they can push forward. Holler, once again, trying to flank. He's been doing this all of the second half. He's had mild success. Finds the first assist. We'll find 2 more if he pushes up to the mid.
Well, now Bittersweet is split around the map as well, but I guess to the same credit Era is. Holler's going to be behind some players, but it looks like they're just going to try and run away from him. So he spent all the time behind enemy lines, but Bittersweet says, okay, we're just going to take the drone because that's the thing that gets points, and we're going to go. Now all 4 players are going to be on the tag. Easy. He's going to do everything he can. He's able to get one, gets the drone carrier as well, and it looks like Stamino and Bounce are there for the defense, but still 2 minutes left in 7-point game.
And that was so nerve-wracking for Beezy. He was pre-aiming that doorway, didn't see the players slide under, and then all of a sudden they were in his face, but he lands every bullet, gives himself an opportunity to push out. And this could be a dunk. He's got 2 lead blockers. They are going to clear the way. The dish, the dunk comes in. Bounds is going to throw that one down as we take you back to Lacefield, who is trying to get behind enemy lines.
Yeah, and this is what I talked about, Era not doing well enough. You see Bittersweet instantly, all 4 players go for the wraparound, and they're gonna get 3 kills. So now Bounds is the last one alive, and again, he's on the wrong side of the map. This should be an easy 1-point toss, but they might be able to get 2 if the kills go their way, and they had the overdrive to work with in Spacely, able to put in the 2.
Throws down number 11. That's going to build it back to a 7-point advantage with 1:20 to go. Era needs to play perfect from here. And honestly, this is looking so familiar. If you just watch Rogue versus Epsilon, Rogue blows the search and destroy, then gets blown out, and uplink and finishes strong was Epsilon in the game number 4. Bittersweet, they're going to have all the confidence if they can hold for the last 60 seconds.
Yeah, just good game overall, Era. They're still trying to make something happen, but I don't even think that realistically is enough time. Yes, they have a couple payloads, but it's stuff like the FTL that is incredibly difficult to get points on the board. And really, a couple things about this game stand out to me. If you want to talk about the individual performances, basically had a fantastic game. I mean, this entire tournament, he's been on the lower end of that, sort of KD, the kills. It's been Mox and Llama leading the charge. Well, when they kind of fall off just a little bit, he's the one that steps up to the plate. And that's what you need from one of your, I don't know, most veteran players.
And even though Lacefield only has 14 kills, I feel like he's had some of the clutch moments. He has been that flanker, the guy getting behind enemy lines, allowing his teammates to really do damage on the front lines. Camo is going to be used by Mox. He's going for the beatdown. They're just playing cocky at this point. 9 seconds left, another dish, another dunk. Spacely is going to jam it down as he hits his 30th kill and his 5th point of the game. Excellent teamwork across the board, 13-4. Bittersweet, showing you why they are perfect so far in this tournament when it comes to uplink.
Yeah, I mean, the teamwork was absolutely outstanding. The decision-making was about as good as you could possibly ask for. Again, I'll talk about it briefly once again. Era, when they had players in their base, they split up. 2 players tried to wrap back, 2 players tried to overextend, and they just all got picked apart. As soon as Era gets into the base of their opponent, Bittersweet says, we're not even gonna like halfway overextend. We're going all the way around through barn, and they didn't even allow any more points in that entire situation, and they ended up getting points instead. So they took the time to go across the entire map, and they got points from it. Nutty stuff.
Uplink is done. Did it go the way you thought it would?
Yes.
What do you expect to happen next?
Oh, no. I think Bittersweet is going to have an absolute field day. Again, Spacely now has the hot hand. Llama, his slowest games, he only goes even. And I think that game one, it was definitely that graveyard hill. There were some unfortunate team kills, and then Mox played a little bit slow at the start as well. Now you're going into Scorch. Everybody in the map is going to be warmed up. I mean, do you really expect anything more than a Bittersweet W?
Honestly, I'm hoping we see another game 5, but I think this one is done. It's all smiles on the right side of that stage. You have Spacely playing at the top of his game. Everyone is playing their role, and I'm still waiting for that moment for Mox to just drop 30 kills in a respawn. It hasn't happened yet. I have a feeling it's going to happen here on Scorch.
Yeah, Scorch is a great map to do it on. I think the most kill-heavy map is probably Frost Uplink overall, but Scorch is definitely going to be one of the ones for Hardpoint. Again, definitely a small map. Despite the fact that it's small, you can definitely have some kind of money hills, we like to call it, where you can just rack up a certain amount of times, and you can kind of string them together as well. The way the spawns work, they're a little bit wonky, and if you know how to control them, you can take full advantage, and again, just get ridiculous amounts of times.
There's a look at Balance. He was telling me before the match that this is my first time that I'm really playing pro teams and giving them the business. So, you know, he's playing with some confidence this weekend, but this is still such a young squad. They don't have the experience that the guys on Bittersweet have. I have to worry a little bit for the mental side here for Era. You blew that search and destroy. You're now coming off a massive defeat in the uplink. Are they going to fold, or is this where they can come back?
A very difficult call. Again, the sturdiness is always going to be a question. They did have success in the first hardpoint. That goes to show that they are definitely capable of pulling it off. But even kind of back to that last uplink, I think it was BZ you pointed out. He had a bit of a slow start. You can't afford anything like that. If one player is kind of dragging you down to the respawns, that can be enough to be just completely detrimental. So everyone needs to bring their A game to the table. I'm looking for Holler, honestly. I know Stamina had a pretty good map number 1, but Holler, with that AR, he's going to have to start doing some damage.
He's kind of been the most consistent player. If you look at the search, he led the squad. And that uplink, he was doing damage. Holler is going to be the consistent guy, but I'm looking at BZ. If you're going to call out an X Factor, he's going to be the difference maker. He's played at the highest level. He went to the Call of Duty World League Championship last year with Lethal Gaming, and at that time, I thought he was the strongest player on his squad. If you look at the numbers from this series, you could argue he's having the roughest time. If he can turn up his game, Era, they can compete with Bittersweet when it comes to the kill column, and I think that's going to be the difference maker. That's going to be what it takes.
Yeah, I don't know. It would be nice to get kind of a new story online as well, because I think that's been quite a few open bracket teams. They have a lot of success early on. The first hard point goes well. They're looking so good in that search and destroy, and then they just completely collapse, and they just don't look like the same team after that. I don't want to see that same thing happen here. I know earlier when they were playing EG, they found themselves down 0-2. They were able to bounce back for a moment and keep the games close. Definitely want this game to be a fight.
25 seconds before kickoff. How you guys feeling out there? We had an awesome crowd last night. They are here back today on Saturday, and with every single open bracket match that goes on and eliminates teams, we are seeing the seats filled more and more. 8 seconds to go before we launch things off with Spacely, the veteran, the captain of this Bittersweet squad is going to be running with the K-bar to open things up in the middle of the map.
Well, the opening breaks can always be a little bit interesting. A lot of times you see players kind of go down that top hallway, and that's actually what BZ was kind of waiting for. Either way, though, Era, they're going to be stacked up nearly all in the middle. Nade's coming out to play, though. Stamina, well, he's going to be able to get 2. Had a really good start in the first hard point. He's trying to continue that same thing here on Scorch.
Holler and Stamina trying to take early control. The split spawns are down, and player 7 is going to be eliminated. Holler doesn't know it, but they just wiped this side of the map. Now with Lacefield causing problems behind, Holler has no idea where the opponents are going to come from, but look at the time that is just ticking away. Already it's 35 seconds gone from the clock, and Era has picked up 29 points.
Yeah, definitely the best start you could pretty much ask for. I think they got like 7 of the first 8 kills overall. Bittersweet is going to be able to get some hill time as well. And to their credit, actually, Mox with that kill, that's pretty important as well. They're trying to get spawned over for Turbine. Stamina, he's going to be kind of that last player up from Era. He's going to have a battle with Lacefield in a second. Oh! He's going to shut him down as well. So Era, they're going to continue it on. We saw over on Breakout, they're good at winning the rotation game. When they get those hills, they can hold them.
and they're doing so once again here on Turbine.
And Holler did a fantastic job at the Skybridge. He gets the pick, injures player number 6, Spacely, so Spacely has to wait for his help. Now Spacely wins the one-on-one, though. That's going to open things up for Bittersweet. 3 players setting up at the top. Stamino comes behind him, though, with the E-Rad, finds 2, and slows down to 3rd. A fantastic hold so far by Era.
And the beautiful mini flank as well. Stamino, what he was doing, he was pushing out observation from that elbow cut. Sees absolutely nothing. He takes the long way around and check indoors so the players don't spot him, picks up 2, and that just bought him an extra 20 seconds of hill time. Now, though, Lacefield and Lamagod, they're going to be on the attack. Easy, though, on this head glitch. He's in a pretty good spot. You see Lamagod challenged with the E-Rad. Now he's got Stamino as backup, and that is a near full 60 seconds worth of time coming out from Era.
50 points picked up by Era, and you are going to see the rotation going down from Bittersweet. Mox, the key player, has to hold the spawns. He's going to find 1, but Holler wins the gunfight in transition. Lamagod now trying to rotate back. He's going to be met by 2 players, though. Grenades coming in first. They're too short. So Llama wins the first and second gunfight. Massive plays from the leader when it comes to the KD. Lamagod making the plays down low, but his teammates lost the fight up top. And all of a sudden, it's Era with control again.
And frankly, Era is just kind of proving themselves to be the better hardpoint team, at least for the moment. Obviously can't call it too soon. Unfortunate team kill coming in as well, so Bittersweet's going to be able to run back through. But either way, so far we've seen Era, when they get that early hold, they hold it for a near full 60 over on Turbine. This hill, they were able to break through, and yes, the setup does get broken nearly instantaneously back, but still, a little bit more life we've seen so far from the boys in yellow.
Space only has 4 kills, but it was his double that really opened things up for Bittersweet to retake the hangar. We will keep our eyes on the man who topped the leaderboard in game number 3. For now, though, let's go over to Mox. He's going to be the first one to challenge here at the drill. He's going to find Holler, looking for more. Stamina's been called out. Lamagod comes flying through the air, picks up the kill. Lacefield also in tow will help get the 4 down. Era's going to be spawning all over the map. The drill locked down immediately by Bittersweet.
Yeah, and this is where the spawns can be so tough to manage, because I'm sure the number 600 minimap wasn't even aware for the moment the players behind him, and you see the split spawns can be absolutely huge. That basically just gifted Era a way back into it. Of course, the streaks came into play as well. But either way, Bittersweet are going to have to try and break through once again, because that first hill, it's always going to be contest heavy. You want to milk as much on drill as you possibly can.
And it was Beezy who used those score streaks. He earned it back on the Turbine, went on a nice streak, has over a minute of hill time up to this point. But it's Bittersweet. Down, Era holding on to about a 30-point advantage. How is this one going to play out as we rotate once again in 2 seconds? Basically picking up the last 2 as he rotates to the center. It's going to be a 3-on-3 match.
Well, right now, I'm already thinking a hill in advance, because again, I keep talking about that graveyard hill, but there was a serious gap in Bittersweet's hardpoint game, and we saw on Turbine, Era, they got that early hold, they held it down for near full 60. Bittersweet cannot afford to let that happen again. They can't just get beat on a single hill. Holler, though, he's trying to get those spawns for his team. Talk about that anchor type player, and you see, as soon as Stamo gets those other 2 kills, he runs backwards. He's making sure to block the spawns as much as possible, now waiting for those players to push up the drill. They're doing the right things, and they're getting the hill time as well.
Holler has 2 players hunting for him, though, and he will be executed by Lacefield. The push going to get stuffed, though. It's Beezy on the back line, picks up 1, and just like Holler, he's going to pull back. Lacefield still hunting for him, and the kills will be traded out. Bittersweet scores in the middle of the map, but as you said, it's more important to give up that time, set up for this next hard point. And up first will be Era scoring at the Turbine.
Yeah, Bittersweet needs to find something to do. I think last time it was kind of Stamina, the player that went off for Era on this hill. Basically, though, he's going to be able to get that intro kill, and Holler's probably going to spawn all the way across the map, and there it comes in. Doesn't even matter if Era was controlling the hill. Bittersweet had too much pressure, and Spacely, he's going to run through him. He picks up 3, and that is a clean break. That is exactly what Bittersweet needed.
Spacely had so much help from his teammates there as well. Everyone looking the right direction, putting bullets into the push of Era. Bittersweet trying to retake the lead. Will they be able to do it? It looks like they will if they get the first 2 kills here. Intro kill going down. It's Lamagod finding balance, but now Stamino and Beezy in the feed. Beezy finds 2. That is 3 down. And Bittersweet, we'll see you later. Bounce is moving across the map as well. He's the first to the hangar. Will he get the intro kill?
No, he will not. He will fall. BZ as well. He's going to be trying to work on this flank, trying to push into those back spawns, and you see just the player down in the right corner. Lamagat gets one. BZ making sure to be there for the trade. What Air right now is trying to do, you have to push all the way around this map. If you can get on the far right side, you can lock down those back spawns, but it is a bit of a problem, and it looks like now they're kind of switching it up and trying to put the pressure towards the front of the hill. Stamina, that player leading the charge. Mox is there to cut him down.
They're losing their patience, but it looks like player number 2, Holler, causing enough damage. Holler's gonna find 3 kills somehow. Everyone thought the pressure was gonna be from the front. Holler, he simply snuck through the bottom center, got behind him, and picks up 3. BZ now in support. Holler still on a streak, working on those score streaks, which could be devastating on the drill.
Well, Lacefield, he's going to be trying to go off. He's able to pick up 1, but he's going to get traded out instantly. So a bit of a miscommunication of players not getting all the cuts correctly is going to cause Bittersweet. Air taking full advantage. And now you see Holler, he picks up the first 3. Now he's on a 5 streak. Now he's got the Trinity Rockets. And well, that's going to be just it. Doesn't quite get to the next set. But either way, very nice to have in your back pocket.
750 straight points out of Holler will unlock a score streak. The drill, it's going to be controlled early on by Era. Bittersweet, though, they're pushing from both ends. Spacely and Lacefield hitting at the same time from opposite angles, and they will find 3. The 4th is going to fall. Good clear there by Bittersweet. They need this time to get back in the game.
Yeah, and you see Holler waste no time. As soon as he spawns in, calls in the Trinity. That's going to force out a little bit Bittersweet to push out of the hill, and you see Era, led by Bounce, is able to pick up 2, is going to get back inside. Lamagat has an opportunity to go big, has the FPL to work with, is able to get 1. Probably going to get the 2nd as well. Doesn't even need to use it. Holler's going to be there once again. Holler coming up big. He picks up 2 while inside the hill.
Holler is 21 and 15 now, positive 6. You got Stamina +2 in BZ, my X Factor. He is positive with 90 seconds of hill time. Era, they are now 28 points away from taking us to a game 5. We're going to see another hard point, but they could lock it down here on our center hill.
Yeah, it's feasible, honestly, for both of these teams to win this game. Bittersweet not out of it yet, but they cannot make any mistakes. See Lamagat trying to do everything he can inside the hill, but that's going to be a full team wipe. They just now are going to need 15 more seconds to win the game. Bittersweet, they got to make a move. They got to do it now. They have 0 time to waste.
And BZ even has a Centurion if he wants to throw it down here, knowing where the Bittersweet spawns are coming in. Stamina, last one up in the middle of the hill as his teammates pushed out just a little too far, but it's Bounds on the back line, protecting his teammate and securing the win. 250 to 170, Bittersweet. They take the lead early. They never look back. Every single time that Bittersweet got set up, it was an individual that would make a big play. Early on, it was Stamina. I remember BZ on the turbine picking up a big double kill. And then in the hangar, it was Holler's triple kill that really sealed the deal for me in this game.
Yeah, that might be the most damning moment, if you will. But even the Trinity Rockets, back-to-back on that drill hill, they had it each time. So Air, they had the full setup. Doesn't matter if you got the streak. So, you know, those individual performance coming through, you go on those 5-6 streaks. Doesn't matter if you give up that early hill pressure. So a lot of things went in Air's favor, but they look good. They honestly could have won that series 3-1 if they just closed out that search and destroy, which, of course, going to map 5.
And we found the weakness now in Bittersweet's game. It's clearly the hard points. This is going to be now a loss to FaZe and 2 hard point losses to to this Era squad. Era, they're winning 2 respawns. They went to round 11 in the first search and destroy. They could make this happen, man. We could see the open bracket team coming out and causing problems against the squad that is currently sitting at the top of the pool. You don't want to miss Game 5. Search and destroy on Throwback is coming up next right here on MLG.TV. Welcome back. We are live from Anaheim, and we have an epic crowd this weekend. This is the biggest crowd we have seen for a Call of Duty tournament this year, and they have made noise throughout the All-Star game, throughout our early match, and I have a feeling there's going to be some plays in this Game 5 that could get the people out there fired up, Chance.
Yeah, that's probably one of my favorite Search and Destroy games so far this tournament that we saw. We saw quite a bit of creativity, as much as this game will allow coming out from Era. Again, a couple of the plays they made, going for those huge rat backs instead of just kind of mindlessly pushing through, attacking flanks. Throwback is a little bit different. A lot of things you can do is pretty much either do you want to get mid-map control, or do you want to go to just directly to A, or do you want to go to B? You got 3 options to work with. Maybe you can pull out a sniper, hang around that bus area. I don't know if these guys are going to be able to pull anything crazy out of the bag, but hey, we get an opportunity to find out.
What do you think is the safest play?
Safest play is definitely take the bomb, try to go to A, try to get it down, back up, playing bus, playing bowling, have one guy top ticket, and then if you have to back up, it's what you got to do. The last guy watches the flank. That's the most common thing, and a lot of times on defense, you'll see that mid-map control is probably the most important thing. It gives you a lot of options to try and retake that A bomb site. Of course, though, it was what, 6-5. There you see. On retaliation, probably going to be another barn burner here on Throwback.
I have a feeling this one is going to be good. Bittersweet. When their back is against the wall, that's where they shine in the first Search and Destroy. Keep your eyes on Spacely. He was the guy getting first blood. A lot of double kills. On the other side of the stage, though, for Era, it's been Holler. He dropped 14 kills in the first Search and Destroy for the loss. He is constantly causing problems with the NV4. Your B bomb site, it's out by the silo next to Barn. It's on that right side of the map. Meanwhile, on the opposite end, we're going to see the A bomb site underneath the bridge, which will constantly be pounded by grenades.
Yeah, and then the big question as well, especially over towards that A bomb site, is there going to be any sniper coverage? You can do it from either side. Typically, though, you'll see it from the attack. You can get a pretty clear line of sight over a mid-map. You can see if any people crossed over by the trains, and of course, you can look over down to Lemon as well. So quite a few options. Looks like Llama God's rocking the NV4. Quite a few NV4s,
just
actually.
ARs, baby. Yeah, 2 K-bars, 2 NV4s for Bittersweet. On the other end, we do have an E-Rat. It'll be in the hands of Stamino. We'll see how fast Bounds wants to play, as the NV4 will be in the hands of BZ and Holler.
Well, if the ARs are any indication, it looks like they might be trying to go B right off the bat, or they're just going to play it slow and again, kind of do that standard setup. And it does appear that that's going to be the case. Number 3 on your map, he's going to be the guy watching the flank. You got one guy set up mid-map, one guy bus, and the last guy is going to be top ticket, playing formation, trying to figure out how Air's going to play this game, look for a pick, and then go from there. Minute and a half in this game is plenty of time to work with.
Mox on your screen, looking for the first pick. It's against Holler, the other long-range AR player. And Holler is just going to wait for his help. Meanwhile, Bama's going to go down from Spacely. Stamino trying to punish, but he has to be aware of the positioning of the attackers. Here comes Stam. He's going to slide through and trade out the kills, but with bomb planted, how worthy is his cause? We're going to see Llama up top, trying to protect this line of sight. Is there going to be a peek? It looks like a player slipped right underneath him. Can Bounds cause problems from here?
Well, the problem for that player, Bounds, is he's got Mox to worry about. And you see Llama God, he stayed exactly, knows where he needs to look, has the second 2 preempted, and he's going to get that 3-piece final kill cam. That's the type of play we like to see.
And shout out to our observer, Brian Saint. Doesn't go with the panic switch, knows that the players on Bittersweet are setting Llama God up for success. Excellent job by Llama to pick up all 3 of the final kills as we go into round number 2. It all started. Mox pushing back Holler, Spacely getting the bomb down. That puts the pressure on Era, but now Era, they get to dictate the pace of the game. They will be taking the bomb, and it's looking like a fast hit at A.
Oh yeah, they're just playing aggressive. There's a chance they might just try and fly through, and it looks like that's going to be the case. Mox only has the sniper, and he's just going to get completely run over. Stamino's going to be able to pick up 2, and that's aggressive. Again, what limited creativity you really have, well, there's some of it. Just 4-man, just fly all the way through A. Llama God, definitely the guy to watch coming on the flank. We saw, well, he picked up 3 last time he was in this spot. Now he's going to be able to get 1. Lacefield's going to help turn this into a 2v2. They're completely split up, and Era's together. But Lacefield, he's able to get out of dodge.
Yeah, despite Stamino getting first and second blood, it's a 2-on-2. This is manageable for the boys on Bittersweet. Lacefield surviving the shots. Llama God waiting for his help. It's a 2-on-1 battle. It's going to be traded out, but Bounds just wearing down this clock. He can't be too aggressive, but he has to check the bomb here at any moment. Lacefield could have been sitting on it. And at 7.5, this round is going to be over. Good job by Bounds to just bait him out. 1-1 after our first 2 rounds.
Yeah, near 2v4 clutch as well. That would have been very nice if Bittersweet would have been able to pull that off. Of course, with the time working against him, you see Lamagod, even with the NV4, he's kind of forced to push up because if the other team wraps around, there's too many different angles they have to watch with that clock. You know, they were at like 20 seconds. Something that affects. Either way, though, that is 2 offensive round wins in a row. Might just be a game of who wins that first defense.
If you're just watching Search and Destroy for the first time, it takes 5 seconds to plant a bomb, 7.5 to get off a safe defuse. Stamino on your screen has been leading his squad, and there is another first blood. Lamagod all by himself out in the field, gonna be punished.
Yeah, in Era, they are working as a unit. They even got caught out mid-map. Players, I think 2 of them had shots put into them. By the way, Stamino is the only player on his team with kills. That's kind of nutty. He's gonna be trying to lead the charge as well. He's gonna try and get the hit fire with the E-Rad, gonna get cleans up. And that's going to be, well, a 2v0 in the end. Era looking pretty good, but again, they run as a 4-man unit. You see Lamagod, who's trying to get fancy with the flank. You're running into an entire team. You, if at best, are going to be able to get 1 kill.
BZ in your round-ending kill cam, and look at the teammates surrounding him. Stamino, Bounds, all there in support as they are able to answer back. We go into our next round, and I want to put my eyes here on Lamagod. He's been playing a little reckless, going out by himself. His teammates trust him to get these flanks, but he's been caught both of his last 2 attempts.
Well, I can appreciate kind of the switch up as well from Era. They go from just hard-hitting 4-man aggression, and now they're the guys that are playing for information, playing for picks, trying to let Bittersweet make those mistakes. And you see Bittersweet, they're going to burn that Scarab as well. Meanwhile, BZ, he's completely cleared out this B bomb site. You see the bombs getting rotated. The Scarab has no idea. It's trying to find players, and it's not even doing that great of a job. The player in bowling never got spotted. Now he's behind enemy lines. The bomb's going down. Era, this is a good round for them.
Player number 6, Holler, is going to be checking every corner, but he didn't see Spacely and crew moving up behind him. Doesn't matter though. Era will have 4 players in position to defend this B bomb site, and Holler's staying mobile. He's gonna rotate to the middle of the map. Meanwhile, Spacely is able to trade out some kills. Stamino got first blood again, but the time, it's ticking down. Once again, it takes 7.5 seconds to get the defuse. Spacely trying to clear the way for his teammate to get it off safely, and Lacefield should have it here. The defuse is going down, and there we go. The round is won by Bittersweet without all 4 players being dropped from Era.
Yeah, very nice retake. So the problem with planting the bomb in that spot, when you push through, you basically have to walk all the way back through all of that map control that you just gave up just to check that bomb site. And if you don't have the numbers, it's not going to work to your advantage. No one even took the time to try and flank around and get that better line of sight, either from tunnel or from blue. So a lot of times you'll see when they plant the bomb there, they just kind of back up to the blue side. But that's where Bittersweet was coming from. And Mox is pulling out the sniper rifle as well, and he's gonna drop Stamino. The man that's doing all the work for Era gets taken out for the first blood.
When Mox was defending, it was Stamino who punished him by playing so aggressive. This time around though, Mox on the opposite end of the table is able to get first blood. Basically finds the second, so it's just BZ and Bounds left up here for Era. Bounds finds one, makes this a 2-on-3, and the bomb has not been planted yet.
Here's the strategy, just go for the kills. Bounds gave his position away, but now he might have a gunfight right in front of him. He's gonna come out and challenge. So many players from Bittersweet there. BZ's on the back line as well. He gets sniffed out again. It is that 3-man unit. There was hope if BZ's able to kind of sneak through on the flank, pick up a kill that they could pinch in, but now Bounds is just in a very difficult situation. It's definitely looking like Bittersweet. They're gonna go up 3-2.
1 versus 3. Bounds only has 2 kills so far, and he's not going to get any more. Tagged up, executed, never stood a chance as Bittersweet takes the lead here in Game 5.
And I like this as well, because obviously the most recent patch that came in, planting and defusing bombs does not go towards your payload anymore. So it used to be every round on offense, get that bomb down from your camo player first thing, get them towards that payload. But now, we even saw Bittersweet, they had the man advantage, and they still went for the hunt. They still stuck together, they didn't go for the plant right away. So more variability we're seeing so far this weekend in Anaheim.
Sniper back out for Mox. He got first blood with it last time. He's going to be looking for more. Basically is going to find Bounds, so already man advantage, and BZ's going to answer back. What a shot on the escaping Spacely. So 3-3. Your bomb is moving up in the hands of Stam. There's no more defenders. All Bittersweet is going to go on a long flank here.
Yeah, and I think the idea here is they know the sniper's in the back line, so they don't want to attack where they can get picked off one by one. They want to be closer to him, but BZ, he's aware of it, but Mox is too. BZ never moved, and he had the better line of sight in that engagement. Now, main advantage to Bittersweet, but the clock is not on their side, and of course, Mox, he only has that Oni in the back pocket. Bittersweet, they got to make the move. Stan was able to pick up one. Mox is going to be there for the trade, gets the camo, gets the K-bar. One last player, he's going to be coming from top ticket. A lot of potential here to make a play. Gets the bomb carrier. Mox, though, is going to be right behind him. Easy cleanup for the boys of Bittersweet, going up 4-2.
Good positioning and selfless play coming in there from Bittersweet. They trust each other to get the job done. And it's Mox now who has picked up 4 kills across the last 2 rounds, maybe even 5 kills. He's turning up a 3 streak here. Lacefield talking to the team, making the calls. What is going to be the next play here as Bittersweet is looking to close this one out?
A lot of options for him. Again, playing around that payload of active camo can be absolutely massive. Stack up near each other, figure out, play for information is what I mean. Once you find out where the other team is, if you can get the first blood, well, you have camo. That's almost a guaranteed round win. Worth pointing out, 25 away from the Trinity Rockets as well. You might honestly just want to use the camo to get the streaks. And here you see, going for that quick bomb plant. Era, they're stacked up mid-map, and no, they're actually pushing straight through. This is what Era did onto them earlier.
Oh, no. Mox knows all he needs is an assist, but he's putting shots in his teammates' back. Stamino trades out Llama God, so that's going to make this a 3-on-3. Mox trying to get the advantage. Tags up, bounds. Excuse me, that's BZ, but BZ's going to survive. And let's go over now to Mox. I want to see how he's going to play this. BZ's going to be attacked, and I see a player right on the other side of this train. Holler has spotted Mox. Did Mox see his opponent?
Well, they got the bomb down as well. They still have the Trinity. They still have the camo. But it looks like Mox, he was going to call either the Scarab or the Trinity in. He gets dropped immediately. Stamino jumps over top of mid-map. He picks up another. Lacefield's by himself. He's got one in his sights, but he's got to check the bomb. Players are going to be behind him. Too many things you have to do. Tries to turn on him, but even BZ, he was going to be coming from the wing. So Era doing a nice job to collapse on the bomb site. Not the best place right there to try and use the Trinity.
Crazy game 5 going down. You love some good search and destroy. Are you impressed so far by the way the teams are playing this, or are they making more mistakes than good plays?
I like it. There's some problems here and there. Again, calling in the streaks when you know a player's top trains, like just above you next to the bridge. He shot. You saw him on the mini map. So you got to expect that pressure to come in once that bomb gets planted. But outside of like nitpicky things, it's been pretty good. Both teams doing a good job sticking together, playing aggressive, switching up, going back to passive. We've seen snipers come in, and then they get rid of them, going back and forth. It's been a fun time.
Stamino with the ERAD has been causing the most problems for Bittersweet. And this is just a 1-round game. BZ getting all kinds of shots thrown at him through the wall, but Bounce is able to punish Llama God. Streaks now coming down. And they're going to land for Mox. Mox finds one. Lacefield's going to find another. It's only BZ left alive in a 1v2.
Yep, and they know that bomb is down. They know exactly where it is, and they know exactly where BZ could be coming from. You'll see he's going on that full wrap. And, of course, the expectation if he was by blue, if he doesn't pop up there in the next 15, 20 seconds, they got to look elsewhere. And you can see both those arrows. They already turned. One player's watching tunnel in blue. The other player's watching the flank. They know where bomb is down. It is a tough job for BZ.
BZ needs to get the shots off here and survive with health, because if he gets up close, you're going to be tagged up, and down a bullet or two is going to be the difference maker in this round. BZ looking for the first pick. Mox has been waiting for him, and Mox is behind the cover. BZ didn't see his face, and from behind the sandbags, Mox is going to find another one. He's had a fantastic series, a great search and destroy so far, and here he is showing up in another round-ending kill cam.
Yeah, and then even for that 1v2, when players are watching each other's backs, if you can win that first gunfight, if BZ just guns that kid inside of that silo, he would have had an opportunity, but the guy in the silo knows he doesn't have to take the gunfight. He just has to survive. That's his only goal, to keep that numbers advantage. But to Air's credit, they got rid of the Trinities, so there's hope to try and make this comeback, but still payloads are going to be on board. It's going to be a tough spot.
Holler has not been able to do what he did back in game number 2, Retaliation. He's been really cut down. I feel like Bittersweet just has his number in the middle of the map, and this time around, Bittersweet, they're going to move to the top with nobody set up on the defensive end. Holler's going to be the lone player on this portion of the map. He knows he can't push in by himself. He'll simply get traded too quickly.
Yeah, definitely going for the patient play. You see Bounds is trying to work with Holler. That's when they make the moves, and they got the 2-2 split coming on board as well. Mox, though, is going to be able to get one. You got to expect Bounds is going for the trade, but now Bounds, he just gets overrun. Yes, the team kill comes in, but still, man advantage in favor of Bittersweet. Stamino and BZ trying to work together.
20 seconds left. Bittersweet is going to close it out just like that. FTL jumping into gunfire isn't going to work out too well. And Bittersweet stays perfect in pool play. After securing their spot in Stage 2 on Thursday, they advance from the relegation tournament, come into pools, and they are causing problems, Chance.
Yeah, I mean, you go back to relegation, they look fantastic. You look on Friday, they look like world beaters. Definitely a couple hiccups here and there. They're probably going to want to at least talk about the hard point, try and see if they can fix those mistakes. But otherwise, I mean, the team has been absolutely fantastic. I'm pretty sure they're still undefeated in Search and Destroy. Easily one of the most impressive teams of the tournament.
And this is a tough way to lose if your struggles against Evil Geniuses, it was the hard point. Here, they win the hard points, but they lose the Search and Destroy. And it's Bittersweet who walks away with the perfect record. Era now is going to be 0-2 in their group, and they got a tough challenger in Envy coming up next.
Yeah, again, I definitely think it's feasible. Obviously, against Bittersweet, they could have had that in the bag 3-1 if that Search and Destroy goes a little bit differently. Even against EG, very, very tight game. So there is potential for them to do okay. And at the very least, they're getting a lot more practice in against these top teams as they go further and further into the tournament. But again, I mean, what more can you really say, Chris?
My Pocket Square is getting excited. I'm pumped up. Good series here. It went the distance, and this is just match number 2 of plenty here on the main stage. Many more to go. When you look at Bittersweet, though, who was the best player for you throughout this series?
That's a very tough call. I mean, it was different for the Respawns and the Search and Destroy as well. I mean, you talk about Spacely had quite a few nice games. He kind of carried in that uplink a little bit, or had the best performance. And then Mox looked fantastic in the Search and Destroy as well. Lacefield, though, pretty consistent, I'd say, throughout. Any of the guys really, though, could take that top spot.
Lacefield, he gets dropped from Cloud9, and he comes back even stronger with his new squad. And right now, he's down on the floor with Maven.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, Lace, first off, you're 4-0, buddy, topping the pool. How's it feel, man? You guys are playing great.
Yeah, it feels amazing being on top of our pool. I mean, I haven't been this far like in a long time, and it's just happy to do it with this squad, too. I'm happy to be on this team.
All right, well, next I have to ask you. So you get dropped from Cloud9. You guys are rolling right now. You've seen them struggle. They have been poor. Does that kind of add to how good this feels, how well you guys have been playing?
Them playing bad, it didn't really add anything, but it's just, they know they made a mistake now. I mean, it's obvious, but, I mean,
That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted.
I definitely wish them the best of luck, though. You know, they have a good roster, and just give them some time. I feel like they'll make some noise.
And then for you guys, you know, Mox goes through this stuff with Parasite leaving for EG, team falls apart, similar with you getting dropped. It kind of feels like, to a degree, it's a team of players that have been fighting all year to get into a top spot. What's it like to have this group of sort of the leftovers to win with this crew? How good does it feel?
Honestly, when Haggy left, picking up Llama I feel like that was the best decision for us because he's also a fast sub, and that helps me out, and it complements my play style. So just having him next to me on the map is just it's a blessing, you know?
Well, with you guys topping the pool, it looks like you're probably going to play. I have to see how the matches break down, but most likely it's going to be Rise Nation or Enigma 6 with how good Splice has been playing. Do you feel you match up better against one of those teams, maybe someone you're looking forward to playing more?
It doesn't matter what team we play against. We're just going to bring our full game and just, you know, try to. This is just the beginning of the day, you know, and it's just a pretty rough series for us, but I feel we're going to bounce back, and it doesn't matter who we play. It's just we're going to go hard.
Well, congrats, buddy. I'm proud of you. It's been fantastic to see you guys at the top of the pool. For now, though, quick commercial break. We'll be back with more action.
our team's biggest competition has to be FaZe. I think we're 1 for 3 against them in this game, so definitely they're our biggest comp.
Now I'd have to say LG, since they're the final team, the last team to beat us. LG is definitely at the top of their game right now, as well as Optic. We go back and forth with Optic. In the beginning of the year, we beat them, and then they went on to smack us the next 3 times, and then we beat them last event. So, you know, we go back and forth with Optic a lot. LG, and then, of course, the champs, Splice. They're going to be a tough matchup.
Probably going to have to be Optic. Optic, obviously. I think they're probably the best team at the moment. Teams like Optic, United, FaZe, and Luminosity, I think them 4 teams are your core teams you really will play in the late stages of the tournaments. There's other teams like MV, but they are like the 4 teams that have consistently played well this year.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CWL Anaheim Open. Of course, we are live here at day 2, and we've had a ton of games going on our feature stations, as well as that last game up on the main stage. Of course, Bittersweet. They go from relegation to completely flawless in their group. I don't think many people saw that coming.
Absolutely not. I was the first to kind of doubt them going into this. I was just happy for them to get out of relegation. That was the main focus for these guys. But to come in 4-0 their pool, and I mean that last game was a lot closer than I actually anticipated it to be.
Yeah.
But they got the job done. And you heard Lace on the stage there. He was like, "We'll bounce back." I was like, "You just won." Like, I mean that says a lot.
And I think you can kind of tell from Lacefield's interview just how happy he is. Obviously, Cloud9 not doing too well. He's 4-0. That must be a good feeling, Proof.
Yeah, the adrenaline was still there in that interview for Laceffield. I definitely can tell. And it has to be a great feeling for them. They accomplished 2 great things this weekend. They qualified for stage 2, and it looks like they're going to finish first in their pool. A great tournament for them so far, and I see it only going better.
Obviously, we'll touch on that maybe series a little bit in a few moments, but I do want to go to one of the series which was going on the side station. It was E-United versus Fury. This was on the Bravo station, and E-United just completely stomped their way through. Game 1 finished 250 to 185. And one player that I feel like yesterday maybe we were a little hypercritical on was Swally. Obviously, you got big boots to fill, right? You really do. But he played so well throughout this entire series. I mean, replacing a player like Gunless, that has to be a nervy time.
Well, absolutely. And again, we have to be critical on him because all year long, this E-United team has been, what, top 3? You know, they've won an event, so you are filling base shoes. So you have to be critical of the new guy. How are they going to perform? Because those core 3, they've been consistent all year long.
They definitely have. Of course, when it went over to map number 2, it was a 6-0 victory for E-United there on that Crusher.
Yeah, that's just showing your class. You know, you swap out a player and it affects you, of course, but does it affect you that much? Yeah, you're still 6-0 in teams. Even the hard point there, it was pretty dominating towards the end. And going into the uplink as you'll go through, it just didn't get any better for this squad.
And I agree, going back to Swally having to fill those shoes, it's not anyone else on the team that have to change their roles. Is him trying to fit their playstyles perfectly. They don't want to change anything because what they've been doing has been working. Yeah, it's a different player and you want to make him comfortable, but if you have a playstyle that's already working, the best thing for him to do is try to fill those shoes and try to be like Gunless.
Obviously heading over towards the uplink, it was a dominating one again. Wow, for E-United, 17-3 it closes out. And again, Swally had a very good map for himself, doing the best he can to fill in those shoes, but I feel like he generally is having a good event.
Remember on that uplink, you told me that Arcides misses a dunk and then starts laughing afterwards.
It was so
goes
funny.
up and get it. I see why after looking at the scoreboard. Wow.
It was actually rather comical. But just on the left-hand side, he misses the dunk. I'm like, what are you doing? I just heard him go,
So did you hear Arcides laugh? I'm like, I did hear a giggle in this series.
It was like the most innocent giggle ever. But obviously, when you're winning by that amount, you can have some fun when you're playing. That is for sure. But congratulations to E-United. Of course, they will now be going into that championship bracket. But when they are playing against those higher caliber teams, Merc, are you still a little nervous for them?
Oh, absolutely. You saw the game last night against Optic. I mean, they got destroyed, and they played Optic very well all year long. That was one of their biggest competition, their rivals. And last night, just not their best performance. I believe you saw the players sort of talking about it, tweeting about it. They knew they were off, but again, it's going to be difficult for those guys against teams like FaZe, Optic, Splice. So we'll see how they perform the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, as I mentioned, there were so many games going on the side stations, but also the open bracket game still going on. Of course, that now converting over towards that losers bracket. We actually have Rich on the floor for an update. Over to you.
I am in the open bracket. We are about to see the last 4 matches get played out, and then the best squads are going to be sent to that championship bracket. The matches are looking really stacked. It's going to be Straight Rippin playing against Ghost. We're also going to see Caliber, who beat Millennium, play against Panda. We're going to see Flare, who just took out MRM behind us here. They're going to be playing up against Vitality, and Oxygen Black. They just knocked out Echo Fox, so they're going to be playing against Allegiance. I know I'm going to be keeping my eyes on Oxygen Black. They have M. Ruiz on that squad, formerly of E6. We're going to have to see how they do. We'll give you another update and let you know the 4 teams that are going to progress to that championship bracket. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Rich, of course, keeping us updated with all things in that open bracket, of course. So thank you to you. Moving on, though, I do want to talk about Team Envious. They were playing on the side station against Rogue. Proof, that was the one you were watching, and I'm going to be the first to say it. Team Envious, what are you doing this event?
That was the most poor performance I've seen out of Envious in full play. I know JCap tweeted about it. He said the same thing I just said. He knows what's going on. He knows they need to completely turn it around and turn over a new leaf. But going into game one,
they need a new tree.
Go into game one. Rogue wins 250 to 165. Apathy was the one that I thought needed to step it up for Envious. Everyone on Rogue had over a minute of time in that hard point. So that means they were just flooding excellently together and making the perfect team pushes. That's incredible in my opinion. Going into game 2, Rogue wins 6-5. It was a neck-and-neck search and destroy. Slasher, after 2 rounds, already got his FTL, goes into round 3, initiates a perfect 2-piece, gives them the 2-1 advantage in the search and destroy, but then Nelson just trading right back after that, getting 2 pieces after 2 pieces in several rounds and tying up the game.
What went wrong in the round 11 then?
Oh my God, the round 11, you think that it would end up in a 1v1 situation. It just Rogue goes out there and just takes it from him. I don't think anyone dies that round. He just takes it from him. But the 4-5 round, Nelson uses his camo play. And when he uses his camo play and gets a 3-piece and allows it to tie it up 5-5, that is what you want to do with a specialist. You want to get in there, you want to tie up that series, give your team that momentum going into that last round. And then going into the uplink, oh my God. In the first 15 seconds of this uplink, they were able to score 3 points on Envious. Right there, I was
3?
Yeah. Right there, I'm just thinking, what's up with my boys? What's up with my boys in blue? John ends up going on a 5-kill streak. He brings the deficit down to 2. I'm thinking, okay, here we go. They got a wake-up call. They're about to do this. No, GodRx starts slaying them, and that was game.
Well, I mean, for Team Envious, I guess the big question mark is what's next?
Well, you just have to take it one game at a time. I know it's sort of cliche to say, but when you go to the losers bracket, it's just something you have to do. And if you're a team that's in the losers that matches up versus them, you sort of have to take advantage of them early on, right? Because if Envy is able to sort of get momentum, win a few matches in a row, maybe they get back to that form. There's obviously some issues. Maybe it's roles, maybe it's just chemistry right now.
Something's up.
Yeah, they definitely don't trust one another, right? Each other, and that's a problem.
I think as well, you know, looking at this squad, we talked about Envy, you know, in that series. Let's just say for Rogue, for instance, the first game of the day that I casted was these guys against Epsilon. And again, they took Epsilon's first hardpoint away. They look a very, very strong hardpoint squad. But going further into this tournament, definitely keep your eyes on Rogue. I think, yeah, without a doubt, Envy, they're not having a great tournament. You know, it's stating the obvious. But Rogue, they're a team to watch out for and coming out into pool play. I want to see them do more. I want to see them put a bit more damage on this pool.
We'll definitely have the opportunity to. Of course, they still have 2 more games to play, and those games will be coming up shortly on the feature stations. But speaking of the feature stations, I know you were watching the Cloud9 matchup. Cloud9 went up against Lethal. That was over on the Delta station, and it didn't start very well for Cloud9, Momo.
It really didn't. I just thought it was going from bad to worse for this C9 squad. And going from this, they lost the first hard point, and this was against Lethal Gaming. And it wasn't just a 20-point loss. It was, I think it was 250 to 130 or something like that. And you know, they were looking around. I was looking across and seeing the communications, and it really was a lot of lackluster kind of communication from Cloud9. However, from that point, Cloud9 turned something around. I don't know what it was. I don't know who said what, but they just started being very, very consistent. Their S&D, I think it was 6-4 they took it. Their uplink was pretty much the same score, 6-4. However, that aside, 2-1 up now. Yep. They go into the hard point, and this squad win their series 250 to 23 points.
What?
I mean,
want to repeat that one more time?
250 to 23. I mean,
oh my God.
I don't want to throw names out there.
I heard it was Cloud9.
Yeah. I mean, this is Cloud9. First of all, congratulations, you got a victory, which is brilliant.
Hey, hey, Pat. I'm not gonna lie. I was warming up Pat's chair on the analyst desk. I was getting back ready to observe.
He thinks he's master predictor, but I could predict C9 series every time after this weekend.
There's one player as well. I'm not gonna name names, but dropped 3 kills in a map. That needs to be better. You're in pool play. You've made it through all that open bracket. You put all that hard work in. it's time to turn up, and unfortunately, they didn't.
Well, that should give them at least a little bit of confidence, I think, especially if you're 23-pointing a team in hard points. So hopefully we'll see them performing very well in that losers bracket. Of course, no chance of them qualifying top 2 from their pool. But I believe actually following that series, Rich caught up with Exotic to get his thoughts. Let's take a look.
I've got Exotic with me, one of the new members of Cloud9. You guys just picked up your first win in pool play. You're having kind of a rough go at it. How do you feel the new additions to the roster are actually working out?
Honestly, the new addition to the roster, I think Priest and I, we come in as a very aggressive team. So, I mean, even though we're 1-3 in pool play right now, I feel like we choked away a lot of maps. I feel like we're really aggressive, though. Like, when we're on, we're on. I mean, we get those maps where we're just, like, 25-point club a team, and it's just great. But I feel like we're pretty solid right now.
Well, you talk about that aggressive style and choking those maps. Do those go hand in hand? Do you think it is that aggressive style that's causing you to, you mentioned a 165 lead in hardpoint and you managed to still fall out?
I mean, it definitely, it's when we start playing as a team, we start playing destroying teams. Like I said, the 165 to 8, we started playing as a team, and we started playing great. And then we started going single-handedly, 1 by 1, and they slowly just came back into it. So, I mean, it's just a team play. It's just kind of messing us up right now. But
do you think because the rosters just come together, you guys haven't had a chance to build up that chemistry?
Oh, definitely. I mean, I've never teamed with Aches or Assault. I've only teamed with Priest. So, I mean, I don't know how they play exactly. I think we've only had 2 weeks to play. So, I mean, we're a new team, and I mean,
So with that lack of chemistry, when you enter this tournament, what is your actual goal? What are you trying to walk away from this tournament with?
I mean, the biggest thing was qualifier, Season 2 qualifier, which, I mean, we did qualify for. That was our main focus, obviously. I mean, Season 2 and champs, that's what we want. But, you know, we'd be probably pretty upset if we don't get like top 8 placing. I know we're a lot better than the way we're playing. Definitely should be spliced a couple other teams. But, I mean, going through today and tomorrow, I feel like we should come out with a top 8 placing.
Well, let's see if the new Cloud9 can do it with that first win in their pocket. Gonna throw it back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Rich. As I said, it's awesome to hear from the Cloud9 boys as they get that first win under their belt, but they will be fighting through that losers bracket, so wish them the best of luck there. Moving forward, next game up on main stage, Optic Gaming take on Fury. Of course, we saw Fury in action on the side station. Didn't end well, so I imagine for Optic Gaming, they're going to complete that kind of sweep of their pool. Would be very surprised to see an upset. But I've got to give a couple of members of Fury some credit. We'll take a look now at our hardpoint leaderboard from the tournament thus far. Yeah, I mean, there's your top 3. Yeah, it's all green wall with all with 1.5. So
they're doing pretty good this tournament.
They're doing okay. They're doing okay. Yeah, that's for sure.
Dave's time though. 560 seconds.
That's an absurd amount of time, to be fair. But obviously, you see Shipping there, and you see Remy there making it onto that leaderboard as well. But I mean, stats don't lie.
3
right?
players.
Stats like that.
1.5.
Goes to show why they're the best team in their pool, or at this tournament right now.
That's true. I mean, very, very dominating stats coming in from them. But I guess, do you expect to see those stats carry through when it goes to championship bracket, Mark?
That good? Probably not. You have to imagine they're going to face some really, top five teams. I believe they might even face Luminosity in that round 1. We'll have to look at those pools. But I mean, you'll probably see it next game. I believe they do play Fury, so I expect them to keep it up. But heading into that championship, I don't know, everything just sort of switches up that bracket. Everything gets a lot more intense.
Very true, very true. Of course, we should take a moment as well to advertise the Stage 2 tickets. Stage 1 was so much fun, but you guys can buy your spectator passes to Stage 2 right now at mlg.tv/Pro League. The big difference for Stage 2 is it's going to be open all 3 days. Of course, Friday was closed to the public during Stage 1, but throughout Stage 2, you'll be able to come and spectate on Friday as well. It's a ton of fun, right, Memo?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You have a right blast. You can get, some real kind of upsets. And these guys, they're not in the experience where, like, Anaheim, we've got thousands of people behind us. Here, there's obviously a lot less tickets. So, you get that kind of more personal feel, I think, when you're in the arena itself. So, really fun. A lot of good games. And if it's to go by anything we saw at Stage 1, should be very interesting.
Get some tickets.
Right. I can see the convention center starting to fill up behind me as well. And that's going to do it for the studio for now. But of course, up next on the main stage, it's Optic Gaming versus Fury as the Green Wall go for a flawless group. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CWL Anaheim Open. Of course, we are live day 2, almost halfway through the action. And up next on main stage, it's Optic Gaming as they take on the team coming in from the open bracket. It's going to be Fury. Fury, of course, already played a couple of games that we've seen on the side station. They've put up a decent fight, but still looking, of course, for a win. For Optic Gaming, they are going for flawless. Can they do it?
Absolutely. You know, we've just seen what Fury did against the United. To put it politely, not much. But they're going up against Optic Game in the Great Wall. You'd be silly to think otherwise. But Optic Game, they're going for that clean sweep, and with the fifth man being this crowd, I see this being a clean sweep for them in the pool.
I mean, you saw what Fury did, or E United did to Fury, and we saw it last night, what Optic can do versus E United in the forms they are in right now. I don't think Optic's going to take these guys too lightly. They know these guys a little bit. I mean, I don't think Optic's going to stop at all.
I've touched a lot on what Optic was doing wrong at the Stage 1 playoffs where they got 4th place, and I think they really fixed a lot of those issues, at least from what I saw yesterday. So I think going into this series right here, I think they're going to get the clean sweep, the perfect map play in pool. So it's going to happen for them. It's going to be easy, in my opinion.
Let's not hold up the action any longer. We can send it down to our casters for the series. It's the wonderful Maven and Mr. X as well.
Thanks, guys. I have a little bit of difficulty disagreeing with anything that I heard right there. But to be fair, you and I talked before this, and we really felt that the teams coming in from open, we thought it was going to be kind of 3-0s around. Like, we didn't think there was anyone who was really going to fight tough. It's been the opposite of that so far.
Yeah, I mean, looking at relegation, obviously some of those teams would be ones you'd see fight through the open, and then we'd see them in the first rounds. But now with those teams starting in group play, you know, now coming out of the open, you didn't know who to expect. You know, Straight Rippon's a name that we've heard, you know, a lot of primetime players on that roster, but you didn't expect a lot of noise coming from these guys from open. We've seen it in some of our other matches. This is a completely different beast, though. Optic Gaming going up against Fury.
Yeah, Optic looking to keep that perfect record alive, 9-0 yesterday. And when you take a look at, so they've all been pretty awesome when it comes to their KDs and overall slaying thus far, but you know, Formal comes in today, #1 overall KD, #1 in uplink, #1 in search, #1 in hardpoint. The guy's been an absolute monster, but the question is, will he continue it throughout the weekend? Because if we think back to Stage 1 playoffs, he didn't have the best Sunday. I know Luminosity not the same as playing against Fury, but still, can they keep it going here on Saturday?
Yeah, I think at Stage 1 playoffs, you saw Formal for the first time, like in a head-to-head matchup against Octane, really lose that battle. And I think it's a little bit of like a humbling moment for him. He kind of goes back. You know, they practice a lot coming into this event, and he is looking to come out and just destroy through everybody.
Well, that's what I'm curious. You know, they struggled at Vegas. They got pissed off. They grinded. They start to roll everybody. You know, they enter that 23 win streak when they just go nuts throughout the middle of the year. You know, you have a disappointing result at Stage 1. I know they were ticked off talking to them afterwards. So is that going to be what we're going to see again? Is this team just going to come alive and bury everybody?
But you shouldn't have to, like, take a loss to kind of keep working and pushing forward. I feel like
when you've been that good for this long, sometimes I just think that happens. Like, you have a rough event, it motivates you. You play well, you have a rough event, it motivates you. I think you just kind of fall into that a little bit.
Yeah, but I think it should just motivate you to never have a bad event. I mean, obviously, it's so hard to avoid. Like, they're going to have a bad event, but to just kind of get in that spot where you go into every event, you know the pain of losing. You don't want to experience that anymore.
And on the other side of this, we'll see if Fury can make some noise. You know, we've had some surprises this weekend. Bittersweet, probably the one that stands out the most. We know they had talent on the team, but I don't think we expect them to be 4-0 in their pool. Can Fury bring any kind of upset magic here in the match up against Optic Gaming, or will the green wall keep on rolling here in Anaheim? It's Throwback to kick off this best of 5.
I think you look at Optic Gaming at the beginning of this, see if they can come out and just really just dominate Fury Gaming. Fury Gaming, name you probably know from that roster is going to be Remy. Obviously, former member of TR, former member of Elevate last year. From what I understand, playing with some friends more from home. Heck is an interesting story. I believe this is his 3rd event overall. I believe it was like top 40 something, and then top 24, and then now making it all the way through open bracket into pool play.
Well, let's see what they're able to do. 3, 2, 1. Optic Gaming now off to the races. We'll kick things off with Formal as we're beginning to wrap pool play here in day 2.
He's going to take this position up in the top window with the K-bar in hand. And you know, it's interesting, we talk about Formal, right? Fantastic AR player, but he's a little bit more aggressive than a guy like Octane, right? He feels more comfortable, you know, times with the K-bar in hand, you know, not at that very far range, but he's been so good with the NV4 as well. A map like this definitely plays into Optic Gaming's strengths as a team.
Well, as a couple drop, we swap right over to King Scump, but it's 2 more kills going the way of Fury to open it up. Scump trying to get in behind here, maybe on a flank now. Crossing the top window. A couple players in front, finishes up 1 that's weak. That's 3, make it 4 in the way of Optic Gaming, and now it's time to rack up a bit of time.
And it's ridiculous to think that, like, remember when the E-Rads started to come into the meta, and we heard, you know, guys from Optic, guys from other teams, like, oh, Scump doesn't want to run it, he wants to run the K-bar, like, he wants to be that player. It's like, well, as soon as you've seen the E-Rad get in this guy's hands, like, he is just so good with it. It's just a pleasure to watch Scump with an SMG fly at opponents.
Well, I know it was buffed a bit, but it went from being a questionable weapon to one that is just, I know, getting under the skin of some players. Slasher's been really frustrated. He's like, this thing's melting me regardless of the range. We've seen people win gunfights against an NV4 with that in their hand, but as we're back to the action here, the lead starting them out for Optic Gaming. They had the early rotation into Barn, and now looking to pick up time. You see at the bottom of the minimap, that's going to be Karma, that's going to work a flank, and watching Courtyard will be Formal and Crim 6.
Right now, I mean, Fury Gaming cannot get close to the hill. You see the players from Optic Gaming just inside. No real pressure coming from Fury. Every time they get close, it's just going to get cut down from afar. Scump there with a 2-piece. He has Crim watching the top side of the minimap. There's no pressure at all. This should be a full 60 for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, this is terrifying because, like you said, no pressure. I mean, there wasn't even a hint of pressure. No one got within 50 feet of going into Barn. You've got Shipping starting out 0-6. Everyone basically negative right now outside of Remy, who's sitting at even. And when you look on the other side, Optic Gaming, everybody doing it in the slaying department. Over the top is Karma, but not able to win that first gunfight. Scump just playing inside. He'll be working that contest battle and trying to rack up what time he can.
With a game that's so slay dependent, I mean, you cannot afford to have a guy get off to an 0-6 start against a team like Optic Gaming, because you know for the most part, everybody on this team's going to bring it each and every single map. That you can't afford to have that slow start because that puts you behind, you know, the score right now, 81-17.
And we saw even the difference with it against United. You know, that's a team that's played Optic very tough. When you have Gunless, one of the more consistent slayers in the game, you take him out of the equation, and Optic just rolls him.
Well, look at the difference even for Evil Geniuses. I mean, me and you were outside with them a little bit earlier, but you swap out Node Study, who's, you know, 0.8, 0.7 KD in the respawn game modes, for somebody like Parasite, who's about even. You'll see how much easier it makes the game for the rest of this team.
Yeah, and Evil Genius is looking to be coming out top 2 in their group. One of the other nice surprises with the struggles from FaZe so far this weekend. But let's swap it right over to Crim. We're watching him as the pressure is going to be coming into baseball. I know we've been spending a lot of time with Optic through the beginning of this, but to be fair, they've had the early rotations. They've been locking it down. Any big chunks of time have been for them. It's been all on Fury trying to break, and they have not been able to even get close.
Yeah, Crim with the NV4 in his hands. He's going to pick up 2. One more to his right. It'll be the assist there for Crim, but he's starting to heat up. A 3 streak for Crim 6. And you know, we've seen him put together his best performances, arguably, at this event in the past, right? I mean, Black Ops 2, Crim was insane at Anaheim. Same during Ghost, looking to do it here.
And he's going off 5 streak now at 12-5. He's got 3 Anaheim victories to his name, and he's tallying up the kills. There's the 7 streak. 75 off the bombardment as he is just erupting, mowing down everybody on the Fury Gaming side. They keep pushing, and they keep running into the bullets of Crim as the streak ends with him at 16-6. Let's stick it with the man. Let's get right back to him off spawn. Crim has been an absolute monster.
Oh, and he picks up 2 right as we go to him off the respawn. And Crim is a really prideful guy, man. I mean, this guy cares so much about winning, but I know there's a part of him where he's like, you know, everyone's giving so much love to Formal, so much love to Scump. He just wants to come out here and prove, obviously, you know, this Optic Gaming team best in the world. He wants to prove that. But just the fact that, like, he is not done as, like, an MVP candidate for this roster.
Yeah, and you know, while we were talking about that streak, the lead erupts up to a 100-point advantage here. And let's talk a little bit about Remy. I know you mentioned him coming into this, but Remy's a guy that was, you know, has a second-place finish at Champs. He's been on teams that are of top caliber. It just seems over, what, the last year and a half, he's just sort of been trying to fight his way back into the ranks. What do you think was the biggest reason for him sort of falling off at the top?
Yeah, I mean, once he kind of leaves Elevate and they know that roster kind of falls apart last year, he just never really found a consistent home. You know, there are questions with dedication with Remy, you know, how much time did he put into the game? Was he focused all the time? And I think, you know, some other pros at the top of the scene, they're kind of worried, you know, hey, do we want to take a gamble on this guy? Even though he's been a part of some very good teams in the past, they didn't. Now he finds himself trying to build back up with Fury Gaming.
Okay, well, as we go, I think during that, Scump went on a 6 streak of his own. You've got +8 for Scump, +10 for Krim. Formal sitting right around even, Karma right around even as well. That's been Karma really this weekend, though. And throughout the course of the year, he doesn't need to put up big numbers. He usually gets it done, the objective, the clutch plays, and sits around at 1.0. I think everyone at 1.3 or above, and he's right at that Karma range, kind of 1 to 105. That's where he's made his home. But we know how vital, how important he is to this team. One of the smartest players in the game. You know, you think back to Dallas when we did the interview. All the pro players we asked, who do you think's the smartest in the game? I'd say 75% of them said Carmen.
Yeah, and it's so weird.
Carmen.
Hartman?
Yeah, you know, been watching too much TV, I guess.
Oh, man, your brain
is old and shriveled.
It doesn't work. But anyway, speaking about Karma, I know, very smart player, like you were saying, but he works, like, his brain just works in, like, weird ways. I mean, I know, working with the guy in the past, you'd think a play was, like, the correct play, and everyone on the team's like, oh, hey, you know, Damon, just watch this, and then next thing you know, he's on the other side of the map. You're like, oh, my God, what the hell is he doing? And ends up working out for you. I think just has just tremendous in-game instincts you just can't really teach.
Exactly. It's just stuff that you cannot teach, and he has all of that. But right now, 3 streak for Karma. He's coming alive. Krim 6 back on another 4 streak as well. Karma drops. We'll get right over to Krim. He still has streaks to work with. Trinity rockets in, and he sees everybody. Hell, now going to be raining from the sky, trying to hit underneath bridge and see if he can connect. There's 2. Shipping. Heck, see you later. As they continue to go. One more mid-map. It's another 7 streak for Krim 6. Looking for the 8th in the back. 9 around the edge, somehow staying alive. This man has been an absolute beast. Do not challenge him, because he ain't missing.
He has been lights out with the NV4 in his hands. You got to wonder, Maeve, I mean, you see him shooting so hot with this weapon from range. Do you give it to him on some of the other maps? No, left form will be a little bit more aggressive with a K-bar.
Maybe that's what the team needs, because I'll tell you what, this has been a treat. Double digits now for the streak. He's 30 and 10. The lead's 227 to 71. He's even taken out his teammate.
Yeah, he couldn't find anybody on Fury to take out, so he just dropped some missile right on top of Karma's head. But just look at how crazy his stats are compared to everybody else in this game. 30 and 11. The next highest kills in the lobbies at 19. Krim has dominated game number 1.
Been an absolute beast. Final tick. Optic Gaming, game 1. 250 to 71. Krim just realizes the game is over, because I think he was in a zone, man. That was unbelievable. What a treat to watch.
And he has games like this. I mean, you can think back in Call of Duty history. I mean, some of the best clips involve Krim on like these crazy streaks or making some incredible plays. I can think back, you know, Black Ops 2 finals against Farico Impact in this venue. You know, the streak he goes on a Slums hardpoint, it was just unreal. Like, the crowd after that was just mental. The guy plays for the big moments, showing up there in game 1.
And he's a guy that cares a lot, and I think there's been, I don't want to say a tug of war with him kind of internally, but, you know, back to when he was playing with Aix, it was always kind of, they were trying to one-up each other, so like a Kobe Shaq type thing. Who was going to put up the best numbers? Who was going to be that guy? It's sort of shifted now to the formal Scump show, and Krim sometimes, I think, just wants to be like, I still got it, and just goes out and demolishes people, because we know what a talented player he can be. He just hasn't had to be the guy dropping, you know, 1-2 over the course of an event, but we know he can.
I mean, just about any other team, he's arguably their best player, best slayer on a lot of other teams. So, you know, taking a backseat to Formal and Scump for the most part, but you saw it in their game number 1. It goes in Optic Gaming's favor, 250 to 71. Krim with a monster game.
Well, game 1 goes the way of Optic Gaming. They're able to take it. Game 2 is going to be breakout. Guys, make some noise. We're live in Anaheim. We're having fun. It's day 2. Still so much action to come. Thank you all for coming out. It's been fun. I got to hang out with a lot of you. I was out watching the open bracket matches earlier today. Oh, I love Anaheim.
I love it too.
80 degrees outside, not a cloud in the sky. Birds chirp. I don't know where birds come into play in this at all.
I didn't see any birds, but no,
I didn't either.
I love this area, man. I mean, every year, every time we come, just the crowd, the energy in the room, just always insane.
Well, you see the shot now of Fury. They just got destroyed in game 1.
They did.
You have to rebound, and the good thing for you, you're not going into another hard point. You have a search and destroy. It's going to mix it up a lot. This is maybe where you can steal it. The downside for them is this has been maybe the best we've seen this core Optic crew at search and destroy this year, right? If you think back to AW, I wouldn't say it was their specialty. Black Ops 3, they struggled in it for sure. They've been very, very good this year. Probably the best we've seen them.
I mean, you could say Advanced Warfare, they were up and down in search and destroy. Black Ops 3, the reason they probably don't make it farther in COD Champs is because of their search and destroy play.
Like 2 searches.
Yeah, they were really poor. And this year they've come in and they put together a good effort in search and destroy. They're really starting to round this roster out. Good in all 3 game modes. I know they have not dropped a map yet, showing no signs of dropping maps anytime soon.
No, but what is interesting though, if you're an Optic fan, is you think about the fact that they could be going, well, they should be going up against LG probably in winners round 1. And what was I always ask you, what was the stat you always say? It's basically, I never remember the exact number.
Now you're asking me. Okay, so it's outside of winners round 1, Optic Gaming pretty much just never loses.
Like, it's something like 26-1. Back when you said
it was like, I think it was like 31-1 when we had the stat. I think their only loss was UMG South Carolina last year, outside of a winners round 1, which is a winners round 2 to H2K. But outside of that game, I mean, once they get past winners round 1, they're smooth sailing.
And that's what we're going to have tonight, that winners round 1, more than likely against Luminosity.
Scaring all the people out.
A rematch from Stage 1 playoffs where Luminosity got the better of. You had the crazy duel between Octane and Formal. We'll probably see more of that. But that's why I think coming out to a hot start right now and just, you got to get hot and just continue that through the course of the day. Yeah, you're going to have a couple match break before you play later tonight. But the Optic squad are here. I think it's going to be, this isn't like Columbus where it's a more intimate atmosphere we kind of have with a couple hundred fans. We're inside of the arena. It's probably a little bit easier for these guys to get amped up. But look at that shot. You got just a full crowd here, fans behind them. I get a feeling they're going to be ready to rock.
It is. It's a completely different vibe. I remember, even speaking with TP a little bit, when they won in 2013, like just on that stage in this venue, like you just have goosebumps just going all across your body, man. I mean, it's just unreal, like the energy the crowd provides, especially when you get into the grand finals later in the weekend.
I'm ready. If I can fast forward to Sunday, I would do it. It's going to be a crazy, crazy day, but it's going to be Breakout Search up next. Is this where Fury can come in and take a game off the powerhouse that is Optic Gaming? I mean, for Fury, hell, you've already, for the most part, you've done your job. You made it into pools, which is a big part of the battle coming out of open bracket. Now just trying to see if you can take some matches off of these tough teams. Here we go, though. 20 seconds on the clock. Let's talk a little bit about, Breakout Search and Destroy, as we've had now, a month and a half with it in the rotation. How have you started to feel with it about a map? Where do you think the advantage comes from for here? What do you like about it?
I think teams really haven't figured out a way to play this yet, to be quite fair.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen attempts go over towards the B where they just kind of stall out. It seems like the default play is let's just hit mid and go to showers, or hit all the way on the wall run and go over towards A. But it seems like no team has really kind of gotten a great grasp of this map yet.
Okay, well, here we are. It's going to be Karma on the lower wall run. Here's the shots. He's up top there. It's too early. Karma gets him, but Scump does fall. So it'll be a 3-2 advantage. Formal just got eyes on at least one of the players as he's going to be wrapping around the flank. There should be a collapse potential here between Karma and Formal. Does not miss. C-ball dropped. It's all on Remy now to try and make a play. That play is off the edge of the map.
Yeah, I probably figured he had no chance to make anything happen at that moment in time. Just kind of throw that round away. It'll go Optic Gaming's favor in round number 1. Karma with the big play, the 2-piece off that bottom wall run.
Shot of Formal here coming into the day with a 3.86 S&D KD.
Doesn't even seem real.
Yes, it's only 3 maps, but yes, that is still absolutely absurd. And now we're into round 2, and it's going to be Fury's opportunity to try and make a play here on the offensive side of things. It looks like they're going to be pushing towards the B bomb. Crim 6 will be the one lying in wait.
If you're Fury, I mean, look, you're going up against Optic Gaming, right? You're the heavy underdog. You can just try about anything here in the search and destroy. I mean, you're kind of playing with house money. Nobody expects you to come in, take this series. You yourself, you dropped some games already in this group. It'd be very difficult to go on forward, so you have to just kind of put together the best effort, maybe try and catch Optic off guard. This is a must-win map for them.
Well, yeah, that's kind of, I want to ask you, so when you were coaching back in the Complexity days, you kind of always had the team that was the heavy favor, so you kind of know what it was like for Optic coming into this, just expecting sort of smash. What's it like for Fury when you're happy you got into pool play, and now you're going up against somebody like Optic? Where do you think their heads are at?
I mean, it's difficult, right? I mean, you have to kind of not really be happy with where you are. Like, you sign up for the open bracket and you play those matches to get to this point to hope to upset these teams. But I know when you're really outmatched like they are right now, I mean, they look like they're in a great spot to win this round. But overall in the series, It's very difficult on the mindset because you play for so long, and then to play for so long, you know, lose a few games, then you kind of know you're going in a loser bracket. To come in here and try and pull up this upset, it's very difficult mentally.
Well, maybe you can start there. They get a round win in round 2, trying to bounce back after getting crushed in the first throwback hard point. Maybe this is where they can bounce back, as you see the final kill cam coming through. But yeah, maybe there's a chance, like you said, where you can maybe try some new things out. And it's I'm excited. I just want to see him. I liked Remy, man. I've been casting him back since I guess kind of early AW. I'd like to see him back on the main stage more and more.
Yeah, I remember back as Advanced Warfare Champs. That was one of the best stories. TR, like this magical run all the way to the finals. Remy, a big part of that squad. And we've seen a lot of guys. Parasite back on the main stage making an impact. Remy now coming through the open bracket with some new up-and-comers. A lot of these kind of veterans, finding some new homes. It's good to see.
Yeah, you still Rise. You still have Vicento and Aqua still playing together after all this time. We're now watching Crim6. He's got pressure coming from the Snow Street, trying to peek around the tank. Not able to do it. 2 down for Optic Gaming. Perhaps another round that Fury will be able to take. They have a 4 versus 2 advantage. On with Karma. A little hop, skip, and shots to the face. Turning this into a 2v2 quickly. Going clutch mid-map with a little bit of help there from Scump. It's going to be Scump and Karma going up against Heck and Remy.
It's a smart play. They kind of split the defense, right? 2 players kind of go all the way through cave and go on the backside. So there's a 4v2, but Optic says, hey, let's push on forward. There's probably 2 players holding these angles. Let's just fight this 2v2 and hope they don't come from behind fast enough. But that's going to be a team killer coming in from Remy. And Karma picking up 1 more. Things fall apart. It's a 2v4 clutch for Optic Gaming.
And Karma gets at least 3 there. I believe he's now going to be at 6 and 1. And that's, early when they were doing well in Search and Destroy, as much as the respawn would be carried at times from the slaying department with Formal and Scump, you would see Crim and Karma that were really sort of doing that in Search and Destroy. And you see a bit of that right now where Karma has all but 1 kill to his name. As now they take another advantage in this series. You take a look at the pressure. It looks like it's going to be going towards the B side again. Crim is the man here last time. He spots them pushing. Wisely going to back up. Make sure he calls out the Spiral. That'll be Formal there, ready to pinch.
See, here's where it's difficult for Fury, right? Because you lose that round, you lose a little bit of confidence. You're gaining a little bit of momentum, right? You win a round, now you're looking like you're going to win the next round. You lose that confidence, and now you start to play a little bit slower. Look at the overall game clock, for the round, 55 seconds left. And they need to make some action happen. You see Remy on a flank there through A, picks up that first kill. That's huge for Fury.
Yeah, I think you got nice timing there, just coming through mid-map. Nice shots to take out Formal. Now it's going to be another 2v4 opportunity. Last time they were able to clutch up. Doesn't look to be happening this time. Scump going to drop. He's sitting at 0-3. And Fury has battled back to tie this one up at 2-2.
Yeah, it was a big opening kill by Remy. He comes on a flank. You're able to take Formal out. You put a lot of pressure on Crim. It was a 3v1 over at the B bomb site, and you're able to win it.
Shot of Remy right there, trying to lead this team in a very David versus Goliath-esque moment. I know we're not into bracket play yet, but a victory here, gives them a fighting chance to try and break into the top 2 if they were able to upset Optic Gaming.
I mean, Fury Gaming, their best chance in this series would be to win the next 2 maps. Yeah. Obviously, you win this one, great. If you lose the uplink, then you're put yourself in a must-win game in a hard point. Not the ideal scenario.
Watching Karma right now as they've secured the A site. You see, just look at the mini-map. It's Formal all the way in the back of the map watching the flank, but you see all 4 players going to be hitting from the front side. Heck, going to be first one in, see some bullets coming in, trying to find the angle here. He's 5-1, doing his best to match Karma on the other side. He has a teammate going up over the top. Now they look to pinch. He looked like right at Crim, didn't react in time. 1 drops for either side. Both teams trading effectively, and now the next attack is going to come. Tags, but gets away, not able to work the bait and switch. The hip fire not going to be enough. It's now Sibo with the pistol. He will fall, and that's another round for Optic Gaming.
And you got to say, Heck getting off to a good start. It's pretty big for him. I can't remember. Obviously, very new to the scene. We talked about it, 3rd event, coming through the open bracket, big moment here getting into group play. But I got to say, this is probably, first time on the main stage. You got a huge packed crowd here. You got to go big, for the team. And you see he's 5-2 right now, doing a good job kind of handling all that pressure.
Yeah, it's just, I was talking to Pat about this, and he's like, there are players that thrive on the main stage, and there are players that crumble on the main stage. And sometimes you just don't know what type of player you're going to be until you actually get to the main stage. So this is a couple of young guys' chance to make their debut in a very tough matchup. Opening kill to Karma. He opened the 2-piece in the first round, looking to do it here again. Wise play, though. Tags him up, back down. Krim is there to trade it out. And now a 4v2 advantage for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, I love seeing new players on the main stage. It's one thing to do it at station 36 out there in the open bracket, but with all eyes on you over here on the main stage, it's a completely different beast. And see quickly, it's going to be a 1v3. Remy, the only one up for Fury Gaming. He's getting tagged up in a bad spot. He will lose the fight. Optic will win the round as they go up 4-2.
I mean, it's the same for us as casters, man. It's one thing to cast an online 2K from your bedroom. It's different when you're casting for several 100,000 people at a COD Champs, right? It's very different. It takes some experience, time to get adapted to it, and we'll see some of these players as they grow. That's one of the best things. I think the most fun things for us as casters, though, too, is over the years, we get new games, new players, kind of watching these guys slowly rise up the ranks, because for the most part, you don't typically have somebody like a Gunless that just comes out of nowhere and all of a sudden he's a top player.
Starts crushing,
yeah. It's usually much more of a longer grind. You got the casters radar, the community's radar, and you grind your way to the top. It's fun to watch.
Quickly though, kills traded out, 3v3 scenario as Scump is gonna move in here towards A. Should be getting bombed down. You see the angle that Fury Gaming's taking here, Maeve, though. That wall run, it is so dangerous. They're gonna send 2 players across it. Scump's gonna back out. It's pretty fortunate for Fury Gaming. If he sits there on the top of the bomb, he's going to mow down 2 or 3 with this E-Rad.
And now, Optic will have to re-peek through the doorway. Scump, though, able to open things up, trying to snap on another. It's quickly a 2v2. Krim goes to trade the kill, 1 versus 1. Krim shots in, not able to finish it. Still 20 seconds here. Wrapping around the edge. Little ring around the rosy. Krim spotted you. 5-2 now for Optic Gaming. 1 round away from a 2-0 advantage here in their best of 5.
Yeah, only 2 places Remy could go, right? I mean, as soon as he gets off the bomb, he either goes back out towards that outskirt area, which wouldn't make any sense unless he's just trying to bait Krim in, I guess, and just kind of peek out the doorway, or he ran through the opposite doorway of Krim. So Krim, the aggressor, just gets there a little bit faster, kills Remy before he can get to the edge.
Well, let's start off with Fury, who's down 3 rounds and trying to fight back and maybe push this to a potential round 11. It looks to be an aggressive mid-map hit. Nobody home for Optic Gaming as they've all stacked the B site. It looks to be a fast flank possibly for them. Spreading across the map, you see the green arrows holding the top side by B. The entire 8 site wide open for Fury to get a quick plant here.
But you do have the active camo on Karma. Potentially use this here. I mean, if you're going on the slow wall run, you need to kill that intro into the site. 35 seconds on the clock. See how Optic plays this. They're all stacking up. They're going to follow up this Scarab.
Let it get out front a little bit so no kind of team kill comes in. Scarab in. Karma in behind it, trying to locate the kill. Gets the call. There's one at the edge. Almost lose him as he goes vertical, but able to find it. 2 kills, though. Go the way of Fury. Krim trades it out. Now Scump by his lonesome in a 1 versus 2. He's got 1 out towards mid-map, 1 at Commissary. He quickly turns it into a 1 versus 1. 10 seconds going to be on the clock. He's got nothing he can do other than try to stick this. Not able to do it. And it's just going to be shipping. Biding his time. FTL's in to make sure he's not home. Had to check it. He can't see what we can. That's another round on the board for Fury.
Yep, it's good around there for Fury. Don't give Scump an opportunity to 2PC with that E-Rad in that close quarter area over by the A bomb site, and they win the round. I know shipping there had to use the FTL jump, make sure Scump wasn't defusing the bomb. You don't really hate that play. I mean, he has to make sure he's not on the bomb. It's the fastest way to get over there.
Yeah, I mean, all you see on the kill cam is him sprinting towards the bomb. Maybe his teammates saying, hey, maybe he stuck it, maybe he stuck it. You got to try and check it there. Okay, let's get into round 9. Remember, Karma still has that camo. We'll see if he opts to play with it. You see there's a mid-stack and kind of right outside Spiralers where everyone is sitting for Fury right now. Karma, most likely, the one that should open things up unless he's holding on to this for another round. Right now, just hunting, trying to get a feel for where the opposition is. Now Karma has spotted 1 in the back at least. The plant is going to go down. The call-out should come to Karma soon, maybe to hit this camo and attack the backside. Yep, there it is. Gonna go to the back. He sees 3. I think he got eyes on all. The first one, the tank finds it. Charges out, second in the back, finds it. There's a third there as well. All dead! Damon Barlow is an assassin. One more game goes the way of Optic Gaming. They are now a perfect 11-0. 4 clean shutouts right around the corner. Scump and crew getting it done. They have been absolute lights out. And it just, this is what's crazy though. You think about FaZe seems off this event. United obviously don't have gunless Swirlies in playing. Luminosity has looked shaky at best. I mean, we know how good they are, but still haven't looked great. Who have you seen that's going to challenge Optic with the form they've been in so far? I mean, they've been the most impressive team without question.
Oh, I think by far. And I think, you know, you look at it on that one side of the coin, right? Who's going to challenge Optic? But you look on the other side, there's so many teams that could contend for a title or a spot in the grand finals. This tournament is wide open.
Absolutely is. Optic going to be looking for the clean 3-0 sweep right when we get back after this quick commercial break.
Stage 1 was very disappointing for us just because we were the heavy favorites. When we're on, you know, but when we're off, it just doesn't feel right. I think moving forward, we kind of talked about focusing on our game, not too much about what event we're at. Fundamentals are the most important, just doing the right stuff no matter what the score is, no matter what the situation is. As long as you're doing the right thing, then there's no way that can hurt your situation. But as the game goes on, you start to discover there's more ways of playing the game. I think that's the biggest thing, is just recognizing that the game's evolving, that we have to evolve with it. Our performance at Anaheim is a huge determining factor of how the rest of the year goes for us. It would be good for us to know that, hey, we could bounce back and we can perform at the highest level, just like we know we can. Even if the game is getting later into the year, we want to make sure that we're still, you know, up at the top.
So, as many of you guys know, one of the most important skills in Call of Duty is recognition of where your opponent is going to be coming from. Map number 1, we saw Crim6, he did that to a T. He updated his patch, whatever you want to call it, but that recognition was insane. Crim6 starting out on this back hard point. He is sitting in the back of the map. He did not even have to move. He starts picking up kills immediately. First player, he drops right in front of the hill. Again, recognition where the pressure is going to be coming from, immediately turns and looks, instantly picks up that kill over in bowling. Then he's pinging back and forth. He knows that he's going to get pinched in. Boom, comes back. Another kill from inside the hard point. And then from there, it's just happy feasting. He knows the spawns are coming in. He knows that's the lane the other team is going to have to take. Boom, he gets 1, 2, 3 more kills, all in the exact same spot. He's trying to create his own graveyard hill, if you will. But even after he clears out the opponent, again, he's going back and forth. He knows exactly when the opponents are coming at him, turns attention back towards bowling, gets another kill, finishes off, finally gets taken down after he goes on a 7 or 8 streak, something ridiculous. But as you can see, a bunch of red X's by the hands of Crim6. Phenomenal game number 1 from him and Optic Gaming as a whole. Now throwing it back to the casters to finish up for game number 3.
Thank you, Chance. I felt like I was looking at one of those like NBA shot charts they'll show when teams having a rough game. It's like all the X's where they missed on it. They were just all dead bodies for when killed everybody on Fury. But no, that was a massacre. I think he had one streak at the 7, another one at 10 or 11 kills.
9, I think, was the one.
He went absolutely off. But the guy that did it in S&D, it was Karma, an absolute monster. You saw the 3-piece to close it out. I think he opened the game with a 2-piece, ends the game with a 3-piece. Everyone can do it on this team, and that's why they're more often than not the favorites coming into an event.
Yeah, now Fury Gaming with their backs against the wall. Obviously, we need to get the reverse sweep going. They're able to come back, win this series. Highly unlikely. Optic Gaming so good in the respawn game modes. Now, Uplink coming up next. Even if they were to drop this one on Precinct, you have another hard point coming up right after that.
And this Precinct, we know how important, I mean, slaying can be in any respawn, but here specifically, if you can get the spawn trap, get control, you're going to dominate. And that's why I just don't know how Fury, I don't think they have the skill on their team to match the slaying of Optic Gaming. That's not trying to knock them, I just don't think it's there. And that you can say that about most teams that are here this weekend.
Right. And I think with the way the game is, it's very difficult to slow the pace of the game down. It's very fast. And no slaying, it's such a key factor in terms of winning. I mean, you see the percentages, I think in all the game modes, it's above 70% win rate if you outslay the opponent. I think something crazy like playoffs, there was one game where the team did not outslay in a respawn game mode that they won. I believe it was from Splice. So I think when you look at these game modes, it's very difficult for Fury to win.
Well, let me know. I know we've got some Optic fans in attendance. Optic right now 11-0. If you think they're going to close this out, 12-0, perfect. Make some noise. I think they're feeling the 12-0 right now. Fury, I mean, this is just, it's a tough matchup, man. I know we've been focusing on Optic, but with the scorelines the way they've been, I mean, they've just been blowouts. They're the superior team right now. I would be, I don't know, I'll write you a check if somehow Fury comes back and reverse sweeps this.
I'd happily take that check as well.
Not for much money, because I don't have much, but I'll write you a check.
Yeah, I'll happily take it for whatever it's worth. But I think, look, for Optic Gaming, you look to close this out. You look to close this group out perfect. But I do worry about it later. You didn't run up against much adversity in the groups. You're going up against potentially Luminosity in a first-round match. You got to find somebody, of your caliber, of that top echelon to warm up with before that match, because LG's had some tough games thus far.
Well, that was our worry at stage 1. They had no test really in their group. They blow everybody out for the most part, and then they come into stage 1 playoffs, and all of a sudden it's like, oh god, we're playing FaZe. Oh, we're playing Luminosity. Also, the top competition comes in. It's like they just weren't ready for it. It's not that you get into a lull or get lazy, but when you're beating everybody 3-0, 100-point clubbing everyone in hardpoint, once you actually get some adversity, it's hard to maybe flip that extra switch.
Well, it's just because they're able to put the pace of the game on the opposing team, right? You can play really fast. Now you have Fury on your back heel. It's like a punch to the face as soon as you have a team like LG comes out, gets you 3 dead, and now you're the ones on the back foot. So it's a much different game when you go up against teams of that caliber.
Okay, well, off to the races. First kill coming in from Scump. Karma going to be peeking lobby, able to tack up and back up a couple of these players. Scump keeps it going. He started out 2-0, but Drone going to be in the hand. They might be able to actually get points on the board. Let's go over to Remy and crew. He's leading the way, wrapping around the edge. 1 point early, and I don't know if that's a miscommunication, but they were not ready at all for them to just grab the drone, wrap out, and put points on the board. But now you're at risk of allowing a counterattack unless Heck can win a couple gunfights. He cannot. Optic's chance now to move forward.
You get that first point on the board, though. It's got to be good for Fury Gaming. Now you just got to hold on the defensive end. Optic gets that first kill, and now you see the swarm start to come. Even that's 3 dead for Fury Gaming. This is going to be a 2-point play.
That's a dunk, and what's scarier, they have the wrap back into lobby, but the domination is continuing. Let's hear it from Optic Gaming.
Go right. On heading. Two there. One's white hole ball, one's white hole behind him. All guys out, one's out behind him. Remy's dead, I killed him.
Oh, you killed him? Nice.
Go gas. Play punchy point. One's wood, I'm one shot.
I can go cat. I can ran back point.
There's two wood.
One's high white, one's in wood. Going cat.
I jammered one wood.
He is top China, in China. One's in China right now.
Go back to the point, dead. One more with Sushi,
Calls our side? Yeah. Fed, you gotta either die or come back.
Yeah,
Trophy backstairs. Alright. You went orange with ball.
One, yeah.
I can't. I think
he missed that. Watch out. One point, guys. One point. I got one. I'm out of bullets. I literally have no bullets. Might be mid behind me. White van. Yellow van. Yellow car right now.
I'm behind him. I think we'll white hole. Oh, back caution. He's back at the trash.
Boss one also. Kinetic guy's hurt. They're pushing back stairs.
I have your orange.
Close right orange.
I hear you.
Top cat, weak.
Orange, two back stairs. Orange, two back stairs. I got one.
Push. Remy's already pushed.
Yeah, he's on our point. He went top glass.
Right in. He's underneath.
He's on our point. Remy's hurt.
Yeah, dead.
On our stairs. C-ball, top glass, one's orange. Top glass, one orange.
Back alley, C-ball.
Nice. Hit your portal play.
I'm dead. Top glass and back alley.
Top glass is...
Top glass is out.
On our point.
No one here.
Two, nice, good job.
Nice.
Playing out, he might go orange.
One white.
Out white hall.
Watch out, white.
They wrap all back,
I need orange.
We get the communication bit from Optic Gaming. No change in the scoreline throughout, but what'd you like? I mean, I heard a very focused team.
Yeah, pretty composed. You know, business as usual for Optic Gaming. They're still not putting a ton of points on the board. Attack with the drone in hand, and they're going to try and reroute this top side, and they may catch Optic off guard if they go here quick, but yeah, this little slow play. He's going to throw the drone down. He's going to wait for some teammates to come off the spawn. Not going to work out for Fury Gaming. The drone should go in the hands of Optic.
Remy trying to hold here at Statue. Some nice shots up to Krim, but he will end up falling. Karma started out 10-5. He's on a 4 streak right now. If we can actually swap over to his POV, I just want to see how close he is to streaks. I take it back. Right as I say it, he ends up dropping. So the streak will end at 5. But the pressure continuing to be forward. Formal and Scump here on the attack. But he goes off the map. Not a gunfight he should have won. I believe his screen was all red as Shipping tried to outgun Formal. Formal still here, buddy. He slides forward, picks up another, finally going to drop with the attack and the upload coming through for Optic Gaming. 3-1 advantage, a minute 20 on the clock.
I don't know how they're able to turn it into points. Cream and Karma both drop. Scump and Formal pick up enough kills to keep the offense alive for just long enough to get through a 1-point play.
Yeah, that was basically a 2v4, right? For the most part, they're just using cover there. Finally, get it through. Very scrappy 1-point play for Optic Gaming. And now they've got drone in attack position again. Karma has the opening pick, and they're looking to make a play. They're going to take it around the other side. Karma coming through the back, trying to get the ERAD up, but it's C-ball there on defense. That should be everything shut down for now. Everybody's dead, actually, for Fury. They're coming on the spawn. Say Krim could win one, maybe a 1-point toss, but I think there were more players in behind.
And it's interesting. We saw this from Optic yesterday. You know, we'll cycle through all the players. I think we've gone on with all their POVs at some point during this one, but no reactive armor. You saw Scump with the Centurion. Believe, you know, Krim's got overdrive, Karma's got camo, and Formal's got FTL jump. So no reactive armor from Optic again on the main stage here in Uplink.
And what's curious to check is actually, in some of the scrims leading into this, I saw Formal taking over camo control in Uplink. It was the one mode that I saw him actually taking over those duties. It was just in a couple days worth of scrims that I saw, but he's going to be back to FTL here. So whatever I guess they saw in the scrims, it didn't end up working out for him.
Yeah, it's just weird. Get rid of reactive armor as the game, I know, ends the first half. It'll be Optic up 3-1. But reactive armor, we see, you know, you pop it, you're able to pick up a quick 2-piece lead for some offense.
I am no longer a fan of reactive armor.
Oh, okay. Why are you no longer a fan?
After the All-Star match, I've decided that Bull Charge should be used.
Bull Charge and Reaper should be used instead.
No, Bull Charge is actually currently in the rules, though. That can be used and replace reactive armor. So I am very pro Bull Charge. We saw a 3-piece with that.
I'm sure teams will be begging for you to coach with that type of knowledge after this event.
You imagine hotel hallway retaliation hardcore just charging on in there.
No, I imagine they'd be dead instantly. The players aren't playing with shotguns and sniper rifles.
We'll agree to disagree.
Yeah, I think everybody out there would agree with me. The Karma just going into the Fury Gaming spawn, picking up 2 quick kills. This will be a 2-point play for Optic Gaming. Make it a 3rd kill there for Karma.
Nice shots there, too. Through the glass, able to pick it up. Karma, 3 in a row, 18 and 10, getting tagged up in Cat Statue. Teammate looks over him. The assist comes in. He's close to doubling up on his Scarab. We'll see if he can work closer to the camo and also to those Trinity rockets. One of the best in the game when it comes to the movement, using the wall runs to get behind on the flank. He just spotted one in behind. They've got control of the base. As Krim finds a kill, there should be points relatively soon with the position that he's playing in.
Yeah, they were looking for that one player in the base. You know, Karma rotates all the way back out. Krim's able to finish off that kill, but look at Formal, this positioning. He's able to pick up this 1 kill. Oh, I was going to say, he peeks up Remy there. Then you start to get this spawn trap in the back alley. Would have been bad news for Fury.
Well, Fury trying to make a play now. You know, we listened to the team comms there from Optic Gaming. Fury, though, the team with their backs up against the wall, trying to mount the comeback. Let's hear them.
Top cat. Top cat. Over there. Last one's in the right corner. Last guy in the right corner. Over there. Take your time. Take your time. Nice. Pick up on third.
I'm one hit.
Oh, I tried to grab. Somewhere. Back for the hood. There's two here. Go down, bro. Hold on. There's one there. Almost one shot to the right. Someone's on green. He left. I don't see anything on the left. There's one close one. He's on my left. There's 2 T. I got Formal. He's left side. You loading?
Yeah, he got me.
Need the ball to go right.
Vending's pushing you.
Where are we energy now? It's okay. Let's go.
Keep playing ball.
One more cat. He's playing the ball left side. No, he went outside. He went outside to the corner. Yeah. One for T.
He's here, right?
All three cat.
Karma's weak. Run the ball. Yeah, there's 2 cats.
I got one. One more. It's okay. I'm staying alive. Watch the pitch. Yeah, I will. What's okay? And one.
I got it. Look here.
Okay, I got it. Only one in mid right now.
Yeah, Crumb 6 to it up. The stump is one.
Right back into it. Fury still trailing, but we heard them trying to get into this, trying to fight back tooth and nail, but with 2.5 minutes left and another dunk coming in for Optic Gaming. Things certainly not looking pretty, and now you've got a spawn trap on in back alley.
Yeah, and they had all the right call-outs. They know exactly where they should be looking, knowing where Optic Gaming's coming from. Just quite frankly, not able to win any of the gunfights. As you saw, Karma, I believe, was down a 4 streak there. Rally some more points on the board. Here comes Karma down the mid street. He's able to get one, has the active camo to use if they get the drone in his hands, but it's probably not needed. A 2-piece from Scump at the top of the map. You see everybody spawning at the bottom for Fury on gas. This will be another 2-point play for OG. Actually, the drone gets reset there, so they don't get points on the board, but you see it now, it's Krim using that overdrive. There you go. Oh, there's the 2-point play. Barely makes it in.
I'll tell you what, back to what we were talking about a little bit earlier, I actually like the idea of Scump with Centurion a lot in that way. Because remember when Nameless and Study swapped with it during stage 1? Because Nameless played a lot more aggressive. You want that guy with the trophy drone to be out in front, pick up that first grenade so you can push through. Who's going to be the guy leading the charge more often than not? It's going to be Scump, the one in there that can eat that first grenade. I like it. It lets him play maybe a little bit more aggressive. He's not worried about getting tacked up as everybody tosses grenades off spawn.
Yeah, that would make really kind of the only sense for that. You know, let Scump kind of be that lead initiator for this team that he's so good at with the submachine gun in his hand.
So not only does it give him a little more protection, but it protects his teammates, right, as he's leading the charge. But with 60 seconds left, it's looking like it's going to be a perfect 12-0 start for Optic Gaming. 9-1 in this game, and FTL jump forward from Formal, now drone in hand. The dish, more points likely coming here as they continue. Formal wins yet another gunfight. The camo, pop, another dunk, the dagger, 11-1.
It's been a fantastic performance from Optic Gaming in this matchup. Looks like they will finish pool play undefeated. No series loss, no maps lost going into that winner bracket later today.
And as much, I mean, there's not a whole lot you could break down about this particular series. I just think it was a Fury team that was outmatched by the strong and just dominant team that is Optic Gaming. But let's talk forward a little bit. You know, if it ends up being Optic versus Luminosity that we might see later on tonight, and I apologize if there's a match that's gone on that I haven't seen, but if that's going to be the matchup, does it hurt them that you have such a, I guess, kind of an easy win going into that later today? Like you have a couple hour break?
I think so. You see Optic Gaming officially close this series out 3-0, but gotta wonder, didn't get great practice in groups, gonna need to regroup, maybe find another team back scrim before that next game comes up.
Well, the fans letting them hear it. Optic Gaming currently perfect in Anaheim, a home where Krim has made his name known throughout the years. He's got 3 trophies. Could this year be number 4?
Be a huge win for Optic Gaming. You heard Formal talking a little bit about it in the interview we had with him. You know, they want to come here, prove they can bounce back after a tough loss and win the next event.
And you know, I heard Scump talking in scrims a little bit. Like, guys, why does it feel like we're at that point in the year where we've been so far ahead of everyone in hardpoint, now people all of a sudden catch up to us? Like, let's not let that happen again, because it happened last year. It happened in AW. They dominate and respawns, dominate. The later the year goes on, it's like people play catch up. They get a little bit better at it. But God, look at that game once. Really, the whole series. The respawns are 250-71, 11-1. It wasn't close at any point.
I mean, you see the scores for all 3 games heavily in favor of OG, displaying their dominance here in day number 2.
Is there anyone that can slow them down?
So far this weekend, I mean, they have looked so good. I mean, you know, I think you put Splice up on stage in a big match, maybe they come alive. I think LG is probably their scariest opponent.
Well, I'll tell you what, Crimbot, you are an absolute mastermind in that game one. Multiple giant streaks. He's on the stage with Chris Puckett.
Thank you so much. Let's hear it for the Crimbot. How's that feel?
Feels good, man. I switched roles. I switched to the MV4, and I think it's paying off.
So tell me a little bit about this decision, because I was sitting with Merck and TPR analysts, and they were saying this was such a genius move. You and Formal switching up the weaponry. What changes in game? Can you kind of explain that to the fans?
Well, Formal is more like the maniac player, and I'm more of like, the slow guy. But I was using a K-bar, and he was using an MV4, and I was like, hey, this doesn't make sense at all. So, like, why are we doing this? And then, we switched. And basically, I already know Matt. He's good with the K-bar. I just got to be good with the MV4. And
seems to be working out pretty well, doesn't it? Crim, you dominated. You went on a 7 streak against Mindfreak last night on the same map, Throwback. Today, you had back-to-back streaks, ridiculous runs. Is it that map, or why are you feeling it here so far in Anaheim?
I don't know. I'm just feeling good. I'm feeling really good. I don't know if it's the map, but I'm feeling good.
Final question for you. We have to look back to stage 1. So far, you guys are perfect 12-0, but you finished 4th back at stage 1, and that shocked everybody. What happened back then?
I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe we were just overstressed. I don't know.
Well, you didn't get your 31st tournament win there. You have the opportunity to do it this weekend in Anaheim. Who do you want to play? Who are you looking forward to matching up when we get to bracket play?
Man, why do you guys even ask me this question?
Because I hope you're going to say Luminosity, who knocked you out of stage 1, because it's looking like that might be the series we'll see here tonight in Winners Bracket Round 1. Would you like to see that rematch?
Yeah, I want to play him.
He wants to play LG. That's the match I want to see. Crim, I'll let you go celebrate with your squad. We have plenty more pool play to go, though, guys. Don't go anywhere when we come back. We're live from Anaheim with more of the best Call of Duty has to offer.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CWL Anaheim Open. Day number 2 now in full swing. We still have a couple more pool play games to play before we get to bracket play later on today. But we should talk about some of the games that were going on the feature station and, of course, the matchup that we saw on the main stage. I believe we'll kick things off with the conversation. Elevate versus Era. That was one that you were watching, Momo, I believe.
Yeah, it was.
And Elevate coming into this, I believe they hadn't won a series on LAN since, when was it?
Well, I spoke,
Vegas, was it?
We spoke to Zed, and he kind of said, discount in Birmingham, he's talking international. They didn't win one at Dallas. They didn't win one at the playoffs. You know, it's been a real struggle for these guys, and so far, they haven't won one here. They go up against Era, and you'll see by the score in the top right now, 249. They were stuck on that for so long. We saw Era kind of just crawling their way back into it, but they managed to finish it out. Really was getting hyped, and from there, they just started to chain things together and really start working as a squad. It continued with this, you know, 3 rounds very quickly going into this, and I think it was Zed himself who started very strong. But again, a map 2 victory over Era. They were looking really strong.
Yeah, they were indeed. They take map 2 6-0. But I guess the bigger question, Teep, are you surprised Elevate hasn't made a team change?
I guess a little bit. Getting this first win, though, it could help them out a lot. They were getting very loud on the stage, which can really carry that momentum. They are going to be playing through that loser bracket, so everything needs to go in their favor. I think getting loud, getting that energy going is one of the best things that you can do.
Definitely, very true. And then, of course, the uplink Momo, again, it was all Elevate.
It was. They had full control. The score didn't really reflect that it was all Elevate. It actually got pushed to an overtime. But Elevate, they just seem to have control, I'd say 80–90% of the time. And putting that, Watson made a really strong camo play to push it to overtime. And then further to that, they finished it out 3-0. They're going to be confident going into the later stages, and they got a victory just at the right time, I feel.
Very true. Hopefully that can give them a little bit of momentum going down into that losers bracket, of course, because that is exactly where Elevate are going to be going. They're not finishing top 2 of their pool. Elsewhere, though, Enigma 6 were in action against Lethal. That was on the Charlie Station. Merc, I know you were watching that one. Was it straightforward for E6?
Yeah, there's not much really to say. This is probably the best performance that we saw from E6. I mean, game 1, they win 250–144. Just a great all-around performance from them. Game 2, they keep it going. They win 6-1 on Crusher today. We've seen teams, well, get crushed all day long. Game 3, though, this is where things get interesting. Royalty, using a Karma, goes 27-5 in 1/2. Ends with a 40 bomb. They win that, I believe, you know, 15-4 or something ridiculous. Just a great game out of him. That's why they picked this kid up. He has so much slaying ability. If they're able to get it together, finally that uplink, obviously seeming to improve. If they can get it together, these guys could go on a deep run.
It definitely looks, Teep, as if the more games they're playing, the more comfortable they're getting as a team. So could they maybe go on a bit of a run here in our championship bracket?
If I had to pick a team that I was sort of unsure about on day 1, I think they've sort of solidified my opinion of them going into the winner bracket later on. Right. I think they can make a run, and the hard point overall looks so darn impressive from them. And if you can be that consistent on a specific game type, it can take you very long, especially against these elite teams.
Yeah, and the one thing as well, Royalty took 27 and whatever it was a 19 kill streak just to highlight. I mean, that's more kills than some people get in a whole uplink. He did it in the first side alone. You just got to give props to him, and we were saying on day 1, like, their uplink may have suffered picking him up, and you know, day 2 he comes in and basically wins it 1v4.
Yeah, be on the lookout just to see if any more players, you know, here use that Karma just because of him. You know, Enigma 6, these guys, they like to use some things a little bit differently. Watch that Karma 45. That thing absolutely shreds.
They've always been kind of a curveball type of team, right? They kind of find something, a little hidden gem, and they use it. And, well, I mean, Royalty there, obviously dropping big digits. Of course, the game on the main stage, Optic Gaming versus Fury. That was a 3-0 sweep for Optic Gaming. They are now completely flawless. They haven't dropped a map thus far. Of course, Krim is now looking for, I think, what I believe would be his 4th Anaheim championship and his 31st overall championship. I mean, Teep, you played with him for a serious amount of time. What's it like when you have someone like Crim6 as a teammate?
I mean, he's definitely had his ups and downs lately on this team in terms of KD, things like that. But that role switch, me and Joe obviously were talking about it. I think it suits him so well. A bit of a slower style of play. I don't think that weapon really ever suited Foremost. So the fact that he's playing that slower sort of role, when he can post up and be comfortable, that's when we've always seen the Crimbot at his best. But one thing I want to note too, I don't want him to win because then he passes me for Anaheim championships. That can't happen.
All right, fair enough. Move forward as well. Over on the Bravo station, we had Luminosity versus Rogue. Teep, I know that was a game that you were watching as well. LG, again, their search and choice seem to be struggling, but it started off well.
Yeah, it was pretty much comfortable for LG overall, though. I will give a lot of props to Rogue, though. They really do their best to stay in these series, and I think they are the best team that came from Open that made it into these pools. I was listening over there to their communication. I feel like their communication compared to the other Open teams has really been much better and more useful information. So, you know, communication only takes you so far. You have to play well as a team, things like that, but that was impressive in itself. The first hard point, pretty easy though for LG. When you outslay us so crazily, you know, it's really easy to take those maps. But the one thing you have to note too, we talked about the Karma 45 helping out this side of E6. The other thing we need to note is Nelson's RPR Evo on this map specifically, we can see in the kill cam there. When you can get in the showers with that, it's probably the best weapon you could choose to lock down that bomb site in post-plant positioning. So I think it was a really heads-up play from them. They were able to take that map 6-4. The rest of the series though, pointing back over to LG's favor, their respawn is just so strong. We always talk about LG being one of the only teams that we really trust to take down Optic in a slaying battle, for example. We're seeing it again here. This uplink was really close. Rogue had plenty of chances to close this game out, but LG, the final push was too strong for them. They take it 6-4.
Look at Pander, 35 and 14 at this point. A great game out of him.
Fantastic one, that's for sure. But obviously, we heard from Crimsix himself. You know, Puckett asked him, who do you want to play? This was the team that came out of his mouth. Do you think we've seen enough from Luminosity to say that they can beat Optic Gaming, Momo?
They definitely can. You know, I think we saw the best Luminosity at playoffs. I don't think we've seen that team here just yet. But of course, you know, they need to be tested. They need to play against these teams before, of course, coming up against teams like Optic Gaming. They definitely have what it takes, without a doubt. However, the one thing I will say is Optic look much better than playoffs. Crimsix seems very happy in his new role. Things are working out. We're looking at KDs of like 2.6 on S&D from Formal. It's ridiculous.
The one thing I want to point out, though, is that matchup does happen. Crim's going to have the MD4, and he's going up against Octane. That's going to be his first big test in that new role.
That's actually a really good point. Didn't think about that. That's definitely going to put him to the test in that role. But there, of course, you see Luminosity Gaming close it out 3-1. So congratulations to them. Another win. But I believe as soon as that series ended, we actually had Rich on the floor with an interview with Octane. Let's take a look.
Thank you so much. I am here with Octane, who just played against Rogue. They managed to take this series, and you had to play against Pander. Pander's been on fire today. You guys have been friends for a long time and have played together. Last time was at ESWC. What was it like to play against someone that you know so well?
You know, it's a serious environment. It's, you know, when it comes down to it, we're enemies. But, you know, I shot his body a couple times in the hard point. We had a couple 1v1s in the S&D. We stood up and looked at each other. So, you know, like when it comes down to it, it's a serious environment, but we're having some fun.
Brought up S&D, so that actually leads me to my next question. Guys only have lost against Epsilon in pool play. It came down to S&D. S&D obviously has been a problem for your team this season. It looked like you fixed it a lot at stage 1. Do you think that's still a problem for you guys?
I think it was really more just the first series of the weekend. You know, we had to get our groove going. We came out super slow. We got absolutely smoked in the first hard point, lost by like 200 points. It was really just, it was a slow weekend, or a slow start to the weekend.
Looks like you guys have picked up, but I want to bring up one other thing about stage 1. You kind of played out of your mind. A lot of people saying that it's not possible for you to achieve a level of play that high again in this tournament. Can they expect to see the same Octane? Are you here to deliver that same type of performance?
There's just that feeling throughout the year when you feel like you're comfortable. Stage 1 last year, coincidentally enough, man, it's just like when everything's working, your play style, you know, it just seems like to counter everybody's, right? Your shot's on. So I'm in my comfort zone right now, and it's reflecting my gameplay. I'm feeling good.
Did you just say that your gameplay is going to counter everybody's?
Might as well.
You heard it from Octane himself. He is feeling good. He is feeling comfortable. Let's see what Luminosity can do.
Thank you very much, Rich. Of course, Octane with the hot hand there for Luminosity. That is for sure. Excited to potentially see that battle with Optic Gaming once again. But I do now want to take a quick moment. It seems we only have 4 more series of pool play just to see exactly where we are in terms of our pools, just get it updated. So we'll start, of course, with Pool A and see what has changed, which teams are going to be progressing through, and which teams, sadly, will not be progressing through. Splice, of course, at 3-1. Enigma 6 at 3-1. For Rise Nation, they could tie things up there at 3-1 as well if they're able to defeat Lethal Gaming. For Cloud9, of course, their hopes and dreams of championship winners bracket, well, they disappeared pretty much on day 1. But still, for Rise Nation, how is this going to work, Mark?
Well, they have to 3-0, and that would put them at 10-7. That would force a 3-way sort of map count between. I'm not exactly sure how the tiebreaker would work, but I don't know. We'll have to see the guys in the back. I'm sure they're doing all the calculations. I would have to see the series between each of them.
Fair enough.
Maybe I'll do that math here in the next break.
There you go. That'd be wonderful. We'll take a look at Pool B now and see how things are stacking up over there. But as we said, there's still plenty of games to be played. Epsilon, of course, 3-1. LG 3-1. Both teams tied 11-6 on map count. But because Epsilon beat Luminosity head-to-head, they will take that #1 seed. LG, of course, they will be coming through second. For Rogue, they're 1-2. Red Reserve 1-2, and Team Envious 1-3. Of course, Rogue versus Red Reserve will be up next on one of our feature stations. So that pool, pretty straightforward. Nothing too crazy going on there. So we'll take a look over now at Pool C. And this one, I believe, is where things really get a little more spicy. Of course, for Bittersweet, it was 4-0. EG 3-1. FaZe Clan 1-2. Era 0-3. So FaZe, remember that they're in the losers bracket.
Yeah, and you know, going into that one, that's not where you would put them. You look at those 5 teams and you put FaZe #1 all day, every day. And to see them not even second, you know, third, it's just very, very uncommon. They've had their problems this event, but they're not the only team. You know, you look at Envy, they're struggling as well. There's a few teams here. We kind of said to us, between us, you know, there's a lot of teams here that are underperforming. And, you know, they've really got to step it up. We're coming towards kind of the mid to the end section of day 2. You want to be in Championship Sunday, you want to be making that long, long run, you've got to step it up now.
Well, Clay likes to think of himself as a losers bracket kind of player, so hey, you got your wish, I guess. You're going through a big run through that losers bracket. We will, of course, take now a look at Pool D. This one's the final pool. Optic Gaming, flawless for them, 4-0, 12-0. For E United, of course, they came through second, 3-1, 9-3. Fury, 1-2, Fnatic, 1-3, and Mindfreak, of course, 0-3. They still have one more game. I guess, Teep, the question, will Mindfreak win a series?
It's not looking like it, to be honest. I think the biggest surprise of this one, I guess, for me, is Fnatic not being solidified in that 3rd place spot. The rest of it going pretty much as planned. Optic Gaming looking so darn strong, have that perfect map record overall. United still looking, you know, pretty similar to what they were before, but we're going to get to those later matches, those elite matches. Can they really perform up to that level we're used to seeing with Swirly? I guess we're going to find out.
In Mindfreak, I mean, this is a team, they got 9 through 12 at our stage 1, you know, and they haven't even won a map. You're talking about winning a series. They haven't won a map here.
True.
You know, a little bit.
I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm sorry.
Not what we expected after this roster move. Obviously, they bring Denz on. You know, a lot of critiques there, but just not a great performance out of them.
Yeah, definitely going to have to try and step things up. That is for sure, heading into the later parts of the year in terms of Pro2 Esports as a whole. Moving forward, though, it's time, Merc. Every time you're on the desk, it's time. It's score streak prediction time. We'll see who is currently on the highest streak as well. I believe yesterday the highest streak was, I think it was something like 12. Yeah, so actually beat the current record. I'm curious to see if anyone has a bigger streak than that. So without further ado, of course, we'll take a look at what we asked in map #1, the score streak prediction game exclusive to MLG.TV/COD. In map #1 of the last series, we asked which player on Optic will finish with the most hardpoint time in game 1. 18% got it correct. It was Scump with 134. Is that how you guys would have voted here, or maybe a little different?
I would have maybe, I mean, Formal spends so much time just sometimes when he's got that, he's making the kills and then they push out and Scump's kind of running off half the time. But I would have gone with Formal, to be honest.
I would pick Formal or probably Karma. Out of those two, I definitely got that one wrong.
Okay, well, there we go.
0 for 1.
Not off to a good start. 0 for 1 across the board. In map #2, though, we'll see if maybe you can turn it around a little bit. We asked during the search and destroy, will any player finish with 10 or more kills in game 2? 79% of you were feeling confident. You said yes, and Karma finished with 12. Merc, is that the way you would have gone?
Definitely. I think that's a pretty safe bet. I mean, Optic's been playing phenomenal all, you know, weekend long. Definitely would have went with it.
Yeah, Teep, you're agreeing as well.
I take that all day.
Take that all day.
I'll be honest. I would have thought maybe they 6-0 or 6-1.
See, that was what I was going to say, because that actually happened yesterday with a similar question.
Yeah, and I always say about Fnatic, they like say that Wiskins always drops double digits, but with a team like that, I would have expected maybe 6-0, 6-1, and maybe 7-8 kills. But I'll be honest, I'd be 0-2 right now.
0-2, 1-1, 1-2, 1-2. We'll see what we asked in map #3. Of course, the uplink during that series. We asked the question, how many 2-point carries will Karma get in game 3? 1% of you are very negative. I will
a lot of Karma fans.
0. 10% got it correct. It was, of course, B1. I feel like that's a trickier question, though.
Oh, that's a tough one. Right? Bravo to you, whoever made that one. Yeah, I think I probably would have went with B or C here. I mean, 3 or more dunks is, I mean, we have seen some pretty high-scoring games this weekend, so not out of the question, but definitely would have went with either B or C.
All right, well, we'll see who currently is on top of that leaderboard. Has the streak got any bigger? It's still 12. It's XZBen97_ with that 12 streak, and he has a little bit of a cushion as well there over Reverb. Any fun names you guys are looking at? Every time you see fun names, you always have like a big old smile on you.
Where's Shooter McGavin?
Shooter McGavin.
Shooter McGavin, pick it back up. He's fallen off, man. I think he had a 7 streak, I think it was. So he's not going to make it into your top 10. But as I said, the score streak prediction game you can play exclusively at mlg.tv/COD. And if you can go on a bigger streak than 12, maybe you think you're the be-all and end-all of Call of Duty esports knowledge, test it out. Of course, that's going to be on EVE, mlg.tv/COD. You have up-to-date event statistics, score streak prediction game, and source quality. But as well, we should talk a little bit about Call of Duty World Championships coming up in a few months' time. Tickets are available to purchase. It's going to be on the East Coast this time, Orlando, Florida, August 9th to 13th. Head over to mlg.tv/CWL Champs to purchase your tickets there. And honestly, that event is going to be fantastic. But before we get there, we still have MLG Anaheim. We're only halfway through day number 2. And I guess the big question I want to ask you, members, has there been any kind of big upsets or big standing points so far? Because it's your first ever Anaheim.
Envy, I've got to say, I think it's severely underperformed. They know it, they realize it. I really hope that they can bounce back and make some kind of run. Same goes for FaZe. But looking at the positives, Bittersweet. They have been that team that they changed names halfway through the event, for goodness sake. I mean, they've got everyone's eye on them, and I'm watching out for them later. Apart from that, though, Optic, business as usual. United, I'm thinking, performing pretty well with the fill-in or permanent member. I don't know what's going on there. Overall, Anaheim lived up to expectations.
Good. That's what we'd like to hear. That's going to be everything from the studio for now, though. Coming up next on main stage, it's Rise Nation versus Lethal. Cannot wait for that one. The final game of pool play. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CWL Anaheim Open. Joining me for this segment, of course, Chance, and we still have TP and Merc still with me on the studio as well. But up next on main stage, it's going to be Rise versus Lethal. And Chance, I want to kick this conversation off with you. Does Lethal have a chance here, or is Rise kind of just back on par?
I would say yes. Rise, their shining point has definitely been the search and destroy. If they can keep that up, they're obviously going to be in a great spot. But these open bracket teams, we've seen a lot of life out of them for the search and destroy. They just have not been able to close out pretty much at all. But again, if they can go toe-to-toe even in any of the respawns, if their search and destroy is there, they can take him down. Still though, advantage, you definitely got to give your eyes.
I mean, here's a look at the map set for the series. A retail hardpoint, Crusher search, throwback uplink if it goes further, breakout hardpoint, and a retail search and destroy if it does go the distance to a game 5. TP, looking at those maps, I mean, do they benefit Rise a ton here?
It's really tough to say when it's a kind of an unknown matchup going against a Lethal, but overall, we have to note that Rise really has to fight for that three-way tie scenario, so they need to focus on this map count as much as possible. They need to get this 3-0 if there is any sort of chance of them coming out a favorable situation in the three-way tie, so I'm looking for them to take it probably 3-0, 3-1.
Okay, well, I believe the series about to get underway on the main stage. Puckett and Courage will be your casters for Rise versus Lethal.
We opened the show yesterday, and we're bringing the end to pool play right now. This is Lethal Gaming, who is at the bottom of their group. They came from the open bracket, but they haven't had any success. But there's a lot on the line here for Rise Nation as well. They're playing for map count overall in their group. They think they're going to come out third right now, but a 3-0, that's going to give them some confidence going in later in the tournament.
Absolutely. Neither of these teams going to be out of it here, even if you do finish in the lower half of that pool. You'll just start championship losers bracket. Still more open bracket talent coming on through from that losers bracket side as well. So much Call of Duty still to be played. After this, we'll kick off prime time as well with championship winners bracket round 1 matches. So I know a lot of people are getting hyped for those, but as Chris said, we've got to end pool play here. This will be our, I think Felony almost just fell out of his chair.
Watch that DX Racer, buddy.
As his teammates now look over in worry, but no, it's going to be a great one here between Rise Nation and Lethal. Lethal trying to get something going as they've struggled so far in this pool.
Felony almost falling over before this match even begins. That's what Lethal kind of needs, I'll be honest. Talking to Juju, that man right there. I asked him, how's the squad playing? He's like, in the open bracket, we were doing great. Today, though, it's been rough. They haven't had any good series. He said we had a few good maps, but overall, we're just underperforming to our standards.
One of those examples of a few good maps was when they faced Cloud9 in this pool. They won, I believe, 250 to 133 in breakout hardpoint. They were in full command. When they got set up, they were great. But then in Search and Destroy, as they started to get flustered, I was kind of watching with some of our analysts because we wanted to see a little bit about him. We hadn't heard too much about him, especially like Human Jesus. How does he play? Juju being there. They had some questionable challenges. They were playing very individually, and it came back to bite them in that game. They had an early lead. Cloud9 started to grab some momentum, and they ripped that map away from them. Either way, though, they're facing a Rise Nation team that has had a fair share of ups and downs this year so far, Chris. They're trying to turn things around, though, here at Anaheim.
Now, Lethal Gaming, this is a squad you may be familiar with. We talked about BZ back when he played with Lethal at COD Champs. He was sitting alongside the guys that are on the stage right now, Juju and Hate. The other duo on this team came from SDDX back at Paris as well as Atlanta. That's Human Jesus and Clink. So 2 sets of duos forming the squad for this weekend, and they're looking to pull off an upset over the 3rd highest seeded team in this pool. Rise Nation, though, they showed what they were capable of last night with a big win over Splice, reminding everyone that this is a squad that is fighting for their spot in the top 8 on the globe.
I can hear the crowd getting behind these teams right now. It's Rise Nation and Lethal in our best of 5. This is it for pool play. Who will come out on top? And already Looney with an interesting weapon choice we're seeing right here, Chris.
Looney's going to get weird with the HVR, it seems. Okay. How long is that going to stay in his hands? I think that's going to be a question that will be answered after about 2 deaths. Yeah.
Here we go. Looney probably going to be the one playing from inside this hotel hallway area. Some of the closer range gunfights, especially near top patio. And I like this. Let's swap over to where the real action is. It's Felony getting first blooded there by Hate as Looney's still trying to get this flank going.
The hard point out on the bridge. It's pretty difficult to defend knowing how many different angles your opponents can hit you with. But Rise, it's a slow push. They're all grouping up, trying to work together. A player went wall run, and Juju's just going to shut it down with the ERAD. Hate with the MV4 picks up the double, and this is 16 points in scoring now for Lethal Gaming.
Where are the grenades right now from Rise Nation? Both the van and the blue car on the top bridge. still intact. Typically, that's a free way to kill those players out of that cover. Instead, not going to happen here quite yet. Hate, though, what a start from him. 5-0, just 1 kill off those Scorchers.
Yeah, even an assist is going to unlock that. Of course, working for the bombardment will be key later in this game. Juju is going to clean up the kills, so Scorchers are unlocked. 50 points, so 2 assists or a single kill will get him fully streaked out now.
What a start, and this is exactly what Lethal Gaming need, Chris. A team that's 1-9, I believe, overall in maps so far in pool play. You need great individual performances. Unfortunately, right there, falls just short of that final kill. As Rise Nation now are in command, and you're going to watch those red arrows in your mini-map begin to push towards that left side. They want the high side spawns for this next Cathedral Hill. That'll happen in just 37 seconds.
Now, out of all the casters, I think I'm the biggest Rise Nation fan. I've always loved this squad. I like the fact that they're staying together since the very start of this game. Looney, the captain, a lot of people used to kind of hate on his game. He showed what he was capable of against Splice last night, one of the top performers. But Felony is going to be the star for me throughout this series. Talking to him about their matchup against Enigma 6, he was so frustrated that they threw away the #1 seed in their group. He dropped 42 kills. They outslayed their opponents, but Enigma 6 still got the win in the respawns. Today, they have to be more objective-minded, focused, and if you're slaying like the way Looney is right now, things are going to go your way.
What's funny is, not even slaying that big time right there. That was only 3 kills in this game. Smart play by Looney, though. What he does right there for everybody at home, he fell back out of the hill for a second. He let the player from the side of Lethal push in, and then he got not only the assist, but retook the hard point, giving him that extra score. So only with, I believe, 2 kills on that entire streak.
Yep.
But now he's got all 3 score streaks to use. A heads-up play from him, showing off how he's a veteran in competitive Call of Duty.
Those kills were defense. Big plays from Looney will keep him streaked out. That will match the streaks that Hate unlocked earlier. But Hate, he never had the bombardment, and Looney is going to find him with the Trinity Rocket. The double kill opens things up at the Cathedral. Rise, they lost the fight at the bridge, but this is where you start to blow out your opponents. This is where you can run away with the game.
I wouldn't be surprised if you see right now on the minimap, Vicento push this lower street side, and they try to maybe flood with this bombardment score streak. Doesn't look like that's going to happen yet. Maybe they'll just go gun up to start things off. And when you've got 2 players on the side of Lethal Gaming, a combined 3 and 15, I don't blame Rise Nation for playing this way.
Vicento, of course, is going to be that arrow number 6 on your screen. Just like Jack called it, though, the bombardment will be called in by Looney. Hate's going to get picked. Felony finds him. And now you see Felony open up a second kill. Rise is trying to flood through. It's only 1 player left alive, and Aqua is going to make quick work of Juju. Hate back into the action. They're trying to flood back in, and the Scorchers should be able to deal with them.
And these are why score streaks are so important. It's saving Rise Nation and some of these awkward engagements you saw right there. Because the member of Lethal Gaming stayed alive just long enough, Aqua wasn't able to fall back and watch out for the push on scaffolding, and because of that, there's still a clear lane for Lethal to try to contest this hill, but it's Rise Nation chaining together 3 kills. Chris, look at the scoreboard, every player on a streak.
Yeah, Felony's biggest streak here is a 4 right now, so he's going to be working on score streaks as well. Aqua topping the leaderboard with 11 kills in the lobby. That's the same thing as Juju, but you add up all of Juju's teammates, well, you got 3 kills from Clink and Human Jesus. Hate is adding his 9th kill to the leaderboard. You need more, though, out of 2 of your teammates. They are simply not on this map.
Chris, Rise Nation are now outslaying by 19, now 20 kills in this game, and we're not even through the first rotation. This has been the recurring theme so far for Lethal Gaming in these pools. I'm just going to go outright and say it. It's a better team versus a worse team in this matchup. Simple as that. Rise Nation showing off why they're one of the stronger teams in North America.
This is kind of like Optic's last matchup. You know you're coming in as the favorite. You don't want to let your fans down. You don't want to show any weaknesses in your own game. And this is really where you can build a lot of confidence. You can generate a lot of positive momentum going into the later half of a big Saturday. Felony continues to impress. Just like Krim, he's on an 8 streak, and he's about to unlock that Warden if he gets 1 more kill.
And this is so smart what he's doing right here. He's taking the longest route possible. He's going to sneak right behind this player. Doesn't get much easier than that. It's time for the Warden to come into play. Hopefully, for Lethal Gaming's sake, they have blind eye classes ready to go, or else this one is looking like a 100-point club game.
Yeah, that blind eye basically negates the Warden at any moment. But
there you go. Look, Clink's already got it. It's that eye symbol. bottom of your map, or bottom of your screen, with the swipe right through it, making sure that they cannot be killed by that aerial score streak.
Juju's still running the blast shield, so he hasn't died yet. When he does die, expect him to change over. Shout out, though, to Brian State, our observer, unlocking that feature and showing you everything that these players are running right now. Facento on your screen, trying to stay alive. There's a two-man push coming now from this Lethal Gaming squad. Felony's gonna find a kill on Hate with the Trinity Rockets. Looney is there to support, and Looney with the double kill, make it triple kill, is just gonna run through Lethal Gaming, and Rise should be up over 200 points as this hill rotates.
Yeah, they're just shy now of plus 30 overall. The slaying difference shows in the scoreboard as well. Every time we go to Felony, it seems like the man's just not missing. 18 and 8, almost with the 19th there. Even with the boys of Lethal trying to rotate, it's just these one-on-one engagements that just don't go their way, and it adds up over time.
You got a 1.5 KD coming out of Aqua. Felony, a 2.0 double positive. And look out, Looney, 17 and 8. All three players dropping massive numbers against Lethal. You have Clink and Human Jesus held to less than 10 kills combined on a second round of rotations.
That I don't know what else to say other than that is not good. That definitely you don't want to do.
I could do that, Jack. I could probably get 5 kills up to this point.
Actually, we see a lot of crazy things, mainly Maven, but that one I truly do believe, Chris, has it's a 130-second difference. At this point, it's just a countdown to when the pain is done. Even the split spawns here. Human Jesus spawns at the new hill in the top left of the map, but the rest of his team is nowhere near it. Rise Nation want to end it here at Cathedral. It's 229 to 86.
And it's got to be so frustrating for a guy like Human Jesus. He's pre-aiming the entry. Felony just peeks his head around, doesn't miss a single bullet with that NV4, melts him in just 4 shots. Aqua now on your screen, going for the wall run, picks up Hate in transition. Meanwhile, the pinch is coming from the center. Felony is sitting back at this Cathedral, and there you go. Scoring from Graves. This game is over. 250 to just 86.
A 35 kill difference kind of sums that one up there. And look at Facento. I think he's realizing just the difference he saw right there as well. Rough right there. If you're a Lethal Gaming fan, that was the most one-sided map I think I've seen so far this weekend.
Sorry, that look of disgust was just wondering what happened. How do you lose 2 teammates in that series if you're Lethal Gaming? Because the other 2, they were pulling their weight. Juju, I have to give him props. Despite having very little support from his teammates, he was getting the job done, and early on, he was doing it with the E-Red. That's just a submachine gunner who is getting up in the face of Rise Nation and winning one-on-one.
Yeah, and it doesn't really work too well, though, on a map like Retaliation, right? You can't rely on him to take over. It's not Scorch. It's not a throwback hardpoint. It's Retaliation. It's an AR map. And right there, Felony was just better than the side of Lethal. Thankfully for Lethal, though, a little bit of a different game mode coming up next. It's Crusher, Search, and Destroy. Some sniper play could come into this, but either way, Rise, they're cooking right now with that first map victory.
Rise Nation, this is a squad that I always like to think of as one of the best at Search and Destroy. Watching them back in the group stages, yeah, they fell to FaZe, they kind of choked their ability to get into the playoffs, but throughout that, I was so impressed by their patience and just the strategies that they employ in Search and Destroy. When you look across the stage here at this Lethal Gaming squad, do they have the firepower? Do they have the strats maybe to catch a pro team off guard?
I don't think so. Obviously, I haven't seen too much of these guys on the main stage. This is the first time I've really seen some of these players up here, but they have talent. They got here for a reason. They just need to show it to the thousands watching right now. Here's your box score for map 1, 44-0 on Hallway. Obviously stands out the most, but it's a win on every single hill for Rise Nation from bridge all the way across.
Game number 1 is in the books. Lethal has to just forget what happened, ignore the beating, come back fresh, and win some early rounds of Search and Destroy. There's a look at Hate sitting next to Clink. Clink there in seat number 2, as well as Human Jesus at the far end of the stage. Teammates back from STDX. In that matchup, in that former team, I really like to watch just the speed of those 2 guys. They played on the Delta stream a few times. We showed their highlights in the past. You got to play fast, but Rise Nation, this is a team that can play patient, switch up the tempo at any moment, and if you're not checking every corner, you're going to find a sneaky Facento or a guy like Aqua catching you off guard with an NV4.
And I'm wondering if we see any more wacky weapons come out from the side of Rise Nation. We saw the HVR from Looney for a second. Maybe trying to change the meta. Who knows as this weekend goes on? We might see all sorts of things as we move closer and closer to champs. Either way, though, heading into game 2, if you're on the side of Lethal, you said you got to put that one behind you. Refocus now over to Crusher, Search and Destroy, because we have some talented players on Rise Nation, but these are the people showing up big time so far this weekend. And there's Looney in the 4th place spot in overall S&D KD.
His double digits against Splice last night, he took his game to another level. It was simply incredible what he was doing in that Search and Destroy. He finishes with a 1.48 overall, though, up to this point in the groups. He's involved in the plants, but really for me, it was his first bloods. He's playing pretty aggressive and he's winning those early fights. He was constantly in a position to trade out. If Vicento dies, Looney was there to pick up the scraps.
And the haircut's looking fresh right now, which I think is making a big difference too. Either way though, you saw on your scoreboard of that uplink leaderboard, Formal, not quite the, 3.86 he had at the end of day 1. Finally cooled down a little bit, coming back down to earth. But I want to talk about Mox on there too, for Bittersweet, 2nd place spot. A big reason why that team finds themselves undefeated in the pools. We're going to Crusher, Search and Destroy though, at Lethal Gaming fans. You need to get behind your team right now. They're going to need some help in map 2 of our best of 5 series.
Snipers were pulled out occasionally by Rise Nation. I wonder if we're going to see anyone looking for the picks across the mid-street. Meanwhile, you'll see a lot of open engagements over at the B-bomb site, and if you see nothing but SMGs coming in from the attacking team, expect a plant over at the A site. To open things up, we're on board with Aqua, who dropped the most kills in game number 1. He's putting the AR away, and he's starting things off with an ERAD.
With him having an ERAD, I'm expecting a 4-man hit from Rise Nation right now in towards this A site. We'll have to see exactly what they do, but here we go. Off the break, it is Rise Nation, and this round already looks like it might end very, very quick with the aggression that's coming out of Lethal Gaming. Aqua with the first challenge, gets first blood onto Human Jesus.
Human Jesus, a rough start to this series. He shut down immediately, but Clink is there to trade it out. Rise Nation, they pulled in a few players, but then started to rotate, and Looney is going to be outgunned 3-1 in that last fight. So all of a sudden, Lethal Gaming, they take away the first blood from Rise Nation. They score the next 2. They have the man advantage. They still have the bomb, and they can dictate where they're going to go on this map.
And Felony and Vicento kind of have a nice little cross-watched right now. Felony getting so much information. He just spotted someone in L-wall. Gonna try to trail the kill. He lost him, though. He lost him in towards you. Vicento still trying to stay alive. There you go. Doesn't get much easier than that. A 2 versus 1. Now a 1v1. Felony versus Clink.
And Clink with a big kill there. Challenges with half health, and Felony never saw it coming. Take a look at this. In the bottom left, you can see how much health he had. It was about 30%. And actually in the round-ending kill cam, let's just keep our eyes on the bullets. Not missing a single shot there. Clink hitting all 4 to finish out the round.
That was a very competent re-challenge. I don't think Felony would ever expect him to come back up there, especially after he got the 1-shot call out from his teammate. Either way, though, Lethal, the overwhelm into A, winds up paying off right there, Puckett.
And Clink, he's starting things off 4-0. So keep your eyes on score streaks. If you play as aggressive as you have in the previous rounds, as we talk about this, Vicento did pick up the kill on a teammate, Looney. So man advantage once again to Lethal Gaming.
Clink trying to keep this going. Now 5-0, already 1 ace. There's the 6th kill. All right, Clink going big right now. Sorry, Fred, we didn't give you enough props to the ace in round 1. And the clutch finish there in the 1v1. Here, another kill cam for you now. As Lethal take a 2-0 round count lead, and it all starts there. Puckett with a team kill coming in. I believe that was Vicento.
Yeah, there was an ERAD spray in that tight hallway, and Vicento unfortunately just picked up Looney. So down a man early. That was Rise Nation kind of shooting themselves in the foot. Just 2 rounds. Clink already 6 kills. He's looking for the Trinity Rockets with 1 more.
Yep, and he's going to go ahead and try to get this bomb planted very quickly down towards this B site. Watch out for him to get aggressive towards this wall run. He needs some help from his teammates, though, before he can get this push down. And now that he has the AR watching over, everyone's here from Rise Nation. They need to stop this plant.
Clink knows the pressure's coming, and there's the kill. An assist away from Scorchers as well. And Clink is just dodging around, looking for the fight, is gonna fall. He probably should have waited for Hate and Human Jesus to push forward, but it's okay. Yeah. You still got those Trinity Rockets to work with later on as this game goes, and you just took a 3-0 lead.
I think that's a perfect example, right, of one of those challenges I was talking about earlier on, where he's having a fantastic map, but he kind of tunnel visions right there. Bait your teammates a little bit. Get that final streak on a map like Crusher. That then gives you the opportunity to push in towards A, and you can always retake or get a free plant down at B with those score streaks hovering over. Not the start you wanted, though, on the side of Rise Nation, as to be quite honest, they're getting smoked by one member of Lethal right now.
And I was giving Rise so much props for their S&D play, how they play it by the book, and they seem to make so few mistakes. Some early mistakes costing them big in this game. Felony not ready for the 1v1 challenge. Round 2, Facento shooting a teammate. This is where you got to start bringing it back. Looney gonna get out with his life after that initial engagement, is looking for first blood. He also has bomb in tow as he works his way into A.
Look at the minimap. You're seeing a lot of shoulder peeks from Lethal. They're just trying to get any information they can get to give them an advantage in this round. Now score streaks coming in. The Trinity Rocket not gonna connect. Aqua trying to dance around. It's hovering just above. Oh, gets away with his life. So that's one burn streak. An example of a moment that might come into play later on this game.
Aqua with a nice wiggle will finally be punished by Hate's Erad. So it's a 3-on-3, 33 seconds left in the round, and Rise just got the bomb down.
Yeah, and they're gonna try to push right through this choke point, but everyone's here for the side of Lethal. 1 versus 1, Hate versus Felony. Felony gets away his position, spotted the player just in the side of his crate, but Hate clutches up with the headshot. Another example, Puckett, where these are the plays you have to make if you want to beat a team like Rise Nation and Search and Destroy.
Hate was about even in that hard point, and now he is going to clutch up the second 1v1 for Lethal Gaming. Felony 0-2 in those engagements so far, and it's the Erad that's making the difference here. Perfect shots both times. First it was Clink, and now it's Hate, hitting all 4 of the initial bullets.
And think, if those two 1v1s go the other way, we have ourselves a tied game instead. This one getting out of hand quick. Thankfully, if you're on the side of Rise Nation, the streak's gone from Clink, but he does have that reactive armor, and I think they're gonna want to use it here to be able to push out the safe side.
Reactive can be devastating at short range. Human Jesus is gonna find Felony, so that's a big
challenge.
Early pick. First blood going in favor of Lethal. Now a second shot from Hate. Aqua's there to trade out too, though. Clink finally shuts him down, and Clink has not taken any fire yet, but it comes down to another 1v1. This time, Facento representing Rise Nation.
And with Clink having reactive armor, you've got to think that this is his round to win. Yes, he has to plant the objective. He's been spotted by Facento. Pops a reactive. He's going to try to chase his kill. Facento using this close corner. He misses him. He doesn't spot him.
Like, check up top, bro. I'm hiding in the corner. Here's a look at Spider-Man. Bryce Facento.
I've died in this position so many times. He actually doesn't even use it, but there's a high wall run you can kind of slowly run on there. And if your opponent's not expecting you to be that high up, it can be deadly. There, Facento, a round where he's able to force his opponent to not only use a reactive armor, but then use it and still lose. So instead of it being what should be really 5-0 for Lethal, it's now 4-1 with Rise Nation back in this game.
So far, Clink, everything that he's earned has been burned.
Yeah.
The Trinity Rocket scored 0 kills. The payload doesn't earn him the 1v1 win, but they're still just 2 rounds away from tying up this series at 1 apiece. Lethal with the bomb. Moving into A, it's gonna be a full rotation for the squad as it's Rise Nation gonna be planting. Juju calls it out. And I thought we were gonna see a full rotation here out of Lethal Gaming. Now they've doubled back, Jack.
Yeah, and Felony's gonna be one leading the charge. When do you ever see this? They're hitting through this middle street area into L-Wall. Everyone here for Rise Nation. Felony with 2 already this round, as Hate has no idea what's going on, and I wouldn't either.
Clink, last man up in a 1v3, just like that. Rise finding all the kills as they collapse on their opponents. This is gonna be so tough for Clink, and it's not gonna happen this time. 4-2, Rise winning back-to-back rounds.
So that right there is an example, Puckett, of a round that we kind of mentioned yesterday when I brought up how obvious some of these rotations and uses of streaks now are in S&D. Teams are beginning to get used to it. So what do Rise Nation do? They push through A. What's the obvious thing you're gonna do? Play for a plant and force your opponents to rotate from B. Well, instead, as they're rotating, they're all mid-sprint, and you've got Felony and crew 4-man hitting that L-wall area, getting free kills by shooting their opponents in the back. Mind games right there from Rise Nation as they're now back within 2 rounds.
Vicento shooting a teammate in the calf, but he's going to survive. This time it was Felony taking the shots. And you're gonna see Aqua the long flank. He's put away the AR. He wants to get up close here with the SMG. Calls them all out. Felony deals with the first. Looney's gonna find Human Jesus, so it's a 2-on-3. Rise, though, losing the man, will make it a 2-on-2. Facento and Looney left alive.
And Juju's now in a great position to help watch this cross. Unfortunately, Hate gets caught jumping near that close box. This should be an easy trade. 1 versus 1. Juju versus Looney. Juju somehow in an absolutely winnable round. Looney with the high challenge. 1-on-1. Not gonna happen. And
Juju
Looney
played that
cleans it
really
up.
well,
Yeah.
but props to Looney for getting aggressive. He doesn't shy away. He spots his opponent. He knows he's got one bullet in him. He's already a little bit weak, and Looney just pounces, going over the top, and is able to finish the kill.
Thankfully, the reason why Looney was able to re-challenge that quickly was because the second player challenging on that wall run didn't hit him with any hip fire shots, so his health was regenning a little bit quicker than his opponent. Looney, great job recognizing that, picking up on that timing window and challenging right away.
From 4-0 now to 4-3, Lethal Gaming falling apart here on Crusher. Rise Nation heating up. You got Felony at 7-7. He lost those early gunfights in the 1v1s, but he's been getting some nice first bloods. Vicento watching the flank, but here comes Juju and crew.
They never checked their back. Both Vicento and Felony were watching the same thing in middle, but it wasn't their back door where 3 players were hitting out. And Rise get punished right there from a quick first blood.
Search and destroy. You never know where your opponent's going to be. You can see how Rise Nation is checking every single angle. Human Jesus is going to find out where they're setting up camp, though. And it's going to be Felony around the corner. If Human Jesus gets this kill, he's going to see bombs down.
Yeah, Felony's got to back up. Good job making sure there's no trade possible. Aqua, though, with a quick kill on the hate, will make this a 3-on-3 again. Where's the rest of Lethal? They're not on the same page. 3 players are falling back. One's challenging middle map, and Aqua makes sure to pick up a kill.
Player number 1, Juju, is leading the charge, but at times when I'm watching him on the minimap, I'm like, if you get an engagement, there's no one there to trade. Rise running out of time. 17 seconds left. It only takes 5 to get that bomb down, and Felony will be throwing it in. Now the push, though. Juju gets in and gets out with his life.
We got the FTL jump earned, though, by Looney, as he can use this as a tool to challenge towards rocks, and that's exactly what he'll do.
Finds one.
Quick kill, the second is there as well. What is happening to Lethal Gaming? Everything worked in the first 4 rounds, and since then, it's been a completely different story.
I don't know if I go back to the B bomb site if I'm Lethal. Like, I'm just saying, all right, let's only sit in the middle of the map. Let's hide in A. That's where we can win our gunfights. Because that range, it seems they're getting picked apart. Even though they got first blood, Lethal Gaming 1 by 1 falling apart in round 8. Tie game, this is where you gotta turn up, and you gotta keep shutting down Aqua because he's working on his camo. Same thing can be said for Juju.
Felony keeps pushing towards you, and every single time the boys of Lethal are ready for it. Thankfully, now he's got some help. Vicento on the flank. Lethal about to be wiped off the map. It's Human Jesus by himself. He's dead. 5 rounds in a row for Rise.
Some rare missed shots from Vicento, but fortunately, he's got teammates to come in and clean it up. Here's a look at Felony. Hit by the jammer, running through it and cleaning up the kill on Human Jesus.
That could have been a very, very bad round for Rise, as Felony continues to be the solo player to push towards you on defense. And the boys of Lethal, they're pre-aiming it. Thankfully, because Felony needs to go back and help trade the kill onto Looney, he just immediately sprints back before he runs into the 2 ARs of Lethal who are ready for it.
Here's the action in the middle. Aqua's gonna finish the kill on Hate. Everybody firing at the same player, and it pays off here. Now you have a camo unlocked for Aqua, and this is going to be where Rise Nation shuts the door as long as they play this one smart.
Yeah, he's pushing right on through. Plant for that side. The Trinities will be covered. Well, that was not a smart challenge at all.
He was feeling it a little bit too much. You did see the missiles coming in, though, and that is going to give Looney's crew the advantage. Rise Nation up 3-2.
Felony with reactive armor, too. This is going to be a tough retake with the pinch coming in as well from Looney. Both players coming on through. Reactive armor pop for Felony. 2 versus 1. Juju all by himself. He's been spotted. 20 seconds left. This should be a quick cleanup for Rise Nation.
Rise Nation spots him. Felony is going to put in the final bullets. And Rise, after being down 4 rounds, rattle off 6 straight.
That was like they were just toying around, you know? They lost some 1v1s. Some streaks were earned by Clink. Some awkward rounds they weren't expecting, but they begin to reset. They have the smart shot call to push towards that middle L wall area to win that first round, and they really just ran away with it from there.
So you think about that game, and you said how it could have been a 2-2 if Felony would have won the 1v1s. Overall, though, as we break it down after all 10 rounds, what did you see from Rise Nation?
What I love to see from Rise Nation right there was for example, one, dodging some of those score streaks, making sure they really did come into play. Aqua making sure he didn't get picked off by that there. Another big thing as well, they were all on the same page. They knew where they wanted to push towards, and they executed as a team. There were some rounds where Lethal were just too far spread from each other for a trade. Either way, though, it's all Rise Nation in this series. Uplink coming up next. Will they get another sweep? We'll have to find out.
We are back, and we're about to witness a hot 3-0. I'm feeling it, Jack. Rise Nation, after being down 4 rounds, they rattle off 6 straight, and they now make a 2-0 lead coming into our game 3.
Yeah, and with Uplink coming up next, the one recurring theme we've seen so far this weekend, especially with talking to the analysts, you can just tell this is the game mode where these open bracket teams struggle the most. When they begin to lose their setup, when they're caught in their base, they just can't seem to break out as easy as some of these other pro teams can. We'll have to see if that's the case here. I'm hoping for Lethal's sake they can bring it back, at least make it a close game before they have to drop into the losers bracket side of the championship bracket. They would be quite demoralized, I think, heading down there with a 1-12 map record.
I think that's what's going to happen, though. You look at that squad, and you saw them in the break. There's no smiles. There was even no communication. It's just a frustrated team that has no answer to what's happening to them in pool play. For Rise, though, I'm worried. If you had that big of a trouble against this team in Search and Destroy, you got to finish strong here. You got to go out with a big win. And my players to watch, it was Felony who was looking really good early on in the hard point. Aqua was the one who finished on top of the leaderboard. I think it's going to be that dynamic duo that are getting the kills while it's Looney throwing in the objective scores.
Aqua's leaned back. He's just chilling right now in that chair. It's funny to see. Either way, though, Rise Nation, they know the spot that they have themselves in right now this weekend. They're fighting for a potential opportunity to, again, win another major open LAN event. The last time we really saw them perform big time was the CWL Paris Open. Prior to that, you got to go all the way back to the CWL Vegas Open, our first big event of this year. It's been interesting for Rise. They're still sticking together. It's got to come back, though, somewhere, or else I wonder if there's a change before Stage 2 kicks off.
I don't think there is.
Okay.
I think this squad is sticking together. Roger Saffold, the owner, he likes his group. He likes Looney as kind of the captain of his squad, and he's got faith in his players. We've seen what they're capable of. They just took down the team that won Stage 1 2 weeks ago with a win last night. That was Splice. But then they fold against teams that you don't expect them to, like Enigma 6 getting blown out 3-0. I think that was the big shocker. They threw away their chance of making it to the winner's bracket, but I will not be surprised if we see Rise back in our top 8 as we finish this weekend.
All right, you heard it there from Bucket. Top 8 potentially for Rise Nation. We'll have to see how it all plays out. For now, though, it will be throwback uplink game 3 in our final potential pool play map that we see on stream this weekend. As from here on out tonight, it starts off our championship winners bracket matches. Woo! The Bravo stream still going as well. Be sure to get 2 streams open as we get in the throwback uplink here in game 3.
Here we go, Lethal Gaming. They now need to win 3 straight games. Keep your eyes on Juju. He's been their lead slayer so far, and this match kicks off in 3, 2, 1. It's time to get into some uplink, and we're opening up things with Felony from Rise Nation.
Yeah, Felony with that K-bar. What a series he's had so far. He's gonna look to keep it going, and already Clink dead right off the break. The second kill for Felony, as it's gonna be a 2v2 opportunity in middle map as Aqua cleans up the rest. Rise Nation on the offensive.
Facento on your screen already moving that drone. He's got a lead blocker. It's Aqua who's ahead of him. Unfortunately, the defense was set up in Grandma. So Facento, he's got to get it done despite the jammers. Able to pick up 1 kill, and Felony's still trying to put on that pressure. The drone was pushed forward, so Felony knows just focus on the kills. My teammates will eventually pick that up.
Yep.
And if Felony keeps slaying like this is a 1-point play coming in.
Absolutely. That's a great way to put it, Chris, is they're going to try to push towards this lemon lane. If they can get there, they can then use that high wall run in that background he's building and throw it off the wall right from here. There's the 1. Drops
there it
right
is.
on in. Rise Nation score in the first minute.
Aqua's been practicing that shot, and it pays off. The NV4 in hand, Jack, and what are you looking at?
This is a perfect example of where I talk about the teams from the open bracket struggling to get a break from the setup that they are in. You can see Aqua doing what he can to get a score. Unfortunately for Rise Nation, they try to force the dunk. Don't think it's going to happen, no. Human Jesus does reset the drone. I think the big reason why they're able to get that stop, Chris, is because they had a split spawn. Players were spawning on up near that lemon side right there, and were able to shoot the Rise Nation players in the back.
If you were watching the Rogue game, things kind of fell apart in uplink when opponents got in their base. It just kept them on that spawn trap. Clink doing a nice job of trying to clear the base. The drone, though, is going to be moving up, and Clink is now behind enemy lines. Does he push forward and try and get the pinch in the middle of the map? He's got to be careful because there's a man hunting for him. It's Looney, who's about 20 steps behind.
Yeah, Clink still. He's now been spotted. 1 shot. They know Rise Nation as a pro team. We don't hear the communication right now, but for viewers at home, what's happening right there, why Rise Nation are so easily able to find him in middle map when they're not expecting someone to be there is because they're counting these players. They know, hey, 3 are dead right now. We're looking for Clink. We're looking for Clink. There he is. He's on their portal. Looney knows for sure I've got a dunk. Everyone else is coming back off spawn. It's all about calling where the opponents are, who they're looking for, where the hole currently is in the setup.
And Looney's going to get credit for the dunk, but big play there from Facento. He's just going to push it in there. Players are looking at him. Looney grabs the drone off the ground after Facento falls and is able to put back the score.
With 4 dead right there, they know, okay, they've got to be spawning blue. Aqua will be the first to charge forward. Let's just go for the 1. Now, Rise Nation's goal, get that player back towards Lemon, keep forcing the spawns out towards that top field side so they can keep the pressure going.
And even though they're spawning way back behind the statue, you saw player 7, Aqua, rotate all the way around from blue over to the left side of the map. Once they see that lane is cleared, they will push up. Clink and Hate, though, trying to lock down things on defense, and just like that, Aqua gets behind him, picks up both, finds a third, go for all 4 as Felony runs this one in. This should be a dunk. Aqua just cleaned house.
That is called lead blocking for your objective player right there. Doesn't get much better than that, Chris, as Aqua single-handedly wipes everyone from lethal off the map. It's just a highlight show right now for Rise Nation, as again, they are just completely outslaying their opponents. There's really no other way to put it.
And how good is Looney, man? I mean, we're talking about Aqua. He's more than double positive at 13 and 6. But Looney's just been so consistent for them throughout this whole weekend.
He needs to be. He needs to be, man. When Rise Nation struggle, it's when one of them are off. When they won Vegas, not only did they have an incredible performance from Vicento, but everyone was pulling their weight. They cannot afford to have someone fall behind. It's no secret. They are not Optic Gaming when it comes to slang. When you can have Karma, you know, maybe not having the best game with kills, or Crimsix not having the best game with kills. That's not the case for Rise Nation. They need all 4 players to go big, especially against the best teams in the world, if they want to take respawns off them.
Heat touching the drone for about 3 seconds, has to throw it down because all of his blockers have fallen, and now it's Looney scooping it up once again for Rise Nation. Everybody up, they're all surging forward. Looney's gonna wait for one player to lead underneath, but unfortunately, it's Juju in the hallway, so Looney has to go around, pops the overdrive. He's still got more juice in the tank, and he's able to double back and throw it in. What a juke.
Oh, beautiful play right there, and a lot of it is possible because of Aqua again. And now look at this from Facento. He's making a statement here by bringing out the R3K. I think he's beginning to show exactly how he feels about Lethal's chances in this game 3. As again, the kill feed all red. Again, the drone in the hands of Rise Nation. And again, they're looking to put more points on the board.
And they can't feel like they need to try out new weapons here, but is this actually an opportunity for you to warm up with other weapons as this tournament goes on?
I wish.
Or is that just kind of an in-game trash talk move?
I wish that was the case, but right there, Facento is saying, you are not good enough to beat me. I'm going to use a weapon that I've never used in competitive Call of Duty in Infinite Warfare. That's what Facento's saying by pulling out that gun.
Felony is going to get the round ending kill cam as we head into our second half. A massive comeback is going to be needed from this Lethal Gaming squad. There is a look at the squad. Juju talking over the strategies with Human Jesus. Human Jesus had a horrendous first game on Respawn. Now he is leading the squad with 12 kills. Everyone kind of upping the ante, but everyone is still negative. They need to pick up more kills here in the second half.
And we've seen some brief moments of brilliance from the side of Lethal Gaming so far in this series. Do not get me wrong, but overall right now, they know they're not probably playing up to their standards either. They're just being outplayed as a full lineup. Already, Rise Nation have pushed further up the map than Lethal Gaming did in the entirety of Side 1. They're looking to lay the hurt on again as Aqua's pushing forward. They're going to keep going for these scores.
Facento using the burst fire weapon. It only takes 2, and he is going to help clear the way as the dunk goes through. Aqua with the dunk, the score 9-0, and Facento is still bouncing around your base here with the R3K.
Yeah, some missed shots right there. You can tell how uncomfortable he really is with that weapon, but either way, though, 4 minutes remaining, it's still possible for Lethal to come back. They've got to get a rally going, though, and it starts with just get a point on the board. Just get 1 point on the board, give yourself some sort of momentum, reset the map, make this a 4-possession game.
And Looney is just continuing to nerd stomp. He's 24-12, most kills in the lobby. He and Aqua were about tied going into the half. Aqua now at 19-13, slowing down just a little bit. But Looney, he is keeping the foot on the gas pedal. Let's see how he's getting it done with the Z-Rad.
And this is an example of where he excels as a player with that, okay, I was gonna say with that submachine gun, but he's firing it like an NV4 right now from range. As he'll push right forward, dead again. Looney, as he mentioned, keeping the foot on the gas pedal. This is an example of that right now as he's high flying right above the boys of Lethal.
Looney finally going to be stopped after that 3-streak. Felony is going to be pushing in now to take over that position. And remind yourself, yeah, that position is inside Lethal's base. They're going to try and pick up the drone here. Felony does need to stop this. His teammate Looney, though, comes off spawn, picks up 2. Facento is there. Maybe Felony could have just set up camp inside of Lethal's base.
So right there, Lethal gave themselves no exit. You saw them all just sprint right into Rise Nation, and it was because they knew Felony was trailing. So they either had to stop, kill Felony, and then not have to worry about getting flanked, or they just had to go and try to force a point to get through. At this point, Chris, when you're down by 9 with under 3 minutes left, I think the latter was the decision they went with. They tried to force it, not going to happen. Rise Nation were there ready.
Aqua's getting a little bit competitive. He meets Looney's streak with a 4-streak of his own. Looney hits the 30 bomb first. Aqua 6 kills behind. At this point, Jack, I'm really just looking at the internal battle between Rise Nation. Yeah, every single attempt from Lethal Gaming has been stuffed. They have no answer for the firepower that is coming from our red team on the left of the stage.
You just mentioned it, Chris. No answer for the firepower between the hard point and now this uplink. It is a 63 kill difference between Rise Nation and that of Lethal. It tells the full story, and now it's just, again, waiting out that 2-minute clock. As this sums up the end of pool play quite nicely for Rise Nation.
It's like anyone can come through the open bracket and become a champion. But there's a tough reality that sets in once you make it into pool play. You feel great about your performance against lower-seeded teams, but then you hit the top tier, the tier 2 teams that can simply crush you at any moment. Looney turning up the gas over a 2.0 KD, gets the pass back. He's going to reset the armor and surge forward. Here comes Looney. He's looking for another one-pointer, looking to make it a double-digit lead. Hate's going to stop him short.
Felony just keeps flanking. Like, this must be so frustrating. Now he's actually only hip firing, which is apparently a new meta that he's trying to develop right now.
Get some practice in.
Oh, reactive armor earned 2. Will they get a point? Yes, they will. 9-1 with 1 minute left.
All right, so you didn't get skunked. You got 1 on the board. Looney looking for the 40 bomb. He's 5 kills away on a 2, make it 3 streak. He finds a 3rd as Hate falls. The overdrive is popped. He's already scored 1 dunk with the overdrive. This time around, Clink is gonna find him on the move. 50 seconds left. Is Looney gonna get to 40 kills?
I'm gonna say yes. He's gonna get this first kill here on a Juju. And he's gonna go ahead, push forward, kill off Clink here, then a close range engagement.
He wins this?
Yep.
30% health. Challenges, not wrong.
Now he's got 1 around the corner. Looney, quick reaction time. Thank you, Juju. That was very nice of you.
All right, 1 more.
Clink, bye-bye.
Oh, not this time around. He's got 1 more try, potentially 4. 20 seconds left. And Looney is going to be coming off the spawn. Let's go back to him. Aqua trailing well behind now at 33 kills, turning up at the end of the game, just like
40.
Point over the 40, making 41 and counting. 7 seconds left.
Wow.
That is Looney. He is back and better than ever here in Anaheim as Rise Nation closes out the 3-0 sweep with a 9-1 victory on throwback uplink.
Looney's a man on a mission right now. Over double positive in that uplink. Rise Nation make it look easy right there as they sweep Lethal Gaming to close out pool play.
It's been a great weekend so far, Jack. We saw some early upsets. The pools got interesting. I know Rise has to be frustrated with their loss to Enigma 6, but overall, you got to be really proud of what you've accomplished up to this point. You beat Splice, the juggernaut in your group. You come back, you battle back on a Saturday.
Yep.
You have an impressive 3-0 victory here, and now you're going through that lower bracket, probably the loser's bracket in the championship matches, and they could do some damage. They could knock off any of the teams that fall early.
Oh, definitely. And right there, Rise Nation show their true potential. As you mentioned, this is a team that is absolutely capable. Don't forget, they've won a major event so far this year. Obviously, it happened back in 2016, but hey, it still happened during the Infinite Warfare season. A lot more Call of Duty to be played, folks. That is it for pool play with Rise Nation ending it with an exclamation mark. Boy, oh boy, do they make it look easy. Either way, though, from here on out, it's time for our championship bracket. The studio will update you where we stand everywhere in the tournament right after this quick break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the CWL Anaheim Open. Of course, we are live here at day 2 of action, and there are still just 2 more pool play games currently going on. We have FaZe versus Era, and we have Red Reserve versus Rogue. And we're actually going to go to a live looking on a Bravo station. That will be the FaZe Clan matchup versus Era. And this may surprise a lot of people that haven't seen the results come through, but FaZe Clan is 0-2 down. I mean, Chance, what's going wrong for FaZe?
Everything. The hardpoint's not looking too good. The search and destroy has been a little bit lackluster. Their uplink has been a little bit below average. So yeah, they've had some struggles. And again, the open bracket team coming and beating a team that just got 3rd in the GPL, that's not expected.
I mean, you talk about the series as it's gone so far. Map number 1 was 250 to 246. It was a very, very close hardpoint. Map number 2 was not that close. It was 6-1 search and destroy for Era, and now we find ourselves in the game 3. It's going to be uplink on Precinct, and as you can see, second half FaZe do have a lead, 6-1. But Merc, do you feel comfortable that they're going to hold on to that lead?
Oh, absolutely, and I think this is going to go to a game 5. Because we've seen that all weekend long where teams just sort of bounce back after winning that uplink. I think they'll hold on to this. They're going to get their payloads before, Era is. And FaZe always makes great decisions with those, so they're probably going to extend that lead, and then we're going to go to a game number 4.
Just as well to touch on the other games going on the side stations. For Mindfreak, the bad news continues. They get 3-0'd by Fury, and that is a pretty poor showing considering what we expected to come out from Mindfreak not winning a map. They lose every series they have played. They're going down into the losers bracket. Wish them the best of luck, of course, in that championship losers bracket. But back to this one, of course, FaZe still up 6-1 Teep, and it is looking good for FaZe to get that first map on the board.
Yeah, so much control from them. We swap on board with Enable here, and he has that overdrive at the ready as well. So expect him to pop that payload ability if they do end up picking kills and get that lead even further up. But 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. It is Precinct. There is a slight chance that Era can set this up and get this double dunk in, but they still need another point after that. Making some good plays, though, is getting this drone up. This should be a 1-pointer, so a good play there. The overdrive is going to be earned for BZ as well. 2-possession game.
Yeah, and good teamwork as well. It's always nice to see when they're passing the drone forward to get those quick points online, which is what they need. FaZe, though, I mean, they counter right away, got an immediate 3 down, and they have control of the drone as well. Of course, the situation, well, I would say they just need to waste time, but if they're going to get that many kills in a row, they could probably get some points on the board, and it looks like Attach is going to have that on hand if he extends the lead any further, which he's actually not going to. Part of the struggles FaZe has had is kind of those small detail mistakes, but hey, Attach isn't going to make up for it either.
Yep, still that 4-point lead, as TP said, a 2-possession lead, 1:41 on the clock. Merca, I do want to just give a little bit of love to this Arrow squad. Of course, they are up 2-0 in the series. Has there been a specific player who's impressed you the most from this?
I think you have to talk about Stamina. He's not having the best of series right now, but I've been watching him. He plays very fast. He's usually using an E-Rad or a K-Bar. On top of that, Holler been very consistent so far. The series I watched, BZ wasn't playing the best, but he's obviously stepped it up in this game number 3. Bound, a player I really haven't heard much about. This is my first time seeing him. All the other guys I've seen before at past tournaments, but definitely Holler. Holler has always been a very consistent sort of AR slayer.
Definitely has. Final 60 seconds left. Can FaZe hold on to the 6-2 lead that they've earned themselves? It's looking good, especially considering Clay has possession of that drone. He's going to go for the reset as well. A couple of players are spawned and didn't really have good map control.
Yeah, I mean, they pretty much have this one almost in the bag. A couple payloads available, but again, 2 scores in just 40 seconds is going to be difficult. BZ pretty much has to get the dunk as well. He's going to go for that failed 1-point shot, and again, that's going to make it miserable. Now, I will say to Era's credit, even if FaZe comes back and wins the next hardpoint, which is a decent chance is going to happen. Again, the first map was very, very close. I mean, map 5, that search and destroy. Map number 2 was just a bit of a blowout. I think Era just has the edge.
Just a tad. Just a little bit of a blowout. 6-1. FaZe at no point really looked in any form of control. It was almost as if they were just aimlessly wandering about the map, trying to hit things. The squad just didn't work out. Era had them in their back pocket. I believe it was actually Stamina that picked up a 4-piece. He got a 4-piece kill cam in that matchup. So that should tell you pretty much everything you need to know about how that map went. But FaZe will take map number 3, so they're going to prolong that series, the 6-2 victory. There in that uplink, but a result just coming through as well from our side station. I believe that was the Charlie station. Merc, I know you were watching that one. Red Reserve versus Rogue. Well, Red Reserve, they get the 3-0 sweep. Was there any kind of key moment in that series that stood out to you?
I think you have to talk about game number 2. It went down to around 11, and they were able to clutch up. I think game 1, they won like 250 to 170. Red Reserve looking very good this weekend. If they don't get reverse swept in game number 1 against Envious, they're sitting at 3-1. probably going through through to the winners bracket. So just one of those games that I'm sure they're going to look back at. Wish they could take it back, but you know, this is a team that's very dangerous in the losers bracket. Watch out for them.
Then, of course, just to touch on the game that we saw on the main stage, Teep, I know you were watching that one. It was Rise versus Lethal, and Rise seems to have just shifted into another gear altogether now, it seems.
Looking really good overall. They are going to force that 3-1 tie in the group with that win, getting the 3-0, the hard point. Really dominant performance. With the Search and Destroy, though, I feel like that was the one chance for them to actually lose. But overall, we have to go to that round number 5. The Rise is down 0-4. It was a 1v1 Clink versus Vicento. And when you pop reactive, the guy looked the wrong way, ends up losing the round, and that's the perfect indication that you knew that Rise was going to really come back in that map. Sure enough, they win in 6 rounds straight, and they were able to take it. So an AM team coming into the pool play, having a play like that sort of determine the rest of the map for you. It's one of the worst things that could possibly happen to you. Rise take complete advantage and able to secure that map and get the 3-0 eventually.
Yeah, and Lethal, they obviously run into a very tough pool. Enigma 6, Splice, you know, Rise Nation, all very good teams. All of them finished 3-1. I believe through tiebreakers, Enigma 6 and Splice will make it through. So very unfortunate for Rise, but
that's
you got to win your games.
That's brutal. That is very, very savage. But of course, congratulations to the 2 teams that do progress through. And it is worth mentioning now, the only game still being played from pool play is that FaZe versus Era game. Every other game has, of course, concluded. So we have to wait for that one to finish. But then we can obviously go into bracket play to close out the day at MLG Primetime, of course. But in terms of predictions for this FaZe series, because we're probably going to jump straight back into it, do you see FaZe taking it? Can they do the reverse sweep chance?
Again, I think it comes back down to the search. It's one thing. The hard point's going to be a difficult road anyway. Again, they've had close game after close game. Difficult to pull those out, even if they have the momentum in their favor. Again, a 6-1 defeat in the Search and Destroy. They didn't look like a complete team. Again, if Stamino is out here getting 4 pieces just for final kill cams like that, you're killing the entire team. That's inefficient trading. That's poor communication. That's any number of problems that, I mean, can you really fix in 30 minutes?
Very true. I believe now as well, the open bracket has also concluded. We know our kind of championship losers bracket, so we can actually send it down to the floor with Rich just to kind of close out the open bracket. Over to you.
The open bracket has officially come to a close here at CWL Anaheim, which means we know the 4 teams that are going to be going to the championship bracket on the lower side. Those teams are going to be straight ripping, Allegiance, TK, and Vitality. Keep your eyes on these squads because they still do have a chance to win the whole thing, but they have to go through that grueling lower portion of the bracket. Have high hopes for straight ripping though. They have both Study and Dashy, and this interesting mix could be a combination that could succeed. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Rich. Great to get the updates from the floor, of course. It was a fantastic open bracket, so many teams, and some surprising results as well coming through, some upsets, that's for sure. But obviously, heard Chance's opinion on this FaZe matchup. TP, I want to get yours. Is this one FaZe can reverse sweep?
Most definitely. I think one of the biggest, weirdest things I think from FaZe is they seem super flat. Clay's not that normal person getting loud for them when they're having any sort of success, and when he's not being that sort of guy that getting them that energy, instilling them in the communication. Just watching them, being next to them, you don't feel it. They're not, you know, exuberant as they usually are, really quiet as a team, and I feel like that might be a characteristic as to why they're not doing too well here.
Yeah, normally Clay, you see him kind of feeding off the energy of the crowd, and I can tell you right now, there's a lot of FaZe Clan supporters crowded and huddled around that feature station ready for this next map to get underway. But on the flip side, Mark, I'm curious to get your opinions here. What does Era need to do to close this one out? Because it's a lot of pressure, especially when you have a big fan base like that behind the FaZe Clan boys.
Well, yeah, I feel like you have to win this game 4. I feel like, yes, they did have a great game number 2, but that pressure is on them now. You let FaZe back into the series, and we've seen it so many times where sort of amateur teams, they sort of come out hot, they get that early lead, but then they allow those pro teams, a team like FaZe, to get back into it, and that's scary. If you watch that game number 3, you saw Enable. He was going off, Zuma turned up, and those are 2 guys who have been very consistent for FaZe all year. They can definitely lead the way in that game 5 for Search and Destroy.
They definitely have been, and of course there a look at that FaZe crowd just huddled around the Bravo station here at the MLG Anaheim Convention Center. But I believe we can go now to a live look-in as map number 4 has just begun. It is going to be a hard point on breakout. FaZe fighting for their lives. Of course, we already know mathematically it is impossible for them to go into that winner's bracket from pool play, but they're still looking to maybe get a little bit of confidence, get a little bit of steam steamrolling as they head down into that losers bracket. As I said, the game has begun, so we can go over to that live looking as Era could potentially cause a, would you say, one of the bigger upsets so far, Chance, at the event?
I mean, if you'd asked me a couple days ago, then yeah, without a doubt, definitely one of the biggest upset. Again, FaZe, they're just coming off of being the 3rd best team in the world. I mean, that's a spot they had to earn. They had to take down Optic even to make that sort of thing happen. But so far this tournament, it's just been lackluster, is the nice way of saying it.
It definitely has. And just to reiterate the series so far, if you are just tuning in, map number 1 was a throwback hardpoint, of course, 250 to 246 in Era's favor. Map number 2, the breakout search and destroy 6-1 in favor of Era. The last uplink that we did catch the end of 6-2 in favor of FaZe. FaZe trying to go for that reverse sweep, and it's going to be tough. It really will. And to kind of build on that point that you were making before, TP, you do want to see FaZe just get a little bit more energetic, right? Draw off the energy of the crowd.
I think it's a combination of that and then them just not being on the same page. Speaking to Reap a little bit, it seems like the players on the team just have a completely different idea of the speed that they want to play at. Enable wants everyone to slow down and sort of wait for a kill to make the play happen, right? Let the game come to you a little bit more, whereas the rest of them want to play extremely fast. Obviously, we know that's what Zuma and Attach are known for, so I think it's just they need to figure something out. They don't feel confident in each other. It seems like they don't have the teamwork.
And to that point, obviously, you look at the way Optic Gaming play, right? Very, very slow pace. They allow that game to come to them. They control the pace, and that's something which we ironically saw FaZe do when they played against Optic Gaming, but against everyone else here at Anaheim, at least, they've really, really struggled to do so. The current score on the game, 36 to 35. Era do have the lead, but FaZe will take control. But from the early stages, Merc, how comfortable do you feel here that FaZe is going to win this map?
I feel pretty comfortable just based off Game 3 performance, but these are the kills that are going to matter. These rotations, and Attach is able to pick that first one up. You saw on that last hill, that prison block, FaZe was able to get that early rotation. That's what matters. You can't fall behind early on breakout, because typically what that turns into is streaks, and streaks, you just sort of create that snowball, and it's so hard to get back into the game. Right now you have Attach and Zuma just controlling this hill, and they're not controlling it from that grave side. Instead, that med base side, something we don't see all the time, and there are those streaks that we're talking about from Attach.
Just to kind of spice up the storyline a little bit here, Era coming into this, I believe, is 0-3, right? You have FaZe Clan at 1-2, so this match is actually for basically 4th in the group. So FaZe, if they lose this here, will actually be 5th in that group, and they will go all the way to losers round 1 at the champ bracket, which would be what, top 24?
Yeah, not very good. It's a long road.
That is. I mean, I said it earlier on.
It's a big match for them.
Clay likes to think he's a losers bracket player, but that's a big old losers bracket you're gonna have to fight through. So Arrow actually with the opportunity and chance here to finish 4th in this group if they are able to close it out here on this breakout hardpoint. Of course, if it does go the distance, map number 5 will be a retail S&D. Attached though, already with streaks, Chance.
Yeah, gonna see how much work he can really do. Just for the moment, he's forcing them back inside, and that's allowing FaZe to get closer and set up the pinch. And you see Nabel, he's gonna be the first one to strike. So the streaks themselves don't get any kills, but it does open up the map a little bit, despite the fact that Nabel picks up 2. You see Bound and Stamina. Well, they did a little bit of work. FaZe eventually able to get in, so about 15-second delay on that.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is what we talked about, Era. When they rotate, they have to be able to hold those setups. You can't allow FaZe. They got a full 60 on that Grave Hill. Now Era trying to control his commissary as best as possible. Of course, streaks don't help them, but Enable, it seems like every time he enters, he's getting 1 to 2 kills, which is huge for them. Again, he had a great game number 3.
That's really not too bad, though. They invest the streak on that one. They're able to contest a lot of that time, so I feel like that this game could really be even more out of hand into FaZe's favor there. So good job by them to just stabilize a bit, keep this in about a 1 hardpoint game, but FaZe seems to have a really strong setup there. Stamina, though, wow, shreds Attached there in the hardpoint.
Yeah, and worth pointing out as well, he keeps the bombardment, and you can use that. You can save that for the Grave Hill, and that means you can fight for scrap time on cell block if you want. Obviously, it's very situational. Who knows how that next kill is going to play out, but hey, maybe those extra 5 seconds can be worth it. Use the bombardment, delay the opponent just for an extra couple seconds.
Also, something really interesting worth noting, hardline bonus coming through, so FaZe are going to be using that as their perk, and that does explain, why they may have a few more streaks. Clayster, though, with a very, very slow start, currently sitting at 3-8.
Yeah, and again, every time we've seen Enable, it's 1 to 2 kills, starting just getting all those entry kills with that NB4, doing such a good job. He's working on a streak himself. He's about 1 kill off that if he does have hardline on as well. So they're just doing a great job. And again, they're rotating to this nice hill. These are the kills that are so important for Era. They have to be able to get this to rotate to the hill. And again, Bound, he's the last one back here. And if he's not able to stay alive, which he isn't, look, FaZe have control of cell block. Now it's so difficult for them to get into that hill.
And Enable did get those streaks as well. You asked if he's going to be able to do so. He finds himself fully streaked out. So, I mean, Team FaZe put himself in a phenomenal position here to force a game 5.
I really don't think there's any way they lose here. They're going to get at least a good chunk, 20, 30 seconds uncontested of this cell block time. And then they have plenty of streaks to work with if it goes even further to commissary. So looks like they're going to be just lining up these kills over towards this wall run. Contest is coming in, but Enable just playing slow enough. And wow, that's a beatdown.
and let it ride, man. Honestly, like, keep this up. Just run like the score down your opponent's throat. Like, you're going into map 5, you look bad in search the first time, you want to make it as bad as possible. You want to try and mentally break your opponents if you can, or at least get them down in the dumps enough and get the momentum in your favor as hard as possible. So again, I mean, you know, right now they have 64 points. I don't want to see that get any higher.
I feel like one thing we want to talk about too is we talked about the team not being on the same page, and I think in this sort of situation where they're not agreeing on things, you have to look towards who's really doing the best, and I feel like Enable's sort of been doing that, right? The best KD, something's working for him, and it's situations like that where you're just playing that corner, letting the game come to him, and it's picking up easy kills. That's a lot of what Call of Duty is about, especially at this level. Make the game as easy as possible. Sort of a situation like this, they have all this utility to work with. Fortunately for Era, they were able to win some of those gunfights somehow, but I feel like they need to, you know, sort of take a side in a sense.
It's like surprise, right? You play slow, you play passive. Next thing you know, you got full streaks. You're 17 and 10. It's almost as if that playstyle kind of works, right? But for Enable, he's definitely making it look easy. He's having one of those standout Enable performances that we're so used to seeing throughout the past few years. And for now, FaZe 184 to 102. Era, though, making a little bit of a fight, it seems, Merc.
Yeah, absolutely. They win that graveyard rotation, which we've been talking about. You know, you can see on that mini map, all FaZe, they push towards that Grave Hill, and these are important gunfights right here for Zuma, but he's all alone. He's not going to last very long, but more streaks do come in.
Streaks, on streaks, on streaks, that's for sure.
But they haven't been very effective. Era doing a great job just sort of negating them. There was a Trinity rocket used on commissary, another one there, and then that bombardment on Gravehill. Jammer, you know, Enable was jammed there for a second, allowed those players to stay alive. So Era sticking in this game, but, you know, still a 70-point lead for FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, those, like, in-game battles, those are massive wins right there for Era, because basically Streak's going to win you the games, but done a fantastic job of avoiding them. Of course, though, you know, Bound, I was going to say that Era's able to break through, FaZe able to hold on just for a moment, but still, this game, I think, is quite a bit closer than it should have been.
Definitely a little closer than it should have been, especially considering if Zoomer is going to fall here, which he will. That final scrap time should be good to go over in favor of Era. Stamino actually there with a nice little pick on Enable, so they're staying in it. They're staying in it. And I tell you what, if Era can continuously keep slaying, they may get some streaks of their own chance.
Yeah, you're gonna have to let it ride. Of course, the setup coming in on the next hill. Very contest heavy. We said it all before. The streaks actually would have been kind of nice as well, but certainly not needed. And you can even see a couple of players on Era. They're just setting up for control over by Showers. If you have that Showers control when the opponent gets in the hill, relatively easy gunfight to win. You know exactly where they're going to be positioned, and you see Bound and Stamina able to pick up 2 just there.
Yeah, making it look rather easy. Of course, now we go over to that central rooftop hardpoint, 208 to 124. FaZe still with the lead. Clay, I don't necessarily say underperforming, but in terms of his stat line, definitely not the prettiest. And you know, FaZe still in full control. Of course, if FaZe are able to win this map, they will force that game 5. Search and destroy on throwback. And again, this is a rather important game in terms of that pool for FaZe. If they lose this matchup, they will be bottom of the pool. They will finish in 5th place, and then we'll go all the way down to that championship losers round 1. Not where you would have expected this FaZe Clan team to be. But Merc, it is looking good for that game 5.
Yeah, and this is what's scary, right? When you go down so much early on, you sort of have to decide, do we give up scrap time, which basically entitles them to win the game as they're only 17 points away, or do we rotate and make sure we can hold a full setup? So they decide to rotate now, and let's see if Era is able to hold on. But 2 big kills from FaZe, and this should do it, as they are going to spawn out towards that shower side and have to hit the wall run.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe honestly just played really well. I mean, I think our only points of criticism were they didn't get enough out of their streaks, but they earned 2 sets of streaks, so clearly things were going right.
On that setup, though, why is Era sending out 2 Scarabs? That's 2 people with your guns down in rotation gunfights. Clay was able to jump out of that middle building and pick up that first player over towards middle, and that's why the trade didn't come in. These guys don't even have their guns up. They get punished for it, and FaZe is going to end up forcing this map 5, and I fully expect them to take it after this momentum.
You really think they're going to take it?
Yeah,
definitely. Even after the really poor search and destroy map too.
I mean, that's just kind of how Call of Duty works sometimes, especially with a dominating hardpoint like that, completely outslaying everything pointing in their favor. And it's throwback. One of the most aggressive search and destroys. I feel like if they're going to play fast, now's the time they're going to finally do it with those E-Rads. Zuma just going to go middle and probably kill him over and over again.
Who let Jack by the green screen? That's all I'm going to say. Of course, MLG Primetime will be coming up after this. We have our winners bracket matches. And of course, we'll update you all on how that bracket is going to look as soon as pool play is concluded. For now, they're FaZe and Era. They're going to go to a Game 5. We talked a little bit earlier about the Red Reserve Rogue matchup. That was the one on Charlie Station. I believe we actually have some highlights of that one, Merc. Again, to reiterate, it was the game you were watching, and it was all Red Reserve from the very beginning.
Yeah, I mean, this Rogue squad, they came in and they beat Envy. They had a great first match of the day. I think they were probably the best open team to come in from the open bracket. They've had some very close games, but as you can see, rated 28-19, that new pickup for Red Reserve. Well, basically coming back to his duo, Joe. But yeah, this S&D, this is what really sort of changed the series. Went all the way to a round number 11. Red Reserve were able to clutch up, and you know, their search and destroys looked very stellar all weekend long. Yep. Even back to the stage 2 qualifier where they went a perfect 6-0. But yeah, they're just taking care of business, and you know, that game 3 uplink wasn't even too close for them. Red Reserve just closed it out.
Relatively simple one by all means. And I guess a bigger picture question here, Chance, is how far do you think Red Reserve can now go in this bracket?
Well, from the way they've looked this weekend, I could say they definitely fit somewhere in that top 8. Again, it's going to be a situation when they're going against those other top 8 caliber teams. It's going to be an absolute dogfight to get those wins. But I mean, hey, they took down Epsilon earlier in the match, but then they fall to Envy. So it's one of those things that I wouldn't say clear-cut top 8 team, but at their best, that's where they'll fall.
This bubble, I feel like, is so big right now of what teams are going to fall where. It's really hard to predict, especially throughout these groups. Envy beat Red. Rogue beat Envy. So it's like, I don't know where to really judge these teams when they do get placed in the losers. It really is going to depend on those matchups and how the bracket does fall out after these placings through groups. But man, I guess I would put them at like a top 12-ish, but it seems like any given series, these guys are just flipping a switch. Rogue looking very good at search and destroy at times, but not able to close out in this one. It's just so many situations where, oh, this team should win, and then basically the opposite happens. And then they face up against the team that beat them later, and then they do better. It's just a weird situation going on here at Anaheim.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to look back at Dallas. I believe, Red Reserve went all the way to like 5th, 6th through a loser's bracket run. So they do have history of making deep runs, but it is going to be a very scary loser's bracket. You're going to have teams like Red Reserve elevate, you know, Mind Freak even, and then having to go up against powerhouses like, you know, NVS and FaZe Clan. It's going to be a very difficult run for a lot of these teams.
Definitely will. Of course, we saw that closing moments to that last map in Uplink 11. Red Reserve made that one look simple, so congratulations to them. Looking forward to see how far they can go here at Anaheim, but we will take a moment, of course, to advertise COD Champs tickets. Yep, they're on sale. Make sure you purchase your passes now. MLG.tv/CWL Champs. Champs this year is going to be August 9th through 13th. Obviously, Teep, you had great success at Call of Duty World Championships. You're a champion. You got yourself ring. What's it like playing at the biggest event of the year?
Well, it's really what everything lives up to as a player. It's everything you look forward to. And, well, 1.5 million. Well, I wish I won that one. You know, winning in 2014 was nice, but the prize pools are even beefier now. We got stage 2 to look forward to before Champs. It's going to be awesome.
Definitely is. There's still so much Call of Duty esports action throughout the entire year. As you said, stage 2, COD Champs. And we still have Anaheim, right? We're not even at Championship Sunday yet. It's only day 2, and we still have some winners bracket games to show you to close out the day. But back to this one, of course, as we said, FaZe Clan versus Era, the only other pool play game going on right now, and it is going to a Game 5. I heard at least from TP and Merc in terms of their predictions. Chance, are you going to go with them? Are you going to go FaZe Clan on this one, or maybe favor the underdog a little bit here?
I mean, I would say earlier, I did say I think Era is going to be comfortable, even if the reverse sweep almost happens. They'd be good going to the Game 5. Again, that map number 2 is a 6-1 in their favor. That being said, a lot of the open bracket teams have done incredibly well in search and destroy early on. And we saw earlier against Rise, they go up 4-0. Everything is clicking, everything is going right, and then they just find a new way to collapse. So I think Era had a bit of the same problem back when they played Bittersweet, where they look so good, but then in the end, they just kind of collapse and fall short. Again, these are these super high-pressure games with a lot riding on the line. And FaZe, of course, we know, they're veterans. They've been here before. They're a lot less likely to kind of concede to the pressure. Era, I don't think they've quite proved themselves. So I'm saying it's going to be close, but I'll still give Era the benefit of the doubt, man. I think they'll do it.
And just to check, the fact that it's retail doesn't change either of your minds?
No, why? I mean,
FaZe 6-2.
Well, there you go.
Okay. That was great.
quick.
Oh, that was, yeah. You've
been thinking about that one for a long time.
Yeah, right.
Waiting.
Merc, where are you going on this one?
I think like a 6-3, 6-4. I think Era will take a few rounds from them, but I just see FaZe. I mean, not only that, you just have to think if you're Era, just thinking about that sort of thought is in the back of your mind of, crap, like we could get reverse swept. Like it does happen as a player. You just, as soon as you give up 2 games, and now you have to deal with that as well behind them. It's going to be very tough for them.
The FaZe Clan fans starting the Let's Go FaZe Clan chant, and as you said, it's definitely something difficult to deal with, but we'll see if Era is going to be able to close things out. Again, to reiterate the importance of this Game 5, this is for basically guaranteed 4th in the group. If FaZe Clan was to lose here, they would leave the pool in 5th position, and they would go all the way down to losers bracket round 1, which is definitely not where many people would have had this FaZe Clan squad starting. But it's been a good first round for Era, Chance.
Yeah, I mean, BZ's been kind of hanging out, killing each member of FaZe one by one. There's a couple different skirmishes going on, so Zuma's going to breathe a little bit of life into FaZe, but looks like he was going to get traded. That player decides actually to back off, but Holler making sure to finish the job. So that's something that Era, well, at least in round number 1, did quite a bit better. They at least are attempting to trade the kills.
And now you have Clayster 1v3, make it a 1v2. Of course, bomb has been planted as well. Clay trying to put himself in a position. Clayster's now a 1v1. Clayster trying to make the impossible possible, and it isn't going to happen. BZ, of course it would be BZ. Finds his 3rd kill in the round, and Era go 1-0 up.
It was really good movement from FaZe there in the 2 versus 4 situation, but how, if you're Era, you're not locking down one of the main choke points? Zoom was able to just run up hallway and pick off someone without a trade going down. It doesn't really make sense. It seems like the setup and the communication from Era needs to be just a little bit better. That got scary very quickly. Clay's a beast in those clutch scenarios.
Yeah, I think earlier on we even saw Clay almost had a 1v4 on this map as well. So he's been close multiple times, but unfortunately for FaZe, he wasn't able quite just to do it in that round number 1. But I don't know, maybe that's a bit of a confidence thing, at least for Clay. I know he struggled a bit on the previous map despite his team's success. So maybe if he can get fired up again, getting rid of that kind of flat vibe that the team has had would be fantastic for map number 5.
Yeah, and he's a player that lives for these situations. He loves Game 5s. I remember during stage 1, like group play, they went to a Game 5, and I think it was like a crusher. He ended up with like 13 kills. They lost, but he played phenomenal. He looks forward to these situations. He loves that high pressure, and he performs so well.
He really does. He, as you said, loves a good old Game 5. Just Clayster, he has been able to just kind of show off his true talent, but unfortunately for FaZe Clan, Clayster will be down and out of action this round. It's a 3 versus 3 situation. Era, of course, do need to try and put that bomb down. And Chance, that's an interesting rotation right there.
Yeah, that was almost like picture perfect. So Era just backed off. They waited for about 30 seconds, didn't do anything, didn't shoot their guns, didn't try and move, and they just baited FaZe out. FaZe ends up going for the rotation, and that bomb, of course, is going down. But still a clean 3 versus 3. Plenty of chances here for FaZe to get that bomb defused.
Yep. Time of the essence, though, 33 seconds and counting. Still 3 versus 3 situation. Of course, the bomb has been planted over at that B site, and you expect these gunfights to come in any second, and it's going to be led by BZ. That's his 4th kill so far of this search and destroy, so really making it look easy. Now you have enabled 1 versus 3. FaZe Clan collapsing in front of your eyes. Not how to play a retake right there, T.
That was a great play overall, though. Era just played so slow at that back bridge, and they just kind of guessed the timing perfectly there. There's only so long you know that FaZe is going to stay there and not find any sort of information. It forces the rotation finally, and then fortunately enough, they get the timing and get the bomb down as soon as possible. So good round from them, and a quality offense compared to the defense.
I mean, that was the thing. That retake really was just on Zuma. He was pushing through that middle hallway. He saw nothing back bridge. They were sort of pinpointing the location of Era based on their position. They knew they were in that bike shop. Unfortunately, he just looks down for 1 second. Someone pushes out, and just horrible timing that leads to that round 1 for Era.
Obviously, that prediction now, TP, not looking too good. 6-2 to FaZe. I mean, obviously still possible, but
6 straight.
Well, this is a good start, right? Very, very good start. 3 players go down, and it's going to be left to BZ in a 1v3. But Chance, I feel like if there was anyone from Era that could do it, it would be him.
I mean, the guy's sitting at 5-0, but more importantly, you see how close he's going to be to those streaks. That's what he is playing for. That is mission number 1.
Yeah, I mean, if you're FaZe, this is the perfect situation because, you know, if he is able to get those, that's a scary thing.
Well, you think that's going to really explain this play style? Let's just put it that way, right? So for BZ, you have to play slow. You got to play passive. You got to play intelligent in these situations. And honestly, that's actually impressive to see coming in from Era. Too many players in these types of situations maybe get a little gung-ho. little antsy, a little bit of the jitters.
Yeah, 1v3 situations when it's planted at that A bomb site are just very ridiculous to deal with. There's so many sight lines on that bomb. Obviously, you know, you can use those cars for cover. Makes life very difficult for BZ.
It doesn't look like he's going to find anything too soon here. About 10 seconds left here on the bomb site. Going to see how this plays out. I think he might just, you know, hold the L, stick in this position.
I don't know if it's an L.
Well, it is. It's a round loss.
Well, it's a round.
I mean, but it's a W though, right?
A small L for a potential big W.
There you go.
Ben.
There you
I see
go.
where you're going.
There you go. Thanks, team. You got me there. FaZe, of course, will win that round, but more importantly for BZ, stays alive.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out though that round progressed slow enough, and obviously BZ not jumping off the map. He's 5-0. It's obvious. FaZe is gonna know that he's 75 away from the streak, so they're gonna be prioritizing him. And if he gets that first blood, they're gonna have to keep it in the back of their minds that he does have that Trinity on board. Of course, though, if he can get the first blood here, that would obviously be massive. FaZe does not want to let that happen.
And how do you want to see him play this move? Do you want to see him continue with that aggression, or do you slow down in these situations?
I like what he's doing now. That's what I like.
Okay.
Question. I'm going to wait for this to play out before I really go into more detail about this. So someone else take over.
I thought you were going to make like the world's greatest point. I was like, I'm ready to give you an answer. But of course, the bomb does go down.
Okay, why didn't they give him the bomb?
Damn it, that was where I was going to go with it. Get the points. Whether it's maybe nerves that he dies whilst planting, I don't really know. And that's huge. That is an absolutely massive kill. Probably the biggest so far of the game for FaZe.
Yeah, and I would say that's just like a lack of willingness to mix up their strats. BZ on this map, that's what he does. He watches the flank from almost that exact same spot. That's just his job. He'll always be on the bridge. That's his focus. And I guess they just weren't willing to try and mix it up in FaZe. I mean, they're going to punish him for it. No streaks, no round win.
How does no one on Era notice that and make that call? How?
Tunnel vision.
You would have made that call, T.
100% would have made that call.
100%.
Oh, man, that makes me angry.
Well, sadly, that's going to be 2-2 in terms of the round count. Small mistake could have rather big consequences in the later parts of this map. But as it stands, back and forth action here on map 5. Retaliation, search and destroy. And again, the FaZe clan crowd trying to get behind their squad. And I feel like they need that energy mode.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was obviously a huge win. I believe it was Placer who took out BZ. So that was a huge duel for him. I mean, again, what it stopped that streak, you know, that was huge potential for Era to just sort of break the game wide open, and that's a one-on-one that he wins.
Nicely done. Now, of course, round number 5 starting to play out. About 60 seconds left, and still a 4 versus 4 situation, Chance.
Yeah, gonna see what happens here. Teams have been playing very, very slow in Search and Destroy this weekend. Again, that last patch that came in, making so plants and infuses do not go towards that payload.
It's refreshing, honestly.
That first blood, though, yeah, hell, it's nice. We're actually seeing like real Search and Destroy. We're seeing teams like out-rotate each other, making good play calls. They're being a little bit creative, and you see BZ with that nade. He's going to be able to, well, make up for that previous first blood, tie this up at 3-3. A lot of pressure coming in over by Platt. And Placer, he's going to be the first one to strike in that engagement, taking down Bound.
And now, of course, FaZe Clan with the numerical advantage, and Abel putting himself in a great position, trusting his teammate as well.
They win 6 in a row.
I swear, his team's prediction is right. I'm dropping the headset. I'm dropping the headset, and I'm walking out.
I'm yelling at you, Ben.
Right? It was looking really bad, and then all of a sudden it's looking really good. But one of the common attributes we've seen with all these teams coming in from open is all it takes is one sort of mishap, one bad decision, and everything spirals out of control. And I really that speaks to the lack of experience in these sort of scenarios. Yes, these are high-pressure games, and you are going to forget things at times. But when you're forgetting simple things like that, it's unacceptable at this level of play.
I mean, you can go back to so many events this year. I mean, Panda comes to mind, right? And a famous match they had, and they almost threw, or they did throw, I should say, that Search and Destroy.
Oh, it was a throw.
Yeah, it most definitely was. But I mean, I feel like the only way when you're a semi-professional or even an amateur player that you get that experience is you make those mistakes, right? And you just have to go back. You have to learn from them. There really is no other way. And we'll see just how costly those mistakes will be. This round, though, however, has turned itself into a 2 versus 2 situation. Placer and Enable alive against BZ and Holla. And for Era Gaming, this would tie it up, and BZ's going to fall. It's Clay that gets the pick, and now Holla's left in a 1 versus 2.
Yeah, that was a big boy gunfight that Clay comes out on top of Holler in a very difficult spot. He's sandwiched in as well. Obviously, now his position is given away in the cleanup kill. instantly comes in, the player shutting him down from behind.
There he goes. There
Again,
goes play.
we've seen Era in the past, man. They have good search and destroy, but they just collapse. Teams from the open bracket have just collapsed in search.
Just the game 5, getting a little excited, that's for sure.
And if you're Era, there's like a billion people behind you just screaming. It's got to, the nerves coming into play. You're playing against one of the biggest fan bases we hear in Call of Duty. All momentum pointing over towards FaZe now, 4 rounds in a row. Everything seems like it's going to be in their favor, and Camo getting pretty close here, too.
If you get this prediction right, I'm going to be so mad. I'm actually going to be upset. I genuinely will be. But for FaZe now, they just need 2 more rounds. Sadly, for Clayster, this round is going to be put to a stop for him. He falls. Stamina, of course, with that sniper rifle out in hand. Well does have his FTL jump to use should he need it. But the bomb has gone down, Chance.
Yeah, of course, the sniper, it's one of those things that now that they know he has it, they just need to make sure not to peek. So he's going to be forced to push up with that pistol. Zoom in, though. Coming over on the flank. He's going to be able to take down Holler despite Holler getting that entry kill. And now, well, it is Stamina. He's going to be able to just do whatever he wants, essentially. He's got teammates to work with. Zuma in a very tough spot in this 1v2. And it looks like Bound. He's going on the hunt as well. Doing a good job defending his teammate on the bomb.
The prophecy has ended. Dang it. I thought I had it.
Comes through that. Good trust in your teammate there, of course. Hops the bomb. And his teammate Bound says, hey, don't worry about you. I got the flank. Zuma's not going to be able to kill us both quick enough. And that now will be 4-3 in advantage to FaZe Clan.
What I like to see from FaZe there, though, is I feel like a lot of teams plant and then push through over towards Cathedral. I like them backing up. Zoom was able to pick up a couple kills and make the round a lot easier. However, they didn't really have the number advantage, so I don't think it really worked out. But I want teams to start doing that more on Retaliation, backing up instead of pushing forward.
Yep. Yeah, and I like the change from Era on that defensive round, just pulling out that sniper, something that I don't think we saw all game. Stamina says, you know what, we got to change something up. I'm going to go for a first blood, able to get it. That gamble pays off. They're able to win the round. So a good change of pace for them. Now FaZe always have to expect that.
And sometimes that's what you need in search and destroy, right? When things aren't going your way, you lose a couple of rounds back to back. You have to switch things up. But sadly for her, they're not going to be able to switch things up this round. Stunning it, of course, now 1v4. Never mind. FaZe Clan 1 round away from closing out the reverse sweep.
Yeah, the scary thing is if you're FaZe, of course, you're not going in the winner's bracket, but for all the other teams that have to face them in the losers, if they go on a run, a reverse sweep like this, what this can turn into, this FaZe team, again, they just got 3rd at Stage 1 playoffs. This team can turn into an absolute machine, and it's so hard to deal with.
It's a snowball effect. Yep. Right? It really is if they can get that energy going into the loser bracket.
One thing I wanted to note, too, is last Anaheim, going back to Black Ops 3, remember that loser bracket run that FaZe had, taking on a lot of Europeans?
That's true.
Like, it was pretty scary stuff. Clay's usually the catalyst in that sort of situation, but they got to win this here to get a little bit further on in the loser.
I mean, they've got payloads to work with, 1 round away. I mean, if they could just get a first blood, that should almost guarantee it. And even if it gets to a sticky situation, I mean, you got Camo to work with. Attached, though, is going to get the first blood. He is going to get traded out, but Holler's position again is going to be no, but no. He's able to pick up the big kill on Zuma, not able to get that trade. That's going to put Enable in a very tough spot. Looks like this game might get extended a little further.
And he may only be 3-3, but never mind, he will fall.
3-4. He stayed alive every round they've won.
It's a really weird stat line for this.
For game 5 search.
Yeah.
Very, very strange indeed, but unfortunately for Enable, he will fall. An error. Hold on for now. Can they force the round 11 again to reiterate the importance of this match? If FaZe Clan is to lose it, they will be 5th in the pool, and then we'll start in losers round 1. Error, if they win, of course, will steal that 4th place spot, and it really is a big difference. It really, really is. Of course, Clayster does have that specialist use.
Well, yeah, he got a 2-2 split on those payloads, though. It looks like Stamina and BZ have theirs as well. So again, this honestly could turn into anyone's game. Slight advantage to FaZe, and you see how just stacked up those players are. You don't see it very often, not with all 4, not in that spot. Clayster, though, gonna be looking for the first blood, and he's always on point with those clutch gunfights. He's gonna sprint to a second player who's gonna take him down. Still, though, he leaves him very weak. That's a 2v2.
It is indeed. Attaching a gunfight, he will win it. And that now leaves Holler in a 1v1 against Zoomer, and Zoomer is gonna find the pick, and FaZe Clan will survive. The 6-4 victory in the game 5 search and destroy will complete the reverse sweep for FaZe. More importantly, will give them at least a little bit of life, I guess, you know.
That's what you need. You have to win a series. And you know, who knows what'll happen for them. Again, you talked about it last year. They've won on a lot of losers bracket runs. These guys, if they get confident, they're so hard to beat. We'll see what they can do in that losers bracket.
And to the point that TP you kind of made as well, a win like that going into your losers round 2, it's going to be a scary FaZe Clan squad. It really is. I kind of feel a little sorry for any of the squads that may have to play them in that losers round 2. But congratulations again to FaZe Clan. They managed to shut down Error there. And for Error, I guess, Chance, what went wrong? What was the big thing that you can look at and highlight?
Again, you just got to go back to collapse. I mean, it's a reverse sweep. Yes, the uplink FaZe just played it very, very well. And the hard point can always be back and forth. But the hard point, they didn't even really show any signs of life. They just kind of got mollywopped. And then he carried in. They go up. BZ is 5-0. He's 1 kill away from streaks or 1 bomb plant away from streaks. And they play it like normal, and he gets swarmed out. I mean, if you go up 2 rounds to none, you almost get streaks. You get that 3rd round, get streaks. You could just easily win that game. They had the opportunity. It was in their grasp, and, well, they threw it away.
I think the big point was what TP made during the kind of cast there was give him bomb. Let him take bomb, let him plant the bomb, boom, streak.
Just easy. It basically opens out 1, maybe 2 guaranteed rounds. Like, as long as you don't mess it up, you just hit the right button, and you call a bomb, and they're gone. You just win. It's just, it makes me so angry how simple it is to earn some of these rounds sometimes, and they just make the bad decision.
They definitely do. I believe we actually have Rich on the stage with Enable for a post-game interview. Rich, over to you.
Yeah, I am on the floor with Enable, and FaZe has just taken down Era. It kind of came down to the wire there. What exactly happened?
You know, we've just been starting off very slow so far this weekend. We haven't really been clicking well at all, and it showed. We went down 0-2 to them, and fortunately enough, we were able to clutch up and win 3 straight. But yeah, we're just starting off too slow, and we're not on the same page right now.
Yeah, I just want to ask one question about them in particular. How are they in the hard point? We've seen them take down a lot of the teams in hard point, or do you think it was really on you?
I mean, they were a pretty good hardpoint team, not trying to take anything away from them, but it was definitely on us. We're just playing too sloppy right now as a whole in every game mode. So, like I said, that showed, and they took advantage of it winning the first hardpoint. So, good games to them. But, yeah, I don't know. We're really sloppy right now, and it's kind of frustrating, but we're trying to get all on the same page and get our momentum back.
2-2, though, in the group, so you're still very much alive. What do you want to see the team shore up here as you move forward?
I just want us to get our confidence back and for us to all be on the same page. When we're on the same page, we're a scary team. I mean, it goes to show we've gotten top 3 at every event this year but 1. So we're a top team. We're obviously not showing it right now. So I just want us to get our confidence back.
Well, we're going to have to see if they are able to get that confidence back. They definitely have the support of the crowd, though. But I'm going to throw it back up to you guys at the desk.
Great to hear from Enable, and you're absolutely right. So many FaZe Clan supporters out here supporting their team. But obviously, hearing Enable there kind of say, you know, we're not on the same page. As a team, how do you get yourself on the same page as quickly as possible? Because you still have games to play today.
Well, you obviously have to figure it out. You have to discuss it, and you have to do it quickly because pretty soon they're going to go down in that losers bracket. They're going to have their next match very, very soon. And I think it's just simple as winning series. You know, again, when you're losing games, you question yourself, you question your teammates, even the shot calls. As soon as you're winning those games, whoever says anything and it goes right, you're just going to trust them and things make it so much easier.
Definitely does. Well, with the completion of that game, that now concludes all of pool play here from the CWL Anaheim Open. So we can take a look at our championship bracket and see exactly who is going to be playing who. I don't know yet, so I'm excited to see this one myself. Here it is for the first time. At the top of the bracket, Enigma 6 will face Evil Geniuses. Underneath them, Optic Gaming take on Luminosity. Bittersweet versus Splice at the bottom side, and Epsilon versus E United.
Yeah, and I'm looking at that bottom side. I think a lot of people are probably looking at the top one, but for me personally, if Splice and Epsilon are able to win that, you know, both their matches, they're going to face up in winners round 2. That's a Birmingham rematch where Epsilon was able to win 2 best-of-5s to Splice, and I'm sure they definitely want to face Splice.
Somewhere in the venue, Momo has a very big smile on his face at the potential of that. Of course, for Europe, they're looking to have repeat success, Splice the Stage 1 championship, and I believe that matchup will be the next game up on the main stage. That's going to do everything from the studio for now. When we return, though, it's MLG Primetime.
It's Chris Puckett back with your top 5 plays. These are the best from day 1 of the CWL Anaheim Open, presented by PlayStation 4. Starting things off at number 5, it's the epic finish as Optic gets the clean sweep 6-0 over E United in Search and Destroy.
You can make an argument either way. I think right now, though, the fans want to see a potential 6-0 formal with the missile. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. 6-0. That right there tells a big story for me.
Coming in at number 4, it's Havoc letting it up as EG hands FaZe Clan a massive loss in pool play.
Around 10 seconds left. Everybody on the bottom of the map for FaZe.
Light it
they
up.
gotta go quick.
Havoc emoting, popping the reactive before the players even shoot at him. There's the contest though, Matt. We're going one more hill, but the players are sitting there waiting. 250. Our number 3 play today belongs to FaZe Clan with the epic 250 to 249 comeback in Hardpoint.
We got to talk about Clay's play right there with the came out into this game because it was big. Rotating to the new Hardpoint now. We're in the warehouse phase. 7 seconds away, but Bittersweet is 1 second away. They want to come through, break this and contest for just a moment. One flank coming in. That's Lamagod. He's taken down by himself. FaZe Clan wins by 1 second, and you can't hear it, but the crowd watching FaZe Clan on the Bravo station just went crazy.
Down to our top 2 plays, and this one belongs to the Lamagod. Take a look at his epic FTL jump.
Yeah, Clay right there activated the camo, got himself a dunk. He forgot that he had to reload his magazine and was not able to put some more points in the board field.
What was that?
That was a pretty awesome FTL jump play right there with the drone. He tosses it. It's a self pass and puts some more points on the board for his team.
And our number 1 play from day 1 of the CWL Anaheim Open belongs to Crim 6. The melt machine caught fire and tore his way through the Australians.
That is why payloads are important at the end of side 2. We cannot preach it enough. Crim with the overdrive.
Give him the wiggle, baby.
The icing on the cake as Optic Gaming are 15 seconds from the 3-0.
Crim is a melt machine. 6 kills in a row. Over 30 kills here in game number 3. Crim 6, a consistent force. Formal's trying to rally in one more. The drone's moving up. 1 second left. The 7 streak to close it out. Optic Gaming sends Mindfreak packing here in our first match, the hot 3-0. That's going to do it for this top 5. Make sure to stay tuned to MLG.TV for all of the best plays of the Call of Duty World League presented by PlayStation 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Global Pro League Anaheim Open, presented by the PlayStation 4. Joining me, of course, is the wonderful Merc and TP, but we have a special guest joining us. It's going to be David Mickner, the multiplayer designer at Infinity Ward. And I have to ask you, how are you enjoying MLG Anaheim so far?
I'm loving it, man. I've been to Anaheim once before, and it's just, this event is always so big. It's got so much energy. The fans are just, they're crazy, they're great, they go wild.
Oh, the fans are what make Anaheim. I mean, you guys know, you've played here before, you've had your fair share of the crowd getting behind you. But in terms of competitive Call of Duty, I want to ask you, what was your first exposure to COD Esports?
First exposure, like being in person, was COD Champs for Ghosts.
Okay.
So that was 2014.
What was that like for you? Was it kind of like a curveball? Did you even know it existed, I guess?
I knew it existed, but it was more of at a grassroots level at that point.
Right.
So seeing it for the first time and actually, you know, seeing the fans around me, sitting in the middle of the crowd, and no one knew who I was. Most of you still don't, but it was great. It was really great. It was a great experience.
Definitely was. I know that was when you actually met TP for the first time. Of course, TP having great success, got his ring at that event, the Dynasty of Complexity. I guess, what has it been like working with people like TP, the players? And you can be honest, I know he sat there, he won't hurt you. Is he a pain to work with, or is he a pleasure?
No, TP's great. Back when those guys won, we brought them out to the studio for a little bit. They got to play one of our new game modes, Siege at the time, or sorry, Reinforce, as we call it in the public. And we got their feedback from that, and they kicked our butts really badly. I only got one kill because they were running knives. And no, it's just, you know, I've talked with Teep during parts of the development going into IW before we were launched, and he's been great. A lot of the pro players have been great.
It's been a really fun experience overall. Really getting the ball rolling on CWL things in general for Call of Duty has been something we've kind of lacked at sometimes. So having the dev support so early on, getting the ball rolling in terms of rule sets, things that we need to fine tune for the competitive nature of the game. IW and David in particular has done a great job of moving things forward quickly. And you know, if you watch a VOD from going back to like Vegas, for example, the first major for Infinite Warfare, you can see how different the game really is and how much that's changed due to them. So I think we all need to give them a round of applause. I think it's a really fine job to get things done as quickly as they have.
Yeah, and a lot of people sort of ask, who talks to the pro players? Well, Dave is definitely one of those guys. I'm in one of the chats with him. He has a lot of different experiences. He sees the good side of pro players, but also the bad side. He does a very good job of handling that. Right. It can be a little fun sometimes.
One of the things you have to understand is when players come off of an event like this, it's usually going to have our most active conversation because they just either had the biggest highlight of their recent career or potentially so you have to kind of take all the feedback and take what's important about it and not let the passion or the negativity
Definitely. You can't let that affect it because players can be very emotional, that's for sure. And I guess that leads to an interesting kind of question, I guess, is what is it like in terms of the differences between the feedback that these guys and the pros are going to give you as opposed to maybe someone in the general public? How different is that feedback?
In some senses, it's actually similar. And then, obviously, when you play with a different rule set and you play with different weapons and perks and traits, you're going to have more directed feedback.
Right.
But we do take a lot of feedback from all different types of social, Reddit, Twitter, or forums. And then, I've got direct chat with these guys as well. So on that note, you know, if you have something to say, just tweet at me, and I'd like to open up a dialogue and rapport. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, one of the coolest things to experience from the player perspective to getting to work on a personal level with the devs is it's a two-way street. They have their reasonings for their fine-tuning, their balancing, and yes, us pros have our very devout opinions on things, and especially our community. We can be, I think volatile is a good word at times, but overall, the best things are always going on, and there's always a reasoning behind things. So to be able to find that out and have a person-to-person conversation, it really, makes things make a lot more sense on all sides.
I guess one final question I want to ask you, David, is yourself and everyone in the studio, what's it like seeing your game being played competitively, or the biggest prize pool it's ever had? I mean, how does it make you guys feel?
I mean, speaking for myself and the rest of the studio, more of them will be out here Sunday, which will be great. We love it. It's great to see everything you've worked so hard for being played at such a high level, and then on top of that, seeing everyone come together for something like this. Like the first time I came to Anaheim, again back in 2014, it was a much smaller event.
Yep.
And now it's crazy. This arena, the way MLG has done this, it's great. These guys do a fantastic job.
We walked in and saw the sea of chairs. I was like, wait a minute, what? This is how far away the desk is from the main stage, and it's full. I can definitely tell you that. Well, I just want to say thank you for joining us on the desk, David. It was great to have you here as a special guest. But that's going to conclude this segment from the studio. When we return, it's MLG Prime Time with Championship Winners Bracket.
the most electrifying event you could possibly play at.
For some reason, every year it's that Anaheim event just seems to be the best one.
Most hyped up Call of Duty event every year.
The Anaheim crowd, it's literally electric. You walk in the venue and you feel that crowd.
It's just that one event per year that you don't want to miss.
A scary first game, but a victory nonetheless.
Look at the energy from Havoc and Nameless standing up, high-fiving.
Green Wall fans, make some noise. Your team is perfect at the end of day one.
Complexity, something that no one thought could be done. Optic Gaming just let it go.
EG, Anaheim champion.
Optic Gaming are your 2016 Anaheim Open champions.
I think it's going to be the craziest Anaheim we've ever seen this year.
Ladies and gentlemen, I love what I'm seeing from this crowd. Guess what? Only the best remain here at our $200,000 event. It is prime time, and to kick off our championship winners bracket, do we have two fantastic matches for you here on the main stage. Now later tonight, we have Optic Gaming versus Luminosity. Who's excited for that one? Absolutely, absolutely, but this one, a Cinderella story for two different reasons. On one side, we have Splice, the first European team to ever win a major event on North American soil. But on the other side of the stage, a squad that pushed right on through the relegation qualifiers. Bittersweet finish atop their pool and want to prove they're the real deal. Anaheim, are you ready for the matchups? We are too. The time has come. Prime time starts right now.
MLG Primetime underway, and we are done with pool play matches. We are ready for bracket play, and joining me in the studio for MLG Primetime, I have my star-studded guests. Of course, we have Merc, a 13-time Call of Duty champion, including a COD XP championship. We got Proofy, a 10-time Call of Duty championship, including X Games gold medalist. And closest to me, of course, is TP, an 18-time Call of Duty champion, including a ring as well, a Call of Duty world champion. So they're definitely experts. Yeah, that's right. Everyone give the world champ some love, that's for sure. But as we said, bracket play now is about to get underway. And this is the good stuff, right? This is what we wait for. And the first game on main stage is a great one as well. We have our Stage 1 champion, Splice, representing Europe. They did so well at Stage 1, of course, against Bittersweet, who were fighting through relegation, essentially. And all of a sudden now, we have a fantastic match team.
I really don't know what to expect from this one. Splice, I don't know if they have been necessarily weak throughout this tournament so far, but Bittersweet has looked so darn good. Can they make some noise here in the winner bracket? It's going to be one of the toughest tests possible that they could face here in the winner bracket round 1. So it'll be a hell of a match for sure. I don't even know who to call it, to be honest.
It's tough. I mean, has Splice impressed you as much as they did in Stage 1, Proof?
Not as much as they did in Stage 1, definitely not. I don't know if it's because they have LG and Rise with them, and it's hard to beat those two teams, but Bittersweet has impressed me way more than Splice has this weekend. Qualifying for Stage 2, having an amazing run this entire day. I'm excited to see them play.
I can't wait for this. It's going to be a good one, that's for sure. I mean, speaking of the winners bracket, let's take a look one last time at how our teams have fallen into that winners bracket. Of course, here is a look at the top side. Enigma 6 versus EG, Optic Gaming versus LG, underneath Bittersweet versus Splice, and Epsilon versus E-United. Merc, I know you spoke earlier on about that potential of a Splice-Epsilon matchup. That's exciting for Europe. But what are your thoughts about the top side of that bracket?
Well, obviously everybody's going to be looking at that Optic Gaming Luminosity matchup, that sort of rematch from Stage 1. I mean, Luminosity, they seem to always have a slow starts at these open events. Sort of, you know, the pool play, they usually deal with like tiebreakers and stuff. They don't play the best, but it's bracket time. When you beat Optic Gaming, you have to beat them early on. Winners round 1, and they're a team, they're a very big threat against Optic, and they know that. And then above them, Enigma 6 versus Evil Geniuses, two teams. They've made roster changes, and both of them have seemed to improve.
They definitely have. I mean, for E6, I look at this and think this could be an event where they maybe do make some noise, but just go back to that Optic versus LG matchup. I do want to get your opinions on it because, as you said, it's a rematch from Stage 1. It's an exciting time to be a Call of Duty esports fan, that's for sure. TB, how do you see that match going?
It's really tough to call, but Optic Gaming has been by far the best looking team here. They do have that perfect map record going on, but I think the winner of that match, I'm going to go out on a huge limb here and say the winner of that match is going to win the whole tournament.
Wow. I actually agree with that statement completely. Optic has been playing absolutely amazing this weekend. I feel like they're the one team that seemed like they continue to just brutalize team this entire weekend. No one's really been a threat to them. So I'm excited to see this.
I don't know if I go ahead and say that. I don't know. That's a
ballsy call. I'm going with it.
That is ballsy. I mean, on the other side, you have Splyce, who just won Stage 1. You know, if they're another team. If they're able to get a hot start, you know, who knows how far they can go. I would love to see a winners finals matchup between Splyce and Optic Gaming.
That would be a fantastic one, that's for sure. Of course, on that top side, Enigma 6 versus Evil Geniuses, like we talked about, but the next game up on main stage, Splyce versus Bittersweet. Bittersweet have had a fairy tale kind of story. As I said, they were playing through relegation on Thursday. They got so much momentum and so much confidence from that tournament that essentially they came here, they sweep their group. Now they find themselves going up against the Stage 1 champs. I mean, Merc, they have to be full of confidence going into this.
Absolutely. Again, you heard Spacely, Lacefield talk about it. They said, we have sort of one goal here to qualify for Stage 2. After that, we're just trying to get better. Well,
they're playing pretty good right now.
Great, and I don't know if they expected to be here, but you're here now. You're on that main stage against Splyce, and who knows what'll happen. Lamagod and Lacefield have been electric all weekend long.
And Proof, how different is it from a player's perspective when you go into a tournament with, I don't want to say realistic expectations, but you have good vibes, right? At the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. How different is it?
I feel like it definitely helps your team a lot more. You can look back at FaZe Clan. They were having a lot of issues going on. It seems like their chemistry wasn't really there, and as the losses progressed, they just kept getting more and more L's throughout this weekend. So if the vibes are not there, like you see with FaZe Clan, it can be the total opposite for you, whereas Bittersweet have that drive, they qualified for Stage 2, they're doing their thing, and it shows. It shows that they are happy the way they're playing.
Definitely does. Of course, let's not forget what is at stake here at the CWL Anaheim Open. A serious amount of money on the line, a $200,000 prize pool.
Cash money.
First place, yeah, a lot of cash money, Proof, tell you that. First place walking away with $80,000, second $48,000, third $32,000. And seems we know the bracket. I am actually gonna, I don't think I've ever done this at Open Event, but I'm gonna put you all on the spot.
Oh,
yeah, here we go. Here we go.
I'm down.
Okay. You're ready for this?
Yep.
Who walks away with $80,000?
Oh, well.
I thought it was gonna be a lot harder than that.
Oh, no.
Oh, just the winner?
Yeah,
I'm taking Optic Gaming for sure.
All right, you know what? Fine. You want to be that way? Top 3.
Top 3. Ooh. Optic Gaming, Splyce, LG.
OG, Splyce, LG.
I'm going Optic Gaming, LG, and you ready for this one? Bittersweet.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm gonna go Optic, Splyce. Third place. Oh gosh. I'm gonna go. You know what? I'm gonna go Epsilon.
Ooh.
I like that.
Way to be bold with me, Joe.
Dave.
Dave. We love some Dave. We love some Dave on this desk, that's for sure. He's been playing fantastic all throughout the event, but some bold predictions. I respect it. I really do. But moving forward, of course, as we said, next game up on main stage is Bittersweet versus Splyce. We'll take a look now at our maps for the series and see my experts' opinions on it. Teep, I'm going to start with you. How does this series get broken down?
Okay, this is going to be a really tight one, in my opinion. I think it's going to, a large majority of the series is going to go down to the map number 1 hardpoint, but I think Splyce is just going to be too strong out the gate here. I think they've shown some sort of weaknesses throughout the groups, but I think overall that consistency, that experience, and most of all the confidence from winning Stage 1 playoffs is going to carry them through 3-1 to Splyce here. Yeah,
I think Bittersweet, I believe I've heard Mad Cat sort of talk about Throwback Hardpoint as it's not their favorite map, and I'm just thinking Lamagod, Lacefield, Spacely, they're all very aggressive players, so that map number 1 going to be very close. I can see Bittersweet taking it, but the rest of them, I feel like Splyce has the advantage. I see a 3-1 to Splyce.
I definitely see Splyce winning this. I see it 3-2. I think they win both searches, and I think Bittersweet will take the throwback in the Frost uplink.
Okay, you're saying a game 5.
Search wins championships.
S&D does win championships. That is true. MLG Primetime about to get underway in full swing. It's championship winners bracket time. Bittersweet versus Splyce. The game about to get underway. We can send it down to our fantastic casters for the series. I believe it's going to be the wonderful Puckett and Mr. X.
Thank you so much, Benson. If you said you thought Bittersweet would be here in the winner's bracket, well, you're a liar. They weren't even called Bittersweet 2 days ago, and now they find themselves undefeated in this tournament. They're coming in, turning heads very much like Lacefield did back with Cloud9 at the start of IW.
Yeah, and it's a team that's kind of put together with the leftovers, right? You know, Mox making a team for relegation. You know, he's got a popular Twitch stream, you know, a lot of followers, whatnot. And you know, he's got Parasite on the team. Then Parasite jump ship to EG. Then you see Exotic on the team as well. He leaves for Cloud9, and then now he's kind of stuck. You know, Lacefield's getting dropped from Cloud9. Pick him up. You bring in Llama God. You grab Spacely. You kind of put this team together. I don't think they imagined to do this well, but they have been the surprise team here this weekend.
And they are going to be the team to watch for me because we know what we're going to get from the squad on the other side of the stage. Splice, they just won our stage one. They went through a lot of tough teams, but they never had to face off against a juggernaut like Optic Gaming. They did go through FaZe, they went through Luminosity, and I have to wonder, how do you think this team, after knowing this squad, Matt, how do you think they match up against the play style of a team like Bittersweet?
I think they match up really well. I agree with a lot what the guys on the desk were saying. I think map 1 could be kind of dicey. You know, you get Spacely and Lacefield, two very aggressive players on the map with the way Llama God's been slaying. On a short map like Throwback, I think it could cause trouble for Splice. But you look at the other maps, Frost Uplink is a map we've seen Splice do really nice things on. 4 ERADs getting really fast in your face. I think this is a series that looks like 3-1 Splice, but you can't count out Bittersweet with how they played.
It's going to be a hell of a series, and I have to ask a favor from the crowd. Be loud this entire match, but also if you have your bag on a seat, if you have a sign trying to save seats for your friends, this isn't the movie theater. Crowd in, give everyone a nice viewing angle. Here we go. It's time to kick off game number 1, and we're going to Throwback. Now, just to catch you up on the history of these two teams on this map in particular, this is the first time for Bittersweet to play in this tournament. On the other side, we saw Splice and Enigma 6 match up on this map. Enigma 6 was able to win it. It was a very close game, less than 10 points, but it went all the way to the time limit, Matt.
Yeah, and E6 has a roster that plays very fast as well. So just that playstyle may give Splice some trouble here going into this map.
On board with Mox to open things up. This man is in the top 10. In fact, 4 players to look out for in the top 10 with overall KDs. At the very top of the list, it's Llama God. He comes in as player number 4. Mox comes in at number 6. And then it's Mad Cat and Zero representing Splice coming in with the 8th and number 10 seed overall.
And I think you look at this matchup, we saw the bracket earlier. It's huge for both teams. I think whoever wins this, now they have a nice shot at making it to that winner final. You would play the winner of Epsilon versus E United. E United, obviously, still a very strong team, but playing without Gunless. I think, though, they know Splice. You can get that run. You beat this Bittersweet team. Then you go up against either Epsilon. You can kind of right that wrong. They were getting, you know, losing 2 series to them over in Birmingham. Or you can play against E United, a team that you did not beat on your championship run at the playoffs.
I love the switch here. We're going to bring out the pink and yellow. If you're just joining us, Bittersweet, they are a brand new lineup. They are turning heads here. They will be your pink squad on the mini map. On the other side, it's going to be the European Splice, starting off with about a 10-point advantage after getting the initial 19, but it's Bittersweet mounting the comeback, and it's behind just an even effort in the kill column.
Yeah, and I know Bittersweet, before this matchup, they're in the back scrimming up against Envious. Envious has not had the best of runs here in Anaheim, but still trying to stay warm before this match went underway. And you see Spacely and Co, they're making a play for this barn hardpoint. It's going to be Splice able to control it here first, but they need to get this player out of the back if they're going to get the spawns.
Talked about Llama God and Mox, how strong they've been. They are both leading their team at 4 kills. Unfortunately, both players are going to take some fire. Now it's Lacefield going into the hard point first. Spacely's going to fall, so Lacefield losing his support. Zero's going to pick up a double, but Llama God is there to trade. Kills going back and forth, and at the end of it all, Splice is going to hold, but there's still players in the back barn threatening for the spawn control.
Yeah, and you're worried if you're Bittersweet, you know, you rely so much on Llama God at this moment in time. You know, if he doesn't go off and play how he does in the respawn game modes, you know, where do you get those kills from? You know, Spacely, a guy over his Call of Duty career, not one who's going to light up the kill feed. You know, Lacefield, very inconsistent at times with Cloud9. That's how he finds himself off that roster. That you can only get so much from Mox. So I think it's just where do they get that production if Llama God doesn't keep stepping up?
Llama God, key player to look out for on Bittersweet. And talking with Proto from Enigma 6 coming off their Game 5 loss to Splice, I asked who's the player to shut down from Splice if you want to win. He said it's Bance without a doubt. Zero, he's known for dropping huge numbers, the Stage 1 MVP, but Bance is Mr. He can do it all. He is the guy who's going to be most consistent for the squad, currently sitting at even. It's It's Bittersweet who's winning the early slaying battle. However, they're behind on the scoreline, trying to turn that around here on Bike Path.
Yeah, you can see on the minimap the pinch was coming in from Splice, but it's Lacefield with one, Spacely with another, and they're able to hold on to the hill for now. Mox trying to work his way here towards mid-map, trying to get the advantage here on the sidewalk. Just protecting his teammate inside of the hard point, not able to pick up that two-piece, but you see the score. Splice starting to not really get that big lead that we were kind of hoping they would get here on Bike Path. It's going to be Bittersweet getting control of the hard point.
Bittersweet doing a nice job bringing this game back. Keep your eyes on that mini-map as well, Matt. This hill is moving in 7 seconds. We're going to the quote-unquote money hill. How do you set up for it?
You're going to have a guys watch that top side of the mini-map, but really control this bottom side down by bowling. You'll be able to keep your spawns all the way in the back, spawn the other team out on the top side of the barn. But Lamagod was on a 5 streak there, was starting to heat up. He falls, and then the rest of Splice just comes in, and they get control of baseball.
I don't believe there's any score streaks to worry about quite yet in this game. A 5-point advantage now for Bittersweet as they have retaken the lead here in our first of 5 games. Madcat jumping in is going to be met by 2 players. It's Mox in the feed once again, finding his 14th kill. Lamagod, we go back to him. He has a Scarab, but no real missiles to talk about. Look for those Trinity rockets and then be the bombardment as the key score streaks as this game moves forward. A good break from Splice. They do it with 20 seconds left. If you're Bittersweet, do you challenge this?
Yeah, you still have a lot of time to challenge this here. You're not really giving up streaks, and then you can't really set up that middle hard point right away. There's really no reason to. You can't take a ton of time on that train hill. Maybe you split, maybe you control the barn spy, and you get some time, but it's a good challenge here from Bittersweet. They keep the lead.
Now, Madcat, we talked about him being number 8 overall when it comes to KD. He's currently double negative. He's got a 0.5 at 7 and 14. If Splice is going to win this game, I think you need the consistent effort out of Madcat. He's been one of my stars in the last 2 months. Lacefield shutting down another push. That time it's Bance flying through the window. Mox in the feed as well, as Lacefield should have found that kill, but it's Madcat with the double. And look at those yellow arrows. They have completely taken over the center of the map.
Yeah, they have control of the center train platform hardpoint. And they're controlling that side of the map that you need to for barn, that second hill. So Splice looking to go on a run here, starting to rack the score up.
Zero's 3 streak finally put to an end. Let's take our camera over to Splice. Zero's teammates holding it down as Splice remains in control, but the question is how long? Madcat knows a flank is being set up. Didn't see Lacefield coming though, and Lacefield's gonna find 2 players after picking off Madcat. Bance is gonna fall as well, but it's all good news if you're a Splice fan because Jerd has been setting up. He's got his team the new spawns.
Yep, 1 round of intro kills here. It'll be about 25-30 seconds in favor of Splice, and Lamagod comes high off the wall run. It's Madcat able to win that engagement. You see more players starting to fly in. The Scarab's going to be used on the side of Bittersweet. They're not able to get anything for it. 2 more players for Bittersweet on the Splice side of the map, but they can't push in. Starting to wait for some teammates, and here's where you can see Splice rack up a ton of time.
It's basically gunned down by Madcat out in the field. It looks like we have player 7, Bance, about to be into action. 3 players attacking from the back end. He was simply outnumbered and outgunned. Madcat, though, slides in, finds 2. He hasn't taken any damage yet before finally getting cut down. But Zero, the Stage 1 MVP, is here. Splice continues to score. This is 40 unanswered points.
Yeah, and Splice did not expect that. It looked like Bittersweet kind of all spawned up in the back. You had Madcat from the top side. He was watching that big field. Zero walks into 2 kills there. Lamagod and Spacely obviously not communicating there. They're both looking at each other as they walk in. Zero just jumps up top, able to kill both of them to hold on to barn for the final few seconds.
Now, the scariest part here, if you're Bittersweet, is thinking about the payloads as this game goes on. Vance, 17 and 18, so close to his camo. Zero, he's about 80% of his way towards a reactive, and those payloads can pay dividends as this game goes on. On the other side of things from Bittersweet, Mox is pretty close to that camo. Lamagod has his FPL jump, but you are nowhere near reactive yet.
Yeah, and Zero is trying to get out of harm's way there. He's working on some score streaks, but those payload abilities can be huge if we go over to barn yet again. If Bittersweet can make this game close, you'll see the reactive, you'll see the active camo come out from Splice, and they can break that hill pretty easy.
Remember, Bittersweet had the lead just about a minute and a half ago. Since then, it's all Splice. They got basically 60 seconds over at the barn. They keep scoring here at the bike path. Those pink arrows can't get close enough. The man, he's scratching his tush on the ground, Matt. I don't know what's going on in this game, but it's a blowout so far in the second half from Splice.
Yeah, you see Splice, they were able to control the bike path, and they get set up for baseball. And it was just a lot of challenge, a lot of contested attempts for Bittersweet that did not work out. Now Splice has a chance to hold on to this hill for a very long time. Chris, you see at the top of the mini-map, those spawns coming in back by Barn for Bittersweet. They're going to have to figure out a way to break this. You see the arrow number 1, Mox. He's waiting for his teammates. They're going to try and hit through underpass.
Here comes the push. Jerd shuts down the first. No health, and he comes sliding out, catches Lacefield off guard. Individual effort, picks up the double. Meanwhile, Bance on the other side finds kills 3 and 4. The team shot going down. All 4 members of Splice still up. Jerd behind enemy lines, catches basically flanking. And this has been perfect hard point from Splice in the second half. Fully streaked out is Jerd, a 6 streak. Expect more, as I expect some bombs to drop from the sky.
And those kills by Jerd. You see the score at the top. Splice up by more than 100 here against Bittersweet in game number 1. These score streaks, if there was any question for Bittersweet to come back, are going to put this game away in Splice's favor.
Splice needing just 18 more points. Bittersweet scoring in the middle of the map. Will Jerd call the score streaks? No, he wants to keep the streak alive. Finally gonna fall after 7 straight kills. Mad Cat in the feed with Bance towards the end. No one sitting in the hill. They're just baiting in Bittersweet. The rocket's coming down. Jerd's gonna find one on Mox, but unfortunately takes out Mad Cat. They still have the man advantage as Jerd is gonna see Zero doing the damage from the front. Jerd's gonna do it himself. 10 points to go. They should finish it right here.
Yeah, and Jerd showing up big in game number 1. You see the FTL jump trying to get forward using that payload ability. 29 and 22 from Jerd. Everybody on Splice over a minute hill time. A big game number 1 from the Europeans.
10 points to go. Bittersweet has retaken control of the center of the map. We are going to one more hill. Unfortunately for Bittersweet, this is Splice's money hill. Can Bittersweet somehow do exactly what Splice did on the last rotation and lock in a full 60? The Centurion's at the front door. That's going to help shock anyone sliding through. So that's going to allow them to put the focus on exactly where Splice is coming from, the back angles.
You can see the active camo from Bance coming in. He's not able to get anybody with it, but gets close enough. See more payload abilities now being popped on the side of Bittersweet. It's going to force Bance all the way out. Does not want to challenge that gunfight right away. Lacefield wins 1, but it's Jerd coming through the side. Zero coming through, picking up 2 of his own, and that'll be it. It'll be Splice 250-167, winning map number 1.
We talked about the payload's going to be crucial, but to be honest, these guys got it done with their guns. Jerd, a fantastic streak over at baseball, but it was the rotations before that. They had a full lockdown of Barn. They controlled Bike, and then they go to baseball. They never lose one of the team fights.
Yeah, I mean, once Splice got control and they started getting a rhythm and really start to heat up, there was no stopping them from the side of Bittersweet. They would kind of wait. Bittersweet, they would get together, they would try and get some coordinated pushes, but they just were not getting those kills.
Now, this was the first time Bittersweet is playing Throwback Hardpoint together in the tournament. So you can wonder, is that kind of going to be an issue for them if they're unprepared on the maps? Fortunately, moving forward, they are very familiar with the upcoming maps. The bad news, Retaliation, Search and Destroy, this is the one you let the open bracket team era take you all the way to around 11.
And I was going to say, you know, Splice a very good S&D team, and we talked about the things that they could do on Frost Uplink with those SMGs in hand. All 4 we've seen at a time, running some machine guns on that map to great effect. So these next 2 maps look pretty good for Splice. They get a big 3-0 here, man. They look really good going through the rest of the bracket.
Llama God has shown us everything this week, and he's been their star player, kind of shocking me because I remember talking about this guy last year. At the beginning of this year, never really saw success from the teams he was on. This is his breakout tournament, and he's the guy I'm going to be putting my attention on. Will he be able to go off in another Search and Destroy? We've seen Mox. He's been super consistent. But when Llama got there as well, that's when you see the 6-1s, the 6-0s coming from this super powerful S&D team.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Llama God in the past put together some pretty good events. I can remember one. I believe it was Call of Duty Ghost Season 3 Relegation when he was on Isolation Empire. He had a very good event. I believe they get second. I believe it was Epsilon with Parasite who was able to win that event with Swanee and Remy and them. But we have seen Llama God in the past put together some good showings. This, though, I would agree, definitely his best.
Isolation Empire.
Yeah.
That's going way back.
Yeah.
I love it. 250-167. Here's a look at the breakdown from map number 1. You see the difference. It's the Barn 102-27. Baseball 69-28. That's really the key difference makers. Mox continues to impress, at least in the kill category. Almost the 30 bomb, a 1.21. But Jerd He's a little bit better, a little bit faster, 30, a 1.25 in 80 seconds, double the hill time.
Yeah, I mean, Monk's just kind of playing that role, a little bit of a slower NV4, you know, maybe on the map like throwback, you know, have a K-bar in your hand, still play a little bit more at range. It's not really his kind of responsibility to intro and pick up those kills and get a ton of hill time. So you kind of look at the other guys on his team, you know, what went wrong with their kills.
I'll be honest, this is the first time I've really seen Mox on the main stage. First event I've had a chance to talk to him, but you just get that feeling after talking with him. This is a confident little lad. He's coming in here with something to prove. A lot of people know him for his online success. This is his first opportunity to cause a major upset and make a statement here for Bittersweet.
Yeah, I mean, he's always had success online. I mean, this is the one team that you looked at the relegation tournament, and you knew Mox's team, that was the one that we expected if there was a team that was not in stage one to make it in. It was going to be this Bittersweet lineup, and they've done just that, and I think they're proving, you know, how dangerous they can be, obviously, at this event, into stage 2 of the Global Pro League.
Game number 2 is just moments away. Are you guys having fun out there? People are waking up. Prime time hasn't quite hit them yet, Matt. I have a feeling they're going to get more into it as this game goes on. I'm expecting around 10, around 11 even, as we head to retaliation. NV4s are going to be the key to the game. We've seen all 4 members of Bittersweet pulling it out at times and having great success. On the other end, I expect to see Madcat pulling it back out. If you see him with the ERAD, that is a sign that Splice wants to go fast.
Yeah, I caught a game of Bittersweets earlier, and you actually saw them with some ERADs hitting the hotel hallway, being very aggressive up the middle of the map. So it would not surprise me if you see Spacely, you know, try and potentially go on some flanks, maybe all the way through that bridge side, trying to play that a little bit slower, you know, get in a position to pick up some kills in that market, and then kind of converge on B.
Spacely was kind of the key for the First Bloods when they played against Era. Will he be the guy to watch again for the Splice side? Who's normally their guy that's going to be in the most First Blood engagement?
Oh, it's going to be Jerd. I mean, Jerd is going to be that fast, aggressive player, you know, right up in your face on all the maps for Splice. So you look to see how he does here in the Search and Destroy.
Lacefield's pulling out the ERAD. Let's go through the remainder of his teammates. I believe we're going to see a fast push looking at this A bomb site, the bottom of your, or excuse me, the top of your mini map. And you're going to see the hotel peaked at first. Llama God set up here to protect the bridge. And they're still looking for a first pick before they go anywhere with this bomb in the hands of Spacely.
They're just going to play this a little bit slower. You can't just charge down that bridge, obviously. It's so open. You know, you have a player back there with an NV4 inside of Splice, and he's going to just start mowing down opponents. And you see Mox there. He gets caught in a position. Madcat's so smart. Blows up the car, able to take out Mox, getting first blood.
You don't need to tag up the player if you blow up the car next to him. Madcat is going to force one back. Spacely is going to find Bance. 2 on 3 now as Bittersweet finds themselves down a man. Jerd at the end of this hallway looking for another pick.
Yeah, with Bittersweet now, they haven't given themselves a good chance to go over towards A. Obviously, you know, dropping some players early. You know, 35 seconds left in the round. You're forced to either, you know, play for a pick, which may not come, and it may not inevitably kind of walk right into them, or you have to just kind of get that bomb down at B. But let's go on with Spacely. Just look at the play that he's making right now. This is so smart. He somehow has figured out a way to get into this hotel. He's definitely thrown Splice for a loop.
And you and I thought he was going to go to A right there. It looked like he was heading to the A bomb site and was going to throw it down. They are just checking every corner. You see the grenades just a check. They want to see, will we find hit markers? Llama God is stacked up on top of Jerd, and Jerd is going to find him, punishing him from behind with the NV4. Spacely is going to fall at the hands of Madcat, and this is all Splice in the opening round. Fantastic patience on the defensive end.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you make the right call, just timings don't go in your favor. And right there, it was a fantastic play by Spacely to be able to kind of juke Splice out. You know, he had him over at A, then to B, then right back to A. He was able to finally plant the bomb at the B bomb site. The timing is a little bit different with Llama God. Maybe he picks up one coming out of the hotel hallway, a completely different round.
When Rise Nation was playing this map, we saw their opponents kind of spreading out on defense. Once they had the man advantage, they just kind of threw it by attacking one at a time. What I liked from Splice right there is they all grouped up. Even though they went to the A bomb site and found nothing, they all went together. We're looking for the opening fight here, and it's going to be Bance spotting Llama God across the bridge. Gets out with his life for now. Opening blood might happen right here in the hotel.
And Jerd doesn't want to challenge this player on top plat because there's a lot of different other angles he can get shot from, right? I mean, he can get shot from the top of the hotel. He can get shot down from that lower market. They're just trying to figure out a way that he can get Lacefield out of this position. But he gets that first blood onto 0. You see why Jerd originally didn't want to go through that doorway. Lacefield wins another one, but just like that, Splice evens it up at 2 players apiece.
Player tried to come down the stairs, instantly punished by Bance. So a 2-on-2, Bance with bomb in hand. You have a teammate across the map, though, as Mad Cat goes all the way back to watch the flank. Do you expect a rotation here?
Well, that's what it looks like. It looks like Mad Cat's just playing all the way in the back here, and his teammate's going to have an opportunity for a 2-piece, but it's going to be a 1v1. Llama God versus Mad Cat. Llama has the clock on his side, knows that bomb's down.
Tagged up again is Llama God. Llama's going to win, though. Look at this round-ending kill cam. The first shots landed on him, and Llama's showing you why he has been the standout player in this tournament for me. Jumping up and hitting all 4 bullets to finish off Mad Cat.
Yeah, he just has a really nice angle, right? I mean, he's jumping up high from the high ground, already has a lot of viewage onto Mad Cat, and Mad Cat just kind of looking up. All he can see is the top of Llama God's head, so a nice angle there from Llama.
Llama God sticking with the AR, making his way to the top of your map. You're gonna see player number 1, Mox. He is in charge of watching the center, making sure no one gets flanked. The other 3 freed up to go on the attack here.
It's gonna be a slower play here from Bittersweet. Now Lacefield, he's given away this position on this right-hand side. That usually kind of tells you they're going for a bomb plant. They fully committed to this site. And Jerd takes advantage of Spacely on the bridge, able to draw first blood.
Jerd going for the high wall peek. 2 bullets in an opponent, backs down, calls it out. That's Lacefield who is tagged up. Lacefield now dropping back to Llama God's cover fire. Mox leading the charge on a rotation. And Jerd, if he goes into the hotel, he's gonna find himself potentially in a 1v2. It looks like Splice, though, they are just patiently waiting, just like they did in our first round. I love what we're seeing here from them on defense.
And now they know that Bittersweet's trying to approach this through the hotel hallway, and the bomb's down actually on the bridge, so it's Bittersweet in a very bad position, only 25 seconds left. See Splice, they're just staying home. They don't have to do anything fancy. They know this round is theirs.
That's the 5,000th melee from Jerd in the last 2 months, but he will eventually be cleaned up. Mox, last man alive, doesn't want to feed any streaks. And it looks like he may just let the time go down as he looks for one more pick, but it's Zero who finds the kill. Splice holding strong on defense. There was no effort from Bittersweet to get the bomb down. I think losing it on the bridge is kind of where they knew this one might be over.
Oh yeah, I mean, when your bomb carrier gets first blooded on the bridge, it puts the other teammates in a very difficult position. I mean, they can't just kind of push straight through. You know, Splice has all the great positioning. I mean, they did the best they could trying to go through the hotel hallway, but not able to cause any action on the site. It'll now be Splice on offense.
Bance on your screen to open things up. Bomb carrier once again. Reminder, once planning, it no longer adds to your payload, but will help towards score streaks. Pacers gonna open things up with an ERAD, but Zero's there to trade, so 3-on-3. Bittersweet drawing first blood. No one there to trade the second kill. However, Mad Cat, you see his angle, could find himself in trouble if those pink arrows directly behind can spot him.
Got a nice angle to look at Bomb, though. Not able to win that initial gunfight. Big kill there from Mox, giving his team the player advantage. Oh, and now Zero drops. All on Bance in the garage. 3 straight kills from Bittersweet as they'll tie this round up.
And that was all Mox, right? You win that gunfight against Mad Cat, you just open things up.
Yeah, getting that first blood is huge, especially, you know, when Mad Cat comes down. He initially sees you first, just Mox better shots there. Able to land that kill, which opened up the round.
Mad Cat, he is going to fall to Mox, who finishes with 2 kills. But I'd love to see what Mad Cat is going to do on defense. Splice, that's been their strength so far. Taking a look at Spacely, talking to his squad, the veteran representing FaZe, who passed away sadly here in the Call of Duty community. He will be missed, but he is represented this weekend. Spacely and the boys trying to answer back after losing in the hard point. Bittersweet with bomb in hand once again, making their way over to B.
It's going to be Spacely going straight through garage. Should be safely able to get this bomb down. And it's interesting, you know, a lot of teams now, they'll challenge this top plat area from the defensive side. You know, change comes in a few months ago. You get the spawn a little bit closer. Even now, you know, on the offensive side of the maps. But Splice plays so far back on the defensive end.
Jerd, he's going with the pre-fire. Llama runs right into it. Excellent pick here for Splice. It's the rare first blood, but Mox is able to find Zero, and now Lacefield takes out Mad Cat. So Bittersweet flipping the tables here. They have the man advantage 22 seconds before this bomb detonates.
Lacefield's in a fantastic position up top, able to win one more gunfight with the ERAD. finds the player right around the corner. He's not able to pick the kill up, but his teammate there to trade it out as Bittersweet takes yet another round.
Another look at Spacely. First blood specialist, this time working with Mox in the round-ending kill cam. Jerd, the final victim. We're going to another round here, and there is a look at their superstar. Mox, we've heard about him from online. Matt, have you had a chance to watch this man on LAN yet?
No, not a lot of opportunities to watch Mox on LAN, but in some of the past performances, the Gosu crew and whatnot, you've seen, you've heard he's done very well. So I was not worried about this team at all coming into this event.
Blazefield on your screen has been running the ERAD on the attack this time, setting up on defense, pulls out the K-bar, picks up one, looking for zero. Can't finish the shots, and Mad Cat comes in. The bait and switch from Splice gives them the man advantage. Bant still with bomb as Splice is on the attack. Mox and Spacely trying to stay up.
Spacely in a difficult position. Knows multiple players are on this bridge, and he can't have any teammate support here to trade this out right away because they can't just kind of leave Hotel Hallway wide open because an easy flank could come in the round in favor of Splice.
Spacely looking for the kill that will even this up at 2 apiece. Doesn't want to poke too far. Hesitates, Bance punishes, and Zero goes skydiving somehow, picking up the kill in the air. He was wall running for a minute before he got those shots off. Here it is. Look how high Zero gets to pick up the final shots. Long range, excellent precision.
Yeah, and Mox had him pretty weak. Yeah, Mox drilling some shots at range. Zero shots just a little bit better. It's a nice round is put together by Splice to tie this back up.
Mox 75% of the way towards a camo here, as we are still in the middle of game number 2. It's all tied up 3 apiece. Splice's defense has been very strong in their opening rounds. Just showed you what they can do on the attack. Llama God, though, going to be trading out kills. It's only Spacely left alive. 1 versus 2. Mad Cat and Bant still up for Splice.
And after Llama God picks up that first kill, he kind of backs down a little bit, but looked like he may have been able to win that second fight as well. And it's going to be Spacely taking out Mad Cat, forcing a 1v1. Not going to win it against Bance. The ERAD too strong at close range. Be Splice winning their second round in a row.
Spacely had an opportunity here, and he just misses wide left with the first shots, but look how fast Bance is going to melt him there with the SMG from about 5 feet away. You don't stand a chance. Bance and Splice, they take the lead here in Search and Destroy. They're up 1-0 in the best of 5. Will they be able to finish this game strong? They're back on the attack. Bance is getting ever closer to his camo, and he's a kill away from opening up with a Scarab here, which can be used either as a scout or to push players back from a bomb site.
And now that they know Spacely's at the end of the hotel hallway here, be interesting if they try and just jump out and challenge him. Yep, as soon as they know he's reloading, Jerd jumps out, wins that gunfight with ease. So another first blood in favor of Splice. They played that to perfection.
Jerd opening things up is leading his squad with 7 kills at this point. Llama God on your screen though from Bittersweet. The bomb down, he's looking for defenders, but it's Mad Cat who's gonna find him. Mox answers back with the kill on Mad Cat. Blazefield still patrolling. He hears the call from Mox, they're over here. Blazefield trying to get the angle, but that bomb timer is ticking away. 27 seconds before it detonates. You have to get to it, Matt, here in about the next 12.
And Blazefield, he's gonna dart down, try and make a play for the bomb, but his teammate died. 1v3, they know exactly where he is. He is as good as dead here. His players just coming in towards the garage. They're just toying with him at that moment. It's gonna be Splice getting close to taking map number 2.
Now, normally we kind of praise teams that are in position to trade out kills and work together. This time around, we saw Mox and Blazefield kind of split up in different directions. What was the game plan there, down a man on defense?
Oh, I mean, there's not much time left on the clock. You're searching for players all the way in the back, and I mean, you have to get over towards bomb. So Blazefield probably said, I'm gonna go to bomb. You go clear out that backside. Mox gets killed, and that's really where the round ends.
It's gonna be Bittersweet on the attack. Once they get the bomb planted, they can set up in those defenders' positions to protect it. Spacely gonna watch as Bance jumps forward with the ERAD and picks off Blazefield behind him. Now Space looking for an engagement of his own. Bance is there, and this time Spacely's gonna win the one-on-one, but Zero catches Llama God out in the open. Mox is there to trade. Kills going back and forth. It's a 2-on-2. Mox getting pressured, and it seems that Spacely got caught on the garage door, so Jerd, he could pick up the final kill here. It's all up to Spacely in the 1v2.
Oh man, if he slides under that garage, they probably get a little bit of better timing. At least have an opportunity to trade that kill that got on the Mox out. But Mad Cat guns down Spacely in the garage, and that'll be all she wrote for game number 2. It'll be Splice winning it 6-3.
Impressive stuff from Splice when it comes to search and destroy. It wasn't an individual's effort that won him the game. Everybody was playing their role. From Zero going with the crazy high wall runs to finish off Mox from across the map, or Jerd perfectly timing his attacks to get the first bloods. This was a team effort, and it shows in the scoreboard.
Yeah, it was really first bloods, the story for me. You know, Splice did a nice job, you know, getting those opening picks and then really taking advantage of them. We've seen so many times where teams, they get these first bloods, not able to close the rounds out. Splice, they got the first bloods, they closed the rounds out. They win map number 2.
Our buddy Proofy at the analyst desk, he said Bittersweet top 3. A lot of people saying Splice is going to finish top 3, and that's the one that's looking more and more likely as this match goes on. As we take a look back at games 1 and 2, Splice, they take over Hardpoint in the second half, and then they show their dominance in the second half of Search and Destroy. They're one game away from moving on to the winners bracket semifinals. We'll see if they can get it done on Frost coming up next. Coming into game 3, both Splice as well as Bittersweet are undefeated in uplink. Here's your G Fuel key player matchup, though, as we highlight Lamagod from Bittersweet and Zero from Splice.
Yeah, you see how good Lamagod has been this weekend for Bittersweet, the 1.34 KD, 11 total points, but Zero has been right there. Not as great as KD, but you see the work he does in the OBJ department.
Keep your eyes on these two players. That is your G Fuel key player matchup.
Best player in Infinite, is I excluding myself? Based on the last event solely, I would say Zero.
We gotta get it to Zero from Splice. The way he played at the last event was amazing. So props to Zero, you're an amazing player.
Karma's always been my best player pick.
Gun skill wise is Zero. Brains me.
I guess you have to give it to Trey, Zero, the European, just because of what he did last event.
The best player in Infinite Warfare is definitely Felony.
All three of the best players in IW play on my team.
so far so good for the boys of Splice. Their hardpoint and search and destroy has been great, but their best game mode by far has been uplink. And I just want to break this down for you before we get into it, because this could be a 3-0 sweep. I've highlighted the two key players to watch. This is Zero and Jerd. You even heard the guys there. The best player on the game potentially now is Zero. He's going to be lingering around this middle area. He's going to be given lines of sight here onto blue and also the rotation. But the man that you really want to be looking out for is Jerd. He's going to be the one that's causing a little bit of mayhem down in the sub-base, and naturally he will have the support of his teammates, but a simple route that he will be taking will be through the sub-base, but he will have the support and rotation of the likes of Zero and Co. Now, it's not just that simple. You will need to make the kills along the way, of course, and for me, I always call Frost a two-wave game, because you're going to need to make that first wave of kills, push that drone up, make that second wave, and you should be able to secure yourself 1 or maybe 2 points. Judging off Splice's uplink so far, it's been pretty good. Let's see if they can close this out with a 3-0 victory.
Momo, the European legend, a good-looking lad. Go ahead, Momo. You can just walk away now. Fantastic breakdown of how this is gonna work. I can't wait for this.
Momo's had the oddest telestrator segments. He comes on, he wants to say a lot, he doesn't say anything. They tell him to come to us, he's just lingering there for a bit. I actually agreed with what he said, though. If anyone paid attention to what he said, I actually did. I did. I agreed. I think Frost definitely a map where you can get the drone, you can't really kind of force it up the middle after one wave of 4 kills. You're going to have to kill them out of their base for a second time.
Now, my favorite part of watching uplink is Jerd. I mean, we talked about Zero. A lot of players saying he definitely deserved the MVP title at stage 1, and he's up in the running for greatest player in the game right now. But for me, when you watch uplink, watch Jerd. His fast play style, the SMG, the aggressive play. It's always so fun to watch, because not only does he get the early picks, he's also going to convert this into a 1-point toss or a 2-point dunk if he gets that extra kill.
Yeah, Jerd, very crafty with the movement. So I think when you get the drone in his hands, he can do a lot of nice things with it. You know, knocks down those 1-point throws with relative ease. And I think Splice, you know, you look at this team, you have Bance, Jerd, and Zero. 3 players who you really trust with the drone in their hands. I think it's definitely something a lot of other teams don't have.
And one of the scariest parts of Splice, you saw it at stage 1, then when they played up against Evil Geniuses, all 4 members are feeling comfortable with an ERAD in hand on this map. That's something that very few teams can pull off on the counter end. Very few teams are that good with SMGs. I think that is going to be one of the keys to victory for Splice in this one. If you're Bittersweet, you got to keep up the pace. You have to keep up with guys like Zero and Madcat, who are surprisingly strong with an ERAD on this map.
Yeah, I'm interested on the side for Bittersweet to see how Mox plays on this one specifically, just because he's a little bit of a slower AR player. We talked about it on Throwback. This is a map that's very fast. AR players typically have a pretty difficult time on this map because you have so many players coming at you so quick with SMGs. So interested to see how Mox plays in this 3rd map.
This is your winner's bracket, round 1. Only 8 teams advanced to the winner's bracket from pools. Splice, of course, they had a bit of a struggle early on, but on the other side of the stage, Bittersweet, they're undefeated in this tournament. They've gone to some game 5s, but this is the first time they find themselves down 0-2. Will they be able to battle back? Are they mentally strong? I think this game is going to tell us a lot about this new squad.
Look, Splice is a championship team. They turn up when it matters the most. You know, they get through groups. Now they go into the winner's bracket, and they probably look at that bracket and say, hey, guys, man, this first matchup against Bittersweet may be, in fact, our toughest going forward. Before we hit a winner bracket final, we need to come out and play our best.
Now, in the previous matchups, it was Splice playing Cloud9. That one was 6-3 Splice, relatively low scoring for Frost. When Bittersweet played, they went up against FaZe, and they were able to win that one 9-8, a nail-biter. Lots of interceptions were in those games, so keep your eyes not only on the players attacking with the drone, but the defenders. Can they jump up in front of that uplink satellite? Can they grab the drone out of the sky? To open things up, we go to Bance, who leads all players when it comes to scores per game. He's averaging 5.25 scores when it comes to uplink.
Pretty crazy number for Bance. And you wouldn't really kind of categorize him as their objective player, but you see the drone in hands of Mox going for a 1-point play. He's going to connect. So it's going to be Bittersweet getting on the board. First, Lamagod working on 3 streak and make it 4. As he just destroys Zero with the ERAD. Lamagod getting off to a good start here in our 3rd map.
The mammal deity Lamagod doing work early on. It leads to a 1-point play. Mox, putting in the first score, but now it's Splice's opportunity. You have Bance looking for the 1-point toss. He has 2 players in front of him. It's gonna be Jerd, the key one though. And there is the interception we talked about. Lacefield picks up 2 kills. The drone is snagged from him on the way down, and that's gonna keep Bittersweet with the lead.
Yeah, Bittersweet just times their jumps. They had 2 or 3 players there going up into their goal. That throw was not going to go in. Bance would need to wait a little bit longer to make that throw go in. Just get those players coming on the way down, not on the way up. But you see Lamagot now out of position. The drone going the other way. Splice trying to turn this into points.
And Jerd is all alone. He knows there's 2 defenders, so he's just gonna reset his armor, waiting for teammates to come help or even distract. Tries to thread the needle there to the right. Unfortunately, it's just down and to the right. Is this drone gonna be cleared? It looks like it is, Matt. And now it's on the move in the hands of Lamagot. Bittersweet looking for the counterplay.
Yeah, Bittersweet pretty fortunate there. They're gonna get, oh, it's gonna be Madcap flying in.
No
picking
points
it up.
yet.
Thought we were gonna see a 1-point play go through. But if that drone doesn't go off the map, Bance gets into their base, picks up a 2-piece, grabs that drone. That is a 2-point play for Splice. So Bittersweet gets pretty fortunate there.
3 kills in the feed in favor of Splice. Drone moving up. Mad Cat's gonna dump this one off. He wants to be a blocker. The drone's gonna be thrown through by Bance. That is the first of his 5.25 average. We'll see, will he continue to get some dunks as this game goes on. Spacely cleans up 2 in the middle of the sub. Looking for a third, a 3 streak now for Spacely, and now a 4th. He's killed every member of Splice. He's gonna try and do it one more time as they come in for a dunk.
Oh, but it was actually Jerd on the other side of the map, so he picks up a kill and then he gets the drone off. So you were on Spacely's POV. Like, oh, he's just murdering through everybody. Where's his teammates? That's exactly what Phil was talking about. You got to get 2 waves of kills. Spacely pushes forward. There's some players that get lingering behind from Splice. They were able to stop that push.
Bance is playing phenomenal. 9 and 4 at this point, more than double positive. He's already been involved in the objective play, and he's leading the charge here. The defenders of Bittersweet will pick him up, but that drone should have gone in. That is the 2nd miss from Jerd. Some of the most rare misses I've ever seen. This is a guy who hits 90% of his shots.
Yeah, the first one was pretty tough. You know, the first throw he missed, he's coming through the window, 2 players, but that is one he definitely should have connected with. There are some points that are left, not on the board in favor of Splice there. Jerd had an opportunity to put them up 1.
Now you wonder what Spacely's doing. If you look at the mini-map, he's surrounded by all of those yellow arrows. Consider those sharks, basically. And Spacely, he's the chum, baiting everyone to the sub-bay. Meanwhile, trying to buy time for his teammates to come off spawn and take control of the outdoor area. Unfortunately, though, your E-Rads, they're not as strong as the boys on Splice. Bance picking up more kills. Mad Cat's in the feed. Seems at short range, Splice, they're just winning these one-on-ones.
Yeah, and this is a map we've seen them do this on. You see Zero with a K-bar in hand. He's just going to try and lock down this middle of the map, able to pick up 2. One more player, Jerd, comes in and cleans it up. And now they know where this last player is. They're going to take the drone far away from Lacefield. They're going to try and push this one back in towards Sub-Bay. Only a minute left. Splice trying to add to their score.
Zero was dribbling the drone, leaves it behind for a teammate, but Mox single-handedly stops this from being a dunk. He picks up 2 kills, an interception comes in. The score's still 1-1. How many times have we seen Splice threaten inside Bittersweet's base, but it's an individual player that goes off with either an interception or some key kills?
Yeah, that time Mad Cat trying to get a 1-point play going through, but it was Lacefield with the interception. But it does not matter. Splice off the spawn. They pick up a few kills, but not able to get that 2nd wave. 3 kills come in favor of Bittersweet. Mad Cat still, though, the only one alive. Gets 2. Is he able to get the 4th? Oh, no, not able to get that 4th player. Everybody else spawns up in that back helipad. That would have been a sick play. Mad Cat had actually gotten 2 kills, picked up a 3rd, not able to pick up that 4th kill in time.
If only the E-Rad printed those bullets just a little bit faster. Lamagot, with 10 seconds left, is going to go for 1 desperation throw. He's going to get there with about 2 on the clock, I believe. But does he have enough height to get this one in? Buzzer beater, not going to happen. Couldn't get there in time as he went for the low wall run.
But still, if you're Bittersweet, keep it low scoring. You know, you don't have that explosive slaying to go at Splice with these E-Rads in hand. You keep it low scoring, you keep yourself with a chance to win this game.
And there is just a prime example of what Jerd does in the round-ending kill cam, sliding around, dodging the shots. Splice. They come into this one all tied up, but they have a 2-game advantage in the best of 5. A win here in the second half sends them to the winner's semis. Bittersweet, they need to win 3 straight games, and they're looking to take the lead early on here as the second half kicks off.
See Lamagot trying to work his way towards drone mid-map. He's going to get a touch on it and now bring it back towards his teammates. And you see Splice. As soon as 2 players drop, they back all the way up they're going to make Bittersweet outgun them, trying to push forward.
Scarab blown up, and so is the rest of the team. Lamagod cutting through players. His teammate Mox with drone, 2 defenders in position, and that one was read like a book. Bant snatches it from the sky. He's 75% of the way to that camo, which could be devastating as this game goes on. On the other end, Mox, he's only about 60. He needs to score more kills and be the first one to put this camo into action.
And another interception on the other end. So you
again.
see Lacefield with his second interception of the game. I don't know if that one would have went in. It looked like it was going to fall a little bit short. You see some streaks being called down now. Spacely and Co. trying to work their way through sub bay. But it seems like, Chris, every time we see these teams go off, they get the drone, they get that first wave of kills. It's that second wave of kills that Phil was talking about that they're not able to pick up.
Yeah, I mean, you have a man without a gun, right? You have the drone in hand, so you're going to be outgunned every time. I feel like maybe there's a little bit too much pressure from the Bittersweet players thinking they have to force it through. Big plays from Zero, though, in the base. Almost gets it there, but the goal line defense is going to stall it for about 10 more seconds until Mad Cat's able to pick up the rebound and dunk that one home.
That time you saw the second wave come in for Splice, but now it's going to be Bittersweet on offense here. It's going to be 3 kills in their favor. They have the drone in a good spot. Let's see if Lamagod, he's going to throw it down. He's going to set up, try and pick up some more kills. And this may not result in points. It's going to be 1, but it got kind of scary there. If Lamagod goes forward with the drone, that may have been a 2-point play.
I don't know. I think he did everything right there, because if he gets those 2 kills, it's a guaranteed dunk. You have 2 players behind you. Even if you trade out just one-on-one, you're giving yourself a better opportunity. So I like that Bittersweet is mixing things up, because clearly going for just 1-point tosses, it's not going to work. Too many people in position to intercept from Splice. Now, though, keep your eyes on the payloads. Mad Cat has unlocked his overdrive. That's going to give him superhuman speed as he could dunk one through. At this point, though, he's just looking for the spawners. The drone's going to pick up a melee as Zero. He's going to do it all by himself. Mad Cat blocks the spawns, and the dunk goes through to make this a 2-possession game.
Yeah, that melee was huge by Zero. He cuts from the top side of your minimap all the way back towards your middle. They're able to put in a 2-point score. And now Lacefield, he gets drones, Spacely with yet another 2-piece. I feel like we said that a few times, but they're not able to turn into points. Lacefield forced to throw the drone down. Players converge from Splice.
Looking at the numbers, I mean, Lamagod continues to impress at +6. Spacely slowing down a little bit. He's -3. Lacefield, not a big factor in the attacking game at -8, but he has had those 3 massive interceptions to keep this game close. But as this game goes on, Splice, they're winning more and more gunfights, and they are starting to rack up the scores. Another interception coming in as the score remains 5-2. But man, this is getting dangerously close every single time Splice attacks.
Yeah, Bittersweet just playing so far in the back of their base. They just cannot get out of this area. You know, whether it's Mad Cat coming through the sub bay, Zero, making plays with the drone. More kills come in favor of Splice. They have active camo. They're going to pass it forward to Bance, and here it comes.
Here comes the pain train. Choo-choo. Bance is going to clean up the kills afterwards. They're looking for a second round. Unfortunately, 2 players from Bittersweet, they're on the hot break. It's basically overdrive in it. He's going for the counter dunk. 1 player to beat, and what a play from Zero. Smacks Spacely out of the sky. The drone drops without scoring. Splice looking to send this one home strong.
As if it couldn't get worse for Bittersweet here in map number 3. Spacely pops the overdrive, thinks he's home free for a 2-point play. Zero meets him at the goal, rejects him for that 2-point score. Now Zero on the other end trying to get this 1-point toss off, not going to connect, but man, Bittersweet, this has been a rough game number 3 for them.
We talk about the ERADs, Matt, and I think that was the difference maker. Keep your eyes on the kill feed bottom left. What do you see? It's Mad Cat, it's Churd, it's Bance, all with the ERAD in hand. Only Zero was running the K-bar. He's picking up quite a few kills himself at 25 and 23, but it's the other 3 from Splice that have been setting the tone in this game.
Yeah, it's just been the pressure from Splice. It has been way too much for Bittersweet. Zero with a melee, pops reactive, trying to lead the way for some more points. They would have had him if they wanted him, but it doesn't matter. 12 seconds left. This game's going to Splice.
Bittersweet, they're not out of the tournament, but they're heading to the losers bracket. Splice moving on to your winners bracket semifinal. Give it up for your Stage 1 champions. What a team effort all 3 games. It got close at times, The first half of the hard point, so tight. Splice, though, they turn up in the second half. They blow out the doors from Bittersweet. The search and destroy, 3-3. It's tied for a moment. Second half, it's all Splice again. In this uplink, though, I feel like it was just Splice from the beginning. They had so many opportunities to score, and they really made those count in the second half.
Yeah, that is the Splice we saw at the Stage 1 playoffs for the Global Pro League. We did not see it thus far this weekend. I kind of agreed with the analysts. I didn't know what to think of them coming into this match, but they showed up in a big way.
Congratulations to Bittersweet for going perfect in your pool. The bad news is Splice slipped up and you had to meet him in round number 1. So Splice is moving forward, and I know all eyes are now going to turn to Epsilon and E United. Are we going to see that rematch for Splice a little bit later in this tournament? Remember last time they matched up, it was Epsilon who beat them in the grand finals, not once in a best of 5, but a perfect twice, 6 straight games.
Oh yeah, I mean, I know Splice, speaking of those guys, they definitely want revenge against that Epsilon lineup. But Epsilon, to get there, they'd have to go through an E United team who has a lot to prove this weekend.
A lot going on still here in Anaheim, and I can't wait to hear from the players right now. We got our Stage 1 MVP on the main stage with Courage.
We most certainly do. Splice just made it look easy on the main stage going up against Bittersweet. You've stopped their very hot road so far, so congratulations to you there, Zero. But first off, I just asked you, who you even lost to so far this weekend? You said Rise Nation. I want to talk first about what did not work in that series.
Well, we didn't start off hot. We haven't really started off hot that well in the hard points. We've always started off slow, which kind of hinders us like further on in the games. S&D, they're a really good S&D team. That's what they're known for. So, and no one's played them since the Stage 1 week. Yeah. So, yeah, it was a new team to play basically. Yeah. We didn't know what they were doing. So yeah, that's basically what happened.
Well, you guys have most certainly bounced back from that one, cooling down Bittersweet there. Moving forward, though, another, guaranteed top 6 now for you boys. Looking ahead in this tournament now, is there anyone you guys are afraid of, who you're watching out for, who you're trying to study as you could potentially face them later on?
I'm not scared of anyone. My team aren't scared of anyone either. We just want to play Optic, really. Yeah. That's who we want to play. That's how you cement your mark in this game, by beating Optic, which I consider the best.
Well, one final question for you. You're not the only European team still in it. Obviously, still matches going on all around the venue. Any words for European brothers out there? Anyone watching online rooting on this region?
I mean, we're here to win. I'm not here to. We're still in a tournament. I'm not here to support anyone. So, no.
Oh, I like it. All right, it's you versus the world. Zero's the MVP for a reason. Congratulations again, my friend. They'll be playing on more this weekend, but for now, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, more action on the CWL Anaheim Open main stage. We've got one final match tonight, Optic Gaming versus Luminosity.
Welcome back to the studio, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, here at day 2 of the CWL Anaheim Open. Plenty of games going on our side stations, but congratulations, of course, to Splyce. They progressed through to the winners bracket semifinal after that 3-0 victory. But for now, I do want to go to a live looking over on the Charlie station. Team Envious are fighting up against Allegiance in what is an interesting game. This is for top 24. And Envy was down 2-0. They did manage to win map number 3, and I believe they are ahead as well in the uplink. We'll jump into that one. Current score 191 to 119, but an interesting little gem. Proof, I was curious, right? Because when I found out that Envy was 2-0 down, I was like, I wonder what that worst placement in history would be. Well, if they lose this, that's it. The second worst placement actually involved you. So sorry to go down memory lane, but
I need them to replace that record. I need them to replace that.
Back to UMG Atlanta 2013 top 16. That's currently Envious's worst ever placement in Call of Duty history.
Why'd you do that?
You know what? I need them to win. I want to be remembered on Envy for something, even if it is a top 16.
Oh, dearie me. Well, for Envy, they are ahead here. And they're looking to try and force a game 5. But just watching this game briefly, it hasn't looked like the same Team Envious we're used to watching, Merc.
The same? Well, actually it has. They've been pretty horrible.
Touche.
Unfortunately, I mean, it's just kind of what's been happening. I mean, recently we're just not sure what's going on, whether it's chemistry, you know. I mean, finally you're getting a great game out of John and Slasher. Apathy, I believe, in game 2 dropped like 12 kills and they lost it. Again, they went down 2-0. The only game they've won this weekend is a reverse sweep. So they're making it very difficult on themselves. And yes, if they lose this, they would finish like top 24. That's absolutely ridiculous. Nobody would have predicted that.
I swear it feels like Envious always goes to game 5s. No matter what the roster is, they're always going to game 5. They're always putting them pressures on themselves. And I know Hastro probably watches events like, oh my God, here we go again. Another game 5. I'm getting too old for this.
Just saying that too, huh? He's getting old. Guy's worse than Stro this.
Right. Oh, God. His blood pressure. Not going to be good. As it stands out, 240 to 134. Envy with a sizable lead here against this Allegiance squad. However, Spoof, who has impressed you, Teep, you keep saying, oh, you know, Spoof's playing well, Spoof's playing well.
Just love his gamer tag.
It's pretty good. It just reminds me of Proof. I think he ripped it off.
Gamer tag.
Copyright, dude. You should have put some copyright on that. But 244, 148. Allegiance still in it for now, but the question for how long doesn't look like much longer. If it does go the distance to a game 5, I'm curious to get your thoughts. It's going to be a retaliation S&D team. Are you confident there with Team Envy?
I think you have to be, and for how many times these semi-pro teams have gone up in a series, it seems like they play all their cards out, all their energy sort of goes out in that series overall, and that's what allows these guys to perform or get reverse sweeped on. So I think if it does go down to it, which looks like Envy only needs 2 points left here in this hard point. One more thing I want to bring up though is John, 33 and 14. Has he had a game like that in Infinite Warfare?
I'm not sure. I think that might be
That's
the best
John
game he's
we
had in a
I'm
while.
saying, like last year, it seemed like every other hard point he was dropping like 40 kills, just making it look easy. Where has that John been? Finally, he shows up there at the perfect time. They don't want to get top 24, but we need to see that a little bit earlier on in the tournament for these guys. The fact that he hasn't been there is just causing a lot of issues for these guys in the slaying category. We get it there, though. We're going to see him at 5. It's going to be very fun to watch.
Well, that series, of course, still going to be commencing elsewhere on the Delta station. Mindfreaker taking on Vitality. So happy for you Aussies, they finally won a map. Let's go.
They did it.
They won the hard point 250 to 181. I was thrilled. Then we went to map number 2 and it was 6-1 Mindfreak. I was like, oh, here we go. They're going to have a series and like a series win. Then Vitality win the link 9-4. And I can tell you, looking at the left-hand side screen, I believe it is going to be Vitality who are up 208 to 125. So potentially another game 5. Of course, those last 2 games that we're seeing, they're losers bracket matchup. You lose that, you're top 24. Very, very poor performance, or poor result, I should say, for those squads. As well, elsewhere, we did have a winners bracket round number 1 game. That was Epsilon versus E United. That one, Proof, Merc, I know you guys were watching that one. It started off very, very well, Proof, for United. It was a 250 to 157 win.
Almost 3 players on E United having 30 bombs. And after I saw that, I was like, okay, I shouldn't have said E United is gunless without gunless. But then the next 3 maps are all in Epsilon's favor. It was no contest. I could break it down. The 6-1 was the search and destroy. I don't feel like E United could get anything going. Then you go into the uplink. It's 3-2 at halftime. Vortex is 18 and 11.
Wow.
and then they stop RCD's camo play to tie it up 7-7 and reverse that into a dunk. I think that's where they lost the uplink.
I think the crazy thing, Mark, was the game 4, right? 250 to 64. It almost felt like United just unplugged their controllers.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Dave was just going off, but here we are in game 1, and again, United, they came out swinging. Epsilon, very slow start. Just seems like maybe they were just warming up. Sometimes that happens. You know, maybe you haven't played for a while. I mean, we've sort of all been through that. Sometimes it takes a little bit to get back in that zone, but you can see we thought for sure. Yeah, Pristina going off. Silly, triple positive at this point. They did a great job, but you can see at this point, I believe that score was, they were up like 100, 150 points. Epsilon started clawing back. You could tell that they were warming up, but game number 2 was all Epsilon, as Proof said, 6-1. And this is what we were talking about was, when you replace a player, Search and Destroy is that game mode that's just affected so much more than anything else. It requires so much teamwork, just split decisions, where like Retaliation S&D with Gunless, that was like almost a guaranteed win with those guys.
Right.
I remember so many games where Gunless was just going off, dropping 10+ kills. It's a huge effect on their Search and Destroy game. And then here's that crazy game number 3.
Yep, of course, you see it on your screens now, the replay package coming through. For Epsilon, they managed to clutch up when they need to, and that is going to be the important thing. 9-5, the final score in the European favor. And of course, that will now set up Battle of Europe in our winners bracket semifinal. Splyce versus Epsilon. Excited to see that one get underway. Of course, that will be tomorrow on Championship Sunday. Curious to get your thoughts on that matchup. I do actually want to hear how you see that one going. Mirk, I'll start with you.
Oh, man, that's tough. Obviously, Epsilon beat them twice at Birmingham. Well, Splyce beat them once in the winter final. Then we go to the grand final. Epsilon comes back, beats them 6-0. It makes it look very easy. Splyce, though, they just said, we weren't really in that series. Things just weren't going right. I think it'll go the distance. I am going to go. I think I'm going to stick with Splyce. I do really want to see that Splyce versus Optic final, but I think it will go to a game number 5.
Real quick, want to just jump into a Delta live look. Of course, this is actually going to be Mindfreak versus Vitality, and as you can see, it's 244, 243. The Australians fighting for their lives. The kills coming through. Look at Buzzo. It looks good for Mindfreak to take it, and they will indeed. 250 to 244, a great result from them, and Mindfreak now will have that first series win under their belt. I'm calling it. They're going on a loser's bracket streak, team.
I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's enough momentum.
That was the boldest prediction.
Yeah, you want to. Okay, Ben, settle down.
Mindfreak top 8.
How far is that run, man?
Top 8.
Wow, that's a sprint. Oh my God.
Yeah, but hey, first series win. It's some sort of momentum for these guys, and most importantly, Buzzo has a killer game right there. What did he finish with? 35 kills, something like that. A huge performance from him. Finally, that we have been waiting so long through Anaheim, or a lot of tournaments in general, to see. So it's a good start for them.
Obviously, just to go back to the original point, the Splyce versus Epsilon matchup. Proof. What are your thoughts on that? How that one's going to go down?
I think that's going to go to Game 5 as well. I think Splyce comes out 3-2, and they get to play. They get to play each other more often, being from the same region. So I know they know each other's play styles.
Okay. All right. TP, how do you see the series going?
I think that last series you saw from them, where Epsilon was able to take it 6-0. It was a purely confidence thing for me and Splyce. They weren't really sure what they were capable of at that time. They got the Stage 1 playoff win under their belt, beating some of the best teams that we have in the CWL. I have Splyce taking that one fairly convincingly 3-1.
Okay, well, of course, we saw Splyce with the 3-0 result over Bittersweet. Sadly for Bittersweet, their fairy tale run does put an end. Of course, they're still in the tournament. They go down into that loser's bracket, and of course, so they still have their chance. But I do want to go take a look at some of the score streak questions we were asking. Score streak prediction game. It's to mlg.tv/COD. Map number 1, we asked, will any player finish game 1 with minute 45 or more hardpoint time? 67% of you said yes. 33% of you said no, and that was the correct answer. Of course, this was Bittersweet Splyce. Hardpoint throwback. It ends 250 to 167. T, would you have said yes or no on that one?
It's a really tough one. I think I would have said yes, though. A lot of these times, especially in a lot of these hard points, I feel like these guys are getting 2 minutes pretty consistently, at least one of them. So I think I would have got that one wrong.
At least you're honest.
Yeah, being honest.
I definitely would have went with no. I think it's hard to get a minute and 45 unless you're Nelson.
Well, yeah, I guess so. No, but yeah, throwback hardpoint is very contest heavy. I just think a minute 45 is a little bit too much more on that. But a map like Retaliation, or a breakout where your teammates can sort of push, and you're just kind of hanging out in the hill because your teammates have pushed the spawns out so far. One of those maps I definitely would have went with, yes.
Very true. All right, map number 2, of course, and that was the Retail Search and Destroy. Splyce take it 6-3. We asked, will Llama finish with 8 or more kills in game 2? 45% said yes, 55% said no. He did finish with 4 kills. I mean, has Llama impressed you in Search and Destroy team?
Oh, most definitely. He's been probably, arguably their best player, but I think that was more leaning towards the respawn side of things. I'm not really sure how he's been doing S&D-wise, so I think I would have gone with the crowd in that one and said no.
Okay, fair enough. Both in agreement there?
I think I would have went with A, just because the one time I did get to see Llama, he clutched a 1v3 on throwback in Search. They're all flying through the window on him, he just pieces them all up. I'm like, okay, fair enough. Give it to him.
Fair enough.
No, yeah, I think I would have went with no. I think Mox has really been one of their better S&D players. He's picking up a lot of kills with the NV4, so for Llama, you know, 8 kills, that's a pretty darn good game, but I probably would have said no.
Fair enough. Game 3, of course, that was the uplink on Frost. 8-2, Splyce take it. We asked, how many points will Splyce score in the first half of game 3? 3% got it right. It was 0-2. They only got 1 point. 69% were feeling a little ambitious there. 3-5. 4% said 9 or more. That's very ambitious. I feel like Splyce uplink. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like all of you would have got that one wrong.
Yeah, 100%. I was going with B or C.
Whoever the 3% is, they're just like, yep, that's the one.
They just hate Europe. They just hate Europe. They're just like, they flip the coin. They're like, all right. Hey.
I would have said C for sure. Splyce, one of the best uplink teams.
Right.
Yeah.
Completely agree. All right, we'll take a look now at our leaderboard, see if the highest streak has currently been broken. It's 12, and it's still XZBen97_. Reaper right behind him, but the 7 was knocked off. There was a 7 down there previously, so 8 is that benchmark. And of course, you can play the score streak prediction game exclusively at mlg.tv/COD. Right there, you'll find the enhanced viewing experience with up-to-date event statistics, the score streak prediction game, of course, and source quality. Everyone loves a good old source quality, that's for sure, but the prediction game, my favorite. Of course, you can win badges. You can really show off just how good you are at predicting the result. And again, moving forward, we should talk a little bit about NBA ALG. That is in Game 5. We are going to go to a live look in that match. Of course, that's the Charlie Station. For Envy, it's a lot on the line. You don't want to finish top 24. It'd be their worst placing in Call of Duty esports history for that organization. They were currently 2-0 down, I should say, to ALG. They're starting that reverse sweep. And it's a weird one, see, because we've seen so many potential reverse sweeps here in Anaheim.
Yeah, it all starts with that map number 3. We've called it the swing game for however long now, and it just always proves true. For whatever reason, that momentum boost that you get, and more importantly, even more momentum on that map number 4 hardpoint. And when you're just slaying out that much, I feel like whoever is that player that goes off on the map number 4 is going to carry that confidence, that gun skill overall into the search and destroy.
Yeah, I agree. It's like calling a timeout. You get that map win, you slow the other team's momentum down, and you kind of build yours and go from there.
Yeah, well, the thing is, though, I mean, John, he was, what, 33 and a lot? Right now he's 0-3, and you need him to step it up. You also need, a player like Jacob to step up. He had a bad game 4, but he's stepping it up right now. So these are the 2 guys who you want to see do really well. And then Apathy, of course, he had 12 kills in that game number 2. He's obviously on par right now at 3-3.
And to bring John back up, man, in game 2, I believe he went 1-9 in the search as well. So he really needs to step it up for his team in S&D if they expect to win this.
Definitely does, and that's not the best start for him either. 0-4 now he will be. And meanwhile, it's going to be a 2 versus 2 situation. 55 seconds left here in round 4. I mean, is this looking good for MVT?
It's kind of a weird situation right now. Everyone on the map seems a little unsure of what the positioning is of the other team, but looks like a decisive decision going to be coming in pretty soon here. Some shots going down onto JCap, so he's going to have to relocate as soon as possible. 30 seconds left, though. They got to start making a play.
Yeah, time is ticking. And Envy recognize that, of course. They are on the attacking side here in this Search and Destroy, and Spoof is going to shut down App. The trade was there. Now you have yourself a 1 versus 1 situation. Believe at 3-1, JCap 5-2. Proof, do you believe right now?
I want to believe in JCap, but time is not on his side right now, and that's the only thing that's keeping me from going with him.
Well, is he going to go for the bait? Of course, 10 seconds left. Believe may actually try and push this. Bomb does go down. He should be able to win this gunfight.
Oh my God.
He should be able to win this gunfight. Well, that just went completely terribly. Jacob. Oh, Jacob. Oh, no.
Schnaplin, baby. Schnaplin.
JCap showing them 2 rings. No. That boy showing them rings.
And that's what you need from a guy like this. He always plays extremely well. I remember Dallas and just some of their stage 1 games. If it goes the distance, JCap, similar to Clayster, he's some of the guy that just deals with the pressure. He knows how to play.
Without being the party pooper there, I feel like, yeah, okay, that's a good big kill from Cap, but there's no way that should have even gone to that scenario there, T.
Well, especially on scaffolding, you can just kind of jump up and check bomb. You can really do anything, use the movement to your advantage. So even if he's not planning there, get some sort of advantage in the gunfight. He just played it so scared, and that just never works. Pro tip, never play scared in Call of Duty. Not going to work for you.
I would have liked for him to get better positioning. You chose scaffolding out of all the possible positions you could have got to look at bomb. I would have maybe went plat, maybe went street, anywhere else besides putting that one lane to check bomb.
There's 6 other places.
Right? So many other places. Plat would have been my best bet. After the initial gunfight where you saw him go to the bomb and he was shooting that Cap on bridge, I would have went right to Plat.
And again, that's one of those rounds where, like, I remember, who was it, Lethal and Rise, where someone lost on 1v1 and then the game just completely changes. This is one of those rounds where now the game changes, right? Like, NB picks up another round, and if they work off this momentum, it's going to be very scary for Allegiance because now the pressure's on.
Exactly, and how long is John going to have the donut? I don't think he's going to have it for long. Eventually, he's going to turn up.
Hey, man, you've been practicing your 007 theme tune.
Oh, we've been practicing it.
That's true. It's become an orchestra now.
Maybe
it really has.
Maybe he wants a donut.
John is 0-4.
No, we don't have Fat John anymore.
I wish we could see John's perspective. Of course, he is going to be number 8 on that mini-map. He's hanging around with his team. MB are up 3-2. Of course, last round we did see Spoof with his payload ready to use, but didn't use it, and it was a very unfavorable kind of position he put himself into.
It's just a weird situation when there's 2 players walking in front of you. You really expect him to get at least one over towards those market steps, but it doesn't really work out for him. The biggest question, though, is JCap going to be able to earn those ever-important streaks?
Oh, come on, John.
Well, there's your kill. He's now 50 points away. John is 0-5. Proofy, get ready. Start warming up those vocal cords because you may be singing very soon.
I'm not doing it for John. That's my boy.
Oh, you
he
have
goes back and sees that he's going to not talk to me for months, and I can't have that.
Yeah, you have to.
He makes me happy.
Nova versus Apathy. 1-versus-1 situation. Apathy currently 5-4. For Nova, he's 2-5. Of course, if Nova is able to clutch this up, it will be tied up 3-3. And for Envy, of course, that 4-2 lead looking very good. But Envy are on the attacking side, so do bear that in mind. And with 20 seconds left, Envy are going to have to make a decision sooner or later. And the only question is, will Nova read it properly? Time ticking, and that's going to be an easy win. And Allegiance tie things up, Merc.
Yeah, that's a huge win. And again, one of those 1v1 rounds where if that goes wrong, I mean, they have a 4-2 lead now. JCap's, what, 9-3 right now. Everything's just flowing well. And after winning sort of like 2 1v1s that you know you should have won, that's just demoralizing, you know, especially in a game number 5. And especially when you're up 2-0, there's just so much pressure on this Allegiance team now.
Yeah, there really is. Do you as a player, Proof, do you start thinking about the reverse sweep? Do you start thinking, oh, you know, we were 2-0 up? Is that something that creeps into players' minds?
Just always one map at a time for me, and that's one thing I always preach whenever I'm sitting with my teammates. Don't focus on the scoreboard. Don't focus on the map count. Just play the game. Zone in. Communicate with each other, have conversations, and get locked into the game.
Speaking to that point, I think the communication is the most important. You can never let your team get quiet after a loss in certain maps. On some of the teams I've been on, when it's just sort of that dead, quiet lull of communication, it's one of the worst feelings you can kind of have on a stage like this, where everything, your tournament life is on the line. You cannot get quiet. Keep talking.
Yep. As this round comes through, of course, the bomb has been planted. 38 seconds left. Cap's going to use the streaks and also find a pick. Never mind, the Spoof still does have that.
Let's go, John! Let's go, baby!
And John finally
There's no breadstick song.
Gets himself a kill. Hey, man, we can make a breadstick song if
don't
you want.
dare. Don't play with me.
Cap's got 12 kills. Hey, Merc, you said it. Cap's one of those players. He's used to this big stage. I mean, he's stepped up massively. 12-3. Envy in a good position here to close this one out, Teep.
I really like that call, too. Cap says, nah, I'm getting that defused. I'll probably get streaks again before any of you guys do it. So that's a heads-up call right there. You can tell that sort of experience from Cap is taking over. Yes, he's just getting close to another Scarab, but the fact that he'll be able to use that scout out for information and possibly earn even more, really love the call there. It's the little things that pay off in Call of Duty. I really like that.
And one of the things typically we see on like an offensive round is to go to that outer bomb site. They decided to do it on defense. Envy, they started off, they pushed out B. They said, okay, we can allow them to go to the bridge because we have this rocket. Typically you sort of see that flipped because you can plant the bomb.
Right.
Instead they called on defense. I like that play a lot. Cap's able to pick up 2 with a Trinity rocket. A great round by Envy.
Yeah, really well played. Good strategy coming from them. This one, though, still a 4 versus 4 here in round 8. Still waiting for that first blood to come through, but it should be coming in very, very soon. App puts down some shots, not able to find the pick, though. Team Envious may have to just kind of rethink that strategy as Slasher trying to get a little cheeky here, Teep.
Yeah, a bit of a weird spot here for Slasher, as there's a bunch of people surrounding him. Can't win the gunfight, though. Very quickly, JCap going to be stuck in the 1 versus 3, gets taken out, so even round count now. Most importantly, Cap is ended on that streak as well, so probably won't earn any more score streaks in the rest of this one.
I'm sweating right now, Ben. Nerve-wracking, you know? 4-4, this is tough. If you're Envy, you're like,
it's top 24, you lose.
Please just win, right? You're just like stressed out of your mind.
But it's like, it's embarrassing if you lose. Like the worst place.
You could quite literally go home tonight.
I mean, if you wanted to.
Yeah, sure. I'm just saying, you're out the tournament. I mean, Team Envious out the tournament on Saturday.
Yeah.
I mean, that's crazy. It's absurd. But as I said, they lose this top 24. It would be Team Envious's worst placement in Call of Duty history should it occur. Of course, Spoof has used his payload ability. No camo, Apathy, and Cap do have abilities to use, though. So I guess in terms of that, Envy do have a little bit of an advantage here, even though it is tied up, Team.
Yeah, for sure. Really expect them to try and pop some of these here. Apathy's going to get that first blood and still has the payload at the ready.
Off of that as well.
No, I think he already had it.
Did he?
So, yeah, he decided not to pop it. A lot of confidence from them. Double first blood now, 2 versus 4 scenario. It's looking really bad for ALG in this round.
And this is where you still see the experience of Envy. Yes, they've been struggling, but even in, deep in the rounds, they're still playing aggressive. What you'll see a lot of the times is teams, when they start losing, just giving up map control. And that just makes it tougher on yourselves. You still have to challenge those gunfights, sort of trust in yourself to win that. And this is a huge defensive round for Envy.
Believe in a 1 versus 3 situation. 24 seconds left, of course. For Allegiance, they are on the attacking side, and that was really almost impossible for him to win. Picked a direction, tried to win the gunfight, just unfortunately couldn't.
Now, if you're ALG right now, I feel like their confidence is just shot. You were up 2-0, now you're down 5-4. I feel like Envious is going to take this next round.
What? You a Debbie Downer.
I mean, look at their faces right now. They just look like they don't have it anymore.
They look like they're in the zone.
No, they're like, man, we just threw this series.
Not over just yet, of course. However, I think
Apathy does have that camo.
Yeah, I think when you kind of add that to the whole scenario, Merc, there's no way Envy should lose this round, or at least lose this game.
No, there's definitely a way.
Oh, there is?
We've seen it plenty of times, but Envy is one of those teams, they make smart decisions. And they typically don't choke these situations, but we shall see with all those payloads in use. And this is going to be a very tough retake for Allegiance.
Very, very tough indeed. 35 seconds left. Believe is going to find the first. That is John. Advantage numerically now to Allegiance. There's a second, almost the third. Slasher does win the gunfight. Of course, the Centurion is on that bomb site. Spoof desperately trying to find the final player. It's Cap. He goes down, and oh my God, we have ourselves a round 11 inbound. Allegiance versus Team Envious, a losers bracket matchup.
And I was worried because I didn't see Believe there. I didn't see him on that flank because I thought they just gave up that bomb plant. And that's what I was talking about the round before. You can't just give up the map because, it's 5-4. You have to challenge or trust yourselves, but Believe makes a good play. Somehow gets around Envy, and they're able to retake that bomb.
Hey, Proof. Looks like Team Envious is a little nervous now.
I mean, they still have the camo. I'm interested to see how they're going to use it this last round. You have to use it.
That's the key, right? It basically, the game is
guys, and he doesn't pop that. Sheesh.
Like, dude, what are you doing?
I don't know. Hanging out.
Hanging out, chilling.
Watching some Call of Duty.
8-7. All right, App. Let's see. I really just want to see App's perspective. I'm not even going to lie. He's the key player.
He is the player to watch this entire
He is the key player right here for Team Envious, and basically can make the play which could decide the entire series, or will decide the entire series if he's able to use it. Keep your eyes on that kill feed, of course, to see if App does fall. For now, it's still a 4 versus 4 situation. Still plenty of time to be played in this round. 52 seconds left.
Yeah, a lot of scouting going around on this map.
What's going to happen is they're using a lot of time, and when they actually do decide to go for that bomb plan, I feel like that's when the camo will be popped and for him to initiate that play.
Well, here is Apathy's perspective, and well,
there it goes.
There is that. No, not like this.
Oh, no.
Not like this. Spoof finds one. John is at a trade.
Not like this.
The camo used by Apathy, and It was used to absolute zero effect whatsoever. Mayhem's going to shut down Jacob Apathy, falls down John. He's in a 1 versus 3 situation. He was in a donut to start the map. Now currently at 3 and 7, 30 seconds left on the clock. Team Envious's hopes and dreams of a high placement here at MLG Anaheim rested in his hands. Only 20 seconds to work with. He has to make a play, and he has to make it now. I don't think Nova Believe or Mayhem are going to throw this one away. He's been spotted. He's weak. 12 seconds left, and Envious are going home. Top 24.
That is absolutely heartbreaking.
Hi.
Wow, I'm lost for words.
I mean, all three of you at some point throughout your career have represented Team Envious. This is a massive organization within Call of Duty Esports, and the worst placement ever.
It's probably most of those guys like worst placements, right? Like these 3 players, or well, 4 players have been around for a very long time. Just not their weekend at all. There's definitely something wrong, just chemistry-wise.
Wow.
We'll see what happens with this roster.
Now, at the end of that round, because he ran by that guy, was that guy able to get a pick that was on somebody else following Apathy?
He got the first blood. So instead of them getting that first kill easily, he just got a little unfortunate, didn't check all the way around the corner, gets his teammate blooded, basically. I don't know who to really blame in that situation. It's just, it's literally like,
if he looks a millimeter further to the right-hand side, he sees the guy in the corner.
Yeah. That's heartbreaking. I don't know. When they go back and watch that, they're going to beat themselves up.
Yeah, but congrats to Allegiance. You know, this is a team who fought out of the open bracket, beat a great team. They're now, what, top 20, you know, at Anaheim. So huge prop to those guys.
Well, of course, we still do have one more matchup to show you here at MLG Prime Time. That's everything from the studio for now. But up next on the main stage, it's Optic Gaming versus Luminosity. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MLG Anaheim, of course, the CWL Anaheim Open. Final game of day 2. Benson live from the studio, joined again by Merc, Proofy, and Chance. Thank you for joining us for this final game. It's Optic Gaming versus Luminosity. I'm so excited we get to see this matchup once again. Merc, will we see a similar result, however, this time?
I don't know, man. It's going to be very tough for Luminosity, as it always is, to consistently beat this Optic Gaming team, but I'm sure they're very confident, and it's something we always talk about. Luminosity, their ability to match the respawn power of Optic Gaming, it's just going to come down, I believe, to those search and destroys. And again, one of the biggest things you have to look at coming into this series is Crimsix versus Octane. Crimsix now running that NV4 for Optic Gaming. We'll see how he does.
For so long throughout Call of Duty Esports, you were known as the best AR shot in the game, so I have to get your opinions. Who wins this assault rifle battle? Is it going to be Octane, or does Crim have his number?
I think Crim is going to have his number. I've been watching Ian play with that NV4 this entire tournament, and my man is in bot mode.
Okay.
Ready for this.
Okay.
He's got this.
Is that a thing? Are people
Let's
allowed
go,
to have
Grim.
Octane's number? Can you do that?
Oh, he has his number.
I mean, bear in mind how well Octane has been playing
This
this.
is what's gonna
entire
happen. Crim's gonna kill him like 10 times and afterwards go. You know what that is? That's Octane getting swept off his fingers. That's what's happening.
I don't know. Chance, do you agree with that?
Well, I don't think it's going to be as easy as just shaking him off the fingertips. I think best case scenario, it's going to be a toe-to-toe matchup. Worst case, I think Optic definitely has the edge. I mean, I don't even think they've dropped the map so far this tournament. They've looked great, but I mean, LG, that's like the team designed to take OG down. They match up perfectly.
Let's take a look at the map set. Throwback, hardpoint, retail, search, frost, uplink. If it goes further, retail, hardpoint, and then a breakout, search, and destroy. Merc, give me your expert opinion here.
Well, I'm really excited because what we were just talking about, that Crim versus Octane duel, we're going to see it on Throwback Hardpoint, where we saw Crim6, go 30 and 10 in a game.
Yeah.
And that's just huge for them. If he's able to set up in those positions, you know, he seems very comfortable on that map. But in terms of the rest of the map set, I don't know, man. I think it's going to be very tough for Luminosity. That Frost uplink, there's going to be a lot of E-Rads, and, you know, you have Scump to deal with, and that's just not fun to do.
Very true.
You know, I see map 1 as throwback, and I'm going back to stage 1 playoffs where Octane just completely took Optic apart on this map.
Oh, no, but Crim has his number approved. No. Crim has his number. He's going to shake him off just like that, right?
No, he is. You know what? Screw what I just said. Screw stage 1 playoffs. Let's go, Ian.
All right, fair enough. Chance, your opinion?
I mean, if you're mixing things up, that's obviously great when it's working well, but LG, they're going to do their comfortable thing. They've been getting better and better and better. They're just trying to get to that #1 spot. Again, I think Optic has the edge. I think they pull this off 3-2, but LG, I mean, again, if they perform like they did back in the GPL, it could be a one-sided matchup.
Well, without further ado, it's time to get our final game of MLG Primetime underway.
Yes, baby!
Optic Gaming versus Luminosity.
Oh, we hype!
Send it down to our panel.
We're ready! Woo! This is gonna be a fun one, baby. Woo! We're giving ourselves a little bit of a pep talk as we get ready for Optic Gaming LG. The crowd fired up, ready to go. Jack, how you feeling? That's how we motivate each other.
Listen, California is known for being earthquake prone. I want this crowd to be so loud that they think we need to get the shelter because it's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. Optic Gaming versus Luminosity, and I can tell those boys right there want revenge from the stage 1 playoffs.
This is gonna be a wild one, and we take a look at it. I was looking through the maps. I mean, this certainly looks to be favored for Optic, but think about the history throughout this year. You know, they face in the Atlanta losers bracket. Optic takes it in a game 5. They face off in the Dallas winners bracket. Optic takes it in a game 5. Luminosity 2 weeks ago gets revenge. And what's interesting too, we talk about the difficulties sometimes for Optic in winners bracket round 1. Where'd they play Luminosity in Dallas? Winners bracket round 1. They got a victory there, but this might be an opening for LG, buddy.
Oh, most certainly. And this LG, as you mentioned, as of late, they've started to get Optic Gaming's number with that most recent victory. This team has been improving. There is no doubt across the game modes. Right here, though, they want to beat Optic Gaming at a major open LAN event. That is a difference. These are the events where Optic Gaming just seem to excel. There's a reason why they've won the last 2, and they're looking to do the same thing here in Anaheim.
Well, what's interesting, you know, we talk all year about Luminosity Search and Destroy. We saw them improve in stage 1. They're now sitting at 50% this weekend, which is a good enough for them to win tournaments, you think. But you look back to when they lost in the game 5 in Dallas Optic Gaming, they lost both the Search and Destroy. So I think a lot hinges on that. But what's also interesting is you're going into 2 hard points in this series, Retaliation and Throwback, in which both these teams are playing at 100% win rate. What does it come down to for you, buddy? This is going to be fun. All right, getting ready to go. Crowd getting into
I'm sorry, guess what I was doing?
Yeah, well, I saw you out of the corner of my eye walk off.
I ditched you. I was telling
man.
Our director, I know the people at home want to hear it. We want to have some listen-ins right away between these squads. Folks in the venue, it is prime time. It's Luminosity versus Optic Gaming, a rematch from the incredible series at the Stage 1 playoffs. Let's get it started.
Here we go, the countdown in. We are off to the races and kicking it off with Saints from Luminosity. This is going to be a bloodbath. We all want this to go the distance. Give me an epic game 5 of the first gunfight going to Saints. second there at the edge, opening up nicely here for LG. 3 down for Optic.
A big reason why Luminosity and crew have performed better as of late is because this man Saints is back into form. He was one of the most consistent players in competitive Call of Duty, the only player in the entirety of competitive Call of Duty in Call of Duty Ghosts to go positive every single major event. We know what Saints can bring to the team with slaying power. He needs to do it here against Optic Gaming.
Absolutely does. Looking at Karma right now at mid-map. Classic gonna get the better of him, but 3 kills going the way of Optic Gaming. Some points racking in now. About to cross that 20-point mark. And this would be huge. I mean, you get 30-plus points on this opening train platform.
Yeah.
Brilliant start from Optic Gaming, but look at the spawns. You take a look at that left side of the minimap. Luminosity ready and poised for bar.
And for everybody at home, this Scum just got blessed with the hip-fire bullet right there. For everybody at home, when we talk about a map like Throwback, it is a scrappy map. What we mean by that is it's very tough to hold a setup and get a full 60 at a hill. For example, Luminosity in full control. They've got the first 15 seconds, but Optic Gaming are now here to go for the contest.
I mean, we've seen a barn change hands 4 or 5 times sometimes, depending on the matchup. But here it is, the crew attacking for Optic Gaming. Formal finds 1, tries to snag the second, but Saints gets 2. Cutting down Formal and Crim6, and he's looking for more. Gets in behind several players. The streak up to 4 before he finally drops. Classic gonna be the last man to hold, and there you go. Optic Gaming gets the first break. The spawn is into Courtyard for Luminosity, and they're gonna attempt the flood, Jack.
Yeah, they're gonna go ahead and push this right away. They've got a pinch developing from either side. Crim6, Karma, Scum all getting shot in the back. It's only Krim who's putting up a fight, and by the way, Krim has had an electric weekend, one of his best events so far in Call of Duty Infinite Warfare in the 4 series they have played. But to say this is absolutely their biggest test. I would argue that Luminosity is almost better than every team they faced combined up to this point.
We're taking a look at the man Crim6 right now, who has been an absolute beast. We saw him drop on a 30-plus in 10 game. He's been a man on a mission. Formal's POV now, if he's trying to get it done, looking over the top. You see on X-Ray several players in the backside just doing what he can to contest right now, but Saints, quick shoulder, he cuts him down.
He's keeping it going. This is the second time he's been close to this Trinity rocket. A couple kills away. He's gonna push on through with his team, and right now everything's going right for LG Maven. They've even pushed through towards this right side of your minimap. The top right area of your minimap will be where the next hardpoint rotates to in 20 seconds. LG wanna hold these spawns, and it's Saints now with the Trinity rocket, 12 and 3, a 4.0 KD.
Oh, he's 7 in a row, looking to keep that going. As much as we highlighted Octane from the Stage 1 playoffs, Saints was as crucial to that. That was the best event we've seen from him the entire year.
No, I would say in years, not just the entire year.
That could be fair, but let's see if he can keep this streak going and tally up the bombardment. Sees several mid-map, the read peek and challenge comes finally. It's none other than Formal that can cut him down. That's a big kill from Formal, though. Make sure he doesn't get the bombardment.
And Octane now with the 2 streak for himself. Look at the scoreboard. This is what has always plagued Optic Gaming as of late against LG. Everyone positive on Luminosity Gaming. Many people would argue they're the only team in competitive Call of Duty that can even do that on a consistent basis, and they're showing it right here.
This was a team built to beat Optic, and you can see why they're capable of with the slaying power they have. Slacked, here at back bus, starting to get pushed, trying to use a little bit of cover there. Nice shots go in, but it's Scump and Krim able to get the better of them. Now the push will come around the back. It's Karma trying to make some kills. Not able to close it out, but Scump is there to follow it up. The contest is in, tries to snap, not able to get it done.
Yeah, and again, Crim6 with that NV4, he talked about how much better he's feeling with that weapon in hand. Right now, doing what he can. He's actually leading Optic Gaming in kills, but even he's struggling a little bit. Off game for Karma as well. It's 4 and 14 at the end of the first rotation. This game is all Luminosity, man.
Luminosity cruising right now. You can hear the crowd pretty quiet as they continue to cruise. The advantage now up to 80. It's Octane and that deadly NV4 who set up mid-map. The challenge comes. Doesn't miss a bullet and able to cut down a weak Crim6 there. We're right back to mid-map, and it's classic. Rolling 12 and 10. Everybody just cruising for LG, buddy.
If Optic Gaming want to win this game, they need to begin to win the gunfights on rotation. When Formal excels in slaying, it's when he can play from the position he's comfortable in. Right now, he's trying to have to retake these hills against some of the best shooting players in competitive Call of Duty on the side of LG, and it is not a winning formula for Optic Gaming. They have out-rotated OG on every single hard point this game, and it's why they're up by almost 90 seconds.
And it's that duo that we saw from Saints and Classic that really erupted at playoffs. They were manhandling the aggressive subs from the opposition. And look at it right now, Scump's trying to hold his own, but Karma's sitting at 7 and 17. He has got to pick it up if they're gonna counter what we're seeing from Classic and Saints. Now we're on with Scump, who's inside the hard point, trying to dodge nades and play his life as best he can. There's 40 seconds remaining here. You hold this full 40, you're right back in the game. Yeah. But this is a difficult score to come back from. You know how scrappy and back and forth it is.
Exactly. It goes back to what we talked about earlier. Great point to bring up there, Maven. This is a map where it is very hard to chain together and come back from these big leads. But again, if there's any team in the game, it's Optic Gaming who can do it, and this is where you begin to worry if you're an LG fan, because this man right here, Scump, on a 4 streak, trying to be the fire that ignites Optic Gaming to come back in this game.
Yeah, I was about to say, where you do it is picking up streaks as well, and he was getting awful close, but not able to do it. Slapped. All 3 members cut down from Optic Gaming. He's back inside, and you see the points continuing to tick for Luminosity.
And again on rotation, the first body there was LG, but nice job by Karma and Crimsix to finally get a couple kills to set up Optic Gaming early on. Slack just trying to stay alive so we can get a pinch going for his team. It's a 1-minute lead right now for LG. They're in a very good spot in this game. Still a ton of time left in the game clock as well, just over 3 minutes, so by no means will this be ending like that. But again, we have to highlight, look at Karma, 8 and 21. Second least amount of time on his team in the objective. He needs to turn things around as this game goes on.
Yeah, because we talk about, I mean, Karma, we know it's not the slaying that gets him through. It's the objective plays, the clutch plays, being a team leader when he needs to be. But you can't have him having games like this. He needs to sit around that 1.0 KD, which he frequently does. Right now, dragging the team down a bit. But it's not just him. There's a lot of people struggling on the Optic roster. And personally, I think that's more to highlight how good LG has been and how good the slaying prowess is on that team. Sure, we can say Optic Gaming can be off at times, but if LG blasts them at playoffs, then comes in and manhandles them here, is that an Optic Gaming thing or is that a Luminosity thing?
It's something crazy when you look at it so far. Up to this point this weekend, Maven, we have some great people behind the scenes working on stats. In the 4 hard points that Optic Gaming have played, they have outslayed their opponents by 19 kills. That is far from the case here, and look at the score because of it. If there has been a hill, though, where Optic have come back earlier on this weekend, it is right here on baseball. A full 40 seconds here would be a major difference maker.
It really would, and you know, Matt and I were talking about the fact that Optic Gaming maybe haven't been tested to this point, buddy.
What did I say earlier? When Optic rotate, Formal gets in position, there's few better at doing things like this. The 4 times multi-kill, the 7 streak, and it's because he's in the position he wants to be in. LG have to run into his sights, and there are no players in the game better than shooting than that man.
And those streaks could end up being the difference. They're bringing it back, trailing now by 30 points. Scump over the top, not able to get it done, and now it's a streak building for Slack. He's 27 and 20, just under a minute in the hard point, and 3 kills in a row here. It's going to be Luminosity back to mid-map, trying to put this out of reach from Optic Gaming.
Luminosity still have a few payloads to work with. Formal with that FTL jump, the only one on the side of Optic Gaming. But as Optic start to shoot better and better as this game goes on, you've got Scump here at +4, leading his team in the objective. They've just got to keep this close at mid-train, Maven, in my opinion. Rotate towards Barn, have the setup you want as Formal again snaps in the 2-piece. The man's heating up now, too. He's back to even.
He's needed to. I mean, he's even, but he's gone on, what, like a 10 and 2 stretch? They need him to play like that consistently throughout to mount this comeback. 20 seconds remaining on train. Holding the left side of the map for now is going to be Optic Gaming, so they have the spawns for Barn with Formal in this position. You see the spawns come in. Everybody pops at Barn side with 10 seconds left, and Formal continues to hold mid-map. He still has the Trinity rockets to work with. He has the FTL to work with, but now he needs to go big at mid-map. When the rotation comes in, he's at least able to pick up 1.
And he should spawn near this back market area. Oh, no, okay, so it will be a split, but this shouldn't be too bad for Optic Gaming. Crimsix will get back there in time. You've got a split push on the side of LG, but there's no one here in back market. Optic have nobody in this position. Classic popping the camo. He's gonna flood the objective. They're not ready for it. Nice break from Classic.
Nice break, but he does drop. Then a couple kills going back and forth. Finally, who's gonna be the last man standing? It's Octane that finds 2 inside, and now the spawn coming out far, all the way in blue for Optic Gaming. They have to fight back in.
Luminosity have used the active camo, reactive armor, as well as Centurion on this hard point. They want to get a full time on Barn. Optic doing what they can. If they can even just contest, try to split the rest of this time, that's best case scenario for them. But Luminosity, they invest a lot and they get a lot out of it. This lead now back up to almost 50 seconds.
Beautiful use of the payloads, and the clutch two-piece from Octane is what get it done. Optic's getting the kills in transition, but look at the spawn in from behind. Saints just spawns it blue. Are they going to be ready for it? Okay, so a little bit of a split spawn, but it's going to be fine. They're holding the bottom side of the map, and you saw Scump rotate over to deal with it. Now over to Formal. One kill in mid, several more here. It's Karma that's able to answer. You only need 20 more points for Luminosity.
Saw the shadow.
Down 50 is Optic Gaming. In behind is Formal. Finds 2 before dropping.
Optic trying to get every second they can get. 231 to 190 right now, the lead. Luminosity, their goal, do not let this get to the baseball hard point. We know Optic, they love the setup there. It's where they excel on this map. Still though a 40-second deficit for the green wall. Karma getting pushed, not ready for the challenge from Saints. What a game he's having, Maven. 37 and 26 with almost 90 seconds in the hard point.
And Formal just invested the Trinity Rocket, so he's not going to have it if they do get the statue. You're right, he has to.
Oh, no!
They only need 10 points, but Karma now snapping. He has Camo to work with, though, if they need to break. A couple ticks going the way of LG. Somebody's got to get into contest.
They just have to contest for 2 seconds, force the next hard point. Formal has done his job. Optic, now you need to fall back. Scum, get back towards your team, get towards a new hill.
You have no payloads available for Luminosity. Karma at least has Camo to work with. This holds the big one. They at least spawn close at blue. They're trying to get back in. Here comes the collapse. Luminosity has to break now. First kill to Crim6. Octane going to be able to trade it back, but Formal here to hold the backside. Can't get the second. Where's Karma? He has the Camo still. He has it if he needs to use it. Optic trying to mount an insane comeback here, Jack.
246 to 221. Karma and Formal still with payloads. LG not ready from the pinch from Crim6. It's going to be a 3-on-3. Karma with a drop on 1. Stops 2 more. 249 to 226. They cannot give up 1 more second.
He pushes blue window. This is good. Oh, I thought it'd be perfect with the timing, but Classic able to get in and win it.
Formal's got to go big. Formal in the back has to go big for his team. They're not ready for the push. LG are in. That's it. 250 to 237. That is what we love about these two teams, though. LG strike first in our best of 5.
What an absolute nail-biter we get there. Back and forth throughout. I mean, Saints, hot from the beginning. You get a really slow start from Optic, specifically Karma. He starts to come alive towards the end, but kind of too little too late.
Think of that right there. 1 second. When you get to that 249 mark, when we talk about you have to be perfect, you have to be more than just perfect right there, especially with 4 players of LG flooding. Right there with how Optic Gaming were set up. They were setting up like they still had a few seconds to work with. There was only 1 player in the hard point. LG knew, forget everybody else. Forget Formal who's watching the back. Forget Crim6 who's right outside the hill on the front. If we kill the person in the hard point and just split it with 3 of us, that 1 second will tick. They do just that. That was a last-second desperation push.
Well, we talk about how good these two teams are in hardpoint, how it might come down to that difference. Luminosity takes the game 1. Now, we're going to Retaliation, Search, and Destroy next. The last time these guys played it was in the series at Stage 1 playoffs. That's when it being the 6-5 victory for Optic Gaming when they had the crazy comeback. What are we going to get this time? Will it be another round 11? It's looking like it's going to be an insane series, pal.
Think of the story of this Optic Gaming team across the last 2 years. When they were first formed, it was their rivalry with FaZe Clan, right? The new breed of Clayster and crew who matched them in so many finals. Also the battles they had against Denial with Hook back in Advanced Warfare. Yeah. Another big one as well. As it goes on, that FaZe rivalry continues to develop. The start of Infinite Warfare, you have E United come into play, obviously with Gunless and some of those up-and-coming players. Now I think a new one is beginning to spread. It's LG as their new foe that they just can't seem to keep on top of.
Optic's been the final boss, right? It's basically been who's next. It's been the question. Who's going to be the team to contend against them? And we've said it for a long time. We've hyped up this Luminosity roster. Even last year when they were previously Rise, they were the team that would really challenge them throughout the first 6 months of the game in Black Ops 3. Now it seems like they've got it figured out. Saints is playing the best Call of Duty he has in a long time. Octane seems to be in a form that we've never seen him before. Classic is coming up with all those clutch plays. Everyone just seems to be on another level for this team, and Slack, you know, he's probably been the most consistent player.
Yeah, and I think it says a big thing too with that first map right there. Optic Gaming coming into, I believe, this series have the top 3 hardpoint KDs, which is just ridiculous of a stat line. Here's how it all broke down. You can see baseball was Optic Gaming's hill. But outside of that, Barn especially, LG, gotta give them props. They made the shot call to pop 3 of their most important payloads to get that time, and that time was the difference on that 13-second victory.
And I'd be curious to hear from Karma if that was just a rough game from him shot-wise. Or I know he jokes sometimes that he's like, man, my teammates all bait me. He's vocally said that on Twitter, like, they all bait me, man. I don't know if that was one of those ones where they just weren't on the same page. He was getting caught out, no one there to kind of help him. But, you know, when you see a 5 in front of your KD, that means you had a rough game for sure.
It really
bounce back.
It really is incredible to see how different of a player Formal is when he's in a setup that they want to have. First, when he's got to try to break a hill, and he's got someone like Octane in the back ready to fire at him. Most players, when Formal's going for a retake, can outshoot that AR in the back just out of natural skill. Octane is someone that knows how to beat Formal in that one-on-one, and most times he does just that, especially in the setup he wants. But either way, map 1 was close, Maven. I'm hoping we see the same thing here in Retaliation S&D.
Well, the question is, you know, this recent, in quotation marks, fix in the Search and Destroy game we've seen of Luminosity, does it keep holding strong? You know, they were plus 60% plus in Search and Destroy at stage 1, and in playoffs, they've been 50% here this weekend.
This is the only map they've yet to win in Search and Destroy.
And after you take game 1, the 50%, that gets it done in this series. You take one of these searches, either you're taking the game 2 and you've got complete control, you're winning it in the game 5. They just need to get 1 to take out Optic Gaming, and you know this is where Optic's been vulnerable in the past. This should be absolutely nuts, man.
I'm looking forward to it. Folks in the crowd, Anaheim, are you guys ready for game number 2? I love the thunder sticks. I love how loud everybody is. This will be some good stuff. It's LG on offense first. We talked about on Retaliation. This is an offense-heavy map, 58% win rate for the team trying to plant that bomb.
Hopping through some of the players now. We kicked it off with Saints in game 1. It's going to be Classic now in game 2. Your Centurion player, your bomb carrier as well. As he starts to move forward, Classic has a couple just on the opposite side of platform right here, just trying to get the angle. Sees him going vertical, finally spots him, knows he's got some pressure outside. Does he opt the challenge? Just putting in some shots, playing with his food for now.
Yeah, dancing all around. There you go. Finally gets a drop onto Karma. We'll go ahead and strike first blood, but it's Prim6 there with the quick little trade.
And that's going to be the key. When you have teams like this, where your strong suit is your accuracy, your slang, it's simply going to come down to trading effectively.
Formal either wins this round for Optic or loses.
That back play to that being the difference. The shot's a little bit off, doesn't finish the second. He does tag up 2, gives a lot of information to his team, but they're going to push the whole way through now, up through market, and try to wrap in behind Optic Gaming.
And Optic know this, so the timing window they have is as LG might go for this plant, they could potentially have a 3v2 number advantage while someone's planting that objective. Prim6 wins the 1v1 versus Octane. Talk about a statement gunfight right there for Prim.
It really is, especially, you know, with him being the kind of the new guy with the NV4 in hand. We know he can be deadly with it. Beautiful stuff against one of the best in the world in that regard. Saints and Slack may have the pinch here. Slack gets the first. Saints can collapse on the next if they need to, but it's going to be a 2 versus 2. 30 seconds left to play the defuse.
Prim has been spotted. It's Saints with the quick trade. 27 seconds remaining. Formal's been seen. Nice 2v3 from LG. That's one you cannot give up if you're Optic Gaming.
Yeah, and you know, Formal maybe not able to clutch it up, but caught in an awkward position there trying to swap to the ERAD. Nice play from Slack, cleaning out the final 2 at L.
I mean, here's a perfect example. Name an Optic player who's close to a teammate right there. That isn't the case. You have Krim on one side of the bridge, one member challenging towards L wall, Formal still pushing from back broken. They've got to play that closer together next time around if they're going to take that round. They cannot give that up to LG.
Round 2 underway. Now going to be Optic Gaming's opportunity on offense. Hit up with a jammer is Karma, playing a similar position that we saw Classic. Classic, though, had an ERAD in hand. A little bit easier if he's trying to push out onto that plat. Karma, though, has a teammate looking over him. Scump just peeking mid-map, trying to see what information he can gain.
Scump at least sees one towards lower street. 1 minute remaining in this round. Optic Gaming on offense. Remember, if you are just tuning in, this is a best of 5 in the winner's bracket, so loser of this series will not be eliminated from the tournament. They'll still play on tomorrow as they go for a loser's bracket run.
Well, Optic Gaming now has complete control of that A bridge. Karma getting the bomb down. With the new rules in play for Search and Destroy, not going to be any payload meter growing there with the bomb plant. Now they need to set up in a 4v4 post-plant position. They planted for the backside of bridge. They're holding it from that destroyed building. Karma has got to get away with his life. He's able to do it. Maybe baits a little bit as Formal's able to find one of the top. Formal finds two. Formal finds all three on the backside of bridge. There's only one left in Saints. He wants it. He wants the ace.
Yeah. I think Saints, though, wants to jump off the map, so he'll go ahead and over here. And
an assisted ace.
Yes. And there you go. Formal's three-piece. We'll give him the ace with an asterisk there. Nice work by him to basically solo hold the entire LGT.
And those are the plays, you know, Formal, Scump. Well, actually, you know, it's one of those rare lobbies where just about everybody in this lobby is capable of making a play like that.
Yeah.
With Formal going a huge way to tying this one up at 1-1.
I mean, he's trying to pad that 2.30 S&D KD, the #1 in the tournament that he has coming into this game. As now it's slacked, waiting for this pressure from Optic Gaming. Again, patio, so important. Optic with first blood, it's Formal again making waves.
I mean, Formal's got, what, 4 in a row. He does end up dropping quickly, becomes a 2 versus 2. We're on the Saints, spots one mid-map, he's going to drop. Now, Octane in a 1v2. Oh my God, if he finishes that, maybe gives himself a chance here, but for now, just has to wisely back down, play his life, and look for another attack.
Smart from Optic. Look, they know Octane is falling back to get to that cover. And when Octane's got an NV4 in that cover and they have 2 submachine guns, do not push that area. Optic will reset the map. 40 seconds remaining. Octane has to plant this objective or kill off both members of Optic Gaming.
Yeah, it's a party you don't want invited to.
No.
Him set up with cover there, but now the bomb will get planted. You see the green arrows on the minimap starting to collapse.
Because he planted there so he can run back towards market and watch with an NV4 from these long ranges. Optic will not be able to hop on this objective without being spotted from this position right here.
They've got to try and push him.
They know this
for him now.
They know this. They've got to go quick.
Here they come. 27 seconds on the clock. The pressure going to come. All they have to do is trade this out. Don't let him get one after another. Gets one, gets two. You just fed it to the beast. You can't make it that easy, pal.
Octane has impressed me so much as of late. You can tell the guy is back on his grind. It reminds me of when he first broke out in competitive Call of Duty back in Advanced Warfare.
But what's crazy to think about, you know, this is a guy we would knock for having, what, like a 1.2 KD in respawn. He dropped off to a 0.8. Right now, sitting at a 1.6 search and destroy KD. He had similar stats when you took a look at playoffs. He's turned it around.
Oh, yeah.
But he's doubled his KD in search and destroy.
Here's the thing. He's good across all the game modes there now, and it is absolutely paying dividends for LG.
But still, if you're Optic, you can't feed him like that. One go high, one go low, something. You can't body stack. It just seems like the communication was off. It looks sloppy. In a game of this magnitude, at a venue this iconic, you can't have plays like that, Jack.
Yeah, that was just an easy read. He knew both players had submachine guns, force them into those awkward gunfights. And again, Optic taking so long to rotate. LG have an opportunity to get first blood. There it is from Saints, 4 versus 3, as Optic try to plant the bomb.
They do get the bomb planted. Will they be able to match this and turn it into a 3 versus 3? Scump has spotted 1. Scump actually spotted 2. Formal gets a kill, but at the same time, Karma is going to drop. So you're still down a man for Optic Gaming. Formal's had some clutch moments thus far. Him and Scump, the duo, turn it into a 2 versus 2. Formal wins another one. Now, classic. The tides have turned, buddy. You've got to go ahead and clutch up. Just 20 seconds to work with. He's trying to hunt for these players.
I think he just got God timing. He just got God timing. 40 seconds left. Scump sees him, though.
God timing, but ran into God.
Yeah. One thing I will say, Slack shoes a little bit too big right there. Formal spots his tippy toes to at least bring that down to a 2v1. If Slack is about a foot more forward, I don't think Formal sees him, and then he gets the kill because of it.
Scump, Formal, getting it done. Now we're into round 5 here, buddy. Tied up 2-2.
This whole series should be close, man.
Last time they played, it went 11 rounds, buddy.
Well, let's hope we see it again here. Nice shot from Octane to force Crimsix to back on up. He does see 2 there, and who's the one that returns fire? It's Formal right away.
Slack, though, inching his way forward. This is where we saw Formal go big in a previous round. Can Slack do the same on the opposite side?
See, the powerful positioning here is that he cannot be challenged from anywhere. He is 100% safe when he's laying at that low side, because if someone's going to go flying across, not only will the call-outs come in, but he's got teammates watching over.
I feel like every time one of these guys peek, man, it's Formal putting shots at him. If somebody peeks from the opposite side, Octane's tagging him up.
Yeah.
Two of the deadliest in the business. Makes you scared to even show your head.
The strength of retaliation is forcing your opponents to rotate. And when LG see 3 Optic Gaming ARs pre-aiming this A site, they say, you know what? Let's go ahead and move. We have to show them the respect they deserve. There's no reason to run into these ARs and give up free kills.
Well, Formal the one in a position to likely make a play as he starts to get into Hotel. I think he just spotted Slacked on the backside. He's the one that's going to be able to collapse.
So much information. Saints just got so much information. Watch this play right here. He saw both these players crossing, calls it out to his teammates. He's playing it passive though, and he's giving Crimsix a chance. You cannot do that.
Slack, though, still trying to get it done. 1 versus 2. There's only 10 seconds to work with. The bomb's down. There's nothing they can do.
Run. All they have to do is run away. This round will be done and dusted. Crimsix with the round-saving 2-piece. Has some hesitation from Saints. Costs him right there.
I mean, the big thing, Formal's the one that gets the first kill to open up Platt. That allows Crim to get in that safe spot with him. And it's just a little bit of kind of fortunate timing there. As soon as he turns, well, Slack took just a little bit too much time and gets chopped down.
Yeah. And all right, Optic Gaming now up 3-2. What do they try to do here?
Looks like it's going to be a Crim versus Octane battle to kick things off at range. Crim doesn't want anything to do with that for now. He's got Formal to help him out in curb. Just looking close, see if he can catch anyone, maybe going high off of a wall run.
They don't have a grenade to blow up that car. That's rough.
Nothing to work with for right now. He's spotted 2, though. Got to try and get away with his life because he's been tagged.
Is there a point where if you're a player on Optic or LG, you just bring out a sniper to get first blood at bridge? You know they're going to be challenging high side with an N4.
Might be worth considering, but Octane is able to get the better of Formal at long range. Crim tagged up as well is going to have to back down. They do get the bomb plant. They've been doing a good job of getting it down. The problem is Karma's 1 and 3. He has 3 plants. This is close to Camo previously. Right now, not even near it, but Crim going big. He's able to get 2, just tagged the tippy toe, and now it's suddenly a 2 versus 2. Scump's getting pushed. He's weak. His nade doesn't go where he intends to, but still tries to peek. All 4 down. Plenty of time for the defuse. Back and forth we go. We're going to be tied up 3-3 headed into round 7.
And another big change we see from LG is now Octane running that active camo in Search and Destroy, especially with the numbers he's been putting up. Classic in the past, but obviously earn it from just planting that objective, but now not the case. As they'll give it back over to Octane, the guy who's been lights out all weekend. I have to say, I completely agree with it.
Yeah. I agree with you completely. But God, I mean, who's going to get the edge? I feel like no one's able to get just 2 rounds in a row right now. Just try to get a little bit of separation against their opposition. At least in game 1, you know, they were able to build a big lead.
FTL jump into bedroom.
Back. Wow.
Beat FTL play. Yes. Okay, so this is the push. They tried to FTL in the bedroom and they completely get destroyed because of it. That is such an obvious play. Karma and crew will ready for it. Crimsix is snapping. Octane though with camo, still possible. He's getting flanked.
He's pulled off a couple 1v2s, get some nice shots into Formal, but can't finish it, buddy.
That's a play that I don't like right there from Slack. You know Karma's been rushing onto Platt every single round. You cannot try to hop into bedroom with FTL jump and expect to be alive if Platt is not controlled by your team. That's a blunder, I think.
A little bit of a blunder may end up costing him in a game that's been so close. Will that be the difference? And, you know, we were on Karma a little bit for his game 1. Game 2 still struggling, man. 1 and 5. What do you think's going wrong for him right now?
Search and Destroy. It's luminosity with ARs. It's tough. Tough spot to excel in, especially when you're kind of the bait on top Platt. For example, every round he's the guy going there. There's a lot of 50-50 engagements. And LG are one of the better teams at making sure to secure that area.
Well, this time he was able to get the first blood. Unfortunately for Optic, as soon as he finds it, Scump drops as well. I think there's a gunfight going down the backside. Yes, Saints able to win that with an E-Rad. Now down a man is Optic Gaming. Slack controlling bedroom. Karma getting down his 4th plan of the game.
They need Formal to get a kill here. They need him to get a kill, but unfortunately Formal has no idea. Everyone's beginning to push. He does get out with his life. Still dipping and dodging, and he's got help from Karma. It's a bait and switch. And LG run right into the hand of Optic Gaming.
That was disgusting. The teamwork from Optic coming in. You talked about Karma needing to come alive. There it was, buddy.
That's the one play you need from the clutch master himself. One thing I do have to commend Formal on, his movement right now is absolutely beautiful. Watch Formal's gameplay. He's one of the better players at using that wall bounce to his advantage. The best search and destroy players online are fantastic at it. It gives you a little bit of a boost that can help your opponent whiff a couple shots, and that's all the difference you need in a competitive game like Call of Duty.
And you know, we talked about Classic, usually your camo player. There was a change after playoffs. Octane has his. Yep. Karma still has a way to go to try and earn that.
Optic can rotate early here because Crimsix just dropped his Centurion. Oh no, he didn't. He pulled it back. They saw nothing there and they wound up dropping back. Octane with the camo. Should have a oh no, it ran out! It ran out and now it's all falling apart for LG. Oh no, it's a disaster for Luminosity as Optic Gaming tie the series 1-1.
Maybe we give Classic camo right back.
Yeah, let's go ahead. Classic, take it, please. Oh my goodness. Scump just laid it. Now I wonder if Formal spotted something and just called everyone to hit the deck.
Oh yeah, you saw Formal looking like right at him, at least where he was. And he's one of the best. I mean, I've seen Formal pick camo players out of the sky more than maybe anyone. Just talk about money hates, scrims.
Just ask Classic. That's exactly what happened.
It really was.
Retaliation last time.
God, insane series thus far. Optic come alive late. Karma with a slow start in game 1 sort of comes alive at the end. Slow start in game 2 comes up clutch. I think they need more out of them, though, if they're going to win this series. But as it stands, tied up 1-1 in the series I know we've all been waiting for all day, buddy.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the championship winners bracket for a reason. These are two of the best teams in the world going at it. Game 1 was down to the wire as LG narrowly beat Optic Gaming by just 13 seconds, but game 2 in S&D. Some clutch plays from Formal as well as Karma gave Optic Gaming the edge to tie the series 1-1. When we come back, we head into Uplink to see who takes the lead in our best of 5. It's our final matchup of the night, which means it's our final key player matchup here for day 2 of the CWL Anaheim Open. It's only right it's between the two superstars on these respective lineups. Formal and Octane so far this weekend both have been playing lights out. Formal though with the edge in Uplink KD. These two teams neck and neck so far in our best of 5. Who will get the edge though with the Game 3 victory? Let's find out. This has been your key player matchup.
Here we go, back to the action. We are live at the wrap of day 2 at the CWL Anaheim Open. It's Optic, it's LG, and we've got a battle of 2 of the North American elite.
We do, we have a battle, and Scump has a banana. We'll see if that affects him here in game number 3. LG, no. Whew. Another rough camo usage against Optic on retaliation. Might have cost him right there, but I'm struggling to tell if it was a rough camo use or just a great spot by Optic and having everyone get behind cover before he can get comfortable and get a shot off.
Yeah, I think probably a little bit of both, but now we're going to be going into uplink, and one of the key things that stood out for me for Optic Gaming, it was kind of a joke from Karma in the past, like Scump and Formal were kind of scared of the drone. They didn't grab it a whole lot. They didn't have a lot of scores.
Yeah.
But you've seen Centurion, now Trophy Drone, going in the hand of Scump here. He's been leading his team by a wide margin when it comes to dunks, when it comes to tosses. He's been that guy leading the way, eating those grenades, finding the scores for his team. On the other side, by a wide margin, it's Classic. He's been doing all the scoring. Those two need to be crucial here. Yes, they're going to rely on their teammates to clear the way for them, but look for them to be putting on a show with the drone, pal.
Another thing we've seen so far this weekend from Optic Gaming, not taking reactive armor in uplink. I've been getting a lot of questions about it. What's their reasoning? Honestly, what it comes down to is it doesn't give you that extra drone armor, as Chance was saying. It's just, hey, it's a decision that they've gone with, and so far, they're looking pretty good in it. Yet to lose uplink so far this weekend. Would this be the first one, though? We'll have to find out. Remember, Luminosity always seemed to be Optic Gaming's kryptonite, especially in the respawn game modes.
Well, the respawns is where you're most scared if you're Optic Gaming. LG built to take this team down. They did it already in a hard point. Can they now do it here on Frost? I was talking to Scump a little bit. He's like, we feel good about the maps. He's like, I don't even care what the maps are, though, exactly. He's like, it just comes down to who's shooting straighter between us and them. And he knows it. He's like, everyone on this team is so damn good. Just whoever's feeling hot, whoever's feeling streaky, that's who's going to win this series. And so far, it's just been back and forth, man.
Well, see the players get their classes ready. Either way, we hope you're enjoying the coverage of the CWL Anaheim Open. Be sure to spread the word with the hashtag CWL Anaheim. Get involved in the conversation. There's a look at the crowd, though. You guys having fun out there so far? Oh, yeah. Wow, okay, wait, hold on. That Pamaj shirt really lights up well.
Yeah, that was
some great branding, Pamaj. Where's that tall Canadian?
I have the same shirt. Mine's not nearly as bright.
Well, you know what? You're missing out right there. You can see the crowd. Some great PS4 Thunder 6. I love the Thunder 6, man. Those things completely hype up the energy in the room, but it's time, Maven, for Game 3. Frost uplink. I want to hear from you. I haven't asked your predictions yet. I've been being nice, but this time I'm going to put you on the spot. Who goes up 2-1 in this series right now?
I'm taking Optic here. If you look at Stage 1 in playoffs, they won 75% of their maps on Frost. On the other side, just 50% coming in. But the difference is, that might be partially because how Saints was playing earlier, maybe in Stage 1, not as hot as he was in playoffs, or certainly playing now. You know, Erad, K-Bar, whatever he's going to have in his hand can be absolutely deadly here. But I'm still going Optic Gaming to take the edge. They've been brilliant on this mode, especially with the changes coming in for Scump.
Coming into this series, every single player in the lobby had above a 1.0 respawn KD. These are 8 of the best slayers in competitive Call of Duty, and I can tell you right now, we're going to see a bunch of crazy engagements here on Frost uplink in game number 3.
Scump, first man out, looking mid-map, seeing if he can open it up for his team. Crimsix going to find the first. Going to back down to mid. Scump starting to inch his way forward. Sees there's a K-Bar looking over. That's 2 kills now. Just trying to get drone in hand. And this is what I talked about. I know he drops, but Scump going to be a lot more involved in it. Usually I felt like it was just Karma, that guy that always had the drone in his hands. Look for Scump to be pushing the tempo a lot more with that drone.
That's actually really good for Optic Gaming that drone just bounced off the map, because full ship control went over to LG. Not sure if it was a blunder by Crimsix or a smart play, but either way, it winds up working out in the end. As we're about 45 seconds in, still a scoreless game, and Scump is trying to get aggressive, but Classic's there to shut it down.
Yeah, no one really able to break that 50-yard line until now. Luminosity gets some kills, and they're pushing forward.
Here we
Slack, drone in hand, lead blocker in front, trying to open things up, just hoping his teammates can clear the way. A headshot from Octane does just that. 1 point tacked on the board. LG with an early lead.
Somehow, Octane just killed 3 there. First slides out, engages the first player, cuts him down, beats down the second, and then challenges the third. Thankfully for Optic Gaming, that drone was reset. Nobody there for LG to go ahead and push the objective yet again. Now it's Optic Gaming's turn to try to put a point on the board. That's 4 dead for LG. Karma grabs the drone, and he's got a lead blocker in Formal, the guy who's been playing out of his mind so far this year.
And they have Trim pinching from the other side. This should be a dunk. Think about everything there. Just get it through. Barely. That was close, though. But they get the dunk. They get the 1 point advantage. Nice pinch attack coming in from Optic Gaming after the 4 down.
So this is a very normal strategy we see. You grab the drone, you bring it into ship, you drop it, and you play for kills. 2 kills is enough to move forward, but I can tell you 3 would be if they can clean this one up. Thankfully, look at Saints playing sneaky behind. but Scump's got the fists out right there to shut him down.
Yeah. Sneaky enough to catch a drone to the face, but nothing mounting yet for Optic. Trophy gonna keep them safe for now as Slack's gonna hold the edge. Octane looking over him with a K-bar as well. And the defense seems to be holding on for now as Slack and companies try to push out. Kills going back and forth. Drone still stationary mid-map, but Classic has opened things up. Slack now over the top. Should find a couple kills in front, only able to get one before Formal answers back. But this seems to be an opportunity for some map control for Luminosity.
Yeah, this is Luminosity going for this outer push. A lot of teams see success. These 1-point throws from distance. Octane's shot, man, it is so crispy. The quick two-piece there, he's 12-5.
Yeah, and that's a two-piece on Scump and Formal. That's very, very difficult to do, especially when shots are coming in on you. And it's Slack, though, that's gotten into research. He found one, pinches the edge, a little strafe Erad ward there. Scump finally gets the better of him. This has been a relatively low-scoring affair. We've got 2 minutes left. Just 2-1 lead for Optic Gaming, but now Classic on the attack. Octane with a piece on the wall run, just barely can't get to the edge. Krim takes him out.
Krim does get the kill just in the end. Some great timing right there to push on through blue and shut him down. Again, though, middle map, it's just a fight for middle at all times on Frost. Much less play inside the ship area of this map, though, than I was expecting.
And look at Octane, man. He's 17-5 on a 5 streak. Finally ends up dropping. Look at all the kills in Optic Gaming. You're in the 6 through 9 range. Octane, 17. In a map that isn't where he's going to go off with an NV4 or something like you'd expect on Retaliation, it doesn't matter the range. The man is a monster.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it just shows how this map plays. At times, Optic actually saw success earlier on this year when they would run 4 ERADs, with Formal having his with an ELO sight on it, one of the few times it's ever been brought out in competitive Infinite Warfare. As now Classic again trying to be this lead blocker. He's just trying to keep this outer lane clear so that Octane can go for a throw with this drone, and I do believe they've done just that. It's now time to go for a score as LG want to put another point on the board in the final minute of side 1.
And this is just like when they played Throwback. It felt like Saints and Classic were always in their face, but a grenade ends up taking them out from Karma. Slack still there. Can they get the dunk through? It hasn't gone in yet. There's one man left on defense, and it's the King with the two-piece. The lead Saints and Slack off the map. The defensive hold is brilliant from Optic Gaming.
This is the big thing, too, to point out right now. Optic, yes, they're keeping this a 1-point lead, but they cannot hold on to this forever, especially with how they're being outslayed right now. It's just not realistic to think they can keep up. Every player negative right there, every player dead. They've got to turn things around in side 2 and get some more kills in middle map.
But yeah, as I started to kind of mention it, like Classic and Saints seem to be so annoying to this team on Throwback Uplink just a couple weeks ago. Just always in their face, always applying pressure. They can never get comfortable, and you've seen that throughout this. Yes, Octane's kind of anchoring behind, but they're just constantly flying at him. Now a chance for points. There it's tied up, and they have control of the base, but as the 5 final seconds tick away, what else could you ask for? A tie game going into half. That's everything this series has given us.
I'll tell you right now, if I'm an Optic Gaming fan, I'm having a sigh of relief that it's only 2-2 going into the second half, especially when you're being outslayed by 10+ kills in uplink. That is a major deficit to be had.
And the difference has really been just the few kills they've gotten have been clutch at times, like you saw Scump do, or another member of the team where they find a couple kills in research to slow down the push. And also for LG, maybe not doing as good a job at taking advantage of those 2-down scenarios.
You just had Octane drop 23 kills in 1/2 of uplink, and you only have 2 points.
Yeah. You should have more.
Yes.
Now, is that, do you knock Luminosity for that, or is that more on Optic Gaming playing some strong defense?
I think it's a mix of both. It's that LG, they've been getting the first wave of kills, but not the second wave in Optic Gaming's spot.
Well, I want to hear Optic getting hyped. They're pushing forward. Let's listen to the points.
Hey, don't let him get away. Don't let him get away. He's watch out. He's going blue flat. Two, one more. There'll be another over there. I got you. Nice. Let's go, guys. One more. Tractor. Not weak. I got you. One shot tractor. Need a bind tractor. High tractor. 2. Connector. One straight box. Connector flank. Watch out mid-box. One shot mid-box. They got all be middle. Both are dead. Last ball. Stay line, Matt. Hit him fast. Two tractor. He saw me go high. Here. Same dead. Nice. One tractor. Don't let him grab ball. I got a back. One shot. Two in blue. Another one. Nick's there. Blue. Nice 3. Let's go, Matt. Go right. I'm going right. Take this whole circle. Go right. Take the tractor. Another dead. Nice. Go help him. Stay alive. Two nice. High mid. Front dozer. Go front blue window. 3 in your ball. Yeah. Front doors on me, Jerry. Jumping the ball in lane. I'm jumping the ball in lane. Yeah, front doors are dead. Let's go forward. Yeah, we spawn ship. Yo, we're coming. Yo, ice again, weak Nato. Ice weak Nato. He's coming in. Nice, back door. Back door. One more. Let's go in. One more. I'm going ice. I'm going ice. Coming in. Payment now. I'll pass. Under me. 2 on point. Oh, I got it. Nice. Oh, I died. Nice. Ice, maybe? Try and play one. Payment on here. Nice. Play one. No. Play two. No. That's fine. Nice, Damon. One more Damon on point. Frost. Oh my God. Frost. Watch blue. Frost. He's mid-box.
I thought we were amped up. Optic Gaming, the energy level's absolutely insane, and the lead extended now 5-2, 3 to play in the second half.
It's simple to look at, folks. Look at the difference in slaying now. It's dead even. The 10 deficit they had, it's now back to even. They were able to do what LG couldn't, and what that is score when you get the kills. They're in LG's base. They need to keep this going, though. Still 2.5 minutes, and it's only a 2-possession game.
On board now with Formal as the action slows for a moment here. One of the few lulls in action we've had throughout the course.
He might have to FTL jump forward to try to catch this player.
Let's see if he can get behind. He spots one, but it's Octane that gets him on the edge. Scump, though, again, trying to go big on defense, but it's a pinch from Slack. You got to get this off the map. Clutch play coming in from Scump, just enough to get it done, and he turns and burns on Slack.
Second time, Scump is left in a 1v2 scenario, and he stops LG from getting any points. Right now, it should be, honestly, 6-5 LG if Scump doesn't get those.
Well, let's see now if Luminosity can try to hold off the defense. The push now coming in from Optic. It's Scump going big on both sides. He's doing it on defense. He's doing it on offense as well. Slides, the toss, the score, 6-2. Optic 2 to play.
Look at Formal. 1 kill off the Trinity rocket. He just got a great timing as well on the Classic. This could spell disaster right now for LG. They're trying to sneak the drone on through. Doesn't get the final streak. Karma, though, with the big kill. Got to give some credit to him. Stops that player from getting the score.
And that's the key, man. I know the slang's crucial, but those defensive kills from Scump, from Karma, really everybody has been the difference here in not allowing Luminosity at points. It's like a football game. You allow a team to keep pushing down, but you hold them at the 1-yard line. You don't let them get anything on the board but a field goal. It's been amazing stuff here from Optic. Payloads across the board for Optic Gaming now. Can they close it out?
With only 1 minute and 15 seconds left to have every payload is absolutely insane, but look at LG. They've got the dunk. They've got some presence on the map, and there's still enough time left.
LG trying to fight. Slack the only one up.
He needs a streak.
But can they come back here? Yes, he's got the Trinity rockets.
This is huge.
Gonna go ahead and call him in. What can he connect with here? There's 2 on the outside trying to make the play. He's just running slow. Oh! Gets nothing there. He whiffs it on the other end. Scump's able to find a kill.
He missed with the missile. Karma going for the low wall run, though. No opportunity for the one. Thankfully, for the rest of Optic Gaming, Crimsix is here. It's overdrive time. This could be the dagger, a potential one. No, it's a stop from Classic.
Now, who will it be to make the camo play? If it comes down to it, with that 1-pointer, it could be everything, but you still have Octane with camo. He just died, though. Now, on the other side, it's Karma. If Karma can get the joint in his hand, he can just burn time. There's the camo player trying to get through. Slacked and Sage trying to tag him up.
Karma!
But Damon Barlow makes the play, tosses it forward with 15 seconds left, and it's all Formal on the kill feed.
Luminosity were so tunnel visioned on the drone. Karma grabs it and runs away with camo. Gives Formal a three-piece for free. Optic win by 1. And honestly, you can thank Scump for that one. I will say it outright. The 2 defensive plays he had made all the difference.
In a game that's that low scoring going into the second half, I think you nailed it, Jack. Those clutch plays on defense, whether it was Scump, Karma, guys going huge. We've had a back and forth S&D, a close hard point. The uplink now was I'm like, my heart's pounding, man. This is fun. The crowd's crazy.
Not good for your
it could give out at any
moment. Have a chair right there. That's all right. Pray for Maven in the chat. As now, okay, no, you should actually come back. Okay, there you go, buddy. As now you can see the thousands in attendance here in Anaheim, a record-breaking weekend. We're on their feet at the end of that one. I don't care who you're rooting for. This is darn good Call of Duty right now. Share the stream. We're live everywhere right now. MLG.tv/Call of Duty, though, as there's still action going on Bravo. You can check out the enhanced viewing experience, see some crazy stats. Here's your map breakdown, though, where we stand in our best of 5. Maven, tell the story of this series for me.
A nail biter. How else could you describe it? A back and forth battle. two North American juggernauts. You can use anything you want. This is everything we've wanted, everything we've expected. You know, I know there's hype behind Splyce, but I'll tell you what, one of the most common tweets I saw or fans talking about, they were saying with this matchup, it's confident to say the winner of this series very likely could win the event, and I think I agree with it.
It's crazy to think right now, if there's a victory here for Optic or LG, really, what will we have? 2 of our 4 teams in the winners bracket semifinals games are from North America and 2 are from Europe, right? Because the other side of the bracket will be Splyce versus, I believe, Epsilon, from what we've seen so far.
That's what makes it amazing. Yes, right now we're telling the tale, kind of the battle for North America, but like you said, there are still European teams fighting. Epsilon has looked amazing. Splyce has looked brilliant as well. This is going to be a wild finish. You know, we've talked about how there's going to be more in attendance this Anaheim than last year. How hyped have we been to get back in this venue? And when you look at it, I mean, it's just building towards Sunday. You know, I know Friday we have pool play. Saturday you see some of the teams come into it. But now is where the money is made. These matches when we're in bracket play are everything. And you guys, if you're new to Call of Duty, welcome. From the esports side, yeah, welcome. This is a true treat to cast, and I hope you guys are enjoying it home.
And do not forget, if you're wondering, you know, hey, this is great, I want to watch more Call of Duty from here on out, we've got you covered. Stage 2 begins in what, a little bit over 2 weeks?
Yeah, 2 weeks. And that's another $700,000 to play for.
Yep.
Champs right after that with $1.5 million on the line.
Yeah.
And here, with Anaheim, not only is there $200,000, but it's a pride thing. Everybody wants an Anaheim, man. Crimsix has 3, Aches has 3. Some of the best players of all time. I guarantee they cherish those Anaheim trophies more than many others.
Another match where, you know, Karma not put up the KD, but it's not about KD with Karma. It's the kills he gets. He had a great defensive hold, the camo play at the end to force LG to basically go without a second opportunity for that final score they needed. 7-6 is the breakdown at the end. And honestly, man, defensive plays from Optic were the saving grace there.
7-6, man. That was nuts. I was looking at it because you saw Karma had camo, Octane had camo. I thought Octane might have a chance to make a play, but I'm not sure who it was, but they killed him with about 30 seconds left. That takes him out of it.
I mean, think, everybody at home, too, when we talk about defense, think of a moment in that map where LG were being pushed in their base and they held, they stopped the play, right? It literally didn't happen.
Yeah.
On the side of Optic, you could look at 3 or 4 individual plays where they not only stopped them from getting a score, but what really should have been dunks. Either way, we're going back to the game mode that LG's already won once in this series. It wasn't an easy win, but it was a win in the end. It's hardpoint. This time, though, it's on retaliation, and I'm wondering, do we see a sniper off the break for OG? I mean, at this point, LG have to expect this.
Now to talk about how close these two teams are when it comes to retaliation hardpoint. Both teams through stage 1 and playoff won 75% of their retaliation hardpoints. Both teams this weekend, 100% of them. They're very, very good at this map and mode. Expect another tight one, pal.
Here we go, folks. This is what it's all about. Competitive Call of Duty at its finest. There's still action going all around in the venue. I believe TK is still playing. I saw some news from Straight Rippin'. We're now getting to the action here. I know the studio will update us one final time after this is all said and done, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's game number 4. Will Optic Gaming close it here, or will Luminosity force the game 5? We're watching Crimsix off the break.
One of the greatest of all time. Can he go huge now in the game 4 and close out the series for Optic Gaming? Off to the races now to get set up in the top bridge. The first engagement's a jammer to his face and an early kill for Slack.
I actually love that from LG. They know how popular that spot is for Crimsix to go to off the break. They make him die very quickly right there. No sniper from Formal this time around. It's all NB4s for Optic Gaming as they wipe LG off the map.
We know Scump can do it with the ERAD and the K-Bar. Some flashy plays there to pick up too with the NB4 as well. And in a position they're not ready for is Formal. Unfortunately, 3 out front. But right now, every point going to Optic. Can they get a flawless hold here, open things up? Scump's NB4 snap, and he actually got a second there right before he got team killed by Crimsix. The first 20 points.
Well, actually, that's important to kind of bring up because right now, to everybody at home, well, it showed Scump was 4-0, but he was not on that streak anymore, which we know retaliation so important with score streaks. Optic will hold LG scoreless at the end of the first hill.
Well, we did a listen in earlier with Optic Gaming. I want to know what's going down with LG. Let's toss it to the team chat.
Bottom street, guys, bottom street. It could be bike, last year could be bike, I think. Oh, no, you cool.
Oh, wait. Bar, he's gonna come window,
Look at window,
push it up, I'm helping Nano.
Look at window.
Oh, you're helping that? Alright. I'll see hallway. No, he's just holding it. Bar pillar. They're gonna be.
Look at the hallway next to. Barn. Step.
Try to get yeah, we step. Cringe market steps. And step was top line. Behind ticket, top line. Behind ticket, top line.
Top line, south.
I spawn out broken.
Top line, right now,
I'm gonna hit this. Crim's Absolute Hill. Crim's Absolute Hill. Behind ticket. One's a bed.
Spot, hallway. Behind hallway. South hallway. South plat. Absolute lobby, one splat. Alright, slow down. We gotta go to market.
Yeah.
I spawned out deep broken, bro.
He's fine.
That's playing streaks. That's playing streaks.
I got that.
Let's go two.
One
more hill, one. One over.
Matt rotated, one hill, yeah.
He may just leave this time.
He's still behind ticket. No, tree. 3-1 shot.
Nice, good out. Alright, let's go. Beam this kid down market. Alright, you're going lobby now? Oh, I got.
My shot, bro.
He just naded us.
Wait for me. He's back left. I spawned all the way out broken.
Get back left.
Try to go fast.
Okay, pinch. I'm hitting this, Nick. Close left, Nick. Seth, one shot, absolutely close left. He's just gonna play his life.
One pitch. Dead.
Market, one on hill. Market, one on bridge.
Yeah, he's hurt, market.
Spawning out back bridge. There's 20 deep.
Do this bad, Damon. Nice, huge one. Let's go. I'm in plat.
One stop bridge, next stop bridge.
Try to hit hill fast.
Yeah. Mess up hill. Absolute.
Nothing cross it.
Could be pitching us lobby, dude.
Yeah, it could be around us.
I'm looking lobby door.
Might be rotating.
What's top bus? Lobby door, absolutely dead.
No, what's grass? He's front tank.
Yo, inner grass and
front tank. Lobby tank.
Let's go front door, I think.
Let's go.
Well, you got a good view of how crispy the shot can be for Octane. He's sitting at 9-5. And despite the early lead for Optic Gaming, Luminosity clawing back into this with just a few seconds left to go in market. It's now going to be the rotation over the broken building.
Look at the difference between map 1 and throwback and now retaliation. It's Optic. 2 straight hills set up where they want to be. They're going for a full 60, and look at Karma, 9-6. The 3 streak now with the NV4, he's beginning to heat up.
And I was going to say earlier, he's been kind of significantly negative every game, right? If he picks it up, do they blow out Luminosity? And right now, he's turning it up in a big way. He's 9-6, playing his life right now, worried about getting pushed. Only a couple shots in the clip, and finally will drop. Formal laid over on the rotation, picks up one before dropping. Now another break, another clean break for Luminosity.
I just want to point out right there, you saw that wall bounce from Octane. It forces Formal to miss a couple shots, and it really makes all the difference as it lets Octane at least make him 1 shot for a quick trade. LG now trying to bring this game back within striking distance, and they've done just that. If they get this scrap time, they'll make it under a 5-point game.
Saints now inside. He's got 2 kills in a row. Just doesn't pull.
How was Formal alive?
Yeah, if we didn't get shot at, I think, by Saints. Finally, Octane able to pick it up. Now it's going to be rotating over to Hotel Hallway. It looks like Optic Gaming set up nicely, but they're down 2 players, actually. It's Luminosity finding the kills. They're going to transition flawlessly into Hallway.
Well, here's a look at the shots from Classic right there. Quickly cuts down Formal. 102-98. We're about to have ourselves a tied game. As again, you've got 4 players from LG currently on a streak.
Early lead for Optic has now been cut down. Saints trying to soar out mid, but it's a few kills going the way of Optic. Last 2 members right in front of Scump, but he's not able to get the better of him. At least now contested. They were able to get some time with only 2 players up. Everything going the way now of Optic. They're back in control. It's a 3 streak for Formal, a couple in a row for Crim6 as well.
Are they ready for this pinch from Saints? I don't believe so. Yeah, Saints gets a free 1, a free 2 piece. Almost with the 3rd there, but Slack does quickly get the trade. LG will at least fight for this last little bit of time. As Scump somehow gets away with 2.
Scump gets just a couple before dropping. Now let's get back over to bridge. We enter our second side of rotations.
Remember, when this game started, Optic got every single second on this bridge hardpoint. This time around won't be the same as Karma with 2 quick beatdowns right there. But LG will hold on to this narrow lead they have up by 10 seconds.
I feel like the last 3 hard points in a row, all the kills on rotation are going the way of Luminosity.
Yep.
They're getting set up early and getting set up comfortably because it's 3-4 down for Optic Gaming. Now they're set up again. They got demolished at bridge, but they're looking beautiful here. It's going to be scare about. Classic just trying to push forward. Scump's able to take it out, but they get a little bit of information. Unfortunately, though, during that, the 2-piece from Crim, Classic just trying to narrowly hold on.
Crim with 3 kills, single-handedly retaking this bridge. Nice movement by Karma. Optic now back in control, but it's Slack answering back with 2 of his own.
I don't know.
Wow.
How Luminosity finds those kills.
See, right here, that is an example of what LG can do that other teams can't against Optic.
What, just bully them out of the hard point in 3 seconds?
Yes, it's simple as that.
It's just the confidence, man. They know they can beat this team. They just did it 2 weeks ago. They're not scared of the almighty Optic that I think many newer teams might run into. Luminosity has no fear matching up against this Optic roster, and you're seeing why.
Slack, he knows he's got a free kill onto Karma. He's just got to chase him down. There it finally is. It took him a while in that window. It gave Optic Gaming a chance to control this lower street hardpoint. Last time it was LG with the majority of the time on this hill. But now Optic have 3 in position, and LG are trying to fight for any second they can get.
And no one's been able to get streaks yet. I was about to say Slack this 5 in a row, getting kind of close, but we know how crucial they are on this map. But these two teams, it seems like they're so evenly matched. No one's been able to really push out and get anything going. Like, you don't have anyone having a massive game right now. +4 really for a couple, that's about it.
Remember how important slaying can be in these respawn game modes, Maven. In stage 1, not a single team who was being outslayed won in hardpoint. Right now, LG are outslaying Optic Gaming by 11 kills, and they've got a lead because of it. Let's keep a track of that as this game goes on.
Well, there's one player here from Optic that can make a play. It's going to be Formal by himself. He's waiting patiently for his teammates to come in. He's that player next area you see right on the opposite side of the tank. He's waiting to collapse. He's now peak 1. Saints not able to win it. Formal gets the entry. One more in the back. Guns, boom. Slack gets the business, and now Optic Gaming is in with 45 seconds remaining. They get a perfect hold here. It's a lead right back to Optic.
That's the break they needed right there, Maven. LG trying to push down the bridge. The Let's Go Optic chants beginning from the crowd. They know this is their opportunity to strike and come back in this game, but the setup is all collapsing as Saints has found the 2-piece. Formal with the panic FTL jump. Just trying to do what he can to stay alive. It's not going to work.
Yeah, I think it was just trying to maybe get position, catch somebody off guard, but it's Saints, man, with a big 2-piece that's able to come in.
There's no need to push this.
Finds another one there. Saints actually has 3 kills in a row.
They're giving them streaks. Look at this. Octane and Saints. Those are the players you don't want to be getting these kills. They're just pre-aiming and getting Optic Gaming players sprinting for 10 seconds at a hard point.
Well, Octane trying to lead the way here. Him and Saints fall at the same time. So your 2 guys that are streaking end up dropping. You don't get punished if you're Optic Gaming, and you're set up now at Broken Building. But look, Jack, LG so close, 220 mark.
Okay, Optic did just get blessed, so they got the very close spawn at that back bridge area. Classic with the camo. He was spotted. They know this is coming. They'll try to challenge one. Nothing as of yet. He's just looking for an entry for his team. He's trying to buy time. I think he's done just that. Karma, though, watching out for this player. Classic, beautiful shots on the Formal.
Classic just trying to stay alive. There's still a member here from Optic Gaming. Is he going to get the better of him? Tagged up and making the play is Karma. Slacked and Front will push in. Karma's still here, but finally will drop. There's enough time left to win the game if they can somehow cut down all 3 members from Optic Gaming. But Optic still holding on, still picking up time. And with this kind of lead for Luminosity, you don't have any kind of streaks to break. You don't have any payloads to work with for Optic Gaming. This is going to border on impossible.
And now that they're going in towards Hotel Hallway, a very scrappy hill, this could spell disaster for Optic Gaming. I think we're going to be going to a Game 5, Maven. It's 246 to 194. Only 1 player's there for Optic, and it is Crim6. Formal now with the help as well. They live to see at least a few more seconds, but no, this should be it. LG take it. 250 to 197. We're going to a Game 5.
We wanted a Game 5. LG do not disappoint. A fantastic performance. You saw Slack coming up with big kills. Saints with 2 of the biggest ones to break in. You know, if you get that perfect graveyard hold from Optic Gaming, maybe they swing right back into this, but Saints goes huge for the squad. But again, worth pointing out, you know, we've been targeting a little bit, kind of Karma struggling. I think he was 12 and 21, 12 and 22. He continues to not really keep up with the slaying he needs to against Luminosity.
This right here could be a Game 5 that we talk about all day. Championship Sunday could set the stage for what will be a crazy day 3 of action. Maven, I am so excited. We're going to another S&D between these teams.
And I believe we're going to breakout. So we're going to maybe a match in mode that's not the most comfortable for some of these teams, but they're going to need to dig deep, muster whatever they've got left. It's late here on the West Coast, but we're still live. It's the CWL Anaheim Open. It's Winners Bracket Round 1. It's Optic Gaming. It's Luminosity. And we'll be right back with Game 5 after this quick break. are back. It is time for Game 5. Get on your feet. It's Optic Gaming. LG 1. Search and destroy to decide who moves on in this winner's bracket for top 6. This is a fun time. I'm glad we get to share this together.
Boom. I'm ready for it. The crowd's ready for it. Everybody online is ready for it. The CWL Anaheim Open presented by PS4 does not disappoint at all. These are the series that we will remember as the year goes on. The story is simple, folks. Luminosity knocked out Optic Gaming at our $500,000 Stage 1 Finals. Make no mistake, this LG team was built to take down the green wall. But now Optic Gaming, in a spot where they're most comfortable with a crowd of thousands watching live in attendance, are forcing a Game 5, have now gotten it to a Game 5 between LG.
And just think about the year for these two teams. I mean, it was a frustrated Luminosity. Remember, they lost in a Game 5. There was that scorch hard point in Game 4 where Optic got a little bit of a fortunate spawn. The players were ticked off. They thought they should have won that series. They finally get vengeance. Now it's the other side of the coin. It's Optic Gaming. They want to get revenge for that loss at the Stage 1 playoff. Can they do it here? It all comes down in the next 10 minutes on Breakout.
Whew, I think this is the worst map draw you could have if you're Optic Gaming.
You think?
I really do think this is the worst map draw you could have. I'm wondering how they stack up here. Either way, it's going to be one to remember.
If you take a look just at Stage 1 in playoffs, 66% of the time Optic Gaming won Breakout, 50% for Luminosity. So, I mean, but remember, what did we say? If you're LG, you have to go 50%. They lost that Game 2. They need to win the Game 5 to take the series. It's been the bane of their existence, the search and destroys. Last time they lost Optic, it was both search and destroys that got it done for OG.
This just reminds me so much of when we would normally see Optic versus United earlier in the year. It always seemed to go to a Game 5. It always seemed to be down to the wire. Maps that you'd think Optic would beat basically any team on wind up going the other way in those series. Well, now it's the same thing here versus LG. Maven, I want to hear it from you as our loadout selection finishes, as the countdown winds down. Where does this series end up?
I'll tell you what.
Tell me what.
Karma has not had a good series.
Yeah?
I have this feeling.
Okay.
Inside me.
That's disgusting.
Karma's going to have a monster Game 5. You remember that Game 5 versus United?
I do.
He's going to have a monster Game 5. I just feel it. Is there anyone from LG you think's going to go off, buddy?
I'm giving this one all up to Saints. His SMG inside the showers area will be dominant. Here we go. I'm so excited. My voice just cracked. I sound like I'm 12, and I couldn't be happier. It's late night on Saturday night. It is prime time, folks. Make some noise. It's Optic Gaming versus Luminosity.
And here we go, off to the races, first man up. It's going to be your camo player for S&D. It's Octane. You saw him in Classic kind of swapping it back and forth. You saw some poor plays from Octane. He needs to go huge here.
Krim sees multiple players, falls right back. Great stuff from him. Do not let that. Obviously, very successful gun skill he has, but it's not the right time to bring it out against a team like LG. Fall right back, play your life.
And remember last time we casted this together, how impressed we were with Optic on one thing. It was towards the A site. Karma and Scump were so insane. They didn't lose any fights there. Luminosity maybe did their research. They're going to hit the B site a lot more frequently.
Well, here we go. It looks like this objective should be going down here soon. Can't spot the foot of the bomb planter. He's just going to go for it. First blood for Crypsix. Somehow gets away with his life for a moment. The pinch from Karma could not come quick enough for Optic Gaming. He's here. He spots one. No Saints is weak. Gets the kill. Uh-oh, Maven. Your prediction you brought up already at 2 for Karma.
I had a feeling, man. This guy, it doesn't matter how he plays throughout a series. When there is the most pressure on the line, you have to rely on Karma. The flank comes through. The 2 kills come in, plus the defuse, and the first round goes to Optic Gaming.
Karma continually making Canada proud. Maple syrup will rain down from the ceiling if he can clutch this one up. That's actually not true, but Adam, if we can make that happen next event, please.
You're disgusting.
Does that not sound delicious?
It does, it does. But, you know, we talked about it's Karma and Scump. You see the 6 and 8 on the minimap. This side of the map, they get up and they dominate here towards the A site. Like, I saw time and time again where it just seemed like nobody could hang with the dynamic duo when they tried to make plays. They bait and switch perfectly, play off of each other. Will that be what we get here? Trying to come in as Formal tags one up, not able to finish it, but Scump is able to do so. One more push is out. All the trades go the way of LG. It's Krim left alone.
And Krim, he's got to force the action very quickly before the trade comes in. Don't think it's going to happen. Slack is there. And what did I say, Maven? Your first round is a great prediction with Karma getting 2 kills. Round number 2, inside showers. The first blood goes to Saints with that E-Rad.
Well, you know, you can just make, on that side of the map, the E-Rad can just absolutely dominate.
Yeah.
Well, actually, to be fair, remember that crazy was a 3-piece from Octane with an NV4 inside that we saw at Stage 1 playoffs?
Yeah, but he's an anomaly with that weapon.
He really is. He really, really is. Back to offense. It's going to be Luminosity. The first time up, we saw them attack that B site. It looks to be more of a standard mid-map in A take starting to open up here for LG.
Optic have a pretty good spread here, though. They have a presence towards the site. Karma always loves to go for that outer wall run. Classic with first blood, though. It's getting struck down.
And Karma just flies forward, so I take it back. You know, as we saw them dominate on that side, they got dominated by LG, and quickly it was 1v3 last round for Crim6. Now it's Formal left by himself, gonna have to try and come up clutch with 60 seconds left.
And if this is one of your first times watching Breakout Search and Destroy, the big strength for teams on really either side, if it can be used to their advantage, is how fast you can rotate between sites. They were just at A a second ago. Formal tries to pinch on them. Doesn't wind up working out. 3 players close. LG get the kill. 2-1. Luminosity Gaming.
LG with back-to-back rounds clutching up. You see Optic strike first. But continuing to hold on is LG in this game 5. Nice kill from Slack there. You know, Formal, what else can you do? You saw a couple in the back. You think maybe you can catch him running inside.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, Slack tucked away in the corner and plays it perfectly.
I mean, Formal right now at a 2.47 S&D KD. Up to this point this weekend, now in game 5, 0-3, not the time where you want him to begin to cool off.
He's gonna have to turn it around, but it's gonna be offense now for Optic. They haven't really been able to get the better of Luminosity over here. They've stacked it big time. Can Scump and Karma this time get it done, just trying to shoulder peek, get what information they can.
You have Classic, Saints, and Slack with 3 E-Rads and Showers, and Octane watching the entire mid-push. As long as they don't get flanked from the back, and it's Karma who does just that lower wall run I talked about.
There it is. This is what you expect to see. Them making plays there at the A site. It's been back and forth, though. It looks like Luminosity's done their research, so they're putting 3 people there trying to deal with that pressure.
I love it, though.
3 wasn't enough, though.
Yeah, it was not at all. Optic just played it perfectly. Karma gets the flank. Crim6 re-challenges. Uses the distracted player as free bait, and then Scump slides in for the kill. 2-2. Optic really just make that round look easy.
All the makings of a round 11 as this continues to go back and forth. Final kill cam is Karma. Is that what, his 4th kill now in this game 5? 2 to open things up. I think another 2 there.
Said it was going to be a big game.
You see things happen so many times. It's like,
oh yeah,
you never count out Clay trying to come back in a series. You never count out the likes of Krim, Karma. They're on a short list of people that you just know can bounce back. 4-2 for Karma here, but it's offense now for LG. Classic.
LG have pushed every single lane in their first 3 offensive rounds. 1 was towards B, 1 was towards A wall run, and now 1 towards middle map. This Classic's looking for a first blood inside Showers. This I think is a ticking time bomb for Optic, as you've now got Saints in a position to go for a pinch onto Optic Gaming.
Yeah, Saints I think might be able to make a play. Unfortunately, Saints the last man. I thought he was going to hit on the flank, but everything goes Optic Gaming's way and Formal guns him.
The reason why that round falls apart is Saints puts himself in a great position to get a free first blood into Karma, but because LG are stacking so many E-Rads, he's trying to hit shots from range onto the camo player. The backplate not only saves Karma, but it gives him a chance to have enough health to engage the player in Showers. It all falls apart for LG. A swing round there for Optic Gaming.
And there you saw Formal, the S&D shot caller, coming up with the plays. What will be the plan of attack from Optic Gaming? You hear the chants starting to mount. It's a 1-round advantage for Optic. Now they're taking it to the top side. Formal will be holding mid in the flank.
And now guess what? The adaptation begins to come in from Optic. They know LG have been stacking this A site, so what do? They go for a free plant across the map. This is as good as it gets for Optic Gaming here. They'll have the exact setup they want in a 4v4. LG are going to have a very tough retake ahead. And if I'm Karma, I use the Scarab right away.
Well, they have a 4-on-3 right now just because Formal's positioning on the flank. He's going to need to get back to action in a hurry. Does he get any information? He finds some of the backside, tags up Octane. Crim6 with the opening first blood. There's one right on top of him. Can he trade it back? He actually gets tagged up. 2 are going to drop. 3 are going to drop. It's Formal by himself. He's able to get 1 kill. There's 20 seconds remaining. They do.
It's planted. Here's the thing. It's planted on his side. Will Formal wall bounce in? He does just that. Can't get the kill. Nice job by Octane. One thing I do want to point out, a little bit of an awkward scenario right there for Scump. They knew that, so here's what happened. It happened very quickly. For people at home, you might have caught it. Karma was inside that close medical bay area. Someone went high flying for LG from mid-spiral.
Saw the shadows.
Scump then panicked, slid around the corner, and didn't realize the player went high above him, so he started shooting Karma. Scump then got shot in the back. Karma then got 2-pieced right after. And because of that, it all falls apart for Optic very quickly. 3-3, now the round count, and a score streak used there by the green wall.
And that's one of those rounds you need to win. When you get that quick plant, there's so much pressure with the clock that's going to be on LG.
And a first blood, too.
Yeah, very true. Those are the rounds you have got to win when this is going to be on the line. But we're all tied up at 3-3. Octane.
Watch Crim fall back on the minimap.
Yep, Crim will back up. He's got one teammate looking over mid-map to help him if need be. That's going to be Formal. You can see on X-ray, Crim, he's got a lot to deal with.
What do Optic do different this time on the B retake? Last time they sent Karma on the long flank. This time he's playing a little bit more towards middle map. They might just try to steamroll through these mid-spiral stairs as the bomb goes down. The trophy drone saving Classic with that Centurion on the site. So now it might be time for Optic to go. See the foot of Classic, he stops the plant. I think that's a smart play from him to at least protect himself.
They've slowed it down. They're able to get back and play behind cover. Tagged up, almost finished the kill inside a medical blade. But Classic picks off Crim. You can't die there.
Yeah, this is such a smart play from Classic, man. He's just staying alive right now. He can't be pushed from mid-spiral. He's got great cover behind that bomb with an NV4. You might as well challenge those gunfights. Here we go, Formal with the retake, gets first blood, tries to challenge a second. Not gonna happen. Saints is weak. There's a trade from Karma. 2 versus 2. He's dancing around, trying to stay alive. His cross is watched. Not gonna happen, though. As now it's Scump by himself, but look, time is ticking down. LG have to kill this bomb. Octane with the re-challenge gets them 4-3. LG get the round lead.
And it was a brilliant job holding that staircase. I mean, Scump could never get involved in the action, right? Octane kept him at bay. You never want to run into the NV4 just looking down that narrow stairwell. Scump was never able to peek. And when you're trying to challenge that with an ERAD, you don't have a play. I mean, the only option is what? Maybe he got good timing on Octane and could have slid in to kill the bomb planter.
Lesser players there try to force themselves into medbay and then watch spiral stairs. Octane knows that Scump's only option is to push towards there. He falls back, gets as much distance as he can to range with that NV4. And Formal has done that high peak to challenge Octane every round, and there Octane was not only ready, but he gets Formal one shot, mid-map controlled now by LG.
That would have been a sick kill.
Optic get a free plant again.
Well, can they win it this time? They got a free plant and a first blood, and still lost it. Formal barely stays alive in that. He gets traded out though quickly, and it turns into a 3v3, Jack. Bomb set up. They just now have to hold on. You can see it's planted for the graveyard side. Now it's going to come to stairwell push. They see one inside of...
They know 2 are there. They know 2 are there. How do they play this? Medbay going to be the key building to retake. Classic still has that trophy drone ready to go. Octane with the first kill, as Optic are now in a 2v3. Camo gets used. Camo gets used by Octane. They want to win this round. Karma has it on its own. He actually pops it, but it only...
Thank God.
Burns only barely.
Thank
as
God.
LG are 1 round away from taking the series.
Wow. I don't know why he was trying to pop Camo in that position. I mean, maybe just with the time on the clock, he needs to pop it and kill the guy with the bomb, but he gets cut down. How much time was actually on the clock? Like just under 20 seconds?
I believe so. I believe so. Thankfully, Classic was hip firing that close where it did not really matter. Karma was already weak. If he pops that a half a second earlier,
maybe he can make a play.
And it's Karma, right? Do you trust anybody?
Yeah.
In that opportunity to make a play happen? Not gonna work out here. LG 1 round away.
Here we go. They're on offense now, trying to win it, trying to knock Optic Gaming into the loser's bracket. For Optic, you're gonna need 3 rounds in a row. Karma drops early. Saints able to trade one back. Did Karma, wait, did the Camo actually get burned?
I can't tell. Can't tell right now.
I thought right before he died that he may have actually tried to use it. Trim the answering back. Trim tries to tag up 2.
The wall bounce. What did I talk about earlier?
It's so good, man.
The wall bounce
so
right
good.
there from Saints makes Karma with, Crim6 with a couple shots. It's Formal by himself. The best S&D player to this point this weekend now needs his biggest clutch yet, and I believe Classic might have just seen the tippy top of his head, and LG are gonna move off that information.
They're starting to push up mid-map. Formal checking the B site, knows nobody's home. He could get flanked any moment. He just needs to get kind of a lucky read here, I think.
They're ready for this. They're ready for this. GG. GG, LG. Look at Slack. He knows how big that series is.
What a series. Holy hell, buddy. LG. Then they get it done in the search. We talk about they just need to be 50-50, buddy. They lose the game 2. They take the game 5. And you see the Optic fans starting to leave the building. Luminosity, what a victory.
Woo. That is going to sting Optic Gaming tonight as they drop a tough one there, losing both hard points and the Game 5 S&D. A perfect example there of how LG have improved as a squad. Earlier in the year, Game 5 was their kryptonite. Now they seem much more comfortable.
And I mean, God, what else can you say? It's just that's where, if Optic's gonna lose, that's where it happens, right? It's in that winner's round 1. And yes, you get a very tough matchup against Luminosity, who is a top team in the world right now with how they've been playing. But they're not able to take it. After that perfect run, 12-0 in pools, 3 maps, go to Luminosity. They look damn good, man.
They most certainly do. LG will remain in the winner's bracket. Optic will fall to the loser's side of things. You can see some of the LG diehards there with that great victory. They know how important that is moving forward this weekend. Either way, though, I know we'll have an interview on the main stage with a player. Actually, now I just received word it's Christopher Puckett on the main stage with none other than Josiah Slackberry. Chris, take it away.
That's right, I'm here with Jerry Barry. Give it up for Luminosity. I know there's a lot of Optic fans out there, but you have to give credit to what LG just pulled off again. Jerry, first of all, you look exhausted. How are you feeling?
Feeling good, man. We put everything we had into it, and we came out with a W.
So tell me a little bit about this matchup. We saw it at stage 1. You sent Optic Gaming packing. You knew you had to match up with them again after struggling in pool play. What were the thoughts coming into this match?
We were feeling confident. You know, at stage 1, we beat every single NA team there. We beat United, we beat FaZe, we beat Envy, we beat Optic. You know, we just had so much confidence. And going into this, we knew if we took a search and destroy, we probably could take the series, and we ended up doing that.
Now, there's a lot of drama before this event, a lot of talk, a lot of rumors going around, and your team was involved in that rumor mill. You come into this event, though, with the same lineup we saw in stage 1, and it seemed that everyone had their time contributing to the team's success. How strong is this squad right now?
I mean, you guys have been saying it, everyone's been saying it. We're one of the strongest respawn teams and one of the best gun skills team, and we're all playing together, and we're playing on point. We're really hard to beat, and like I said, we have a lot of confidence from stage 1, and going into this, we knew we could do it.
Now, tell me a little bit about this series in particular. You find yourselves down 2-1. Going into a game 4, there's all kinds of pressure. You have this whole audience cheering for the green wall. What was being said amongst the team?
You know, we knew we could do it. We beat them on retail hardpoint before. We're a really strong respawn team, like I said. The frost kind of got us frustrated, but we knew we could bounce back. We took that hardpoint, and going into that last map, we had just played it. So we kind of fixed up some few strategies, and they ended up paying off.
So I want to give you an opportunity. There's a lot of people watching online from all over the world. What do you want to say to the LG loyal?
Thank you for supporting us. I mean, you guys are the best fans in the world, and hopefully we can bring this one home.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Josiah Barry, a guy I've been casting since Black Ops 2, and you can catch him in the winner's bracket semifinals tomorrow. For now, though, let's send it back over to the desk one more time with Benson.
Thank you very much, Puckett. Well, fantastic game on main stage, but want to jump straight over to the Bravo match. It is Enigma 6 versus Evil Geniuses. This one is going to a game 5 as well. We can go to a live look-in now. EG won map 1, 250 to 128. They then won map 2, 6-3. E6, they had a little bit of a comeback though in Uplink Frost. The 7-5 victory for them as Royalty started to heat up. 250 to 165 was E6's victory in hardpoint retail. And that gives us the game 5 here. Evil Geniuses up 5-3.
Yeah, and I think early on in this game, too, Enigma 6, they won the first 2 rounds, so they probably had to run like a 3-1 lead, 3-0 lead.
Yes, sir.
Now EG, you know, you know, 4 or 5 rounds in a row. They're looking really good, and look what Havoc's about to do. This is a huge round. This play could get them into the winter semis.
Looking now at Havoc's perspective, one player who has been a key factor throughout this series has been Royalty, the new addition to Enigma 6. He's had a ton of hype and a ton of energy. Havoc is going to pick up Proto. Can he find a second? Not going to happen. Cade cleans him up. Royalty also shuts down Nameless. Now you have yourself a 1 versus 2. It's Evil Genius's new player. It's his time to shine. Parasite, of course, a 2013 Call of Duty World Champion, looking to go for a 1v2 clutch. Bomb goes down. Now it's the 1 versus 1 situation. Royalty versus Parasite. Parasite not going to be able to do it. And Enigma 6 will stay alive, Chance.
Big as well. You see EG. They did call him that Trinity Rocket. They did not get that round win. So still a lot of hope. Of course, they got a little bit more streaks that they might potentially have to deal with, but not out of this one yet. And again, a lot on the line for this one. I think if you win, you get what, top 6 guaranteed. If you lose, you got a long road ahead.
The winner of this will actually be going up against LG tomorrow in the winner's bracket semi-final. So pretty big game.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, especially after they just beat Optic Gaming. Of course, we'll touch on that in just a little bit. But back to this. Round 10, EG still up 5-4.
I'm really happy with Havoc's performance. I've been looking for him to kind of do this in Search and Destroy for the past few events. He's always been a very good Search and Destroy player, in my opinion. I always see him playing 2v2 tournaments, 1v1 Search and Destroy tournaments. To see him going double positive in this Search is what you want to see from EG.
Yeah, and I think that's definitely just like letting him do what he needs to. Of course, though, you see more streaks getting reined in, but similar situation last time. It doesn't give you a huge advantage, and in fact, Royal's going to be able to pick up 2.
Oh,
comes in.
Disaster! Whoa. Absolute disaster.
Like, Matt, you just got that nasty 2-piece. I'm going to help you out and get the 3rd guy and give you this round.
That's Royalty. He actually pushes into that med bay where he was right now, able to win 2 gunfights. Parasite, that last rocket, it's the biggest one, and he tried to put it through the window, and he ended up killing his teammate. That's unfortunate.
And that means we now have ourselves round 11. Sheesh. E6, EG. Winner of this meets LG in the winner's bracket semifinal tomorrow on Championship Sunday. And it's going to be...
Who do you guys have this last round? Who do you guys have? Quick.
E6, 100%.
E6, I'm going with E6 as well.
I got to say, EG, they don't have any more streaks to choke away rounds with.
Merc?
I don't have an opinion.
Whoa, wonderful. You're a fantastic
not no
analysis.
opinion, Merc. You're handsome, Merc. I want a prediction.
I'm going to go EG.
60 seconds left. The desk split. 2 for EG.
Okay, jump.
6. Time ticking. 55 seconds.
Uh-oh, they do have a Scarab.
That's the other side of the board, man.
Imagine if he did team kill with a Scarab.
Stall. Not like that. No.
Not like that. Not like that.
Havoc is going to be able to put a stop to any further scarabing over towards that A site. While I say that, there's going to be another one. 35 seconds left. Time of the essence for Enigma 6. Proto will go down. It's Nagafem with the first. Parasite finds a second. Now the kill feed starts to light up. It's General. He picks up a double on Royalties there for Nagafem. Now you have Parasite in a 1v2. It's a 1v1. He dies. He pops the overdrive. Oh, man. Oh, my Lord.
Parasite showing why he deserved to be picked up on EG.
He just
going big for the spot.
Wait.
Parasite. He said peace.
He just popped overdrive and ran right at him. What kind of delusional combo? I thought he was going to make some play, run around. He literally just popped it and ran at him like a linebacker, dude.
Oh my God, he just wanted to trust it.
To his credit, though, you got to imagine, catches the player off guard. It's still a smart play. Yes, it's confidence, but again,
hey, last round,
it makes sense because, again, that player that's the last thing you expect in that situation.
I was about to say, that literally looked like we were watching the All-Star game earlier on with that yellow push right there. I mean, Parasite, of course, the new addition to Evil Geniuses, clutches a 1 versus 2 in round 11. That has to be such a good feeling, though.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they make a change. They come to Anaheim. This is their first tournament together. Parasite goes huge in Game 5. Your top 6, again, you're improving. Evil Geniuses, they had a very poor performance at Stage 1 playoffs, but not looking good. Unfortunately for them, though, have to face a very tough Luminosity team tomorrow morning.
Yeah, they definitely do.
It's a difficult road. I just can't imagine like the storyline of like how scary that was for a moment. Like the guy you pick up to improve your roster with the Trinity Rocket, like basically costs you the round, gets the team kill as well, but then clutches up in the end. Like that's the biggest life-saving moment you could possibly have. So it was brief, but very terrifying.
He almost had to clutch that too.
I was going to say, I feel like the relief wasn't necessarily the 1v2. It's like, oh, okay, I didn't cost. That wasn't my fault. I didn't cost. It's okay. We won in the end. It's worth mentioning elsewhere, Mindfreak went up against Elevator Elevate in a loser's bracket matchup. MyFreak is now out of the tournament. Elevate clutched up in the Game 5. They took that series 3-2 and did a 6-4 Game 5. But for now, we can take a look at our championship winners bracket and see how things are starting to develop. Of course, on that top side, Evil Geniuses versus Luminosity. That will be on Championship Sunday tomorrow. And at the bottom side, it's the Battle of Europe. Chance Splice versus Epsilon.
If there was like a bracket prediction, nobody guessed that. Like 1% of people just like at random. No, I'm talking about the entire thing. Egypt versus LG at the top, Splice, Epsilon at the bottom. It's pretty wild, but that goes to show the level of competition that Infinite Warfare has brung. A lot of these teams are these contenders. These are kind of your bubble squads that they have the performance they can win. And I mean, Epsilon, I've been very impressed by them. If they come back-to-back, Splice wins one, Epsilon gets another, like, EU's gonna have a party.
I feel like this is crazy, but I feel like Epsilon has a pretty decent chance of beating Splice, just the amount they practice against each other, that I don't necessarily think this is gonna be as easy as many people think. I know, Merc, you had Epsilon in your top 3 when I asked you earlier on. You're sitting pretty.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, we're gonna have a European team once again in the top 3 guaranteed between Splice and Epsilon. So, you know, that region continuing to place there consistently, it's awesome to see. But yes, Epsilon, I just think they're a sleeper team, right? In stage 1, they had a very tough pool. Unfortunately for them, they weren't able to make playoffs, but this is a team that, you know, Josh left Splice, joined this team. Right. He knew what he was doing. He just liked these guys, and of course, Dave. But we saw the power of this team. Hockey always slays consistently. Vortex
stepped it up on that uplink.
Such a huge pressure. He puts such amount of pressure on the map with that ERAD, you know, and they can all go off at any time.
Obviously, Proof, I know you've been a big fan of Dave from Epsilon throughout the weekend, and it does open the conversation up to Astro Gaming MVP award. We talked about it briefly yesterday, but obviously now, you know, we know our championship winners bracket semi-final matches. Is there any other names that come to mind?
I'm just, you know, I want to go back to that EU showdown. I'm going to be really excited to see Dave go up against Zero. I know Dave uses the MV4, and I want to see who's going to win that, who's going to end up on top, kind of like how we were talking about Crim and Octane. I kind of want to see that showdown now as well.
Anyone particularly you're looking at, Chance?
No, I think Dave is the correct answer. It'd be difficult, at least going from what I've seen so far, for it to be anything else. And that EU matchup is actually interesting. The only time that Epsilon has dropped. Do what?
Your entire event MVP. You're going with Dave.
Oh, entire event. Oh no, I thought you meant just for Epsilon. Sorry, I didn't realize that was the question.
I was like, what are these two talking about?
I was looking at Merc. I'm like,
I wanted to jump back to that. Though.
Yeah, my MVP you did, but
it depends on the team that wins, though. We're talking about Epsilon. It depends on the
point of speculation. You're useless. Merc, who are you looking at?
Well, I think you have to talk about somebody on Luminosity. Their Octane or Slack, they had such a great, you know, performance against Optic Gaming. Anytime you beat Optic, you can go on to that winner semi. You have to talk about that performance.
I'm going to go with Formal. I mean, watching that last series, I know we're going to get into it, but I'm pretty sure every map besides the last map, Formal had a 4-piece. He had an ace in search where Saints just said, you know what, I'm not going to give it to you. I'm just going to jump off the map. But he got multiple 3-pieces, multiple 4-pieces. That's hard to do, and Formal was doing it.
It's very, very true. He was popping multi-kills in every single map. Essentially played very, very well. But, of course, it was LG that came out on top once again in Game 5, 3-2 victory for them. Moving forward, do want to advertise, of course, COD Champs tickets, though. You can get them. They're on sale right now. Of course, COD Champs is going to be over on the East Coast, in Orlando, Florida, for the first time in its history of its lifespan, August 9th to the 13th. You can buy your tickets at mlg.tv/CWL Champs. And, of course, now we know a couple of our games that we're going to see tomorrow. So let's take a look at Championship Sunday schedule. Action kicks off at 10 a.m. with the Battle of Europe. Splice versus Epsilon. Then at 11:30 a.m. we have Luminosity versus Evil Geniuses. Our winners final will be at 2:30 p.m. Our losers final at 4 p.m. And our grand final kicks off at 5:30 p.m. Any speculation, Mercus, who our grand final is going to be?
Well, that I guess I'm going to go. That's a bit of a ridiculous question.
He has to go with his top 3. You can't.
Yeah, I'll guess winners final. I'll go Splice and Luminosity. Winners final. Optic, obviously, I know they're going to go on a run tomorrow morning. They're going to be very difficult to beat. If you're going to beat them, that first game tomorrow, it's going to be huge. It's always difficult as a player to sort of wake up Sunday, sort of get that sleep out of your eye. That first match is always so important because that's momentum, especially in the losers bracket.
Very true. Well, that is going to conclude the action from day 2. And there has been a ton of action, that is for sure. So many awesome games, so many clutches, so many chokes. But as I said, action finished now from day 2 here at the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by the PlayStation 4. The stage has now been set for an epic Championship Sunday. Battle of Europe with Splice versus Epsilon, and the Battle of North America with LG versus EG to fight for their shot at the winners bracket final and their share of $200,000. Action commences tomorrow at 10 a.m. as our 16 remaining teams fight for the CWL Anaheim Trophy. That game's still going on.